Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to English broadcast of the Chinese LPL Regional Qualifier. We're up to Game 2. There's one spot at the World Championship, and there are 3 teams. I am Max Atlas Anderson. This is Ryan Frosker and more, and Jake Spawn Tiberi. We're here to get into Game 1 as soon as we possibly can between QG and Snake, both of which lost in 0-2 fashion yesterday.
Yeah, very one-sided games yesterday for both these teams. You know, EDG really beating out Snake and QG falling to the lowest seed in Invictus Gaming, but that was a different kind of Invictus Gaming we saw on the Rift.
Nope, Spawn's incredibly right. That was the best Invictus Gaming that we've seen all year. So I don't really fault Xiaogu for that. And, you know, I said it yesterday and I'll say it again. I just feel like Xiaogu they're running towards the finish line, and it's do they have enough tricks to get across the line? Because I feel like they're one-dimensional in how they win the game through their 5v5, creative about their compositions, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough against IG.
Yeah, and the thing that will fall down there is if they can't come up with another way to play this game, is that Snake play a very similar game style, but they just have strengths in different areas. You know, you look at Snake and you say 5v5 with focus on their top laner and their mid laner, who are both superstars. You look over the other side of the Rift and you say it's a little bit more about TNT, a little bit more about their jungler Swift. So when you do have these unequal powers, I guess, in the champions and the players that are going to be on the teams, means that if Flandre ever gets ahead, there is no way they shut him down for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and I'm sort of looking at the 5.16 patch as well, how these teams have adapted, how they've managed to change up their playstyles. And when you've got the likes of Flandre and Zatai, like, what the heck is going to... Even Amazing Jay over on EDG, who played some of the best games of his career last night, these are all top laners that are able to adapt, that throw out weird picks and do strange stuff on the Rift. V just isn't that player to me.
No, I completely agree, and I think that's a major point, is the fact that last night, EDG versus Snake, we saw Fiora and Riven back-to-back bans slapped at Flandre. Now remember, Flandre only pulled out his Riven in the LPL playoffs. He really hadn't played it over the course of the LPL split, and just immediately never got his hands back onto it. So you look at 5.6 and you say, Darius, Fiora, Gangplank, this is going to be Flandre's, you know, time to shine. And he did get his hands on that Gangplank yesterday. Unfortunately, I believe it was the only game that GP lost yesterday.
Correct.
But was still able, I mean, from game 1 to game 2, where EDG just smashed Snake, and then game 2, because he had the GP and it was more of a slugfest, I think speaks to that power of that champion, and how quickly can Xiaogu and Snake adjust to this 5.16 patch.
100%. One other thing that I want to point out, because I think people are going really hard on the champions this patch, you know, like the Fiora, the Gangplank, there's so many strong champions. The item sets have completely changed the way that you play League of Legends. Olaf is like the most brutal champion, and he is unchanged. It's just the fact that he runs around with like a dead man's plate and a Asterix Gauge, and it's impossible to peel him off your back line now. So definitely think that, sure, we're going to see some Fioras, we're going to see some Gangplanks, but if there's ever a standard pick that is taken into the top lane and they just are able to tune how they build it, watch for some really hulking, brawly top laners to be able to take over the course of a game.
Yeah, it's a really good point. And ladies and gentlemen, there's another thing that we've got to talk to you about. It's the fact that we are on hotfixed 5.16. It has been confirmed, so Skarner not quite as brutal as he otherwise was, and Darius has been changed just a little bit. No double damage on the Q happening this time around, so not quite as ridiculous as it has been in the past. So
still ridiculous.
It is most certainly ridiculous, but it's not, you know, Skarner running around killing everyone
I'm off
by
the
himself.
Darius hype train. I think that Fiora is by far and away the best top laner in League of Legends right now. I think that she beats Darius. I think that she actually beats a lot of people up there. She loses out to people like Aurelia, who are very good one-on-one duelists. But as far as like lane bully into translation, into split push and good team fight, Fiora for me is just such a dominant pick right now because their ultimate is really good in a team fight. And if the team fight ever gets split up, and that's what we see in the LPL meta, you know, like these creating of zones, Fiora just relentlessly chases you to the end of the earth.
And to kind of piggyback on Spawn's point here, I think Fiora is fantastic, but especially in tandem with Lulu. Now, we saw a lot of Lulu and Fiora compositions yesterday from multiple teams, and exactly what Spawn's talking about, the fact that Fiora's ultimate, that AoE, when she's able to proc the healing circle, and then you use that in conjunction with Lulu's utility and her built-in kind of pseudo-tankiness to the wild growth through her help picks, and the idea of splitting up and separating teammates, getting 1v1 scenarios in a 5v5 scenario with the whimsy and just the speed, I think that's the absolutely deadly combination, is Lulu Fiora.
Yeah, and that's, the point to me is the fact that she is fantastic when you're chasing around single targets because no one can really out-duel a Fiora, and she's so incredibly sticky. But then that ultimate means that if you then group up and clump together, you're still probably going to get run over because you can't fight a team that's increasing in health by like 800 a tick. it's just stupid.
Yeah, no, it's a really strong ultimate, and it kind of has lessened the priority on Janna. All of a sudden, you can run Gragas, Fiora, get the exact same thing out of your team comp by isolating your target, getting the big ultimate across all your members. So I certainly think it's swapped up the meta. I think it puts even more priority on Braum, because Braum also synergizes fantastically well with Fiora. So I just think that we are going to see some different comps, especially out of the Snake lineup. And this makes me worried for QG because, they've got this recipe, like get their jungler ahead, get him snowballing, getting Nidalee, but it's not working at the moment.
And the question for me is, now that Fiora enters the meta and we're seeing things like Braum, it's where does the AD carry position go? And yesterday we probably had the most diversity in terms of the AD carries that were coming out. We had some Twitch, Kog'Maw, Ashe was a big pick yesterday, and Ashe has been kind of hit or miss in the LPL. I know Korea's been using her to a lot of success, but the fact that Assassins are in a meta, the fact that Fiora has so much stick, so much backline potential, and they're still trying to pick Ashe, the fact that Braum and Yasuo are big picks right now. So that's where I'm curious. You know that Mordekaiser is on 5.16. We haven't seen a team pull out the Mordekaiser duo bot lane yet, but
yeah. Haven't quite seen it, but I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing it potentially. My personal favorite. But look, see whether that happens. We'll have to move on from there. But I mean, I don't know. I just find that this patch is really interesting, and the fact that QG yesterday, they pulled out the Nautilus mid. They've done this before. This is in patches past. I mean, we haven't necessarily seen this Xiaogu side actually change up what they do based on the patch and based on what's strong at the moment necessarily.
Well, you see, I actually think that's the Nautilus is a different pick because it's not based on the patch. The reason they like to do that is they like to give a little bit more damage into V's hand where possible. He's a huge Hecarim player. So if they're able to do that whilst running a tanky mid laner, it keeps like the 2 threat with 3 tanks, which is how they like to play because they're a 5v5 team, and that's the most successful way to run a 5v5. Limited item composition at each other because bruisers just scale that much better. And you saw at the start of the game, Doinby was actually able to very handily deal with the Yasuo through chain CC, through very high base damages. So I think that that's actually a good adaptation about Xiaogu, and something that I wanted to hit on. All of a sudden, if you're running Fiora top Nidalee jungle, you don't need like this hyper scaling mobile like Tristana, Jinx jumping around the rift. You just need someone to start a fight because you have no initiation tools, and that's why Ashe is seeing a lot of popularity. If we keep seeing like the Darius is in the top lane, all of a sudden, he's an AD champion, but a lot of his damage is true damage, so you can run AD mid because it just doesn't matter anymore. You stack armor against Gangplank Darius is going to get you absolutely nowhere because they just completely disregard that in your kit. So I think that teams will take a while to figure out how to correctly, I guess, create a team comp around these awesome picks. I think they know how to use the picks. That's the easy bit, right? You just take it into solo queue, you start wrecking face, but how to actually build a 5-man comp against like a Darius Gangplank, against a Fiora Gangplank, something like that will take a little bit more time.
And kind of speaking on creating team compositions and transferring from solo queue power picks into a 5v5 arena, we saw Skarner come out yesterday, and that was kind of the big pick. Everyone's looking at Skarner on 5.16 like this guy is absolutely broken. There's no way. He should be priority pick every single time. Clearlove finally pulled it out, but it took a very long time. And frankly, I was a little bit unimpressed with kind of Skarner's impact in a 5v5 scenario, especially in the compositions that they were building him. Rusty mentioned Morgana, and I think that's the way to go.
Yeah, I certainly agree with the Morgana, at least in the first time it was brought up. The first game was not a good Skarner game. Like, go back, watch it. That's how you cut it out. Second game, I actually thought he created this really great zone at the front of the team fight because it wasn't actually he needing to initiate. It's that if anyone dove onto his really fed carries, then he could pick them off and drag them back away. So I think that it depends how you want to use Skarner. Skarner, very bad initiation tool, in my opinion, because you're relying on speed-ups, Flash, and Black Shield to make sure that you can get in there. Otherwise, you're just extremely kiteable. As a peeling tool, however, very hard to run into a Skarner comp because you have to enter the crystal field where he's super quick. You have to dive on. It means you can only use QSS for that ultimate, which means anything else that hits you, you have to kind of cop in the face. So certainly think that we'll see Skarner used in a very reactive way as opposed to a proactive way, unless there's like a Morgana Lulu. I don't know.
And then just to complete that thought, Rusty made the other really good point, bringing up the QSS, the fact that Skarner forces AP and AD to fill out an item slot with the QSS as opposed to looking towards long-term damage items is massive. Like, just the gold value of having Skarner in a game against your enemy, you're forcing them to expend, 3k gold. And
well, the first time we saw this was actually when Dado was playing mid-Ezreal and he felt like he needed a QSS. And, mid-Ezreal, when it was AP, was one of the highest damage. But because he went QSS and had to have a
delayed his damage spike,
just completely delayed how he was playing the game. And he didn't end up having that huge boom in the mid-game that we were expecting. And when you look at things like, I don't know, Control Mages, Orianna, things that Azir, that you just cannot get it in there without going through a trough because of how much they need cooldown reduction and AP. really does make me worry for itemization of mid laners specifically.
It just speaks to, again, how strong Lulu should be in this patch as an answer because she doesn't rely on itemization
Turns
to
him
be
into
effective.
a cute little, not Pokemon.
Exactly.
What does he turn into?
Squirrel.
A critter.
A little seal.
Yeah.
A seal.
That's
Not
the
sure
skin
whether
they're
it-
playing. It's got like the googly. Yeah,
Okay, cool. I actually quite like the seal idea. That's quite good.
okay. It's literally a seal. I'm not even making that up. She turns him into a seal.
I'm glad that you like an idea that has been implemented in the game for a couple of months. So
I understand the point.
that
I
is good.
honestly haven't played that skin very much myself, so wasn't actually as aware of the seal as I probably should have been. Look, probably not exactly the most impactful part of what's going on with Lulu as well, because, you know, she is fantastic, and we saw Pawn and Rookie playing her yesterday. Rookie's game on Lulu was almost flawless, despite the fact that they lost.
Rookie's games yesterday
We're
were.
flawless.
Thank
They
you.
weren't even almost. Like, there comes a certain point where you're like, well, he did die a couple of times. Like, yeah, well, the team was up by 8,000 gold, mate. So they had a little less resources to be able to deal with it. But Rookie in general at the moment is playing out of his mind. The other person I want to throw at that is Cacao. You know, I was reading something about like how LPL junglers start differently in the jungle, and like Swifts likes to double jungle with V, get him 2 camps, especially when he's playing Fizz, then send him top lane with resources. Cacao, 100% of the time, sends the Thai top lane to control his wave and solo jungles. He never gets a leash. This guy starts on a major buff every single time he jungles and gets through 3 major camps and does the other half of his jungle without actually requiring a leash off his team. It's not as fast, but what it does is it means that everyone else on the team gets that much more resources. And then because of how Cacao jungles through vision control and counter gank only, he just catches up in the CS anyway as the game goes on. And it's so risky to invade the guy because he's just brutal if he catches you.
Yeah, and there's also the fact that his team likes to push up the lanes and make sure that they can be an asset to him if he needs them as well. The fact that you've got Zatai there in the top lane, he's going to be relentlessly shoving because he wants to get to a point where he can fight you, and that involves moving towards you. So he's going to be in the creep wave killing creeps, and that's just generally what happens. So, look, when you've got this team that's able to create space for the jungler at the same time, that's when these sort of tactics tend to work out very, very well.
Yeah, I certainly think...
Why was it funny?
No, that wasn't funny at all. It was a
No,
look.
well spoken.
Yeah,
All right, good.
very well spoken. But where I want to go from there, right, is obviously Invictus not playing game 1, is what the junglers do at the start of the game for QG and for Snake in particular. And Beast is one jungler that I think you have to take a look at because he doesn't do much in the early game at all at the moment.
No, I completely agree, and that's a massive difference of weighting in terms of play style. Cacao versus Beast, and we don't even know for sure if it's going to be Beast starting or it might be ZZR. Again,
yep.
Snake have been rotating the rosters through their jungle, but Cacao is just in your face. He can play multiple different styles. He's either going to invade you, kill you, or he can sit back, and I think it's almost more dependent on what Rookie's doing. Like, if Rookie needs assistance, he'll call for Cacao, but if Rookie's in complete control of his lane and denying the enemy mid lane or CS, then Cacao's just free to free farm it up. And against you in particular, the Doinby versus you matchup, excuse me.
Yeah, it's Doinby versus you.
I'm so
You're right the
confused
second
now.
time. Yeah.
Yes, you are.
No, so
You're
it's
okay.
Swift and Doinby.
I'm crazy.
So the thing I wanted to point out about Beast right now is that he actually farms a heck of a lot of his jungle, and then he doesn't push out as far. And you is the person that isn't getting all the benefit of that because you is in a position at the moment where you feel that he can be dove very, very easily, that he's open for ganks and that he can't shove out his lane and get control of it. And our one criticism of you is that he's a very good laner and team fighter, but if he gets an advantage in lane, he kind of doesn't translate it to anything. He just sits around, and with a reactive jungler that kind of just farms at the moment, doesn't get busy. That's why I hope they play ZZR because I think he is a little bit more active in the early game. With the reactive mid laner that just wants to get to team fighting, there's just this like big microscope on the top lane. And I actually think that's why Snake lane swap more than any other team at the moment is because if you leave the one-on-one, it just opens up Flandre for like these 3-man camps to be able to continually go up the top lane and pick on the guy. So they try and hide it in a 2v1 for the first 10 minutes, get as much resources as possible, and then get him deep wave freezes where he's able to pick up resources and roam around with the rest of his team. Because if you send it up in standard lanes at the start of the map, you can nearly guarantee that Swift is just going to be in the top lane. And I don't think Flandre Beast, just because of the Beast component, is as strong in a 2v2 duel.
No, that's interesting, and I agree with that. It's so strange to me. Every single time Snake lane swap, I'm staring at them like, why are you lane swapping?
Why are you getting
doing
the best
this?
1v1 top laner and throwing him in a 2v1 situation?
Exactly, and it speaks to the fact that, yes, you're absolutely right. Flandre is very good through the mid-game catching up on CS because he can get those deep freezes, because he's very smart about his side wave control. Like, if you look at teams like LGD, you complement their side wave control. Snake are actually very matured in how they control their side waves, especially late game, and a lot of that is on the back of Flandre. But it creates this problem in the mid-game for Snake, where suddenly they're making poor decision-making, or they try to take fights where they're just not strong enough simply because they initiate a lane swap, and Flandre's not caught up or on the clock as opposed to enemy top laner. Late game, 35 minutes, 55 minutes, Snake are fine because Flandre is able to catch himself back up. But I just feel like Snake, you flip a coin on the lane swap. Either it goes beautifully or they completely mess it up.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And it's more interesting, I think, why they go into that situation than how they actually come out of the back end of it. Because as you said, it's kind of this 50-50 thing right now where either Flandre does get the farm, Martin gets a little bit snowballed, and then they find a lead, or it goes the wrong way, Martin stays even, Flandre falls behind. But they just continually throw themselves in that situation. It's almost to the point where it's LGD, like Split 1-esque, where they just wanted to get rid of TBQ in the jungle and just be like, hey, get level 6, you do your thing, we'll lane swap for you. This time around, it's like, okay, we realize that Flandre has this big bullseye on him, that Martin isn't the same level as Crystal in the fact that he only plays hyper carries, but still needs gold to get going. He's a 2-item AD carry. I definitely don't think he's an imp or a deft in that regard, where they can fight with one. So it's very easy to point the finger at that's why you fall behind in the top lane, but it's everything else that they get out of it. The security of having their jungler be able to farm up, the fact that they isolate mid lane and Yu is able to play safe, and then eventually they just hope that Flandre will catch back up in that farm.
Yeah, and I just want to actually talk to you. mentioned, Martin there in the bottom lane, and as far as TNT, TCT, Martin, Ella, this sort of matchup is concerned, is this something where it might be smart for Snake to search for that lane swap, or could it be more of a standard lane situation that they should be aiming for here?
I don't think there's any reason to dodge TNT or TCT or Ella and Martin. Yeah. Like, you don't look...
That's what I was thinking, is like, what do you do when you've got both of them?
You generally don't dodge Janna players. They're just not that scary.
I don't know, man. Janna was pretty good, admittedly. Has taken a little bit of a hit, and I only just started playing her, so I don't actually know. But yeah, no, Ella's shown some fantastic skill on that champion, but here we are, ladies and gentlemen, beginning the opening ceremony of Day 2 of the Regional Qualifier. Welcome back.
见一面，一斩千机。
人在塔在，
守在前线。
该算是旧账了，
是时候出击了。
这就是德玛西亚的正义，全军出击！ 这可笑的正义！肮脏的蝼蚁，害怕战争，颤抖吧！胆小的懦夫们，恐惧死亡吗？尖叫吧，绝望吧！现在，你们可以开始逃了。
这一把，我来教你金克斯该怎么用。
团战先活着再说吧。
除了和尚，你还会什么？我都舍不得搬你。
不是的，我告诉你，
哎，我不想听。
对线的时候，我起码单杀你3次，我等着。别上了，先退！我有大，可以上。
Aced.
我是个疯子，有医生开的证明。作战计划什么的，最喜欢了。你关不住我的召唤师。我想都没想过能有朝一日引爆全场。游戏时间到喽！
召唤师，你准备好了？
你真的不想问问路吗？
各位所有的玩家们，大家下午好，我是刘畊宏，耶！让我听到你们的掌声好吗？
That was amazing. Yasuo, he won this time.
Yeah, he lost yesterday.
Yeah.
He certainly did. Got an ace. Rookies Yasuo on the Rift. You know, banned away a couple of times that time, brought it out. Much better effect.
I mean, that said, the Azir didn't get his Sand Soldiers up, so you have to get on top of those objectives. Make sure that your Sand Soldiers are up, otherwise your damage output is nothing.
Yeah, if there's one button you ever have on Azir, it's going to be a W. So I just don't know why I wasn't pressing it. It seems pretty unfortunate, but, you know, otherwise everything went okay for the team. You know, when Yasuo's get fed, it's just generally what happens. But it's damn cool to see so much sweet cosplay. I haven't decided whether I think it's just like really good cosplayers or whether it's just sweet costumes on actors. I haven't decided yet. I like to think that they're just cosplayers.
Yeah, so why would they not be? They were really nicely done once again. The fiddlesticks yesterday still blown my mind, so I can't get past that. So everything from now on will be compared to like 10-foot tall fiddlesticks. It was terrifying. But the Jarvan this time around, pretty good. Didn't mind the Jarvan.
Yeah. Had some skills, most definitely.
And it's also just kind of a tradition of all the Chinese League of Legends events. We constantly see these cosplay contests and shows come out and take place, and it's always a lot of fun. So
yeah,
people always wonder, you know, how did you get into Chinese League of Legends? Why that? That's why.
Because it's gigantic. Don't worry about it. But I think we should probably maybe get back on track. The game at hand that is going to be coming up very soon is going to be between Snake and Xiaogu. Both of these teams eager to try and get into the final battle, which will be against Invictus Gaming, who unfortunately fell down to EDG last night, but not without a pretty massive fight, especially from that mid laner.
Yeah, and you know, the thing that I really want to harp on about this game to me is like old Snake versus new Snake, which is different skill sets. So both of these teams, LSPL teams, into the LPL this year, split one with Snake. It was all about how far they came as this rookie team, able to burst through. You know, they had this unorthodox top laner. He was playing Trinity for Static Shiv LeBlanc to get into the final, into the LPL as a whole. You know, so what was Flandre going to do with his team? Now they've made some changes. They've got they've got Martin on their lineup, a little bit different, and they're coming up against Xiaogu, the team that in the second split, you know, they auto-qualified. They looked fantastic. They have CJ's old jungler Swift and Joinby, a Korean streamer, but the rest of their historic like TNT, TCT bottom lane, you know, V in the top lane's been around for a while. So really interested to see who can make the better run at this stage, because experience is probably in Xiaogu's area, but they have very different strengths and weaknesses whilst being team-fighting teams.
Yeah, and the thing that I find really interesting is it's sort of like old Snake versus new Snake, considering the fact that QG, they come into the LPL for this particular split and have a gigantic season. They had a massive season. Snake, beforehand, they were a very similar thing. They make it into the LPL from the LSPL, and they have a breakout split at the same time, and it's sort of like, is Xiaogu going to be able to actually get past that finish line that Snake weren't able to do last split?
And I love how you can abridge the storyline and try to catch the audience up on who Xiaogu and Snake are by just saying, you know, this is old Snake versus new Snake, you know, LSPL teams, new kids on the block. But Xiaogu, for me, the more that I look at them, the more that they remind me of 2014 EDG. So EDG's, yeah, and let me take you through it.
Please, take me on the journey.
Okay, so Xiaogu, EDG in 2014 were kind of known as baby Samsung Blue. Effectively, you think about this. You stall it out for 45 minutes, 55 minutes, you're 10k gold behind, but you win a team fight and you win the game. Just your team fighting was that good. And Xiaogu are very similar. They're team fighting, they're constantly playing from deficits. Recently, in kind of the rise of the LPL playoffs, they started to get quicker into their game times and shore up a bit of their mid-game, early-game weaknesses. But it's always been about that 5v5. But more importantly, it's led by the jungle. 2014 EDG was led by their jungler. Obviously, it was Clear Love. Xiaogu are led by Swift. So yeah, it's easy to abridge it, you know, catch people up there. They're an LSPL team, you know, new kids on the block. They've turning a bunch of heads. No one really knows where their ceiling is, how far they're going to go, or what the evolution, the maturing of that team is going to look like, because you still have relatively unknown members across the board, and we don't know where they're going to end up. But in terms of stylistic matchup, they look like old school EDG and how they win the game.
Let's push the metaphor further. They both had top laners that were very exposed by champion pools. Koro and now V both have like 3 champions that they can play. And apart from that, they kind of get lost out to sea and they don't really catch up on patches very quickly at all. How many top lane patches have we been through? Like the coming and going of Ryze, the Hekarims, the Fizz. Now we're into the Gangplank's Fiora. We had the Maokai's and Na V has played Hecarim through every patch.
His champion pool, consistent.
So, like, he's not changing anything. And they've both got AD carries that are hard to play with. TNT, there's a reason he only plays competitively with TCT.
Position-based AD carries, teleport flanking top laners, led through the jungle.
That's very true, but we are going to go through the lineups here. This is Xiaogu, and there's V in the top lane. This is the guy that we were just speaking about. Has pulled out some fears, but plays relatively similarly to that Hecarim. And there's Swift on your screen, the man behind it all.
The Runeglaive Elise himself.
Oh my
I wonder if he got yelled enough sufficiently to never buy that item again.
But for me, it's all about this guy in the mid lane, Doinby. He is so creative. He'll play whatever his team needs, mostly known as a control mage player, however.
Yeah, it seems to me like Doinby is the adaption in this Xiaogu lineup. But there is TNT down the bottom lane. Has been moving towards that Ashe, which we've had, you know, interesting thoughts about.
And joining him,
TCT.
of course, exactly, is TCT. And the interesting thing about TNT and TCT is over the course of their careers, individually, they never got a lot of success. TNT specifically has been around the scene for a very long time. He was actually the AD carry that took over for Uzi when Uzi made his short stint in the mid lane after Tabe retired. But together, they're explosive. They're dynamite. TNT, he said, I want TCT to be my support. I want to play with this guy. And you can see that synergy in them.
Yeah, you certainly can. And, you know, I like Ashe as an AD carry. Like, I think that she's a really good 3-item AD carry. I think that you need to be very aware of your positioning. But, you know, with her Q rework, she does a heck of a lot of damage as the game progresses. And there's not very many other people apart from Varus that can start a team fight from the AD carry position. So I think that Ashe is fine. What I think everyone has a problem with is when people pick Ashe into Yasuo Braum. Because it just stylistically doesn't make the greatest choice. And also, with the emergence of Olaf, like, Olaf, when Ashe saw a stint, was, like, the best champion ever. Like, old Olaf and now new Olaf. Because, like, you just get, like, you used to get Shurelya's and swing your drumsticks at people and then take them out. Now we're on the Brolaf train. I can respect that. So you just scream Brahmasia and Deadman Plates does everything else for you.
Yeah. It's like you barely even need the old Righteous Glory, which is now an even better option than that Shurelya's used to be.
No, you take that back.
Well,
Righteous
Shurelya's doesn't
Glory is
exist
nothing
anymore, Spawn. That's the problem with it at the moment. Snake's lineup, though, in the top lane, it is going to be Flandre. He played the Gangplank, didn't quite work out. The one loss of the champion yesterday. We heard about that before, but look, we'll see whether he can turn it around. And there's Beast in the jungle. This man we need a little bit more from.
So this was the question. Is Snake going to start Beast or ZZR? The thing about Beast is he's been a bit tankier of a jungle player. He's not as meta resistant as ZZR, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, New, their mid laner. He's a very old mid lane in the Chinese scene, you know, very team fight oriented, wants to stall out their game. Team fighting is kind of his MO, and I want to see how he goes up in the mid lane because Doinby's kind of unorthodox.
He most certainly is. Doinby will do pretty much anything there as Martin. He's the guy that you just saw on your screen, and Ella going to be following that one up. The Janna player of old, who plays everything, of course, just he got lumped into the Janna pile.
His Thresh Janna in particular is very good, and Ella I thought for a long time was kind of underrated in terms of his
unsung hero of the team.
Exactly, but he hasn't transitioned onto Braum as well as a lot of the other LPL supports, and I think that's kind of also been why Snake are stumbling at the finish line again.
And it's so weird because, like, if you play Janna, people generally say, like, Janna, Braum, they're the two that you can play. If you play Thresh, you kind of play Alistar because they're, like, kind of in the same category there, but Ella kind of plays Janna Thresh and like, doesn't touch the other two on the outside, which is just bonkers, but completely agree. We'll see whether he can adapt. Actually, Chinese bottom lanes, like, although he's Korean Ella, but Kitties didn't really start out great when he was trying to pick up Braum again. Now he performs much better on it, don't get me wrong, but his first couple of outings were not great. So we'll see whether Ella is able to make a... I liken him to Kitties a lot, actually, Ella down in the bottom lane. So I wonder if he can transition as well as Kitties has and really give that boost to his AD carry.
Yeah, look, very similar graphs here. And
He's
of course,
like
the blue side victory definitely still there.
Almost identical. And
That's
likewise,
ridiculous.
you can see their lifetime record on the bottom of your screen, 50-50. And this just goes to say, new Snake versus old Snake. These are both 5v5 teams, but again, echoing Spawn, where they're weighted and who their carries are is very different. In Xiaogu, it's in your mid lane, it's in your jungle, and you kind of have 0.5 carries in either V or TNT.
Whoever shows up on that day.
But in Snake, it's always you, it's always Flandre. That guy is a monster in the top lane.
Yeah, and Martin has had some showings where he's demonstrated that he can potentially do something you'll happily award him the point
So,
five?
no, this is the thing about Martin, and I honestly think it's something that really needs to be pointed out, is that when Crystal was going nuts, people were like, Crystal, such a good carry. Now, then when Martin had a couple of these games, when you play with a front line like Flandre and a supportive mid laner like you, like, I don't care who your AD carry is. Like, you can put anyone in there. With the way that you control zone and the amount of threat that comes out of, like, top lane Maokai, like, even top lane Morgana when Flandre was really playing it, was just absolutely crazy. And this team, they were, like, famous for buying, like, double cleanse items on their jungler and support because they realized that their AD carry needs to do damage.
Yeah.
So they throw a lot of cards in their basket. So yes, very good job from Crystal and Martin being able to execute, but when you get given the arsenal of tools that they have at their disposal, I think that it's kind of more of a responsibility to commit at that stage.
Like a really dumbed-down recipe or something like that. It's just follow these steps, Martin, and you'll be fine. It's like, okay. Well, Riven and Fiora once again going to be banned away here. Xiaogu going to pick up from where EDG left off.
This is so punishing in a draft phase from the fact that Riven and Fiora Flandre is eating both of those bans. We saw it from EDG yesterday against Snake. Again, Xiaogu going to follow that. And this is the thing about Snake and Xiaogu and why I think they're sitting here in the losers bracket is that they've been the least adaptive to the 5.16 patch.
Yeah, completely agree. On one side, it was V that was very unadaptive, only had the Fizz really as the answer. On the other side of the map, going to take a look towards Beast as the guy that hasn't really picked up anything new or adjusted where he is on the map.
Whoa, the blue side Kalista ban comes through here as well from Xiaogu.
Tells me that they want to priority pick Gangplank.
Yeah, it does
or
look
something
a
of
little
the
bit
sort.
Yar, I agree with you.
Certainly could be the case. On the other end, I'm going to keep repeating this. If you have to throw bans at the top laners, there's just so many good top laners on the current patch that you can never ban them all out. I honestly think they just wasted bans at this stage because Flandre could like just grab Darius, Garen, Olaf right now. They're all human wrecking balls regardless. Sure, you got rid of two of the more dangerous ones, but just kind of is a strange strategy. There's like 12 power picks and banning out 3 of them just does nothing.
No, I completely agree. I think you should be, you know, core composition, and then you should be banning against the champions that are going to disrupt that.
Zone control. That's why I actually prefer Gangplank as a ban, because he controls a zone of the map that you can't enter. Like, that's why I like Azir, the Lulu bans, because they're about how you play the game. There's a lot of champions that do a similar thing right now that run out of the top lane that you just can't get rid of, and I'm going to go back to it. It's because of the itemization change-ups as well as the champion update.
And just to give a cheat sheet for our viewers at home, anytime you see a Kalista blue side ban, or in this case, since we're on 5.16, a Fiora blue side ban, it pretty much tells you that your priority pick is either going to be Gangplank or Darius, because again, you're limiting that top lane champion pool, and when they ban Kalista from blue side, it's saying we don't want to prioritize this champion, we still recognize it as a threat, but there's a different, bigger priority pick at hand here.
Yeah, that we need to worry about. But Snake have answered with the Elise pickup as well as the Brom, so we are going to see Ella try his hand at that champion here one more time. And Swift, he's had that Elise taken away from him, of course, last 3 games on the champion. Broomglaive didn't exactly sell Spawn.
Beast also played it as well. I think that he was a Cinderhulk Elise in the jungle, so we'll see whether that can work out for him. I'm excited to see how Ella performs down here, whether Martin does have to go with the Ashe now, and they're going to use it for some of that startup fight. Of course, V can catch it with the Gangplank and just cleanse it away, but otherwise it will be pretty potent.
And Will Martin considering a Lucian here, but it has been the Alistair and the Victor locked in, so that's a confirmed top lane Gangplank. Not going to be any pawn issues going on here in the mid lane.
Makes it very dangerous for Xiaogu to commit on the Ashe as well, simply because Braum was first rotated from Snake. Again, we talked about how Ashe is the greatest pick into Braum or to Yasuo just because of how their walls will impact not only her damage, but more importantly, her arrow. It's not as punishing against Braum as it is against Yasuo.
Yeah, completely agree. And you see Yu there has actually locked in Fizz. This is interesting because both Yu and Flandre have shown the champion.
Yeah.
And it doesn't do horribly against Victor. Doesn't do great.
Here's the question for me. If Flandre takes his Fizz, because obviously he's the legendary Fizz player, although you are right, it is a flex pick. We've seen Fizz versus Gangplank all day yesterday, and Fizz never came out on top come, 30 minutes in that game.
Yeah, that is 100% true. In the nicest way to say this, I think that Flandre's Fizz is a little bit better than V's Fizz.
I would agree.
So let's just preface it for the people at home. The other important thing to point out is that AD Fizz is a lot of persistent damage, and Gangplank does very well against that because he has a big burst damage. Flandre has been known to play AP Fizz in the top lane.
Yep, that's
And Gangplank doesn't do well against it at all.
What the heck are you doing, Swift, with your summoner spells?
He's got teleport, and we're looking at Skarner.
Home guard, Skarner ganks.
I am so ready for
my
home guard
God.
TP Skarner ganks. And the fact that because Skarner right now on 5.16, he has the Crystal Shrines available on the map, you don't necessarily, I mean, you're still fairly reliant on Flash, but I can see how someone like Swift is more accounting for capping the Shrines and using that movement speed as opposed to being reliant on Flash to take a TP.
You have some ludicrous movement speed if you're running across them with the home guarders.
I am so ready for Swift Skarner.
It's blowing my mind. Well, it is going to be locked in here. So TCT locks away the Skarner for Swift.
I want to point
TNT
out.
with the
he got
Cogmore.
it.
I want to point out the Cogmore pick right here, and it's because of this threat. Fizz and Olaf are both really good at getting onto your back line, and you look at the peel they have right now, it kind of is just TCT if it is going to be Swift, you know, initiating these fights, which he probably has to be. So there's no one to really keep the Void Puppy safe, and with the Olafs, with the Fizz running around the Rift, like Vayne, Tristana, things that can reposition. That's why we're seeing the rise of these champions being able to be self-sufficient on the backline. There's just no like tools right now for TNT, apart from one exhaust to keep him safe against Flandre.
Especially Tristana, just because she has that massive rocket jump as well as the
Because
Buster Shot.
walls counter Olaf. Like, that is the only thing that counters Olaf. Like, get over terrain and stop chasing me.
I'm so
Put
ready
stuff in the way.
for the Ashe Jarvan compositions to counter Olaf.
Just keep him locked in there.
Exactly, just a Jarvan mid jump on him. But kind of speaking about the protection tools, you're absolutely right. There's very few peeling tools available. I mean, pretty much Doinby is the safest answer for TNT to be next
Gangplank
to.
barrel, you know, just stand on a Gangplank barrel,
Exactly.
hope 3 people jump on you.
He's just going to sit back next to his massive AoE spells, and hopefully they deter enough from this Olaf and this Fizz from getting back onto that back line.
Well, the zone control from this team is actually very high, what with the fact that, you know, Victor can control an area relatively well, stop people from wanting to come into range of his explosive damage, not to mention the barrels being there. So
But look at the response. So, yeah, I completely agree with that. So why 5v5 them? Take a Fizz, take a Olaf, then just run a wave-clearing AD carry, like maybe a Lucian, for example, that can cull down a wave, and just never go near the zone control, because at this point of the game, like 4-item Fizz, no one can split push against on the side of QG.
No, most definitely not. But we are going to go through the lineups here, ladies and gentlemen. V versus Flandre. It's going to be Gangplank into Olaf. Vikings versus Pirates. Very exciting stuff as the Scorpion versus the Spider here in the jungle. Just so happy to see Skarner back. I don't mind that he's completely ridiculous now, as Doimi's going to take the Victor into use Fizz.
In the AD carry position, it's going to be TNT on Coglin versus Martin's Lucian, and following it up in the support position, it's going to be TCT versus Ella, Alistar versus Braum.
And you know, the 2 big burly frontliner supports being able to get in there and mix it up. Ella going to take the chair. TCT the horns. See who comes out ahead.
The thing that we need to point out is it's Lucian Braum. That is a devastating 2v2 matchup.
Yeah, it certainly is, especially the passives work really well together, but also because Lucian's mid-range, being able to give him boosted stats means he trades very effectively.
Yeah, and also, you know, he's going to be right in amongst it, so that when you do use the stand behind me, it's going to be great. But we are onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for Game 1 between Xiaogu and Snake. You can see him now walking out onto the Rift, and it looks like a 5-point defense system for Xiaogu. And Snake looking towards the bottom side of the Rift.
A little bit of a fishy level 1 seems to be happening right now, so the reason why they're... The reason why they're running down and moving up is because they're playing with Fog of War. So if you come down from the river, before you come around that wall, you'll be spotted out. But if you come along that path, you stay hidden in Fog of War for as long as possible. And naturally, with the power of Braum level 1 on that Q, we knew that there was going to be a level 1 invade.
Oh, it's Earth Ring Skarner as well. It's my favorite skin. Don't worry about it. Capturing points here as well. So Xiaogu actually giving away. Both teams giving away the fact that they are in each other's jungle.
But gives you gold, man.
That's
so
true.
like, as much as Vision, they already saw them invade there. Just pick up a little bit of extra gold.
And this is really important that we see TNT postured on the top side of the map, especially because both teams invaded, set down their deep vision looking for lane swaps. Now, Kog'Maw, Alistar. Alistar's not going to give you much protection in a lane, especially with a Kog'Maw. He does offer a little bit of sustain, but especially against Lucian and Braum. Like Spawn said, the ability to proc Braum's concussive blows with double tap.
Ooh, Ella is actually going to find V and Swift here in the jungle.
This is a really risky jungle start. You know, they're going to have 4 members there and some barrels set up to boot. Multiple members can come across.
There's no way that Snake can contest this just because Beast is on the other side of the map with Flandre.
Oh, Ella's he was looking for it.
Didn't find any of the little Cinderlings either, but Ella, he's going to be fine. It's just going to be the red steal away.
Behind Martin, he's in trouble.
Pulverized here as well. Down to half health is Martin. That's a piercing light down, but that's nowhere near the trade damage he was looking for.
It's massive too, just because again, TCT will have the sustain as well as the Targon's proc available to him. Ella only has 2 Targon procs for Martin. He's forced to burn his pot, and Kog'Maw Alistar, what should lose this lane against Braum Lucian, especially level 1, now have a massive advantage.
And that was just really weird positioning out of Martin because he saw them at the red buff. There's no other way that they're going to approach this top lane right now, so approaching in the manner that he did just doesn't seem too smart.
Doesn't make much sense. That being said, Ella posturing very aggressively here on the top right.
I mean, difference is that TNT has about, what, 150 extra HP to trade with because he still has his pot.
Yeah. But nice trade back there from Snake, so they're trying to equalize it as best they can. V's on a couple of farm at the moment, whereas there's 15 in the back pocket of Flandre.
And we finally get Flandre on what is the top lane pat in a 1v1 matchup. See whether he is able to use this Olaf, and there's even a gank coming into the bottom lane right now. Turret dive happening.
Yeah, they're looking for it here. Beast with a lot of damage, uses the repel to get over to V. Oh my goodness, the undertow lands onto him, but can Swift make it work? No, Beast actually flashes forward. It's going to be Flandre that picks up first blood as Swift. They're looking for the dive. Undertow's there. Flandre wants it. We'll see whether he's going to get there. Gets stunned up after taking the turret aggro, but Beast grabs the kill. There's the kill in return from Swift as
Beast
Flandre
needs to try
falls.
and execute here. Oh.
Okay, that's actually massive there. So the fact that the dive took so long, the V was able to die and then come back to life, teleport, not only did he catch up on levels because we saw he was very low level when the initial dive took place just because of all the experience on the tower, but he has the double buff now.
Yeah, I still don't think it matters because it's level 4. Oh, no, he just got level 4. I was going to say, if it was level 4 versus level 3, I think Flandre just runs at him again and kills him one more time.
And tries to take the double buff.
Yeah, and just takes it back for himself. But right now, you were exactly right. Flandre's gone with boots too, which is actually a really good purchase.
Especially, yeah, having the Ninja Tabi. That's actually really smart.
So we'll be able to get rid of a lot of the persistent damage that comes out of Skarner, that comes out of V. You know, as the game goes on, very useful against Kog'Maw, and there's not really all of that much lockdown CC that Olaf needs to worry about because he has his ultimate.
And also early movement speed, always a great idea for Olaf, who wants to be able to catch up and smack you with axes.
Still, V so respectful to Flandre right here, especially because both of them don't have their flash available. Big thing also, since the teleport cooldowns were burned on either side because they're in the bottom lane, it's not as impactful to the dragon.
Fancy footwork out of you there. Actually uses a playful trickster, sends Doinby with a little bit less mana. Gets some good harass out. He's still struggling in this lane. As I said, it's one of those lanes that Fizz should be able to farm in if he uses his health pool really efficiently, and because he actually took Ignite. Ooh, so Doinby, generally you take like a barrier or a heal against Fizz because he's just got such kill threat, but with Ignite, Doinby can pressure a little bit harder in the early game.
Well, you can see Beast. He's already going towards that Cinderhulk as Swift. He's got a shrine here, Beast. You got to be careful, man.
He's also got a Bomby Cinder. That's...
Yeah. So he's going towards that Cinderhulk. Not going to be doing any Rune Glaven.
But the thing about Balmy Cinder means that you're generally going for a Chilling Smite and you want to be able to efficiently farm in the early game. If he goes for like AoE Trailblazer Smite as well as the Cinderhulk, it's just not an effective pickup because you don't get the same amount of gold from your camp. So completely agree. It means that he wants to go a little bit more gank heavy, which seems counterintuitive.
Yep.
Oh my goodness, Flandre going so aggressive onto V, just kills him!
Something, chase him down.
Yeah, something, Ninja Tabi, good pickup.
Hey, weren't you just talking about that?
Yeah, so Olaf is like brutal against these new top laners. He is by far, like Fiora deals with him to a certain extent, but Olaf like just destroys everyone else, and it's because they're all melee, and he's got true damage, doesn't cost a resource.
Well, Martin is Ella going aggressive here on the top side of the map. TCT takes a lot of damage, and TNT trying to fight back, but can't do too much.
But this is what I was talking about. You know, why not give Flandre the 1v1 scenario? Look at the CS discrepancy, 25 to 46 right now. This guy is going off, and he's in a hard carry role and champion, but looks like we got a dive.
Yeah, Zatai, now Flandre. Dive coming into the top lane.
Yep, you looking to feed the fishes here as well as Jungle Waters is available. Lands on a TCT. Martin's just going to snap up that kill as TNT now completely underneath the tower. He's in a lot of trouble, and it's a double kill for Snake's AD carry.
Hold on, here comes Doinby.
I don't know whether he'll make it there in time. Trying to rotate, but not going to get there.
New Snake versus old Snake. Now, the thing is Xiaogu going into this, they're the favorites. They finished higher into the LPL regular season. They went to the LPL Grand Finals, you know, especially after the performance that Snake had yesterday against EDG.
Off feet, trying to fight Flandre here, who just does not care. My god, those axes are doing so much damage!
So the other thing about Flandre's ultimate is it has a very offensive use. It gives him armor penetration, which means that if you don't have armor early game against him, he whoops your butt. And as you can see, he's just brawling the heck out of the gangplank, and there's nothing he can do to get away from it.
Is that called brawling? When you just run up to them and kill them? He's spending a lot of his time on his own in the lane.
Well, likewise, the Gangplank ultimate doesn't mean as much against an Olaf just because he can run through the slow and get out of the massive AoE. So, I mean, Olaf has Gangplank has 0 tools to get Olaf off of his face.
Yeah. And it's only getting worse now as well as the Phage has been picked up. So
this is my favorite part of the game, because what they're going to do, right, is they're going to keep Gangplank bot and be like, well, we're just going to 2v1 the Olaf. And now what Flandre is going to do is kill the duo lane.
It's also very well timed from Snake, simply because Flandre's teleport is back up and available. So by moving their duo lane back towards the bottom side of the map, they have so much dragon control, especially in tandem with the fact that their jungler is Elise.
There's also the fact that Martin, he's pretty strong at the moment as well. BF Sword does have an Avarice Blade there as well, but he's 2-0 with a 10 CS lead of his own. Oh, TCT now might be in a little bit of trouble here as you has to avoid the gravity field. Ella gets stunned up for a moment. There's the Ignite down, uses the flash, try and get out of the way of the Chaos Storm. The flash forward from Doinby. Ella's gonna fall. The mid laner of QG answers back.
I am so surprised that you just allowed the mid laner from QG to flash towards his support and kill him. Actually had everything available, hadn't used an ability to that point. Probably could have popped Doinby as he flashed forward, but gave him a lot of respect.
Oh, there's the fish. Spider comes in as well. Doinby in a lot of trouble. One more auto attack and Yu locks that one down. So maybe this is what he was waiting for.
And Alice says, better late than never, my friend. Don't worry, I forgive you for killing me.
Really well microplay there, however, from you, making sure that as he queued forward, he threw out his ultimate. It's a little trick that Bjergsen likes to do on Fizz as well, just to make sure and guarantee that Fizz to connect. Same concept when Ringard jumps forward and he throws his bola.
It's what makes these skill shots really hard to dodge, because you're kind of focusing on the human particle flying towards you and not the little tiny particle traveling at the same speed underneath their body.
Yeah, always confusing.
But here we go. So Snake choosing to put Flandre up into that top lane because they have the TP advantage. Now with the kill in the mid lane, it opens up space for them to take a very early dragon.
Yep, B's going to lock down the Rift Scuttler there as well. And V is playing so far back in this lane. It's getting to the point where as soon as Flandre grabs himself like some sort of armor, he'll just run underneath the turret and kill it.
It's even worse than that. The lane's pushing back, so it doesn't even need to...
He can just zone him.
Yeah, he can just completely do this.
Again, Snake are the underdogs going into this series. You know, Xiaogu almost seemed like the better Snake at this point in terms of standings and what we saw from the LPL playoffs, as well as, I guess, regional qualifiers yesterday. So to see this complete reversal of night and day, Snake coming out on top here.
Well, there's the Chaos Storm down. Yu actually using his Urchin Strike to get back through, notices Swift. Fizz will be safe for now.
And you saw Gangplank ultimate used to try and break the freeze.
Oh, there's the flash forward, misses the fish. Doinby just going to get out of the way, but doesn't matter. Yu still able to lock it down. Swift with the stun. There's the Impale. Yu trying to get out. Nice Urchin Strike, but the flash forward. And Swift will be able to lock down the answering kill.
Here comes Beast and Ella.
Yep, they're looking to try and get in here, but Swift, Crystalline Exoskeleton, pretty quick. You gotta get his way out.
You're the only person that knows the ability names as well. This is great.
It's not true. Just for some reason, no Crystalline Exoskeleton.
did force the flash out of Swift, however, and on that Skarner, that's pretty massive. So again, your flash obviously is going to have a longer cooldown than your ultimate. Typically, like Vi, anytime that ultimate's up and available, you want to use it, but he's so reliant because he's very binary on how he initiates a team fight.
Flandre looking for V. Did have to use everything in order to get out.
Flandre uses an ultimate, gets the Summoner Spell Flash, as well as a lot of presence in this lane. Also got the
47
Citrus
CS.
Fruit. So we'll see whether they do commit to the dive or just want to zone him away from the turret. You would be hesitant to take it at this point of the game.
You should just hold it and continue to farm Gangplank.
Yeah, like Season 1 strats, like backing the turret. I'm winning this lane.
And there's no reason to take the standing gold because their lanes are winning 1v1 pretty much across the board.
Yeah, so they don't need to give anyone else a boost either.
Exactly, and likewise, you're just waiting in between 6 minutes on that dragon window. So Snake should absolutely hold this tower, just continue to kill Gangplank.
Well, Flandre ignoring that. Oh, gets the money.
He's 3 levels and 50 CS up.
Look at that. Undertow's doing like damage that I didn't understand Undertow could do. It's because V hasn't bought an item in a very long time.
Not only that, it's just levels are so undervalued.
Line comes down.
Good body block out of TCT there to be able to grab the Winter's Bite. But yeah, so levels give you like 300-ish gold worth of stats every single time you ding. So being able to get that for free as well as this huge CS advantage just means that Flandre is much further ahead than otherwise you would think.
Well, you'd already think you'd be pretty far ahead, Spawn,
yeah,
to be honest.
You'd be wrong.
He also got the bounce on the tower.
Well, you going aggressive one more time. The fish is down. Gravity Field not going to do anything, but the Impale comes in. The Exhaust is there as well. Yu is so far away from everything, and he's going to fall down.
Hero Swift showing up at the very last second right there.
Just sets it up for his punter as well as the Alistair comes in, gets the headbutt.
But the thing is, that isn't even a counter gank. That's just your mid laner's been soloed out twice, so you show up mid to hopefully save his life. Swift with a very good play, but probably won't stop the bleeding anywhere else because it's just a kill and no follow-up objectives.
Question for me now is how do Snake posture their lanes? We see that Ella and Martin have now taken up the mid lane because they're going to start rotating around, sieging up this standing gold. Does Fizz go bottom? Does Fizz go mid?
Well, looks like he's heading towards the bottom lane at the moment.
And
Flandre has the Black Cleaver as well.
Incredibly important because TNT cannot be in a lane alone with either Flandre or you.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we talked about. You can have all the zoning potential in team fights that you want, like being able to control portions of the map. But if you can't respond to the split push, there's just no reason for Snake to group up and fight you. They're going to continue this, a very good 3-man siege because they've got the Lucian who takes out turrets relatively quickly. Double disengaged tools in Cocoon as well as a Winter's Bite. And then you've just got 2 unstoppable forces in the top and bottom lane.
And likewise, to touch on Martin's itemization, we've seen this all throughout the LPL. This tells you that they want to see standing tower. So instead of upgrading to the Infinity Edge, because you can't crit a tower, they take the most cost-efficient way to push them down. You upgrade your boots instead, you pick up the Avarice Blade because you know that you're farming in between the 6-minute Dragon window, and then you have flat AD items. So this is your rotating tower sieging items. Right before this Dragon fight, he'll probably make the back, get the purchase for the Infinity Edge, and pick up the crit for the battle.
And look at how efficiently Snake are farming the map. They've got 2 people in the jungle. They've got 1 top, 1 bottom. On the other side of the rift, QG have their AD carry and their mage both in the mid lane. And doesn't look like they're going to be able to get anything for it.
And they're splitting the farm and the gold resources between the 2.
And actually Domi misses the death ray as well after the repel goes down to dodge away from the gravity field. Decently played there from Beast. And Flandre continues to zone here in the top lane. And it's just too many bad news stories for Chagu. The fact that, you know, they are pretty good at damage control on a general level, but when you're losing this far in so many different ways...
It's not even that. When you lose against normal LPL teams, it's turrets, it's objectives, and it's dispersed evenly across the whole map. This, they're getting beat out in CS and kills in 2 of their lanes. So it's a 2,000 gold lead on the top laner and a 2,000 gold lead on the AD carry. There's just no way they can fight them.
And normally you would say that this would be okay since it's Chaogu and they can fight from gold deficits, but against Snake, this becomes incredibly scary very quickly.
That's a very good point. Well, Flandre, he has made it through that top outer turret. V now trying his very best to withstand the onslaught that is the Gangplank.
That was a very different barrel than they're used to seeing.
Okay. V has to deal with the ultimate now as Flandre is throwing so many axes. Well, Ragnarok's still at about half the duration. Flandre probably should have held off.
Classic Flandre, you now have 4 people collapsing on top lane, trying to kill him. Meanwhile, Snake pick up a free objective.
Yeah, well,
they got him.
There it is. Actually, Flandre's taking a long time to die. Needs the help from the turret, and Doinby is going to lock that one down. 4-2-1 now for the Olaf.
Just dive him.
Just dive all of them, Snake.
The problem is that... no, I think we should dive him.
Headbutt pulverized from TCT. Ella knocked up. Does need to be a little bit careful. Stands behind Martin.
So that actually turned out to be not a great trade for Snake because they already had all this incredible pressure on the map. Probably could have just zoned him away from the turret without having to use the ultimate.
Don't need to sacrifice Flandre's life for the shutdown bonus on it.
Yeah, exactly right. But in the end, pulls the trigger on it, gets a very... I guess sometimes it's about sending a message as well.
Yep.
And like right now, I think that V firmly understands. If he didn't get it the first 3 times he was killed, the 4th time really drove the message home. I shouldn't be in this lane by myself. So there is that part of it, but they didn't get any turrets. They weren't able to really pick up that much farm at the same time. So Flandre needs to start playing a little bit more conservatively to keep the gold lead where it is.
And since they've already committed to rotating around on the standing gold, we now have the completed Infinity Edge, so big, massive power spike for market here. They need to just group up and attempt a siege.
Nice cocoon lands there as TCT takes the majority of his health bar. The culling comes through. TCT forced to use the ultimate. And you can see he didn't want to do that.
And they may not have gotten the kill here, but unless Xiaogu can stagger their backs and get into position, this should be a free tower.
Yeah, and beg your pardon, they actually did pick up Dragon as Flandre was going down, so you can see they're on number 2 at 17 minutes in, so there was a good news story there, and they burn a Gangplank ultimate. Turret's still going to fall.
Yep, Fracture going to find Flandre, but he doesn't seem to care too much about it, nor about the death rays. Doinby completely out of mana. May need to still respect Swift's ultimate.
So at this point, Snake have snowballed this game very quickly and very far ahead. At 18 minutes, it's still relatively difficult to siege into inner towers simply because you just don't have the itemization or the levels necessary to do so. The most important objective on the map is going to be that Kog'Maw in the top lane.
Yeah, Kog'Maw getting chased down, has to burn the flash and the heal.
Oh, double undertows
and he
miss.
Gets the TP.
Yeah. That's hilarious. Okay, so Flandre misses 3 axes in a row, has to use the flash to get away from TCT.
But you can just see how much presence he has on the map right now. This is to the point where he's going for Dead Man's Plate, I think is the second item, and he's just going to have so much forward movement speed and momentum when he's running around. There's not really much they can do to push him off turrets for the next 10, 15 minutes.
Or ever.
No, he does fall off. Olaf is one of the champions that... Brutal mid-game, not the best late game. That's where you'd prefer Fiora to be on the team.
Yeah, well, Flandre. Oh, Martin, in fact, picks up the blue buff there. Thought the barrel might be able to secure it, but doesn't it?
And it's important that they're contesting the blue buff, because touching back on my earlier point, it's still relatively difficult to siege into inner towers this early in the game, despite how quickly they've ramped up and snowballed the game. So contesting smaller objectives, like the red buff, like the blue buff, Xiaogu understands we cannot fight for this, so Snake are just grabbing every single resource available on the map and slowly choking them out. This next dragon fight is going to be incredibly important for both Snake and Xiaogu, because it's pretty much... I feel like this is Xiaogu's last chance to get a foot back in this game.
Yeah, has to look for that mistake. You know, they've got pretty good anti-siege with V and Doinby. V's got the luxury of not really being a mana-intensive wave clearer either, especially as he starts ramping up towards that Trinity Force, but V definitely does need that. And we're seeing the QSSs coming out already. Beast has picked up the first QSS of the game. Interesting. After Cinderhold. Yeah. I don't think you're the target, Beast.
He likes to think he is.
Yeah,
Flandre
that
has
is...
been seen. Oh, Axe not going to find it.
It's kind of like a Dade situation. Frankly, I just feel like it's a waste of gold for how early it is into the game, where you could snowball your lead and offer either a Sight Stone, oh no, he's already got one, or tanky stats for your team.
I thought you meant he'd built Majias. I was like, a Dade situation.
Oh,
Where's
no,
the
not
Majias?
not a Majias. The Ezreal QSS situation.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the ultimate from Gangplank here as well, as Martin blows the heal, looking to try and get some damage back onto TNT.
But you can see they understand that sieging is going to be difficult. Teleport actually coming in.
Yep, Skarner actually able to take down Beast. That's ironic considering the QSS now as Swift might get stunned up, is going to, but he's very tanky right now. Death Ray almost takes down Ella as he throws out the Winter's Bite to slow the pursuit. Martin with double buffs. Will he be able to offer any assistance as Flandre makes his way back in? So much damage, but he's going to fall down in the end. There's the flash over. The exhaust gets there. Special delivery. There's a Lucian as Ella's just going to feed himself to QG. Quadra kill for TNT, and this is the QG team fighting we were expecting.
Devastation for Snake right here. We said that this next Dragon fight, the 15 to 20 minute mark is Chaogu's. This is their high time. This is their throne. This is how they make their stake in the LPL. Biting back so hard. Snake's mid-game shot calling. It's never been great.
I just don't understand how they did it. You look down the items, take a look at it. They get caught out.
Double Trinity Force for Chaogu right now. This is a massive breakpoint.
Yeah, it certainly is, but they're against an Infinity Edge Static Shift, which is a bigger breakpoint for Martin, but he's not hitting anyone. You can see he's on the bottom of the screen. Al is already being chunked. Flandre feels he has to go in. Does so, but he's relatively squishy against all of the magic damage. You gets a lot of work done, but a fantastic pulverize over the wall from TCT means that it's just not going to work. And that change, you know, if Fizz's Q doesn't connect now, it doesn't do any damage. That's exactly what you save Swift's life.
Well, nevertheless, Snake are going to be able to grab themselves the third Dragon of the game. 22.5 minutes in. All is not lost.
So the game's even now. You know, there's a 1,400 gold lead, but double QSS, back to equal.
Yeah.
That was an incredible swing for Chaogu right there.
Well, Snake definitely going to have to think about what they're going to be doing about Swift, because that was largely on him. He was just soaking so much of the damage, even you flashing after him at the end there. Just meant that no one else was touched, and TNT grabbed a quadra kill, and he is now incredibly relevant in this game. Picked himself up that Bilgewater Cutlass to go along with the Trinity Force that he already had.
Still definitely not as strong as Martin. You know, he's 80, 90 CS behind still at this part of the game. This is one of those situations where TNT's done the miracle, grab 4 kills. I'm now back in the game after performing really horribly in the laning phase.
Single team fight. That's the MO of Chaogu. TNT, I mean, he can play fantastic on champions like Vayne, like Kog'Maw. He can carry a team fight, but a lot of times, like you said, he'll just show up on the back half of it, clean up all of the kills, be the janitor, and then just rock all this surplus gold. But Snake, mid-game shot calling every time. It bites them.
Really working out for the side. But Swift be able to help get QG back into it.
Well, that's one member of QG right now that is absolutely massive. Swift has got like 40 creeps, most of which would be monsters there. Couple of major items. Beast QSS right now is just sticking out like a sore thumb. If anything, as a jungler, if anything, you should be like, be dangling yourself in front of the Skarner, saying, please bite me so you don't kill my low-range AD carry or my mid-lane assassin. Instead, he goes for it over some tanky stats, and it hasn't worked out.
Oh, Doinby gets slowed. Flandre might need to get over the... Oh my goodness, the gravity field doesn't do anything.
He hasn't hit max.
There's the ult out of the gangplank, though, as Flandre, he's just wandering around with the Chaos Storm, and Swift makes his way in.
That's going to be Baron, potentially. QG get another pick. They teleport in. This will 100% be Baron. Fizz is in the bottom lane.
Yeah, he's trying to get up there as quickly as he possibly can. Snake, they do have some vision here, but it doesn't look like there's too much they can do about it. There's a lot of damage onto this Baron.
Swift destroys it with that Shrine. Look how quickly it's going down. Yu's not going to be here in time.
They're trying to get in there. There's the culling doing a lot of damage. Doinby uses the Zhonya's now as Martin trying to hold off at the right position. TCT is going to whip the Rupture as Yu finds his way in. There's a gravity field. It's going to lock down the Fizz, but he's not dead yet. Everyone out of the fight. Martin trying to kite the Skarner, but it's very difficult. Able to flash his way over the wall as now Snake trying to get their way in. Beast is here as well. V's going to get locked down. Able to use the Citrus Fruit in order to get his way out as Martin, he's trying to get away, but he's not going to be able to. TNT back in the fight now as well as QG. They're going to turn this one around as well. Double kill now for the Kog'Maw. And I don't know how they orchestrate these fights the way they do.
That is 5.16 Skarner.
Yes, Swift is massive. There's no way you're killing Swift right now. He's just an absolute brick. Cannot be moved at all. And you saw Lucian put so many bullets into him. Probably would have loved to have a Last Whisper instead of that QSS because he's just not going anywhere.
And for how quickly Swift has farmed, look at that jungle difference. 122 to 86. You're level 14 to Beast level 12.
Yeah,
2
and you've
levels
got
on your
14 out of 15 kill participation as well. At the moment.
Exactly, a completed Randu and Zoman. You've got the Cinder Hulk online, as well as your Spectre Cal and your Merc Treads. He's got so many core components, and he's chunking them so hard.
And it's a bad comparison to make right now, but Beast with 2 cocoons in that team fight and just was completely inefficient on the Elise. So right now, Swift showing up big for his team and Beast not really being able to keep up yet again.
And the terrifying thing is, yeah, we're even on gold, and again, you then have to account for the fact that the QSS is coming through, so again, it's eating out an item slot, it's forcing your team to expend gold that could be going into damage. But look at Xiaogu's team composition of where they're going to start to spike and really carry these late game fights.
Mid lane.
Yeah, you looking to try and grab the fish. TCT's going to block it now, takes no damage after the ultimate comes in. Flandre looking to get onto TNT. He's found him now as well, so there's a lot of AoE, but it is going to be the Olaf securing the Void Puppy. Doimby still trying to find his way in there as Ella forced to use the flash. They're just dodging Swift as best they can. He takes no damage.
But they do get the pick onto the 7-1 Cogmore, so all of a sudden shut down gold across. I think it was actually Flandre that picked it up.
That's their saving grace, Flandre.
That's massive right now because you can see he can't really deal with Doimby. Doimby gets the power transfer, moves a little bit quickly to be hit by the axes. Cogmore is a sitting duck.
Well, Beast takes a lot of damage from that barrel.
1-5 gangplank, don't worry.
Yeah, well, still does have a BF sword and a Trinity Force.
It's the bank plank. It's time to cash in.
Yep, Avarice Blade Man. Underestimated item.
44 seconds into this next dragon fight. Xiaogu are in a position where they can look to 5v5 for this.
Flandre probably needs to grab some magic resistance for himself on the next item. We see a lot of Olafs actually prioritize Hex Drinker as their magic damage item. It gives you that second offensive, I guess, flavor.
Yeah,
in
more
there.
of Malmortius works pretty well with his passive.
Certainly does, and then you also have the added bonus of not having to pick up Spirit Visage. Like, it just is... What the heck?
Martin playing very far forward here as Doimby gets caught by a cocoon. Swift, Banshee's Veil popped, but...
It's because they saw V in the top lane without TV.
Yeah, as well. Snake still trying to posture around this dragon. The area control is available from the ultimate out of V.
This is one objective they do need to be able to secure right now because it's number 4 for them.
But against Victor and Gangplank, that AoE spread...
As we said, the game plan wasn't to 5v5, it was to split push. But now it's been closed to the point that they need to be able to piecemeal something together. You looking for a flank, they've started up the dragon.
See, Undertow's still flying forward here from Flandre, who's relatively tanky, but he's tanking a lot of this dragon and a lot of the poke that's coming in at the moment. Might get some damage down. The dragon's going to reset. Doimby picks up the aggro. Snake's still trying to find the position. Play for Trickster is down. Fladre's in there. Oh, it's going to be stolen away from Swift now as well as he locks down Beast. Beast trying to walk forward, but Flandre just gets exploded by Doimby. In the backline, it is going to be you, but he whiffs the fish. TNT still untouched right now as Martin trying to get damage over the wall. TCT, he's still alive, and Snake are just falling apart. Doimby may even be able to finish off Beast. There he is.
The problem with Snake's composition is that they have 0 front line, and the front line on Xiaogu is massive, primarily in the hands of Swift. This is the spread of the AoE. We talked about it. Gangplank ultimate as well as the Victor ultimate just annihilated. And then Kog'Maw sits back there and he's able to reach into the backline and cut through everyone.
Yeah, that's the difference between Cogmore and the Lucian. You've seen 2 team fights now where you're like, Martin has these items, should be able to be effective, doesn't have the range to do it. Cogmore just sets up as a tank as the Baron does fall down to QG and completely decimates the entirety of the team. Credit for QG being able to fight back. They're now 3,000 gold in the lead. And Snake, after what was a dream start, have fallen apart.
And this is QG that have only taken 1 tower this game as well. There's a lot of standing gold for this side to use this Baron buff and pick up for themselves. Martin going to grab himself a Crystal Spire, but QG looking well and truly in control now. And it's exactly what you said. I just don't know what Snake do to combat this. Do they have to go into full split push? Do they have to force QG to split themselves up if they want to take down Snake, because at the moment with the Baron buff, that looks pretty hard.
They just don't have a lot of options on their composition to deal with any sort of siege. The fact that your wave clear is entirely reliant into your Lucian, like, yeah, you can look for a 1-3-1 possibly, but I don't think Lucian, Braum, and Beast, especially at this point, are enough to deter from a tower dive.
At this point, they're not. Go back 10 minutes. They were in prime position. What they needed to do was not overcommit with Flandre twice, and then fight around red buff after they've given shutdown gold over to the other team. You can see that TNT TCT now just going to continue to mop up these turrets. The gold lead's going to get even bigger.
Yeah. At the moment just streaking ahead, but there's not a lot Snake can do about it. They're trying to trade here with Flandre in the top lane. Still able to bully out V as Snake look to set up the defense around their inhibitor turrets, but QG don't look like they're stopping.
They have no wave clear here.
Got the culling. Seems to be about it.
Against Baron-empowered creeps, it really doesn't matter.
No. Well, that turret is going to fall down. There are still a lot of minions here for QG to work with, and Swift just creating an area that you cannot walk in. And Snake just watch their inhibitor fall.
Yeah, both top laners looking for a way in, though.
Yeah, Flandre looking to find his way around. That's actually the Chum the Waters out, finds no one as you down to about half health.
And credit to Chaozu's draft phase. Yes, they really made the big comeback come that mid-game off of a Snake mistake, but their composition is so much better suited scaling into this late game. And right now, Snake, they simply have no options to stop the bleeding.
Yeah, that I agree with. Like, the way the early game was going, Snake probably should have been able to close out this game, but if it ever got back to equal footing, they were going to struggle because of this siege that can come out. Plan was, though, to smash lanes. You got Lucian, you've got Fizz, you've got Olaf. They executed on exactly that and then just dropped the ball during the mid-game with a horrible team fight.
As soon as the lane phase, the structure of the lanes themselves was dropped, Snake fell apart. They had no idea how to move around the map.
Just got hit by a 1200 barrel. They need to get off the turret, and that will be inhibitor number 2.
Yeah, mid lane's going to fall down here as well as Flandre. He's down to half health. He gets headbutt pulverizes. There's the Chum the Waters, but it's only on a TCT. Yu finds his way into the middle of the fight. Doinby's incredibly low. Beast, he has to use the repel to get out as Yu. He's going to get ultimated up, and Beast forced to use the flash after V grabs himself a double kill. The exhaust is down. Martin underneath his Nexus turrets, but QG, they want to try and finish this game right here, right now.
Yeah, they're going to be able to, and look at how Swift is using this Skarner ultimate as a response to when the Zhonya's has been popped. Martin trying his best.
Oh my goodness, he's doing his very best to try and get back into this one. Nice flash out there as the Static Shiv was doing some work. The Ignite's down. Beast finds his way back in. Are Snake going to be able to defend for now? That's the question. That was an amazing cocoon. Thought Swift might have been able to soak that one up as Doinby, he wishes he had more mana. He's got a blue buff, but he's just using spells too much. As there's the cocoon once again, and Beast with the outplay.
Oh, why don't you go on TCT? Come on, Beast.
Oh, here comes the teleport from Flandre.
Running down mid lane.
Can they get
Can
the
he get Skarner? No, can he get the cow?
Oh dear, Flandre's looking for it. Does have the flash, gets the ward over. Okay. Okay, where are you going to go?
Execute.
Yeah, TCT probably can now.
He's got a lot of health.
It'll take him a while.
Just fell whilst all this was happening, so the Nexus is undefended.
Okay. Well, headbutt pulverizes there. Flandre has to hit him. Beast is going to. Probably would have preferred that on the
All
other,
me,
but beggars can't
Beast.
be choosers.
All me.
V went back and finished his Infinity Edge and grabbed the Ghost Blade as well, by the way.
I think he had Infinity Edge last fight. He teleported in, so it's just a Ghost Blade that he was able to finish up. But Martin certainly took a lot of damage from the last barrel, so he's probably only going to get worse from here.
And Snake looked so strong in the first 10 minutes. Their base now lies in tatters.
Doing the very best that they can to try and get this back together. What is Beast doing? What? What is Zeke's Harbinger?
I actually don't really mind it.
Okay.
So it gives you cooldown reduction, gives you a little bit of armor, some AP in there. He
Good point,
benefits from the connection much more than what Ella is going to at this stage of the game, and it's very Snake. You know, they're used to building supportive items on their jungle position. Who I'm really wondering about is Martin. Upgrading into a Mercurial Scimitar, like the passive is legitimately 1 second of movement speed over any form of lifesteal, any armor penetration. at what is 35 minutes into the game has completely blown my mind. He gets hit by one barrel. Not only is he out of the fight, but there's no way for him to heal back up without going to Fountain to actually be able to rejoin his team.
I have a feeling he'd probably almost just be dead after getting hit by a barrel.
It leaves him with about 300 health left, you know?
Oh, okay. That's
somewhere around there.
Well, Void Staff's now completed from you, but doesn't have any extra damage. Doesn't have the Lich Bane on the back of it. Spectre Scowl from Flandre. Bit of magic resist is done. If you look over the other side, perfect Hex Core, Zhonya's and a Void Staff with a Nomicon tacked on top here for Doinby. He's one item away from full build on this Victor, and he's doing so much damage.
I mean, you have a superior gold lead on a team that's better at 5v5ing with a superior late game composition at this point.
Yeah.
Snake need to start looking down the line, you know, what do we adjust from our draft phase and how do we come back?
Yeah,
he got Doinby.
Yeah, it's looking to try and find his way in. The Zhonya's has been popped as Flandre looking to take down TNT, who has a brand new Infinity Edge and is kiting like a god. You can't deal with it. That is going to be the double kill for V there as Ella. He has to be careful. The Fracture's not going to find him, but there's the double for Doinby, and QG, despite the horrid early game, come back with what is a pretty convincing win in the end.
A 10-minute stumble, but they climb back on their throne. The kings of team fighting show up in the mid game. Again, Snake overcommit. They fumbled their draft. They didn't have enough threats. Like you said, that composition was fine. Win lane, win game. But if it was ever on even footing, if they ever fell behind, there weren't the tools necessary. And Snake are in the losers bracket because they're the least adaptive to the 5.16.
Yeah, and I just want to point out one more time that this was the ideal game for Snake. You know, standard lanes. Get Flandre rolling, get you rolling, Assassin, huge frontliner being able to dive in there. They just make one error, and that's what happens when you run a very execution-focused team comp. You make one error, QG's comp does everything else better than you, and you just lose the game.
Yeah, it becomes difficult when you just don't do anything as well as your opponent. But you have to throw it out there too, Flandre. The fact that, you know, 2 bans thrown at him was able to be a complete monster there on the Olaf, especially in the early game. But
he got a rush of blood.
You did. You did.
Flandre.
That's the Flandre way.
He's adapted fine to 5.16. It suits him perfectly. We finally see him in the 1v1 lane, you know, picking up the Olaf, like you said, eating the Riven and the Fiora ban. It's the rest of the team that's a problem, primarily in the jungle. Not that Elise isn't a big pick, but when Swift is able to now have these threats to eat up a Nidalee ban and then pick up someone like Skarner and then use it so effectively.
I'm not sold on Elise. I think that Elise, honestly, is just not a good pick anymore. I think she's great in laning phase when you go 2v1 and you're able to push down turrets, use her range, use her turret diving. We saw how good she is in the early game at turret diving and things like that. But when it gets to a team fighting phase, you just look at things like Gragas, things like Rek'Sai that do so much more that are being completely untouched. She has one piece of CT and it's single target. It's just not doing enough against these top tier teams in the team fight meta. Very good pick jungler. It's just that pick doesn't work right now.
Or especially not when you're not building a comp around it or playing your comp around any pick. It's the fact that QG were just able to get that fantastic team fight, accelerate that Kog'Maw. He built an outright Infinity Edge that game towards the end there, TNT. So look, he got to the point where he was able to do a fair bit of damage. We saw him kiting out everyone, and just not a whole lot that Snake could do. And I just don't understand what the response is now, because it seems like QG, they've come in with a plan. They've banned out the Fiora and the Riven. Yep, and here is the spotlight, guys.
Big thing that you need to look at is the draft phase coming out of Xiaogu. The fact that, again, the smart priority pick, banning Kalista, banning Fiora from purple side, and then prioritizing the Gangplank. Was Gangplank the hinge on which this game swung? Not really, but even though V was put down, he was still able to be effective on the back of that champion's base stats and kit.
Yeah, 100% agree. And you said, what does Snake do? I think the honest answer has always been there for Snake. Do the same thing, but try and hit him harder with it this time.
Yeah.
You know, they're definitely a one-punch team, and this time, they threw one early in the game. It wasn't hard enough, so you just go back into draft phase and you try and hit them harder and see if you can take out Swift, who was in this team comp, just took no damage.
Nope.
And really needs to be illustrated that both these teams have such a bigger win rate on blue side than purple side. Yes, that's the average for the LPL, but theirs is like astronomically different.
Yeah, and it's really strange. I guess it might be to do with the fact that both you and Doinby love playing the Victor. You've spoken about the choke points on the blue side quite a lot with that champion, but at this point, I don't think this game had much to do with Doinby and a lot more to do with this little Skarner guy.
Skarner definitely was the front line that they were looking for. Doinby, however, was putting out massive damage and allowing like the Kog'Maw to be able to clean up the back end of the team fights. And every single time you use the Hourglass, whenever he came out of the other end, Swift was waiting there. The Pokemon just snaps him up. Get over here, little buddy. I want to hug you for a bit.
Yep. Impale was used quite exclusively on the little Fizz man, but I have a feeling that we may not necessarily see Skarner again in the next game. Or it might be in the hands like that, because
I still don't think it's bannable. I think there are clear ways to win against it, so would be very surprised if, like, when you look at the bans right now, Azir, Lulu, Fiora, Gangplank, when you look at what Skarner does to a team comp, it's definitely not to the same effect as all these other champions.
Very good point. Whoa, TCT picking up the MVP. 1, 2, and 20 definitely had a lot of kill participation.
I mean, that said, the one thing that you can say across every single member of Xiaogu is that they're all playmakers. We saw countless 4-man, 5-man pulverize coming out of TCT. And if you think about all the early game plays, this flash over the wall to knock Martin into the back half of his team. If you think about all the early plays that Xiaogu were able to make connect for them, it was with Swift and TCT making these 2-man roams across the map.
Certainly was. Able to get into the mid lane, affect how those team fights were going. He was a big burly frontliner. This is where Alistair has always excelled with that ultimate. You can see he's just soaking so much for the team. 3-man knockup.
Shouldn't have even made sense.
And once again, Martin has to go over a wall. All of a sudden, the range of Lucian just means that the only person he can hit is the cow. And Kog'Maw, meanwhile, is just destroying everyone.
Yeah, just ludicrous as well. So congratulations to TCT. Well, probably wouldn't have been what I would have expected there, but we still have some more analysis waiting. We're going to throw it out to the war room with Sada and Julian.
Thank you so much. And that's Xiaogu taking game number 1 with an incredible team comp, doing what they do best, team fighting.
Yeah, exactly. You give the team fighting team a team fighting comp, you let them team fight against you, exactly what's going to happen. Even if Flandre is going massive, he's creating a lot of pressure, Snake just didn't do enough with the split pushing opportunities they created and just couldn't find a way. And Xiaogu grouped us 5 and, hey, did Xiaogu things.
Yeah, they definitely did. We've actually got a couple of replays ready for you, and we're going to bring them up in just a second, but the early game wasn't really that impactful. It was really only marked by, as you said, Flandre.
Yeah, and Flandre is massive at this point. 4-2-1. Deadman's Plate, Black Cleaver already done. Snake are about almost 5,000 gold up at this point. So let's roll the replay and just get a look at what happens. Because he's diving into the backline and Flandre is looking for a port. He comes in, but he just can't kill Swift. That's the target he's on. He wants to be getting to the squishies in the backline, but the whole time, Flandre's trying to find someone. Ella's already chunked out. And look at Martin's positioning. Can't dash over the wall because it's unsafe. You're going to get ulted by Skarner. Flandre goes back in because his team tries to fight. Martin's firing over here, but TCT, the MVP of that game, just punts him back in. And who did a good dive there, tries to kill Swift and doesn't quite get it. Pretty much uses his Zonius, which gives TCT the opportunity to just knock Martin back in because he's not doing damage in stasis. Like, everything about the way that fight was played was all Xiaogu, and Flandre's teleport was just not how they usually are.
Yeah, Xiaogu communicating so exceptionally well, as we expect them to do. You know, we call them the team fight team for a reason. And we've got another replay ready for you. It's a little bit later on. Again, it's another team fight.
Yeah, and look how much more even this game is. Maybe 15 minutes in the last replay? Now it's much more even. It's about 1,000 gold between them. And Xiaogu just grouped up. We'll roll this out. They're on Baron. They've got everything set up. You can see the damage attempted there. Decent ult by Ella. Beast is diving aggressively into the backline, trying to get a kill. But they're just getting split up again. Beast is getting chased down. They re-engage. Martin takes out Dornby, which is a great pick. But Yu's diving in. He gets ulted by Swift. Now Martin's getting chased. And again, TCT's off to the side, running them around. Xiaogu do a really good job splitting up this whole fight, and you can see they're still trying to chase. They'll get V. Yu's going to pop Zhonya's again, but Beast just doesn't do enough. Martin gets pulverized by a beautiful move from the R-Star, and it's just too much. Snake don't initiate the fight well. When they split up, it's despite how mobile some of their champions are, it's actually quite difficult to do what Xiaogu are trying to do with all their control and CC. And that fight again, around terrain, Xiaogu come out on top.
Yeah, once again, TCT leading the charge with some of those headbutts. And, you know, at first we were a little worried seeing the Kog'Maw split off on his own, but we've got another replay ready for you. It's a little bit later on. Once again, another team fight, this time at the Dragon.
Yep, let's go straight through it again. So Snake, they've got 3 dragons. They're actually doing a good job. Beast smites early and misses that. And look where Fizz is. Nowhere to be found. Yu's all the way over there trying to find a flank because he couldn't get over the Dragon Wall. And TCT again forces Martin out. Soft CC Zeller with the headbutt. Yu dives back in, but he's 1v4 right now with Martin not able to join back in. Gets ulted up by Skarner. We've seen it with Echo. We'll see it with Fizz. Skarner's really good at locking down high mobile targets with that ultimate.
Yeah, he definitely is. And Swift was all over the map throughout that one. But we're going to go ahead and toss it back to our casters to get us into game number 2.
Thank you very much, Sada, and I'm very excited to get into game number 2. Xiaogu versus Snake. As you can see, Flandre on your screen there just for a moment. Doinby very vocal with his team on the Xiaogu side.
Got to bring the glasses back, Doinby. Trust me, they make you good.
He's got to bring the white hair back.
He won last game. He was fine.
I want Xiaogu to go to Worlds simply based on their hairstyles alone because you know they'll do something crazy. When they qualified for the LPL and it was picture day, they all decided to dye their hair a very crazy color, including their coach Hiro, who's now on your screen behind them, simply to make an impression. So just imagine that on the world stage.
Oh my goodness.
Impression made, by the way. Yeah, certainly a very good game 1 in this best of 5 series, and see whether the adjustments can be made by the Snake coaching lineup to be able to get more of a team fight comp.
Yeah, now that they're on the blue side, they're going to be able to ban away the Lulu once again. Xiaogu will see whether they stick to what they were doing before, and it looks like they are.
I'm so sad about the Riven.
I want to see it. I want to see the Fiora.
I don't necessarily agree with a Riven ban from purple side, however. Even against Flandre, not that his Riven wasn't fantastic, but I don't know. I feel like, especially against Snake, you could lane swap it, put it down, open it up. If he's going to take Riven, that's punishable.
But the thing is that I think that QG want to run Gangplank in the top lane.
Yeah.
And there is no way you run Gangplank in the top lane with Riven on the map.
No, I agree with that.
For a one-sided matchup, like, as good as the... Like, let's put it this way. What happened with the Olaf last game isn't as bad as it gets. It gets worse. There is another tier there, and it is Riven tier.
Well, they're not running Gangplank, but naturally they're on purple side. So I like the adjustment.
Yep, going to ban that one away. Xiaogu probably going to ban the Fiora as their last one. We'll leave Kalista up most likely, unless Snake are going to ban it on the blue side. See whether they get rid of the pick.
This is actually a very long choice here for Snake. Nidalee.
So they stick to the same bans.
What's the priority pick from Snake here? I mean, naturally you would assume it would be Fiora, but are they possibly going to look at the Skarner to priority pick since it didn't hit the bench?
I think it has to be Fiora.
I think Fiora Skarner. Which means that Xiaogu will have to second rotate Skarner if it's
I don't think
priority.
you can take Kalista, right? Because I think that what happens if you take Kalista, they just take Fiora Skarner, and then it doesn't even matter that you have a Kalista on your team because she won't be around for very long. But actually, QG banned the Kalista.
Darius Fiora still up and available in terms of top lane champions. Likewise, the Garen 5.16. We've seen it hovered a few times. Was played throughout the regular season on LPL.
Garen was good even before 5.16. Amazing Jay told me so.
I've seen the light.
Oh, God.
But Flandre with the insta-lock.
With the stupid dance spawn.
I wish we had caster cam for the dance.
No, you don't. You don't wish that, guys. Don't worry. Fiora is going to be locked in. He continues to dance now as Swift is going to hover the Vayne. Doinby back to the Victor. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. See what they go for.
See whether they go with Vayne as well.
Oh my goodness, it's contagious.
Okay. Garen has the best dance in the game.
Is that what we were doing? I was just dancing to have fun.
He also has a very...
Oh, it is his dance.
It is, yeah. It's Johnny Bravo. Max should be the best at it.
Oh, he's
look
got
like Johnny Bravo.
Hair.
We haven't done it yet, so we'll just see. Swift now hovering the Alistair. It is going to be the Victor locked in. And the Skarner goes unanswered one more time.
So again, not second rotating Skarner just says that these LPL teams aren't prioritizing this champion as highly on 5.16 as a lot of people would have suspected just based off his base stats. And I think this is reflective that there is counterplay to Skarner right now.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. And he's great with Morgana on his team. He's also very bad against Morgana on the enemy team. You know, if there's just that many big, beefy frontliners, it gets to the point where you don't want to actually ult any of them, and if you do it, it's to drag them away from your squishy members. I certainly think that there is a place for Skarner, but I don't think he's unstoppable. And if that gets locked in, and ZZR doesn't play game 3, I'm going to question.
Okay, so Beast is hovering Lee Sin at the
So
moment.
I actually like Beast Lee Sin. That's not my problem with it. It's that I think that ZZR is a better early game jungler. So if you're going to have Beast play early game jungles, why not just play the dude that actually plays the likes of the Echo and the Gragas in a very early game oriented manner and run ZZR on the lineup? And you look confused.
I just disagree with the mentality of Snake right now in their draft phase. Not that Beast can't play Lee Sin. He played it yesterday. He looked mechanically very proficient on the champion, but Lee Sin's impact, especially in the face of so many other high-priority junglers, like you said, even for a team fight, the fact that Gragas is now being hovered means so much more for Snake than Lee Sin does.
Oh, good Lee Sin you're talking about, as I like to refer to Gragas.
It's got disengage,
it's got percentage health damage, a gap closer,
AoE
kick, slow, and an AoE ultimate.
Or how about this one? You got semi-global threat and range. You've got the ability to split push if you'd like.
Both
Invade
of them
vision.
can't see.
What the?
He just locked in
Elise.
Jax.
Yeah, and the Jax is there. The duelist, of course.
V
I
hasn't
love
played.
that you say Elise. I was like, I wasn't surprised about that.
I was surprised about the Elise. I understand Jax, known as a duelist, always has been. Like, where's the problem?
The thing about Jax into Fiora, however, is that anytime Jax winds up his stun,
You
it's pretty
can't
much
use stun.
Yeah, it's incredibly telegraphed. Fiora's just gonna counter it back and upgrade the
said
CC.
it was smart.
No,
I just
it's.
said it wasn't,
I would actually consider it a direct counter. Like Fiora is a direct counter to Jax.
Well, this is how V gets his own back, What he does is he wins the lane with a horrible matchup.
So, the thing about it is that it looks good on paper because you think Fiora auto attack, but actually a lot of her laning phase is through a Q, the poke damage she does. Very hard to get rid of that, harass. And then Jax is going to try and respond, with the counter strike, with the leap strike, the empower W, and then his ultimate auto attack. But all of that is within a really short cooldown where you can just riposte it back if he has a stun even better. I just don't know whether this is going to work. You also build double lifesteal items on Fiora, which means that if you ever go into that auto attack duel battle with her, she just has so much more health to get back throughout the course of it.
The other thing is that it's V versus Flandre.
Yeah, there's a lot of things pointing towards this not going very well for V.
V's identity and MO is that counter-flanking Maokai Gnar style of top laner to just go toe-to-toe with Flandre with Jax. And again, like Spawn pointed out, you can see kind of the theory and the counterplay there, but I feel like the execution is so one-sided to Flandre that's suicide.
V's playing Alistair in the top lane, that's what I assume. We've got a Jax support.
Oh, well, I actually looked to see whether Victor had been locked in again because I was like, I could see Doinby playing.
Twitch into Braum one more time. It's sort of the Ash syndrome here once again, where Proskeren gets very upset and confused.
We keep doing this. Braum is such a high priority champion. Again, my question was earlier, what 80 carrier we're going to see come out just because it's so focused on the top laner that you have this assassination potential. And so people are kind of wondering, do you need your hard engage on your 80 carrier? Are you picking your line damage, your siege potential? 2v2. The Twitch into Braum, not that Braum will stop Twitch's rat-a-tat-tat, but it denies so much damage of his line damage through that. It's questionable to
And
me.
the other thing is that Twitch is allowed to play aggressive in that assassination fashion with a Lulu. All of a sudden, TNT needs to be much more careful with who he is trying to pick off because he doesn't have this huge 640 damage shield, all the extra damage to come through when he is auto-attacking, and he can just prioritize the attack speed and the armor penetration. Now he needs to be very particular because there's an Ahri and there's a Fiora. So he opens up on one of them, they just turn around and within their rights could probably just kill him.
Yeah, they just turn around and murder him. And the charm, pretty easy to land as well, considering the fact that Twitch, not a lot of mobility. But let's go through the lineups here as Flandre is going to take the Fiora into the Jax, that I at first assumed would be a really fun matchup. Turns out V not going to have a great time as Beast is heading into the Elise with his Lee Sin, and you, this time, taking the Ahri into the Victor.
In the 80 carry position, it's going to be that Kog'Maw versus Twitch, Martin versus TNT, and joining them in support will be Ella versus TCT, Braum versus Alistar.
Yeah, sort of similar champions there. A lot of disengage potential, a lot of engage potential there from both sides. But QG, looks like the draft may not have gone necessarily as well for them this time around, but let's get onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the rift for Game 2 in this best-of-5 series between Snake and Xiaogu. Seems like Xiaogu with some interesting ideas, and we have some confused analysts on the desk.
One thing that both of these teams actually have is a phenomenal follow in the jungle. Lee Sin, Elise clear, quick enough by themselves. Throw a Fiora and a Jax in there. It's going to be even better. And we might have a little bit of butting heads. Ooh. Did they sneak in? They did.
Oh, Winter's Bite is actually going to proc here as well. There's the Sonic Wave. Counter-Strike has been taken. The passive's going to wear off.
That's fine. You generally want to take Counter-Strike first anyway, so it doesn't really affect the laning phase. Oh, it's the ruler glows.
Oh, it does. It's my favorite Fiora skin. Is it? Yep. I just like it. The thwack. The thwack sound is
Oh, that's what you like about it?
That's what I like about it. Thwack, thwack. I think it's all about the attack sounds. That's why V would be playing SKT skin. You can smack people with a trophy. Yeah.
I like the Shen one.
Yes. That's a very good one.
SKT Shen?
Yeah.
No, TPA.
TPA.
Yeah, that's my favorite skin in the whole game.
Yeah.
It's a very good one.
Do you have, it looks like a possible initiated lane swap is Martin is confused about whether he's going to commit. Okay, he's going to go to the bottom lane. So they feel that since they were spotted out placing the deep wards, that he's trying to dodge. Although I don't necessarily think he would need to dodge Twitch versus Alistar. But
And this is really weird because they're freezing the top lane for Flandre.
yeah, Braum grabbing the wave.
This is bonkers, and you can see that now Martin hasn't gone to lane at all. He's checking the red buff. Get him, Martin. He wants the little one. He wants the little one to deny the two. Doesn't get it. Now he's going to die.
There's the Cocoon. Fell is going to get Swift right on top of him.
Got the red buff.
Yep, it's going to slow him down here, but Swift can't find the
So
last
Swift didn't have Q, so that's why he couldn't gap close sufficiently to be able to get on top of him, but sends him back at this stage of the game, and that's just as good.
Yep. That's massive. You miss so much experience, so much gold, so much time wasted on this Kog'Maw as he finally waddles himself towards that top lane. So wasn't trying to dodge, is trying to find TCT on that Twitch, which makes sense because Twitch has a pretty atrocious lane phase.
Flandre has a blue buff.
I'm going to say that was a deliberate choice because Lee Sin doesn't really need it. So because you're going to split experience on the first two waves regardless, first two camps regardless, you may as well give the blue buff over to someone that can actually use it in a laning phase.
And it's really important because it's helping the CDR on the riposte, so she's able to use it to counteract the stun. So you saw the stun go down. It's because Fiora is level 2, not level 3 yet. So we'll see how this lane dynamic changes when she has all those abilities available to her, as well as the CDR from the blue buff.
I'm convinced that Fiora is the best top laner in the game right now, so I'm interested to see Flandre play it.
Oh, you can hear it. Swacking him with that ruler. Hasn't actually found many weak spots yet. Under V. It's a pretty good one as well, you know. Oh, what the heck?
Here comes Swift.
He's looking for a Cocoon now. Oh, he could have riposted it. Decides instead just to lunge away.
There is no way you riposte that.
Why not?
Because you're standing in the middle of the lane without a riposte.
No, that's probably a good point.
He'll just jump on you, stun you,
and the Jax jumps on you.
But it looks cool, man.
take all your health.
Yeah, don't you understand?
You've got a massive creep wave push into you.
I understood the theory quite well, which is why I pointed out.
Yeah, cool. Well, some
it's because we play together a lot, and I don't want to see that.
Spawn's afraid for his solo queue right now.
Yeah. Okay, well, TNT taking some damage here from Martin, who's managed to push the wave all the way back, evened out the farm as well, but TNT with a lot of creeps to pick up under this tower, if you can.
Everything pretty calm right now. Again, making sure that you get the matchup against the Twitch Alistar. Braum doesn't have the best lane phase, levels 2 through 5, but against Alistar he should be fine. The one thing that TACT will bring to the lane is to that Triumphant Roar, and the small amount of sustain that it'll give him.
Yeah, and Alistar's kind of that flexible bottom laner at the moment because you can max out the Triumphant Roar. Most supports do prefer to go with the Q-Max just to get the multiple
CDR.
poles out in teamfights through the CDR, but there's nothing wrong with chucking a couple of extra points early game, making sure that you have a very healthy Sewer Rat
and it really
take over.
it speaks to the mentality going into this lane, like you said. The fact that he took Triumphant Roar at level 2 as opposed to having the Headbolt Pulverize combo, they know that this is just going to be a slow slugfest. Let the wave crash in, focus on your CS, look for that Blade of the Ruined King power spike for Twitch and start unlocking from there.
And see what other lane you can get into. Can you get mid lane, supplement some of the burst damage out of Victor and, you know, try and win a little bit of a fight there. Or if they're just going to stay in the bottom lane. Shoving into Kog'Maw is actually not a bad way to deal with him because he has quite long range with the W up and is a very good harassing AD carry at the least. So being able to get the lane underneath his turret means that Martin has to choose to farm over harassing out the Twitch.
Although we do have a very early roam. We'll see if this is actually a dive onto the mid-tier tower.
I have a sneaking suspicion that it might be.
Yeah, especially because Swift prepping his spider form, so came out into human form so he can throw the cocoon, then immediately go into spider form as opposed to wait on that cooldown. JK? No, he's still there.
Yep, he is. Beast is waiting around as well. He's like, don't worry, I got you for the counter gank, man.
Braum also on the back end of it. He's going to show himself. That might be just as dangerous, Beast.
Oops, Sonic Wave actually doesn't find anyone as there's the flash. The cocoon comes down. Beast just explodes in the middle of this fight. TNT grabs the first blood as Swift has to be careful, but the repel is going to dodge the aggro, and QG looked almost too easy at that point. Ella finds his way around. TNT is forced out of the fight as Doinby. They're dirty farming in the mid lane. TCT now in a bit of trouble as Gravity Field's going to lock down Ella. Orbit Deception doesn't find anyone as you completely out of mana now.
That was a very intelligent manipulation of Fog of War from Xiaogu right there to make that dive connect. Snake had a sneaking suspicion, you know, Beast through the Q, but stepping forward out of the brush, standing just around the corner, they knew that either the jungler's going to walk into us or we're getting a dive.
Yeah, 100%. The one thing I will question, however, is if 4 people are missing and they're all in the brush, even if you hit the Q, all it gives you is that split wow.
Yep, TCT looking for the headbutt. There's the cocoon. He's still holding on to it. Will knock the little Void Puppy back in. The repel's going to be there for Swift. Probably won't die to the Acathian surprise. It's TNT not even going to fall as well. Oh, actually, Beast finds his way in. Ella's here as well. The ambush goes off. And the Tempest Cripple didn't even find the mark as Ella just walks on top of him. Beast just going to smack him in the head with his foot.
Unfortunately, didn't have enough points into ambush to get him safely down into the river and to freedom there, but cute little maneuver.
It was very cute. And better than that, he got both the kills, you know, so right now Twitch very accelerated in this game. Should be able to get a very early Blade of the Ruined King, start looking to roam around the map, get out of the Kog'Maw lane, and Kog'Maw's gone for the sustain build. We've been seeing this a little bit more. I think Deft used it yesterday, but no Sheen means a much weaker laning phase for Kog'Maw.
And I think it's in a direct response to the fact that we have these top laners and these mid laners who are becoming assassins and dive threats. Hey, look at that. Jackson.
Yeah, Flandre using that guaranteed crit to do a lot of damage.
Once again, Swift has just been everywhere on the map. He's trying to counter gank to the best of his ability, but he's a blue buff right now, and Flandre needs to be careful.
Not going to find him as the riposte even went down. They used it that time.
Yeah, because Jax was nowhere near him.
Yeah.
But again,
I learned that. That was good.
Quickly touching to the Blade of the Ruined King rush from Kog'Maw, the fact that he doesn't have a lot of built-in protection for himself, he pretty much has Braum, but otherwise there's a lot of dive potential on the rest of his team. It's guaranteeing him that safety and that ability to kite back against the likes of Elise, the likes of Alistar, and the likes of Jax. So more about the movement speed. We saw, I believe Deft yesterday went Borg into Phantom Dancer.
The other thing is it also is it's a safer laning phase in the way that Trinity Force is designed to kill, harass people out. Bork designed to help you sustain,
and
guarantee farm, things like that. So I can understand where it's coming from. I just really like Trinity Force Kog'Maw. It's actually one of my favorite adaptions because you never used to go, you do things like Madred's Blood Razor, all kinds of crazy things, and then it really brought Kog'Maw back into the meta when people started picking up that item.
I think Beast might have been spotted out by that group.
No pings down as of yet from Xiaogu, but
they walk up to CS, you know that he has. They've held the wave. Should actually be a relatively easy. So right there, if Beast wanted to start this fight, he should have just queued the creep, flashed over, and then... Yeah. So that's not going to work. So what you do is you queue the creep instead, And then the creep line walks past the Twitch, and then you just immediately get the insect. So a little bit of hesitation there. You could see that the AD carry had walked away. Swift now for the counter gang, so everything going to return to normal.
Likewise, there's a lot of counterplay on Alistar against Lee Sin in particular if he times his Pulverize correctly on Lee Sin's Q.
I don't think he should have been in the lane at all, but if he was there, he should have gone earlier.
Yeah.
Decent point. Ward swept out there. QG not going to allow any other potential Lee Sin hop wards in the middle of the lane.
This lane should naturally win from the Kog'Maw Braum. You should be sending your jungle pressure to other parts of the map, trying to get the Fiora further ahead, you know, trying to help out your assassin in the mid lane. Lee Sin Ares has always been one of the most deadly jungle mid lane matchups, just because whenever you land the charm, there's so much follow-up damage and mobility to chase people down. Instead, going towards what is a Cutlass Kog'Maw lane. Not much that you can do there against the Alistar.
And both these teams took very similar compositions in terms of how they work. The fact that, again, Snake are looking for kind of a win lane, win game mentality. And Xiaogu, I mean, they had Gangplank last time in the top lane, but another carry top laner, another control mage, tanky jungle.
B once again losing the trade there, but the counter-strike comes in. There's the riposte as Beast finds his way back. Flandre looks for the ultimate now as the kick comes in. There's the Q. Beast is going to secure it. No, he doesn't. Almost suicides underneath the tower now.
And left Flandre to die.
He's going to die. What are you doing, Beast? What's going on, man? Chaos Storm is going to land. Beast trying to get some damage back, but he was never getting out of there. Some brain fading going on this time around. Death Ray finds the mark as you.
It's going to be pretty bloodthirsty. Probably going to
die. Damage. Flashes out of the gravity field as Yu's just going to head straight into Swift. And that's going to be dangerous game, keeping Doinby alive.
And just outplay after outplay right now. Xiaogu are completely dismantling the Snake lineup. Beast kicks away the person on very low health. Flandre picks up a return kill with the help of Ella.
As well as his teleport cooldown.
Yeah. So the problem with that was that Jax was the target that they wanted to keep the ultimate on so they could get the big healing reset and continue the fight. So if anything, he should have burnt the flash at the start, kicked him back towards the minion wave, got the ultimate down for the continued fight. Instead, he kicked him underneath his own turret, didn't have the damage to be able to execute him, and then burnt a flash over the wall to just walk into an awaiting Doinby. Once again, you can understand like what he's going for there. He wants to execute in a stylish getaway, but at best, that's a 1-for-1 trade because you've completely sacked your top laner. And at worst, as you saw there, everyone just dies.
Yeah. Definitely didn't see that going quite that badly there for the Snake in the bottom lane.
On the other side of the fence, though, hats off to Swift. 1-0 for
yeah. He's actually headbutting him away from the Death Ray. Lands the charm, though, here as Beast finds his way, and the ultimate's down from TCT. They disengage on the side of Snake as there's a decent Glacial Fissure. Ella has to be very careful. Charm lands onto V, the flash forward from TCT, gets a headbutt pulverized. Martin's going to lock down the kill, though, and Snake's still able to walk out.
But Snake are actually going to get ahead here because Flandre in the bottom side is going to pick up the tower. So support for support, but Snake get the objective.
And that's much better use of the composition. Keeping vision on with the Lee Sin, kiting back through the Braum. All the rotations of spells coming out of Braum and the Ahri means that they guarantee a 1-for-1 trade in what probably shouldn't have been in that situation. So Snake definitely feeling the pressure you have to feel in this situation. And Swift, once again, returning to the mid lane.
Just spidering his way in.
And he's been an absolute monster
this whole series.
in these sets. So very nicely done.
Should be noted that Flandre didn't pull the trigger and take the tower. Instead, he chose to pick up some extra CS on that. So about 18 over his lane opponent. That set of wave was pushed into V. About a stiff breeze from going down.
Yeah, most certainly is. I want to say that I really like it from Doinby. The 516 patch sort of for Victor means that the first 2 evolutions of your Hex score aren't quite as powerful. But the perfect Hex score, about the same. So going for that one straight away sort of removes that from being a bit of a problem.
It's also generally that if you're going to farm out your lane, you go for perfect Hex score, because there's just no risk to doing it. Then you can pick up all this cooldown reduction and be fight ready very early in the game. It's a little bit of a later spike, but it lets you lane very efficiently. So we'll see whether he's able to continue this.
And against Yu, it makes so much sense. Again, Yu has been playing back-to-back assassins so far in the set, starting with the Fizz, now picking up the Ahri. Not that he can't play these champions, but his MO, his identity as a player, has always been a control mage. And the thing about Yu, he'll farm out the lane, but even if he has an advantage, he'll never look for the 1v1 kill. We saw the outplay from Doinby, but that's still fairly uncharacteristic. Yu is a passive laner. He'll sit back, he'll farm, he'll look for the team fight. So Doinby making the correct call there, that if I'm facing across from you, it's just going to be Farm City, and I'm going to come out on top because I'm Victor.
Yeah, he certainly has so far, up by about 35 CS there with 3-0 and 1 on his scoreline. Now has a Morellonomicon. Fiendish Codex was just transformed into that item, so pretty big spikes for the Victor. But Snake looks like they might be able to grab this dragon against the tide.
That was just really good timing and backset from Snake, so they understand that the swap through was initiated by them, so a little bit earlier, able to pick up a free objective for themselves. They're actually waiting to see who appears in what lane before Flandre starts pushing out. Wants to make sure that he continues the pressure on V. As soon as he sees Twitch, we'll be able to go in.
Yep, and Cinderhawk Glacial Shroud completed now for Swift, so no interesting Rune Glaives to come in this time.
And this is the thing about Elite, you know, with a lot of junglers, you want to be able to snowball your early game into tank stats and vision for your team, so it makes team fighting easy. You don't really need to be able to get these huge ganks going because you get that through pure levels, you know, the base stats that you will be able to have. And Flandre continuing the hurt up here. That turret also about to go down.
On Q after Q. Ella going to find his way in here as the Caustic Spittle not going to find TCT.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane, it looks like a 2v2.
This is level disadvantages, item disadvantages, just about everything you can point out.
Oh, TCT actually unloading with the ultimate here as well, as Flandre is going to take down V in the top lane. Meanwhile, here in the river, though, TCT blows the ultimate. Turret falls down as well. There's Fiora beginning to be a problem.
Doesn't get the Lee Syndrome. Beast holds off on re-mashing the Q button, and it will be a successful disengage. But Flandre, this is a problem with Fiora. We said she's going to be the split pushing threat. She is a one-man wrecking crew. He just destroys turrets with the empowered auto attacks that will come out of his kit, and he's just not going to be able to stop by the Jax.
And again, the theory of the Jax versus the Fiora matchup, like Spawn said, the fact that Fiora is really going to whittle you down through her ability usage on the Q and just poking you as opposed to elongated trades against his dodge. And he can't offer any return CC just because she'll be able to counter and reflect it back.
So I've got the analogy. Jax was great when Aurelia used to max W, right?
Yep.
Because He-10 style, very prolonged trades. People used to go Fade first, they're going in.
Looking for it there. Winter's Bite is going to find TNT as Flandre hits the Q, but he'd been ambushed. Yeah, not going to get him there as Ella is able to get across, forces the flash out from TNT.
I see you though, the E-Max.
Yeah, so what the mix-up from Aurelia players was, right, was we're not going to go Phage, we're not going to max W, we're going to max E. And every single time we go in for a trade, we're going to have a Sheen, we're going to have maximum E, we're going to auto-attack you once, take off like 400 damage in a trade, and then just walk away from you, and your elongated trades mean absolutely nothing. And that's exactly, like, you look at Fiora and you think, what the heck?
Round two.
V looking to try and get his way in there. Martin, he's just going to face tank the Jax, almost unnecessarily there. And QG, 2 swift kills. Looked easy as you like.
So this is what happened here, although Doinby has found Ella now.
Yep, the exhaust comes down, cleansed out of there from Doinby. Chaos Storm just going to keep whittling him down and gets another Q, takes down the support.
In response, you will take the mid-tier tower, so not an awful trade, but effectively round 1, Snake go in, they burn the teleport.
This was actually top lane, so you see the riposte onto V, then the ultimate just comes out, and that's what we said, Counter-Strike useless in this matchup. It is the E-Max Aurelia, not the W-Max Aurelia.
It certainly is. We're going to see it one more time now, as Flandre is just going to take down... V gets it back!
But that was so close. That was like a half health Flandre versus a full health V, and Flandre still nearly won.
Jesus. Still gets the turret as well. Inner turret in the top lane falls down, so Flandre will trade his life for that one, but making the Jax any bigger is a scary prospect.
Making the Jax any bigger. Look at this Fiora. Likewise, Fiora's going to bring so much more team synergy if everyone's clumped up together, if she's able to drop her ultimate, and there's a lot of squishy targets available for that. including this Jax, which shouldn't happen.
So you're saying bottom lane was just, okay,
see
why do
Martin.
I even bother trying
There's
to
no, I
analyze?
gave up on
Have
that.
a look down in the bottom lane. There we are. Martin trying to auto attack, gets him back. Okay.
So this was something that I'm trying to think of where it originated. I want to say it was Korea, where Twitch would be countered by Kog'Maw. The reason you have True Sight on your ultimate, and you would go Blade, and what would happen is that they would walk into you and you would both blade each other, but you do more damage in a one-on-one situation. Twitch, great AoE hyperscaling AD carry. Kog'Maw, great single target hyperscaling AD carry with the
And
attack
if you
speed
lose
on the
the
E.
trade, you just
Q.
kill him with your passive.
Well, he goes invisible again, and you kind of guess, but...
He's got that speed. But hold on, again.
Good point. Oh, Cocoon is going to land here as Beast is going to kick TCT back into his team with his ultimate running. Not exactly the best move, but they are going to be able to lock down the kill.
TCT was legitimately walking in that direction, Beast. You didn't need to kick him. But they get another kill. And it will be Snake biting back.
Oh my goodness.
He just wants, I feel like
weird.
Beast locks in Lee Sin just to be flashy.
Yeah. That's why we all lock in Lee Sin, isn't it? I don't know why you lock in Lee Sin.
I don't play Lee Sin.
Well, I do.
You just don't want to be flashy.
I play Ashe.
Looks like Doinby had a little bit of a scuffle with Fladre in the mid lane there. Did go back to base, however.
So the win condition for Snake right now is entirely on the back of this Fiora, effectively. They've got a great pick composition between Ahri and Beast obviously more than willing to throw his insec on whoever crosses his path, but they have to use Flandre more responsibly this time around.
You can see Flandre, who's in the mid lane, he sees two members, he tries to get out of dodge because he recognizes that himself.
Well, B, Counter-Strike goes down.
This is the dragon that they're fighting over right now.
And this is the time when Xiaogu really start to bite back in their games. Again, this 15 to 20 minute window, second or third dragon, depending on how early the first one was taken.
Good tag by a charm. Andre says, I just want to keep farming stuff, guys. Don't worry
He
about
got
farming.
Doinby.
Yeah, Beast ain't going in. Charm's not going to land. You doesn't have a blue buff. Will start to run out of mana at some point.
Snake have superior posturing on the mid lane as well as on the dragon, which is why Xiaogu having to commit to the wave that was pushed up means that they lose position on this dragon.
But it still doesn't fall down very quickly, so they will be able to reset the fight.
Oh, QG actually pick up the dragon aggro. Happy to continue there as Flandre hanging around, does have a lot of life steal.
Dragon's had enough.
Flandre just going to take a few more auto attacks here as it's actually held on to its health bar. Flandre actually going to queue his way over the wall. That's a longer cooldown at the moment.
And
You're
now
going
he's
to take some time to get back in.
completely separated from his team.
Yeah, he's looking for his assassination target right now. They go in.
Yeah, looking for it. Beast is able to lock down the dragon. Swift takes so much damage as the rest of Snake. They're locked in the pit. The flash out from Ella. He just wants to get himself to safety. Everyone escapes. Blow all of the summoner spells. Doesn't matter. Grab the dragon. They'll get out. Okay.
Yeah, exactly right. And you can see, meanwhile, in the top lane, huge wave forming up there. So this will start denying creeps away. Flandre burning teleport. They want Baron.
Okay.
They see that Beast is on the bottom. You see the blue ping there because they have so many deep vision
They're
on
100% going for Baron. What the heck?
blue side jungle. It's because when they set up their triangle vision to secure dragon, they see
Oh,
Swift.
they're looking for the pick is what they're looking for as Doinby has to be very careful. They take down Beast and Yu's going to get stunned, but Ella locks down the kill in the end. Doinby still had the ultimate surrounding him there, but Flandre just unable to close the distance.
This is fine, even though Beast got picked here, as long as they don't lose any more members.
Okay, Flandre's just going to get cocooned and killed, most likely, as he gets back in there. The Glacial Fissure goes down. TNT in a lot of trouble. Flandre locks down the kill. There's the V coming through for massive damage on the back line. He gets stunned up. Ella still trying to do some work as the Living Artillery comes in. Doinby opting out of the rest of the fight. And this is messy.
Doinby just saved that fight for Snake right there. Fantastic use of choke points, again, setting down the gravitational field in that little entrance and then hitting so many members with his laser.
Yeah, it was also a really good flash out of TNT to make sure he didn't get caught up in the Glacial Fissure. It meant that Flandre had to burn his flash just to secure the kill on the Twitch, and it wasn't available when V repositioned on top of him. So overall, QG, once again, these scrappy fights, this is where they're strong. And their mid laner right now, 602, 70 CS up, is doing a fantastic job of controlling the map.
And he's now got even more control in his back pocket with that Rylai's Crystal Scepter, not to mention some extra health as well. I have a feeling that Flandre has a lot to do with that purchase.
This is actually something that we've seen a lot more out of Victor's as a whole, is the fact that they're going for the continual damage. They want to chain abilities together. He's got 40% cooldown as well as a 40% slow, which means that his Q is just devastating in any form of 1v1 duel.
Well, Swift is going to lock down the blue buff. Wanders in and steals it. Easy peasy.
Then collapses his number of advantage onto the top side of the map, and it's a freestanding tower for Xiaogu.
And they need to be careful here because Xiaogu actually have a fantastic Baron team with the Jax, with the Elise. So as soon as they see Flandre bottom, they can theoretically posture around that area, but looks like they will not. And Flandre going to be able to take another turret for his trouble.
This is really dangerous for me.
Flandre even able to get a little bit of damage back there. As
look at the confidence.
So V can't use Counter-Strike is what it is. Because as soon as he does, Flandre just takes the turret. So instead he has to just auto-attack out the creeps and cannot fight Flandre without reinforcements.
Those reinforcements are here. It's TNT, TCT heading towards that bottom side. Rest of Snake around the mid lane. A couple more inner turrets available for this team. 4-3 as far as that scoreline is concerned.
And once again, it's in the mid game and it looks like Snake just have no idea what they want to be setting up for on the map. They've tried 2 teleport plays, one of which was for a Baron and ended up losing them a team fight, one of which was in the bottom lane. And then V just did it better the second time around. And now they're rotating him into the bottom lane. Do we want to split push with our Fiora? No, we want a team fight. Now he's grouped back up. It just looks like QG a little bit better at securing the objectives.
And we talked about this kind of in the space between the games, that Snake tend to fumble their mid-game shot calling. I feel like this is an issue where they're very reliant on the lane phase to create structure and direction for them.
Well, Beast is going to get caught out. There's the exhaust as well, but he's over the wall. Will be okay for now as V. He's looking to try and lock down the Lee Sin. Doinby, though, left all on his own. No Zhonya's this time. And he'll fall to Flandre's damage to the slow from the winner's bite. There's a Glacial Fissure forcing the flash out of Swift. Rest of QG able to get out for now. Beast is still sort of, I don't know, meandering around the jungle, but I think he'll be okay too.
But it's fine because we get into these late game scenarios, 30 minutes, 35 minutes, where it comes down to a single team fight. Yes, they kind of flounder around in terms of direction of where they want to prioritize objectives, but it just comes down to a fight.
Oh my goodness, this damage is massive. Flandre still trying to get the work done, gets back round. Beast comes in, secures the kill, and they'll stand in the healing to pick that one up, but that was very close, and V, I believe, would have had the 1v1.
Yeah, but once again, Flandre misses a riposte on the stun. It's just about whoever blinks first in this situation right now, and Flandre is the one that makes another tiny misstep, and you're right, it would have been his demise as Swift.
Oh, there's the flash forward, but doesn't land the winner's bite. Beast finds his way in. That Pulverize did not do too much.
And Ari just ignited him. Snake looked really sloppy in tiny executions. Like, that was a 20 to 30 health pool Elise coming off the back end of a repel, and an auto attack probably would have done it. And Ignite is burnt to secure a kill, which was pretty much guaranteed at that point. They knew she didn't have flash. She used it to dodge out of the Winter's Bite. Everyone was there. We all saw it.
Just do your buttons, man.
Apparently.
You had a button to do.
Yeah, I agree, and I think it speaks to why Snake have been playing from the back foot for pretty much the majority of the series, save for their really clean executed first 10 minutes of game number 1. See if they can pull it back again. If you come into a 30-35 minute mark where it's just a single team fight, Xiaogu are incredibly good at 5v5ing. They got the advantage last time around, but Snake are just as proficient if they get their ducks in a row.
That's a very good point. He has managed to grab himself the 2-item power spike as well, which is why he was so potent in the last 1v1. Later the run King Trinity Force is there, but now an extra BF sword for Flandre. If he heads towards an Essence Reaver, I'm going to be very, very happy. 30% cooldown reduction in that build as well.
Yeah, he certainly will, because then with the Spirit Visage, which is the general item of choice, able to get even more self-healing in there, caps you out at the 40%.
Yep.
And this is a one build that I actually really like it in.
Well, I need to record this.
Did you have it yesterday?
All right, cool.
I went in depth.
Excellent, excellent. Talk about Essence Reaver being good is my favorite thing in the world. QG are going to start off the Dragon.
TNT looking for a sneaky way into the fight.
Yeah, Beast finding his way, but not going to get anything out of it there as the ultimate's been popped from TCT. He was looking for an engage. Beast putting himself in front now. Winter's Bite comes around. Flandre uses the Q. He's not going to find it.
Beast wanted to go on that because TCT made a little bit of a mistake where he walked into his team with the Lee Sin Q on him, and Beast had Flash, so generally you're able to time your Pulverize as he comes in with Flash. You can cancel the Q animation at any time. Just make sure that you guarantee yourself that insect kick back into your team.
There is the Scrying Hold, making sure that Snake's trap is sprung. Flandre looking to try and protect some wards. He's going to do so here.
And we talked about Snake's superior side wave control come late game, and it's a big boon and success for them. Look at this map right now. They have pressure points in every single lane, and Xiaogu have to back off this Baron because they need to reset their map.
Flandre taking up a lot of this Baron.
Okay. So they need a little bit more armor on Flandre. The idea behind Fiora and Baron is because she goes those double lifesteal items, that she can pretty much start it forever if she has something like a Randuin's Omen and just guarantee that she has full health when the fight does start. Really good at these protracted Baron baits that we are seeing at the moment. Jax also does something very similar with Baron where he's just able to wail on it with his mixed damage and come out ahead in the fight. So both teams should be able to, if they get any vision control over the Baron area, continually bait it out and guarantee a team fight within the next couple of minutes.
Moment Martin heading back to base. We'll see what he decides to pick up. It's been a while since he was sitting with his Trinity Force Blade of the Ruined King. Grabs a pickaxe. And Essence Reaver has been completed now for Flandre.
Yeah, so the reason that Essence Reaver is good is that it's a little bit less gold. It's the same amount of AD. I think it's a little bit less lifesteal, but it gives you that cooldown reduction. What that means is that, as I said, if you go Spirit Visage as your last item, you don't have to take any runes, you don't have to take any of the mastery points, and you guarantee that 40% cooldown reduction build. And it's so important to Fiora because of how her Q works. If you tag someone, it goes down to like a 2-3 second cooldown where you're able to repetitively chase them over terrain and just make their life hell. So that's why I like it. Just opens up the flexibility of being able to go for that. A little bit less defensive, but still has all of the offensive punch that you're looking for.
Also make sure you don't run out of mana. It's pretty handy.
Wow, I'm really glad the microphone actually caught the head desk there.
What?
That was actually a magical moment. Thank you, Alice.
Oh, don't be. Takes an order of deception there. So I'm still baffled. Probably that was a really good point. Don't worry about it.
You shouldn't run out of mana late game with anyone.
Kidding, I do it all the time. You can just use your Q over and over in the middle of a creep wave.
Yep, that's the answer right there.
Yeah,
Using mana on creeps.
Damn right.
Here we go, though. Flandre, again, is still so far ahead. Now, he is finally down in CS, but with this 3-item power spike, with the theory and the counterplay that PR opens up against Jax, he's able to continue to bully out V and just siege out and steal small objectives and power points for Snake around the map. Now, 5 towers to 3 in favor of Snake.
Ella's heading back, trying to recharge that side stone now. Hate the fact that Martin actually picked up a pickaxe, and I'm scared it's going to be a Last Whisper.
It is going to be a Last Whisper.
Don't like Last Whisper on Cogma.
Well, he's actually facing across from a lot of armor, so normally I agree with you that it should be a 3rd-item Phantom Dancer if you want to actually output the most damage possible from Kog'Maw, just because of how it'll synergize with his W armor shred and the attack speed. But against 2 Frozen Mallets, or not Frozen Mallets, excuse me, Ward Mails, it's not an awful choice.
And the other thing is that you have to look at how Kog'Maw trades and how long these team fights are going for. And, you know, ideally he has his W up, these max range, and it's a lot of mixed damage and attack speed's good. No Swift gets caught out.
That uses the repel, actually going to
doing
try and get out one more.
TNT.
Auto attack will stun him up. Yeah, TCT finding his way in. Ella's going to get locked up. The teleport coming in. TNT's been tagged. Beast wants to find his way back in, but there's the rat-a-tat-tat, and you has to use the ultimate to escape. Martin going to flash over the wall, use the heal, use everything.
Flandre's
cancelled.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if his teleport was cancelled, if he just didn't have it.
No, he cancelled it himself. So he was going into that ward right there that was going to put him in the middle of the team, but they need to fight now.
Oh, Sonic Wave has landed, but Beast gets caught in the gravity field. Baron secured now for QG as the rest of Snake trying to run away. So many low health bars. Martin sacrifices himself. for the good of the colony. And V is just going to wreck everyone. Flandre tries to land the riposte, but Pulverize pretty good. It's a double kill for the Jacks.
And a single team fight opens this game up for Xiaogu. And again, they look so devastating, so uncontrolled. And individually, Snake are making these outplays, especially on the back of Flandre. But against the 5v5 and the full core of Xiaogu, they're just falling apart at the seams.
Yeah, and it's just Doinby time and time again, arriving at the right stage of the fight, putting out all of this damage. 8-1 and 3, 60 CS up. He's just been a monster the entirety of the game, and Yu hasn't been able to match the amount of damage.
Yeah, make that series as well. I mean, Doinby, when he gets the victor, always able to make things happen. And it was last game, a game where, you know, things weren't going great. He was getting killed over and over again on that by the Fizz in the mid lane. But Doinby was just able to get himself into the right positions to pick up follow-up kills from sort of over-dives from Flandre and overexcited Snake members.
And it's
Got
also
back into that game, and he's doing the same here, except he was never behind.
Doinby's confidence to pick up Victor so early in rotation. Again, across from you, you're not terribly afraid that you're going to be assassinated even when he picks up the likes of Fizz and Ahri, but just speaks to Doinby's flexibility and power as a player to open up that drafting option for Xiaogu.
Certainly does. GG, lock down their second dragon, evening that score up. It's only 5,000 gold the lead at the moment. Xiaogu. They're well and truly in control now, looking to try and pressure down some turrets and possibly break the base.
Definitely do have the tools to do it right now. You can see Jax starting to get pretty big.
A better drafted composition again. The fact that you have fantastic siege, wave clear, dive potential, hyperscaling ability.
Hyperscaling from both the AD and the top positions as well. V is going to do more and more and more as things go on. Oh, Beast tries to find his way back in there. The riposte is actually going to lock down Doinby as well, so that's going to be the first pick TNT. He's been exhausted. The ultimate's on him, though. Flandre gets stunned up. He's going to be taken out. It's 2 kills swiftly off the back of that for QG, and they turn around. That Pulverize was god tier. TCT has been massive this series, and Martin and Yu, they have to run away, but they're not going to be able to. The Counter-Strike locks down Yu, and look at these auto attacks from the Jax, who just dies. And Yu's going to make it to his fountain.
So really nice kiting back out of Yu, but TCT right there was just able to disrupt so much of the team fight. As Swift also going to be able to escape, so they do break the base, but maybe to not the extent they were expecting off the back of that Baron buff.
But that's best case scenario for Snake. The fact that they picked out Doinby and he died before the Chaos Storm even went off.
Yeah, it was a pretty good scenario, but once again, Lee Sin, 1 kick, 1 team fight victory, 1 game, 1. Done.
One and done.
So many ones in different meanings.
So let's take another look at it. Doinby gets kicked up, gets the chain CC, and then they overcommit onto Twitch. You know, Martin's stunned up. He's a hyper carry at this point of the game. They should be hitting V and just seeing whether they can chunk through the front line with superior members. Instead, they all dive, and TCT just comes up absolutely massive time and time again. Good job out of Martin and Yu to be able to kite back there.
An exquisite charm from you as well onto TNT in the middle of that fight. Right, Snake haven't lost inhibitors just yet. Martin pushing that one back out. It's a Banshee's Veil and the Randuin's Omen now for V, though. This guy's getting tanky and doing a heck of a lot of damage.
And one thing I'm going to point out is I actually think that Flandre should have altered Doinby. Because where Doinby had it died, Martin could have sat on top of it and got a lot of healing out, and that would have given them the luxury to hit the front line. From that stage, QG would have been in full retreat. Instead, he used it on the Twitch. It amplifies your damage a lot, but the second part of that big AoE heal just didn't do anything for the team because Twitch wasn't able to be chunked out, and it meant that that sustained fight wasn't going to go in Snake's favor.
I think this is an overarching problem of Snake's target priority has been incredibly questionable come into the LPL playoffs and into the regional qualifiers, especially against the likes of Xiaogu. Like, they're both 5v5 teams, but I think that's where you draw the line.
TCT being caught out, has to use the ultimate.
They're trying to find him. There it is. Yu almost gets caught by that cocoon, but doesn't. The Chaos Storm comes in, uses all of the Spirit Rushes. Can't quite get out there as Ella's going to sacrifice himself for the sins of the Fox Lady. QG just going to brute force their way in, take the inhibitor.
So once again, you think you've caught an Alistair. He has the ultimate. It's just way too hard to chunk him out. In that rotation, you have to burn everything. Don't be unrelenting with these slows.
He's going to get caught by the charm there, but you get chunked with that death ray.
Doinby is completely destroying Snake right now.
He is. Lasering Q. Oh, there's the last auto attack. Goes golden. Just for fun by the looks of things, is QG now pushing forward to try and end the game. Flandre, the riposte of his life right there as he's trying to do some work, but the exhaust is down. V may actually fall down. He's trying to turn it. The counter strike's there. Flandre falls, and V answers back. TNT. He's got a lot of auto attack damage. They're waiting for a creep wave. Only Ella alive. We've got massive death timers.
And he runs
He's
the
out of the
creep
base.
away.
I'm done.
So he runs the creeps off the turret. That's actually probably the only thing he could have done in that situation.
Now he can't get over the face gate. That was cute.
Oh my goodness. But no one's going to be up in time anyway, so QG win game 2.
They certainly do. 12,000 gold the lead. Congratulations to QG. 2-0 in this best of 5 series. And Snake, they really need to sit down in a room somewhere and discuss what's going on, because there have been some interesting things happen in these last couple of games.
Great piece of advice, ban Victor.
Yeah.
Maybe,
yeah.
Yu is a fantastic Victor player on top of that. It's such a contested pick between both these mid laners that there's no reason that they should be giving it away for free. And again, the fact that Doinby can early rotate Victor with such confidence, especially against the likes of Q, opens up Xiaogu's draft phase. And back-to-back, I feel like Xiaogu are winning here on the 5.16 patch in terms of pick and ban.
Yeah, completely agree. And you know, one more thing I want to throw out there is the fact that Victor is so impactful with his ultimate up, but Justin is good without it. If you go that Rylai's Crystal Scepter, you saw how many rotations of spells, 40% cooldown reduction, very easy to hit after you've used that transfer power. Uses the ultimate to chase everyone away, then just use the regular kit to murder the rest of the lineup.
And the death ray was doing so much damage. The fact that he was able to use the sort of mini shockwave version of the gravity field as well underneath towers, making sure that he was creating zones of control. And I was frightened for the Twitch because he had no augmentation apart from the Zeke's Harbinger and items that you could potentially pick up. There's no Janna, there's no Black Shield from Morgana, there's no sort of augmentation that you can offer from anyone else on the team. But it didn't matter because TNT was almost an afterthought.
It didn't matter because he didn't have to do anything.
Exactly.
Like, apart from that one fight in the bottom lane where he went pretty well, I would love to see the damage dealt graph because I have a sneaking suspicion that Doinby is like destroyed everyone.
Yep, out of control, massive damage. So the Victor probably going to be a consideration here for both sides next game, but Snake might need to think about maybe switching up this ban phase. I mean, the Nidalee, does that necessarily need to be banned on this patch?
But this isn't Snake. Like, I understand the Nidalee ban, and I agree the fact that they are getting outplayed in the jungle in particular, the Beast versus Swift matchup, not just in the champion pool, but just in Beast decision-making. But Yu needs to play control mages. That's his identity.
Well, let's see if he can, but we are going to throw it out for some further analysis into the War Room.
Thank you so much. And another great set from Xiaogu. Right now, they're up 2-0 right now. Things are looking good for them.
They really are. And again, it's the same sort of story. Lots of strong team fighting for Xiaogu and Snake. They're picking winning lanes for Flandre, or at least trying to. They're trying to give him isolated positions, but they're just not doing anything particularly decisive around the map.
Yeah, they certainly aren't. We've actually got a replay ready for you. It's still pretty late into the game by the time we get this first one up, but as you could tell, it was a pretty even early and mid-game.
Yeah, so just to set things up a bit here, it's super late into this game because apart from a lot of skirmishes and a bunch of picks and some outplays, there just really wasn't any big team fights. But you can see again, Xiaogu, they've got themselves a slim lead, but they're being decisive back around the Baron pit. So I'll roll this one out. Xiaogu, Baron's already dead. Snake just don't have vision. Beast very late puts a ward down, gets jumped on, taken out completely. And then Doinby's going to keep chasing him. He's got a Rylai's at this point. He's a massive 3-item Victor. And there's just not a whole lot going on here. You can see Kog'Maw does die. There's a good pick off there, but they'll just chase them down. It's the team composition and the way QG play around objectives. Not even a big team fight that time. All they needed to do was just set up for an objective and win the fight that was coming straight for them.
Yeah, Xiaogu, again, the team fighting team, winning team fights. It's what we expected from them. And Snake, I mean, they said it during the broadcast. It looked like Snake were floundering.
They were, and it's weird because they're actually usually much better at moving around the map, especially early game, but it's just not been there execution-wise for Snake yet.
Yeah, it certainly hasn't. We've got another replay ready for you. It's a little bit later on at this point, as you can tell, 6 minutes later, but Xiaogu, again, they're in the lead.
Yeah, this is effectively the last team fight of the game. You can see the gold lead's grown out from that Baron. Finally, a tangible big lead here for Xiaogu. And Snake do a decent job trying to hold this up, but we'll roll the replay and see what happens. You can see Doinby does get tagged. He gets charmed up as well. A bunch of CC ends up locking him down, and Beast jumps straight into the back to try and take out Swift. The fight continues. Snake get aggressive, but Flandre, he's just not tanky enough. He doesn't do enough damage. And Doinby again is firing away in damage. He's already done a lot despite being dead. And now everyone's just going to get chased down. Twitch has got decent range. Swift and V are just happy to tank up anyone. And TCT's Alistar once again plays a big part in starting this off. But you can see Ari's going to get chased down. You just can't get away from V. And it was just too much there.
Yeah, it certainly was. We've actually got the spotlight coming up for you. It's pretty exciting, to say the least. Doinby was so instrumental on that Victor.
Yeah, absolutely huge Victor play here coming out from Doinby. And this will be nice. It'll illustrate a lot of the other things we missed before those last big team fights we just looked at. You can see Yu tries to make a play. He gets the Ignite. Great cleanse from Doinby. Puts down the gravity field to create space and lines up the easiest laser because Ari has to go through a narrow corridor.
Yeah, it's really, really chaotic. TNT trying to make some plays happen as V teleports bottom.
Yeah, you can see V. He's trying to get damage done. He does die to TNT. Sorry, Martin dies to TNT because he's caught out from V's teleport. And again, Flandre in top lane. This was actually traded this time around. And as you can see, once more, Flandre trying to set things up. He gets the ulti down, but Doinby, he just does too much damage.
Yeah, so strong with that late game Victor. And despite the fact that he goes low time and time again, I still think he ended up with an enormously positive KDA when it was all said and done.
And we saw this last game as well from Doinby. He was playing against Fizz. He was playing against another assassin-style champion in the top lane from Flandre. And he just had Zhonya's. He would use it perfectly, delay all their all-in potential, and then V would just, QG would just re-engage around him. V again, frontlining like Jax. We haven't seen this champion in a while, but he just did so much work when it came to sponging.
Yeah, some serious great work out of V with that Victor as well. And really, it's just Xiaogu coming together. Here's where they stole the Baron, or secured the Baron, I should say. And again, it's just chasing Snake down.
And this is the power of Victor with perfect Hex Core, with a Rylai's, with maybe even the Fury enchant as well. I forgot to check. He can just stick to people, chase them down, and all of a sudden, a fairly reactive and defensive champion now has offensive options as well. And Victor, we've seen what happens when Victor gets ahead, and it's just murder people.
Yeah, so much damage from the lasers and the Chaos Storms. And the fact that nobody could get to him, when there was the Fiora, when there was the fact that you had Ari skirting around the edges, it was relatively high kill game, 28-14. You can see the gold really sort of only took off at the very end. But the MVP from that set,
I think it's Doinby.
Surprised, yeah. It's going to go over to Doinby on that Victor.
Certainly is. Had a massive kill contribution. Good amount of kills there, 10-9. Not a shabby KDA at all here. True, an MVP of his team who's been playing exceptionally well come playoffs and now again in the regional qualifiers. And we've seen it a couple games now. Just don't give this guy Victor.
Yeah, some serious fast fingers with this set. And here we can see him
That was
once
such a
again
good play.
going for the duel, cleansing to get out of the charm. It was so close.
Yeah, Swift again also showing up on time on Elise. So this is again Ella getting chased down. This is just the power of Victor. This is without Rylai's, but Chaos Storm enough to chase him down. A couple power transfers. And then again, Doinby positioning well, puts down the gravity field. You don't want to fight Victor in chokes. You don't want to run at him usually. And time again, Doinby capitalized on these situations.
Yeah, just picking people off over and over. You hear they're sieging to break the inhibitor. And the moment someone gets just a little bit too close, Doinby destroys them.
And this is the thing. Doinby will happily pick Victor in almost any situation. Doinby's the kind of player that he's said, when Victor's available, he's going to pick it. So Snake, I know there are a lot of priority champions. The patch is pretty crazy, but just stop giving him Victor.
Yeah, you really can't afford to have that guy get that champion again and again. We've got one more replay ready for you. And this is the fight that you saw at the very end. Doinby, he's going to catch you out down at the bottom.
Yeah, and again, this is the power of Rylai's Victor. So let's roll it out here and see you. He's already been tagged once. Actually, that might be a visual thing. He's slowed. Now actually slowed. Cleanses off a CC there. Pops his on. He's just for a bit of extra fun. And the rest of his team comes charging forward. Really nice little individual play there. Flandre tries to make things happen here, kiting back. Martin actually does get a kill. as TCT's tanking up that tower. But Flandre runs back in, he tries to get onto V, and then Jax turns it around with a counter-strike. Doinby Swift help out, and it's just, again, a very easily one-team fight for Xiaogu, who at this point were insanely far ahead.
Yeah, a really solid performance from Xiaogu once again. And, you know, this is what we expected from them. We were looking to see how they would perform to try getting that world spot.
This is very cute from LA. He actually did a really good job here, trying to delay time in the game, but they're happy to chase him down. They'll finish the ace and then the game. And the crazy thing is, that was what, maybe 41 minutes into the game? Less than 10 minutes, even 7-8 minutes before that, the game was about 1,000 gold between them. So Xiaogu very quickly snowballed this game after that Baron.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can do it once again in game number 3 as we toss it back to our casters.
Thank you very much, Sada, and welcome back onto the caster desk, ladies and gentlemen. Game 3 between Xiaogu and Snake, and we'll see whether Snake can answer back. You can see Beast, he's not looking all that excited about the prospect.
I think a big issue addressed in the war room, Julian and Seda there, talking about the Victor pickup in particular. So we have the damage graph in Spawn. How much damage did Doinby do?
Yeah, so Doinby did officially twice as much damage as the Twitch in that match. He did about 37,000 damage running around there. And, you know, Yu was the next closest to him, so hats off to the mid laners in this game. Ari also putting in work, but Doinby was 10,000 clear of anyone and just, he was bodying people.
Yeah.
The thing about Victor, and it's so cool, this is why I like Victor as a champion, is you change your build depending on what you're playing against, you know? So, like, you have the one-shot build, which is the famous Lich Bane build where you, like, power transfer, just bam, someone dies. But this time around, want to keep Fiora off the carry, so goes with a Rylai's Crystal Scepter.
Yeah, and then it gets banned. Snake just say, okay, Doinby, you've done that a couple of times. Let's remove it from your champion pool.
And this is a best of 5 theory, right? You let it through twice. If it beats you 2 times, you go, all right, we don't think it is a good ban, but we will at least make them beat us with something else. If they're going to beat us 3-0, they're not going to beat us with a Victor mid lane.
Well, thank goodness.
That said,
Fiora ban this time.
Yeah, Xiaogu staying pretty consistent on the bans. This has been the MO against Snake in fact, pretty much Snake's entire career and existence as a team has been kind of double whammy bans. In the first split, it was against Baka on the Xerath as soon as he got into the playoffs. This time around, it's Flandre. And not that Flandre's champion pool is as limited as Baka, but the fact that Snake are so easily undone in draft phase is a major red flag going forward.
Well, the thing about the champions that they're banning out against Flandre is it's like, okay, we know he's probably going to beat V in lane, but let's just get him something that cannot translate to, like, steamrolling the rest of the team. Like, Riven, you give her 4 kills, like, your AD carry is never safe again. Similar. Wow.
Wow, okay. So normally we would suspect that the priority pick would be Gangplank.
Yeah.
But with GP banned from blue side, is the priority Kalista?
Yeah, potentially will be the case.
Or is it Lulu or is it Azir? Of course, Lulu and Azir, both of them banned away throughout this
Victor.
series. Yeah.
Good call, play-by-play caster.
Yeah, look, you don't get it much, but sometimes there's a gem. But Twitch is going to be banned away, so Snake just say, hang it all. We just want to leave all these picks open and grab as many of them as possible.
I think it's a response to they realize that Lulu is on the board as opposed to banned away.
Yeah, because what happens if they first round Lulu here, you'll be like, well, haha, we have Kog'Maw, and they're like, great, we take Twitch. And you're like, doh.
Instead, right now, Kalista being hovered. Now, Xiaogu, they do have a very high win rate on blue side. Only 3 teams have ever beaten them from blue side over the course of the LPL. And the highest, so you look at that, okay, what is it about Xiaogu on blue side that makes them different from red side? It's going to be your priority pick. Their highest pick champion from blue side is that Kalista, but as I finish that point, they go back to the first point, which was Lulu. So either way, I'm going to just...
And now, no, I really like this because the mind game continues. Do you now take Kalista on red side? Or do you feel like you have to take Kog'Maw? What's more devastating? Like Lulu Kalista, Lulu Kog'Maw? I would personally say Lulu Kog. But in saying that, high mobility goes even further through the roof. The reason I don't like Lulu Kalista is Lulu actually makes Kalista much harder to play. It sounds stupid, but you run that quick and hop around the rift. Like, there is very little margin for error on Kalista already. Like, and then you add 3 times speed into it, and you're like, well, that was silly.
The issue is that not that Martin can't play Kalista, but he's going to be a much better Kog'Maw player in just terms of his comfort picks and his comfort champion.
And they've got kind of the same idea here, you know, Azir pushes everyone back. Kog'Maw has his safe zone where he can set up and just chunk people out.
The sit and spit.
Mm-hmm. Well, QG now considering their next 2 picks. What are they going to augment with this Lulu? Swift thinks, okay, if it ain't broke, I ain't going to fix it. He's going to pick away the Elise, and looks like Braum this time going to go into the hands of Xiaogu.
I am very curious what the AD carry is going to be for Xiaogu, since Twitch was banned away and Kog'Maw was forced into second rotation as a response to the Lulu. Do you look at Vayne? Do you look at Lucian?
Ash.
Oh, please, Ash.
They got Braum.
They've got Braum now.
I'm so ready for the Ash.
And then Flandre.
I don't think they can
top
pick
lane
it because
Yasuo.
Olaf's still available, but...
Likewise, they have oh, never mind. Azir's already locked in, so it's not like you can even look towards. Flandre will play Yasuo.
Yep.
So.
That's
Flandre will play Azir. I've seen it in
he has played Azir top.
I've seen it in his history. I'm not laughing. He was like one of the original Stinger, Rylai's Crystal Scepter, Nash's Tooth, top lane Azirs.
Okay.
The most impressive thing about Flandre's history is in the LSPL, he used to run around, not be a one-trick pony, but he had a very limited champion pool. And his entrance into the LPL, he actually entered on Rumble, which was a champion that we pretty much never saw him play in the LSPL. You're like, okay, this guy's a fizz one-trick pony. Maybe he'll try to cheese you with a Riven or something like that. But opening up into the LPL, starting his career into the professional circuit, he made himself a very well-rounded top laner, able to pick up the likes of Gnar, Maokai, Hecarim, Rumble, but then still drawing these priority picks at the end of the season of Gangplank, Fiora, Riven.
Well, TNT considering the Kalista, maybe thinking about what Spawn pointed out there, the fact that please don't whimsy me, I'll be so confused about what's going on. And decides to think about a Tristana as well. But what does TCT grab? What does he pick up for either V or Doinby, depending on where that Lulu's going?
Yeah, and the Jogger Trist is definitely growing in popularity. You know, it started, sorry for international people, in the OPL. We played it first, if you go back and take a look. But a lot of popularity. We played it when it wasn't good, though, so I want to preface that. A lot of popularity now in the EU LCS, in the NA LCS, and I think it even had a game or 2 in Korea lately, and now started to move over.
Speaking of Korea, the Malphite's going to get locked in.
Oh, I'm so excited for Malphite finally in the top lane. And this synergizes so well with how V plays the game and what's important to him. The flanking teleport, the massive ultimate that has devastating AoE potential.
I am so confused.
Diana top. Into the Malphite.
It's Flandre
You
on
do you.
Azir top.
Look, they haven't locked it in yet. So Ella at the moment,
You
just
know,
hovering.
it's
to
fine.
Diana.
Last chance to qualify for Worlds. Might as well play Azir Diana.
Yeah. I don't see it being a problem. 15 seconds to go. Still thinking that the Luna Lady herself is going to be the one locked in. Okay. Okay. There's 3 seconds to go, Snake.
You don't have your hands on your keyboard right now.
Yeah,
Or your mouse.
Ella's just making sure we're spending as much time thinking about this as possible, and Diana's going to be locked in. So, don't know where it's going.
It's going top lane because
He's got
there's
the
no
teleport.
teleport on you.
Yeah.
True. You can switch, though. Okay, so Flandre going to be picking up the Diana in the top lane.
Flandre. Okay.
Okay.
Diana Malphite. I don't think I've ever seen that played in a competitive game of League of Legends.
Oh, this is going to be fun.
I like the matchup, though, for Diana, you know? Like, she does rely a little bit on auto attacks, but the fact that, you know, you get to move past Malphite being able to stack armor is a good thing, right?
Malphite with magic resist is actually really devastating because of the way his Q works. You get to go Abyssal Scepter, double Duran's Ring, Abyssal Scepter, Malphite just hurts so hard. And you look at how much magic damage is on the other side. So he's going to have the luxury of doing that. Do you know who the real loser of this is? Martin. Because if he ever gets hit by an unstoppable force, he dies.
Yeah.
So Flandre doesn't win. V doesn't win. Martin loses.
The confidence, though, Snake, we've talked about this through the entire split of the LPL, making roster changes deep into the LPL season, experimenting, picking up you, swapping between Beast and ZZR, rotating Crystal and Martin, and now in their last chance to qualify for Worlds, they lose here, they go home, Flandre locks in Diana top.
Look, I've seen crazier things happen. Not sure when, but I'm sure I have. Doinby is going to take the Lulu into the Azir, though, as you back on the control mages. Definitely something that we wanted from him as TNT. He's going to be on Jinx. Martin taking the hyper carry himself, going to grab himself Kog'Maw. TCT on the Braum this time. Ella and TCT actually just switching champions for this game.
I just like how they're both back-to-back with their arms crossed.
Yeah, very stylish.
Yep, super cute stuff, but it's all on the line now for Snake. They have to win this game. So let's get into it. Okay, and we are onto the rift, ladies and gentlemen, for Xiaogu versus Snake. Game number 3. Xiaogu up 2 games. Snake going to have to go full Invictus Gaming if they're going to take this one. And I think they have the tools to do it. They have the superpower pick of the Diana top.
They got the counter pick. So Flandre, obviously comfortable in what he's doing here.
Yeah.
He's been the most consistent piece.
Can we just reiterate the fact that Snake had the final pick in the draft? Wouldn't necessarily call it the counter pick at this point.
They had the final pick in the draft. Flandre obviously very confident in this matchup because he picked into it.
True.
He's been the most consistent piece of Snake over the course of the series. That said, you did fantastic damage last game to champions on that Ahri, so shout out to him. Very important now that you is on his Azir. He's a fantastic Azir player.
It's very true.
So finally, they switch it up. Flandre's back on his carry champion, but you on his insurance policy. Not playing the assassins, not playing the Fizz, not playing the Ahri, back on the control mage, back in the comfort zone.
And it honestly looks like Snake would rather play this hectic style of League of Legends, not the standard 5v5 team fights, you know. With the Diana, she's going to be looking for the huge flanks. You going to have a lot of responsibility of trying to shove QG off the backline and then re-engage the fights. And that's a difficult way to play against QG because they've shown time and time again that they're really good at fighting you.
Flandre is going to start on some puppies here and just teleport towards his top lane. You can see Swift getting some help there by V.
Diana's actually one of the champions that you can do 2 camps level 1 without burning a potion if you take your W and you have attack speed quints. So I'm not saying that Flandre ran attack speed quints, but technically you can do Raptors, you can do your Wolves and run to Raptors and not burn a pot and take them both out, which gives you a huge experience advantage if you're able to pull it off.
Speaking of experience advantage, TNT already hit that level 2, able to get the zap across onto Martin as well. Jinx, another champion that's very good at setting off the concussive
Did they
blows.
give Flandre the blue buff again? He has 4 creeps. Please show me the Diana.
Did he kill a ward?
Meanwhile, in the mid lane.
Yeah, mid lane, trading damage backwards and forwards. We do want to see the top lane at some point. We could put in a request. That's the bottom line.
We're getting closer.
Are we?
There's only one left. There we go.
Yeah, nailed it.
It's got the blue Flandre. So, did take an extra creep. Means that he has a lot of experience, as you can see. He needs to be careful.
We did also miss, I think, an attempted gank into that mid lane. Doingbeast's flash was burned, so doesn't have that summoner available, so good job from Beast. Although it looks like he actually traded his flash, so looking for the unburrow knockup.
Once again, Doingbe on the teleport Lulu here in the mid lane. That's how he likes to play the champion. Uses it, gets back to lane very quickly.
Yeah, the fact that Xiaogu do have the threat and arsenal of taking double teleport into this game, I think is a big key factor, especially against Flandre's late game lane or side wave control.
Yeah, certainly is. You need to be able to throw multiple people at this Diana. And arguably, Doingbe's going to do a better job of it, being able to deny the kill as well as use that polymorph to see whether that is taken into consideration, whether V groups up with the team to start the fights, then Doingbe is a person that's arriving a little bit later to augment everything that's happening.
And I know you like this spawn, but just to point this out, teams who use Lulu correctly by migrating her around the map into the correct sources, since she is technically a control mage, has great wave clear, especially when you have a Jinx on your team. There's just so much more protection against anti-siege on the lineup of Xiaogu because you're able to move this Lulu around more freely now that she does have the double teleport. There should never be an instance where Xiaogu are just losing free towers with Jinx and Lulu.
Yeah, 100%. You know, they should be able to start team fights whenever they want as well, Xiaogu, because it's not like we have to wait for V to have these huge flanking plays. V just group up with the team, you know, start it up with the flash unstoppable force, and you can just allow Doingbe to do everything else. It also ensures that you're getting farm onto your control mage, which is super important because they scale better with gold than anyone in the game. That's why they're such a high priority to I really like this way of playing the Lulu pick.
Just really changes the dynamic of which champion we're going to see out in those side lanes come mid-game, late game. Definitely the Malphite needs to be grouped up in that 1v1 scenario.
At the moment, Malphite doing okay as far as keeping up in farm.
Malphite's
pushing forward as much as possible.
So, since the Malphite rework where his W got a lot more strength, Malphite is actually just outright brutal in the laning phase. You know, he still has problems in the late game that he's very ultimate reliant, but the change to his W means he's a much better champion to farm with because of how it changed the splash damage. He has an auto attack reset, and you can max out your E. You can still max out your E and just put points in the W second time around. So, like the place that Malphite's in, glad we're starting to see him play. I think he's certainly a very fun champion to watch run around the Rift, if nothing else, and should be able to get through that wall.
Well, TCT may have been caught out here. Snake with 3 members. Everyone piles on top of the Braum, but he stands behind Doimby. Is he going to be able to get out? The Ignite's put in there as Ella is going to grab himself first blood with their headbutt. That was close, though.
Again, Snake come up superior on this 0 through 10 minute timer. They seem to have the map figured out for the early game, but can they transition any sort of lead into the mid game and more importantly to close out this game?
Yeah, I think we can nearly guarantee that they will have a lead. It's been of different variants throughout these couple of games, but it's about whether they can hold on to it and do anything with it as the game progresses, because if anything, right now, they're even scarier without items, QG, just because of the inherent power in the kit of both Lulu
and Malphite.
And the Malphite.
Oh, Flandre taking ages to hit minions with his auto attacks now.
What build does he go for? Does he just go cooldown reduction because he doesn't think that he can get a Nash's Tooth in there, or does he still want to commit to Nash's Tooth?
Or do you get a Sheen?
Abyssal Scepter first item. I like it.
Again, so much magic damage across from Xiaogu. Likewise, he's got a lot of magic damage on his own side.
It's to the point where we've even seen Azirs by the Abyssal Scepter just because of the amount of popularity of being able to help your team reduce it. Helps out the Cosmore, helps out the Azir. So I like the fact that Flandre is able to grab it this time around. It means that Yu doesn't have to, but he does also have a Null Magic Mantle. Maybe just going for the Dade special of the Merc Threat.
Could be going for that. Could also be going for the Athenes on Holy Grail.
Yeah, true.
First item, he feels like it. I think his Codex can be helped by that one. But you're right, I mean, it could be the Nash's Tooth. Both of these champions are actually confusing in that regard. You have to think they're probably not going to grab Athenes and Holy Grail on the Diana, as that was an interesting interaction with the blue buff. Don't worry, we saw that one too. Sneaky little Sentinel. That's a Spectator. Yeah, Yu trying to find his way around, but Swift able to lock down that one. Ella actually forced to flash out. There's the ultimate from V, and you got to make him count, and he's going to do so thus far as Flandre finds his way in the back line, but he's going to get locked out and destroyed by QG, and that's a very early one team fight for this team, and they're accelerating already.
And I think you summed V up as a teleporting, flanking top laner that excels on the Maokais, on the Hecarim, and now doing it with Malphite, even better suited for that style of game playing, able to just completely crush the backline, and QG, earlier than before, get ahead.
That was a massive misstep for Snake. So the reason why Xiaogu were able to be that aggressive and look for that type of invade is because look at the buy differences between TNT and Martin right now. That's a BF sword versus a dagger. So pulling the trigger, realizing that they were strong enough to fight that, and then rotating it immediately not only into the kill gold with the dragon, but Snake, you should know better. You shouldn't have fought that at all.
You should have known better, Snake.
This is the thing. I feel like both these teams are incredibly good at 5v5, but Snake are just making more mistakes across the board, not only in their decision-making, but again, their target selection in particular.
Yeah, and QG just good enough to make it count when they do make these mistakes. You know, they take the maximum every single time. And you see now V, added tankiness. He doesn't want anything to do with the offensive way to play Malphite, just goes for Respector's Cow. He's going to become an immovable object because even when he takes damage, he's going to heal it back up.
Whoa, he's going to be an unstoppable force and an immovable object spawn?
He is.
It was ridiculous. One thing I really love about V and playing Malphite is the fact that Onslaught of Shadows and Unstoppable Force are both very similar in execution. Like, you want to be diving into the backline, But after you use Unstoppable Force, you just need to slam the rest of your buttons. It's like easy mode Hecarim. It's like V must be having a field day. He's like, oh, it's the best.
I don't know how you're playing Hecarim, but I'm just slamming my buttons on that champion. Just Rafflecopter.
Yeah, but at least you still have to move around afterwards. Everyone's in the sky after you press R with a Malphite, whereas they're all running away from you. A bit frustrating.
They do come back, I promise.
They do? Okay.
Here we go, though. We have a setup dive. V does have the Unstoppable Force up and available. We'll see if Flandre's in an immovable object.
He's surprised.
And the rocket.
Oh, that is going to be the... And the teleport coming in as well to make sure that that minion wasn't going to be used. V just tanking so much damage, despite having no armor just yet.
I was going to say, he's actually going to be surprisingly tanky against magic damage. Rocket took half of his health, on the other hand.
The coordination.
Yeah, really well executed there. They will be able to grab the top lane turret. All of a sudden, they've shut Flandre down early. And what other win condition does Snake have going into this set? A lot of pressure on you.
That was a gorgeous rocket. I can't get over that. That's
Beautiful.
so difficult to hit from across map.
So the way that you should coordinate that
so good.
is you should tell the Malphite where the rocket is going to end up,
Yep.
and then he should ult the person when they walk in that area. Too many people try and say, "Look, I'm going to ult here," and then get the Jigs to follow up. So that was started by TNT and clutched out by V.
Or just controlled, orchestrated.
Engineered. Manufactured.
The puppet master.
Yeah.
You guys are out of control.
What? That was you. What the heck? You just said pulverize. Okay, I don't understand. Swift is going to get caught out here. The headbutt. Ella decides not to use the pulverize, as Yu is just going to be a stepping stone. Wow, that was really cool, as Yu actually may die for it here, as the wild growth onto Swift is going to be saving him. TCT with a decent ultimate there to cut off the area, as Ella, he's going to sacrifice himself. The unbreakable will of Ella is, as it appears, breakable.
And I feel like you just caught the beast as easy. It was like, watch this, guys. I got him.
I'm bending it, guys.
And then he was like, why am I on this side of the wall with the Lulu? This isn't good. But so, yeah, that's just, once again, a little bit of a miscommunication. A good collapse coming through from QG. And QG right now just looks like they're rolling full steam ahead.
But Snake shouldn't be trying to fight on this side of the map at all. There's such a big advantage for Xiaogu, not only because they picked up all those extra free kills in the jungle, but they're winning in the mid lane and they're winning in the bottom lane. Fight towards top.
They're winning top as well.
Yeah,
like
well, it's a Malphite. He doesn't care. It's like winning lane, I'm an R button.
Okay,
how
how
do you
about
win
this?
lane when you're
Why
just an
are
R
Snake
button?
walking in and trying to challenge for vision or place any sort of offensive ward?
Yeah, I know.
I think they just want to do something.
Wait.
Yeah.
Wait
Not
for
their
Azir.
MO.
Wait for Kog'Maw.
Well, V continues to farm out there on the top side. Flandre makes his way back towards it after taking down these Krugs, I would assume. Beast we haven't really seen much of, but he does have a warrior in check, so that's cool.
Probably looking to see whether he can swing any team fight back in his team's favor. They've got really no tank apart from Ella.
They haven't played a tank this entire series against a team like Xiaogu, which I think goes back to the point that you were making earlier, that this is a skirmish-based team fighting team. They want to cause chaos. They want to split the fight up, and they have a lot of tools to do that with the Azir Emperor's Divide to kind of create two different fronts. But unfortunately, against Xiaogu, they're just too well coordinated with that Jinx rocket and that initial gank, but even more so in the 5v5 chaos.
Yeah, 100%. That's what you've seen out of Snake the whole time. They want to skirmish, split them up, and use things like the Fiora, like the Olaf to be able to run people down. But QG is just way too good at A, starting the fight themselves, so it never gets to that point. B, if they do get engaged on, they collapse really well around key members like Doinby, like TNT. And now with Doinby on Lulu, it becomes even easier to execute upon. Snake just don't have an answer.
Lulu with the Rod of Ages as well, already completed now, 14 minutes. I'm not entirely sure when he got that one, but Lucidity Boots are there as well to make up for the lack of cooldown reduction that comes from that first item.
He's looked across the rift and what's in comparison to, it is only the makings of the
a cup and a book, my friend.
Athene's Unholy Grail, and it's going to mean that it's a very expensive item, but it's supposed to keep you safe. He's already died once, not really doing its job so far, and Doinby's been the lane bully that we don't expect out of Lulu if she doesn't take Ignite. Fantastic lane bully with Ignite, but with Teleport should technically be a little bit more unsafe. Hasn't been the case.
Swift is just going to walk at Martin. Super Mega Death Rocket comes in. It's a point-blank Cocoon. As now Swift has to use the repel, tries to get out of there. Moonfall comes down as Flandre comes in with the teleport. Doinby over on the backside. He's got the wild growth. No one in danger of dying as Flandre just turns it right back around to him. The passive now on. The
I
QG
say this
kite away.
all the time. Swift, Xiaogu is the perfect support system for Swift. But hold on, round 2.
Yep, that's the flash in from Ella. Not entirely sure what they're going to get out of it, but there's the Unstoppable Force in the back line. A double knock-up when the Glacial Fissure comes in as well as Swift. He has to be very careful. It's already 2 kills for Snake as they're trying to turn this one. He's doing some extra damage in the back line as well. And finally, QG starting to get the kills. And TNT so excited about potentially getting to Worlds, or at least getting to the next match that could get him there.
And TNT just kited the heck out of that team fight. You know, they finally got what they were looking for, the split floods. Azir created the zone on the back end where all the carries were. They were collapsing on the Mel fight, but he's just way too durable at this stage of the game, and TNT went bonkers.
So look at how this starts out. So Ella does lock him up. Again, look at how low the health is, but here's the flanking play from V. We've split up the fight, you've got the Emperor's Divide, but like you said, the fact that V is so big, keeping all of these carries apart, and TNT is so far ahead of the clock, he's got the completed Infinity Edge. Jinx gets the most out of the Infinity Edge over any other AD carry because she's getting AoE crits at this point, that it's just Xiaogu can deal with Snake's front line, and Snake cannot deal with Xiaogu's front line.
Well, Ella might actually die here as well as he gets caught by the Cocoon. So much chain CC. Nice triple knock up there with the Pulverizers. I don't even think he realized that he was dying as Swift just locks it down with the Q towards the end.
You help me!
Yeah.
You're already dead.
For you, sir. Yeah.
I think I am dead.
We've heard that one before. But one thing I want to talk about is the fact that Doinby hit the most incredible Glitter Lance into the Super Mega Death Rocket on the back of that particular
for the double
fight.
Kill?
It was so beautiful to watch. QG, they're team fighting so well. And what this is telling me is that Invictus Gaming's team fighting must have improved so incredibly far to have been able to get that 2-0 victory yesterday against this team that are still looking like the team fighting gods themselves.
Also, the big difference was IG's draft phase has been so incredibly strong. This
That's
series alone, Xiaogu have improved dramatically from their draft from day 1 to day 2. Naturally, Invictus Gaming, EDG, created kind of a blueprint for that with their success. So we'll see how this goes. They have to survive this game, so don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. But it is game, set, and point for Xiaogu to move into that best of 5.
Yeah, and I like what you were talking about there. And I think the key differences is that QG look really active around the map right now. But what was happening is Zatai was keeping V down, and he wasn't able to make these proactive moves. And IG know how to play the map. Even in game 1, when Snake got so far ahead, it looked like they kind of dropped the ball and weren't able to really move around as a team. Invictus Gaming have looked like anything but that right now. Following around Zatai, following around Kakao, they're too big playmakers.
Yeah, and I think it's all on the back of Kakao's Flandre and Doinby fighting one another here as Flandre turned into a seal, which I learned today.
I actually think that Zatai is the most improved player on the lineup. I think that Zatai is the difference. Sure, Kakao's always been great since he came over from Korea. What's the difference on IG right now is that Zatai is playing like a freak in the top lane.
He certainly is. There are a lot of top laners that are really finding their footing here, but at the moment, Flandre doing his very best. But on the Diana, against the Malphite and the Lulu,
but this is what we talked about.
2-0-8 for this guy. Man.
The fact that Doinby has the teleport opens up the difference in how you stack and who you put into these side lanes. Doinby, please.
He's being so annoying. Oh my goodness. Flandre's back. Stopped one more time, meaning that QG able to take down the inner turret in the bottom lane. His teleport was up, but he just couldn't move. Couldn't get back to base, couldn't do anything.
And yes, Xiaogu are better. Oh, hold on.
Yeah, Moonfall comes down here
You've
as
got
Flandre
wild
is slowing him down.
You
Yeah.
can't.
Doinby's just playing with him. There's the wild growth as Flandre. He wants the Pale Cascade back up. Lunar Rush is going to be used. Turned into a seal. The creeps are going to be out of it. The Glitter Lance didn't land. Flandre survives, and that's the Prey Seeker. Beast says, yep, all me. 1v1, baby.
Super Mega Death Rocket.
Super Mega almost Rocket is just going to hit Beast. Takes himself down a Krug, perhaps. I don't know.
So
in a sick trade.
Doinby looks for the outplay. It was all Beast, like you said. The Prey Seeker right on point. Talk about outplay. Hit your skill shots, mate.
Nice use of mate.
I got you.
Yeah.
the difference between these teams, not only the 5v5s and kind of the little, like Spawn was saying, that Snake are just, they look a little bit sloppy. They look a little bit off. The small micro transactions are just slightly off, slightly tilted. But the mid-game decision-making from Xiaogu, their ability to pull the trigger and make this siege count with their composition back-to-back has kind of been the real breadwinner for me here, and why Xiaogu are coming up so far on top of Snake.
I actually really like GG's, like, V's build there in the top lane. Going for the Aegis, now has himself the Frozen Heart. He gets into the back line.
He's just a boulder.
Why do you like that?
I don't know. I just do. Something about it makes me feel good.
He's going to be solo diving, people,
yeah, but him
and he has
Swift
an Aegis.
have double Aegis.
But he's going to be by himself.
Is he, though?
Who's going to be able to follow him, Malphite?
TCT will. He'll just stand behind him, man.
Oh, I want an Indiana Jones Malphite skin. How good would that be?
Indiana Jones?
Yeah, I'm just imagining the boulder that comes crashing down. And if Malphite had like an Indiana Jones hat and like a little whip.
And the seismic shard is actually just a little Indiana Jones
No!
that you throw out in front of you.
I was going to say it could be the whip or even the hat. But yeah, we just throw Indiana Jones and chase him.
Yeah, and the Malphite skin is actually just a rock. I like it. I think it's good.
So it will probably be a banner of command on the Malphite.
Put that one for later.
The reason, so I thought this is what you were going with, is that against a magic damage top laner like Diana, which will be a split pushing answer, you can't really control the wave as well. Banner of command actually gives you that tool back in your favor. All of a sudden she has to auto attack it down. Hell Cascade doesn't do as much if it's a banner of command minion, so I like that out of the Aegis pickup. If he's going for a locket, I really dislike the item because he's going to be solo diving onto people and it's actually really expensive.
Well, we highly doubt it, I guess, because there is already a locket there for Swift. So probably is going to be the banner of command. I actually forgot about it when I was talking about the item pickups. So that makes a bit of sense there, Spawn. I like it. I actually would have liked to see the Abyssal Scepter, though. That's another thing you were right about. Bit of damage.
Again,
you can do it, man.
Doinby just mirroring
There he
Flandre.
goes. Oh. They're looking for it. Snake got out just a little bit. Jungle department. Beef has to get his way out with the tunnels.
How did that get there? Doinby just shepherding the creeps.
Skippy. Back into the mid lane. Oh, there's the flash ensemble force onto Ella, the only person. There's another knock-up, though, this time from Snake. As they're trying to get into the back line, Yu is going to fall. TNT picks up the kill somehow as Beast. He goes down for the double. TNT is just going off. Massive damage. Triple kill now. Blows the heal to avoid dying to the turret. As now TNT gets the Quadra. Martin now has to try and deny the pentakill. Does so very, very effectively as Doinby now has to deal with his damage. A Cathian surprise. It won't do anything to V. Well, it will. Getting close to death, but my gosh.
This is the difference between Xiaogu and Snake. This is how we came to the series. Look at how decisive they are about pulling the trigger. There's no wasted effort. There's no floundering around the map. They identify the objective, they pull the trigger, and they execute so well.
And look at what it does when you have 5 members on the same play. That was an unstoppable force onto an Alistair. That's all it hit. Yeah. But he was that tanky. He stays in the back lane. He went with a locket of the Solari.
Oh my god, he did. Okay.
So he was able to dive onto the back line and just completely occupy the time of the Cogbot, of the Azir. That meant that there was just no follow-up damage to go onto the other members of QG.
Shout out to Ella, though. He got a massive knock-up there in the back line. But where was the Emperor's Divide? Like, where
it came out.
It did, but I just didn't see it really impact the team
So what it
fight.
did is it split Malphite from everyone else. And the problem is they just can't kill Malphite at this point.
They're too far ahead at this point. It would have been a fantastic Emperor's Divide if Xiaogu weren't 10k gold up and Malphite wasn't so far ahead of the clock. He was able, so like the big thing is he's tanking the tower for so long that it pretty much just opens the door for Xiaogu to just run through. The tower didn't exist. So Snake needed to either decide this is an unsafe place because this tower doesn't mean anything.
Oh my goodness. Well, luckily the Iron Solari was completed. That's the 3rd dragon dead, so a bit of extra movement speed. May mean that V isn't going to miss his flash too much.
it doesn't even matter who he hits. Like, he didn't even need to hit the unstoppable force. He just needed to tank the tower. That's what that
He just
team
needed to
fight
get
came
in there,
down
man.
to.
And he got in there. That was fine. I was talking about him missing as in really wanting to have his flash, not missing skill shots. Beast is totally dead. That is a super dead Rek'Sai. Super Mega Death Rocket's going to secure that kill. All me, says TNT. A lot of kill sharing going on this game. I like it.
9-1 and 6. It has been a lot of TNT. He's had... This is what we expected coming into playoffs from TNT. You know, he was
15 out of 17 kills as well. Anticipated in by the Jinx.
But he was dominated by Im. And then it's kind of just stayed at that point as V back in the fight.
Yep, there's the unstoppable force. Flandre's going to use his Zhonya's Hourglass very nicely to avoid that damage as he's trying to get into the backline. TNT just kites it out, is able to pick up the kill. There's the Zap long range, not going to find Ella just yet, but they are still going to be able to get on top. Another double kill for the Jinx as Martin has to use the Blade of the Ruined King. QG just right in there underneath you with a fantastic Emperor's Divide. QG, they do have to get out. But V is so big,
and he just walks through the other turret.
Rogue. Doesn't even matter. Okay.
So V, augmented by Doinby, just does not care about structures right now. We'll be able to shrug off a lot of this Baron damage as well, and they have started it up. Need to be careful because Flandre has the teleport.
Yeah, you trying to get some damage down here as well as QG just hanging out towards the back of the pit. All as a unit here, they're taking a heck of a lot of damage. TCT probably going to die. The back of the pit, not a safe place, but they are going to be able to take down the Baron. Beautiful exhaust as well as TNT takes down 2. That's the unofficial quadra kill as Flandre wants to feed himself in here as well. Seems like he probably won't. May want to stay alive as Martin's there. Ella, Super Mega Death Rocket, not going to find the Cogmore.
Doinby?
He's got his bait, man.
He doesn't have his ultimate.
No,
okay.
he's
Misses
just
the glitter
relying
lens as well.
entirely on Whimsy.
What the
Yep.
heck just happened?
Whimsy can't outrun Kog'Maw range.
That's an auto attack. You can't outrun that no matter what you do.
That's what I'm saying.
That's not true, actually.
Oh, you can actually outrun it.
Have you not seen the Super Boomerang in the Ravis?
Outruns the auto attack until it dissipates?
So he gets Baron buff. Oh no, it wasn't an auto attack. It was I apologize. It was an Akali Q.
Yeah, the Akali Q. Yeah, I know that one.
And he runs quick enough to be able to recall back to base.
Oh, silly. But no, auto attacks, I think, generally pretty guaranteed, aren't they? Unless you use Zhonya's or something, become untargetable in some way.
Let's be fair. He just walked up to Martin and let him slap him in the face.
Yeah, he did. He just got spat on.
And then just lost his Baron, which is actually fairly important because he's the guy that's spending most of his time out into the side
back
lanes.
into the bottom lane.
Yeah, mirroring across from Flandre, so Doinby.
He's just giving them something to...
Disapproving look.
Yeah, I don't understand Doinby. That was just weird.
But that's
4 out of Jinx,
charm,
though.
you know? You don't have to understand Doinby.
No. You just have to know that he's Doinby. You don't have to understand what he's doing. See, look
I
at
love that
bubbling
skin.
his way forward. Very cute.
Skin salesman.
I'm telling you, Indiana Jones Malphite.
Oh yeah, no, rock Malphite.
This is what I wanted to say. Malphite is V's spirit animal. Like, if there was ever a champion that's so perfect for everything that he wants to
You
do.
realize that Malphite isn't an animal, though. As he's posturing again.
What would you define him as? Entirely sure. They are going to go for this siege, though. That's half of the turret down. Rock is an inanimate object.
I would still...
Isn't he a legitimate mountain that woke up?
Oh, yeah.
So he's a rock.
Yeah, but he's still alive. Can a rock be alive? Oh,
I had a
that's
pet
a cocoon.
rock.
Lands onto you. DCT tanking the turret for a moment. You had a pet rock. Sounds pretty cool. We're trying to mix in some play-by-play with talking about rocks as pets and whether or not they're alive. The turret is going to fall down. QG, they find their way in. That's going to be a Zhonya's again, but Martin gets knocked up. The Glacial Fissure not going to find the Cogmore as he's round the side. TNT trying to get in there. The Crescent Slash is there. The Wild Growth not enough. As Snake, they're trying to fight back. QG, they're low on mana, especially there as Swift. He's going to fall. Snake, they may have found their way back in. The inhibitor hasn't fallen, and Doinby just backs away.
Target selection was atrocious for Xiaogu right there. They literally were chasing Flandre, and to Flandre's credit, surviving so long did burn the Zhonya's, but Flandre was right next to you and Martin. For a majority of that fight, Kog'Maw and Azir were standing perfectly still, and the rest of Xiaogu like high-fived them as they continued to chase into Diana.
Yeah, and the thing is that you just put out so much damage. Let's take a look at it. You can see you on the top side of the fight gets a good ultimate here, and then is just able to continually put out Sand Soldiers to auto-attack, and he's just auto-attacking everything.
Yeah, Super Mega Death Rocket not going to do anything at all. As TNT actually zoned himself with the enemy base gate plus turret combo.
I'm really
splashed to the side, so didn't have any way to get out of that particular situation.
Disappointed that replay cut off, because from that point, Martin and you just stand on the top side right underneath their Nexus towers and just slap people.
Just auto attack. It was just really weird, and you know, Malphite makes even more sense now because he slows the attack speed of Azir as well, and that's what you saw beautifully at the start of that fight. That's why you took a long time to ramp up. But once Malphite could no longer commit to attacking you by himself, because he just doesn't have the damage to finish him off, you could definitely see that Teamfight did go a little bit pear-shaped for the QG lineup. But realistically, 13k ahead, Dragon number 4, it's all good.
Spawn, what do you feel about 4th item Sunfire Cave? Take us through the pickup.
Oh, goodness.
I refuse.
Okay, so I'll take this one. The problem with...
No, we've done. That's the outcome that I was looking for. That was perfect. That was beautiful. That's all we need. Not happy, Jan, I think is the option. You can if you want.
No, go for it. Take us through it, please.
The problem with 4th item Sunfire Cape is it's just a very inefficient item in terms of its cost effectiveness and the stats that you're going to get out of it. So you build it early because it's about pushing your lane and getting control of that 1v1 scenario. So if you're outside of lane phase, you would pretty much build any other armor item.
I would say Tiamat right now is better than that item.
What about Abyssal Set? You've got abilities.
If you're going to go for an armor item, it should have been Randuin's Omen.
Yeah, 100%. Or Dead Man's Plate.
What about a Thornmail?
Should have been Randuin's Omen.
Okay.
Yeah, Dead Man's Plate's so good. There's no crit.
Maybe you can switch out his summoner spells mid-game and grab a Cinderhawk.
But I'm just saying in terms of just straight defensive.
Oh, Swift actually landed the cocoon onto you. Takes a lot of damage for it as Doinby trying to keep Flandre busy.
Oh, rematch of the century.
Hardcore stuff as TNT. He's got the augmentation. V just tanking up this turret can do so for a very long time. TNT, they actually don't have the Zeke's Harbinger just yet. Did run out, so...
The other thing that I quickly want to point out about Malphite is the way that his W works now is when he activates it, he gets so much that items like...
Ooh, they go in. Yeah, Nello does get the knock-up. TNT very, very low. No Lulu to boost him up as Doinby now going to get in with the teleport. But that's a lot of the damage missing here from the Xiaogu lineup. Flandre takes the Glitter Lance, but you can see now Snake able to move forward. They've got a lot of damage potential. There's the Flash Empress survive. Swift can't get out. No, yes, he can. He can just get straight over onto the Gromp, and that's a lot wasted. Try and lock down a very slippery Spider Lady.
But the issue here is that Xiaogu aren't setting up a fight. The Unstoppable Force is still online. None of these ultimates are being used. They're just being picked off. So they are running a split push pressure with Lulu in the top lane. Did manage to grab that inhibitor, so not an overall bad trade, but Snake, you know, we said what are their win conditions? You wait for Azir and Kog'Maw, and guess what? Time's up.
Yeah, TNT can't get caught like that. He's so much of the team's damage.
Yeah, they're getting stronger right now, Kog'Maw and Azir, but there's still only 2 items completed each. On the other side of that, you have so much, but it's just this over and over again.
Where are you going?
Beast doesn't get the knockup. This Doinby's just playing with it.
The last time that happened, he died to an auto attack. Right there.
It's true. Probably should be rekindling some memories.
Adventure time with Doinby.
Yeah. Fusion time. What not to do with Doinby.
We'll have to see whether V can close this out, because part of the challenges with best of 5s is how you play the entirety of the season. Do you, I guess, have mental faith? Is this going to be something that affects their game against the Invictus Gaming lineup, who are waiting for them after this? They will be able to grab a Baron, however.
Yep, there's the cocoon. Repel is going to get Swift back into the pit, secures the Baron.
Yeah, just think about this as a stamina thing, like Spawn is trying to say, that if Xiaogu can't, you know, clinically clean this out for how far ahead they were able to ramp the game and snowball it, they have another best of 5 should they win here. Against Invictus Gaming, who the last time they fought, it went to all 5 games. So the stamina required, the mental fortitude, they look like they're coming unhinged a bit.
A little bit, or maybe they just look like they're enjoying themselves. I'm still not entirely sure.
Doinby's definitely enjoying himself.
Yeah, that's what I'm sort of referring to. Like, it's just really quite strange out of QG. And they can't give Snake opportunities. I mean, you think about this team comp in the late game. Azir is going to be doing a heck of a lot of damage. Martin as well.
That is still a distant dream right now.
It is.
The late game.
It is, Spawn, but you know, you got to stay optimistic.
Oh, they're going once again for Doinby.
Yeah, he gets the knock up. Doesn't get knocked up himself. This beast is just going to come out of the ground and go, dang it, I wish I could see.
And all of a sudden, Siege in the bottom lane is well and truly underway.
Oh, well, Martin as well. That's a very excited Jinx. Rocket's doing so much damage as you just going to get taken down from the flank here as TNT. What the heck are you doing? Rocket's now doing a heap of AoE as he flashes his way out, and Ella going to get stunned up. Ultimate not quite enough now as TNT, he's just fighting on the fountain. Beast is going to get destroyed. Double kill now for the Jinx. Super Mega Death Rocket sails into nowhere, and Snake are melting on their fountain. Stop it. What are you doing, guys? Doinby is going to sacrifice himself. It's a triple kill for Martin, but it doesn't matter as V stays immortal this game and TNT finishes off the Nexus.
And sometimes it's about sending a message, apparently. And the message right now is that Doinby wanted to have some fun at the end of that game, and TNT felt like joining him.
I think during. I think he did, like, that skin gets to his head and Doinby goes, haha, this game's fun, and then just does silly stuff.
The important thing, however, is Xiaogu are one best of 5 away from a stint on the world stage. So Snake are out. Sorry, everyone. But the Team Fighting Kings prevail, and they will face Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, Invictus Gaming looking like Team Fighting Kings themselves at the moment, so definitely tough competition to meet there at the top of the bracket. And EDG, they looked reinvigorated yesterday, even with Amazing J there in the top lane, but IG really took it to them. Like, this was EDG that was looking like they were at the top.
And the difference between EDG and IG yesterday was deft. Like, that was 100%, you know, Rookie and Pawn. Rookie played really well. Pawn had flashes of brilliant play, and then was probably just a little bit behind Rookie in terms of how well Rookie was playing. Like Kakao versus Clearlove, both having very good games, but deft in those series just looked like an absolute monster.
A man possessed, Spawn.
And the reason that I bring it up is that TNT, at the end of that set, started to look like the end of the split TNT that we'd expected. This AD carry that was steamrolling into the playoffs. Had a little bit of a lull during the playoffs itself, and now it looks like he's really ramping up. So pressure on Kid. Can he keep the newfound form that he's had for the last couple of weeks and push IG through to the Worlds?
And can he find consistency? That's my biggest challenge for Kid, is we've seen flashes of brilliance. We've seen amazing play out of this guy, but it's just not every game. You can't rely on this man to be incredible every single time he steps out into the Rift, which is something that you can say about the likes of Imp and Deft a lot of the time as well. But look, we'll see what is going to happen. But ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to QG and condolences to Snake. Unfortunately, not going to be making it to Worlds this time around. Now QG, they have to fight. They have to find their way through Invictus Gaming if they want to get there.
Yeah, they certainly do. And, you know, IG, they have a whole different kettle of fish that they're about to throw at QG. All of a sudden, it's not really a control mage player in the mid lane. Rookie is well and truly re-establishing himself as the assassin. So we'll see whether Doinby is able to go toe-to-toe with him.
Yeah.
If anyone's got tricks up their sleeves, it's Doinby.
It certainly is. Wonder if he can play basketball.
He's definitely Lee Sin.
It's a good point. It's a very good point, but have no idea what that was about. Looked really cool, though.
Certainly did. Flashing of different League of Legends stuff. Fantastic.
Yeah, really, really cool. But yeah, congratulations once again, now that we have you, ladies and gentlemen, on our screen. QG finding their way through to the next round. Of course, this one is more about elimination and the fact that Snake have now been removed. QG, they're still going to be feeling the pressure most definitely, especially after that last game, which you would have assumed they would have just methodically taken out. And then TNT died a couple of times. You know, they were a little bit of mucking around and playing up. And do you think that that's going to help QG because they were in a good mindset, they were just happy, and then they managed to win 3-0?
To be brutal and frank, there was no reason that Xiaogu should have played out the late game in the manner which they did. So yeah, we talked about how Lulu can very easily follow around Diana with the double teleport, but if you're 12k gold up, there's no reason not to just group up as 5 and use your item advantage. Again, when Xiaogu were together, they were able to just steamroll through, but they got caught out and they made mistakes because consistently they continued to split push with Doinby, and yes, they found advantages off of it, but
耶！英雄联盟明星召唤师周杰伦。Hello， 大家好，掌声鼓励一下！
哇，非常开心啊，感觉好像要开演唱会一样。
这感觉现场所有的玩家们都在这边，好不好？各位，希望今天呢能够给你们一个特别的回忆。对我们来说，这是非常的紧张的，对不对？
这是我人生第一次在现场做这样的电竞表演赛，
是
应该也是第一次站在这个舞台吧？
没错，
平常都是演唱会的时候才会见到。
对，所以呢，其实我觉得英雄联盟对我们来讲其实有点不太一样，因为我们之间的互动有一些不一样。
对，
本来以前呢，在打篮球的时候，我常常会念他，因为他总是喜欢耍帅。但现在玩英雄联盟，我们整个位置反过来了。
对对，因为跟红其实为了这次的表演赛，练了一段时间。那平常都是到我家，
不是很长的一段时间，
不是很长的一段时间，所以呢，到我家我都会教他。平常打篮球的时候，变成你会骂我，但是玩这个游戏的时候，代表着我是你的教练。
所以我觉得他这么爱玩英雄联盟，其中有一点就是他可以一直骂我。那当然，他的技巧绝对是比我好，因为我其实玩的时间有点短。自从开始知道他玩这个的时候，我记得去月子中心探访他，结果后来看到在玩这个，没想到我们就除了健身就是玩英雄联盟了。那当然今天来到现场，
对，
不是只是讲我们2个玩的故事，
对，还有其他玩家，
有个任务要来的，对吧？今天是有一个非常特别的明星表演赛，到底？
对，其实我很担心。因为你们刚刚看了这么精彩的比赛，你们确定要看我们表演赛吗？
大家非常想看你表演赛，因为想看你平常怎么骂我的，是不是这样？
好，但是
当然，我觉得在玩这个真有一种团队的感觉。
不是只有我们2个吧，对不对？
对，不可能只有我们2个。今天一定还是要有对手。那我们对面有个对手，
好，介绍一下，
也是听说响叮当的人物。因为他听说是跟我们2个的身份名头有点像，听说他算是一种黄金单身汉的代表，叫做国民老公。让我们用最热烈的掌声欢迎国民老公王思聪王校长，呀，呜！
好不好？今天你们2个对抗了，
是
不是？
我跟他不太适合对抗，
真的吗？
那因为他是对方的队长。
队长，你不是也是我们这一队的队长？
你是我们这队的队长，我当队长，这还情何以堪？
如果看手臂的话，应该是你来当队长。
如果今天打篮球的话，看我的身材，大家应该知道我玩的英雄是哪一位吧？好，有可能答对了，因为我听不清楚，但是。没关系，待会比赛开始呢，你们就知道。
我们先看看这一队，还有其他的队员，应该都蛮厉害的。
那王校长要不要跟大家稍微先说几句话？
其实我看了一下今天的阵容，我觉得还是蛮公平的，因为我看了周董的这个打野，我觉得我们应该问题不大。
可以，你们打野的是哪一位？要不要介绍一下？ 你们打野的人要不要介绍一下是哪一位呢？
我们的打野是现在当红的这个艺人，我们的小鲜肉林更新。
有，等一下，还没有。接下来，因为我们这边有一个，我今天也算是充当主持人一下。他们对面呢，一定有一个主持人，实力不能跟我相差太远的。听说这个主持人，他在整场英雄联盟里面，其实真正靠的就是一张嘴而已。所以让我们来欢迎朱真，耶！朱真，
嗨，
来。
其实呢，我呢其实就是校长这支队伍当中的一个发言人，跟根红你一样。其实呢，因为看到流行天王和全民老公大家就在一起，那当然大家期待着这个阵容不断的去加强，对不对？
是
5个人的比赛一起去超越。我是昨天盛典的主持，今天你来做今天盛典的主持。
是，我想今天呢，这个我们要来对战一下，一定要有个实力稍微相当。
对，因为你打多久了？
我大概打了4年。
你打了4年？
对，
我跟你讲，我跟你差不多，我刚好打差不多4个多礼拜。
也有打4个多礼拜，但是我4年非常坚强的站在青铜组。
真的、
这你可以放心。
好了，
好，
不要紧张，不要紧张。
到时候我要靠队友的帮忙，我应该还有办法在上路上面跟你打一下。
对，
好不好？
那我们接下来要请出你们这边的，
我们这边
3位队员，这样。
有多
我们这边也要有，因为除了我们2个之外，我们要来几个厉害的角色。那首先，我想我介绍的这一位，算是我们当中，也是可以说是口才或者是能力上面，也都可以说是1等1的，好不好？让我们来欢迎，今年第一个代表中国区 LPL 进入世界不是，我还太快了，这个我放在后面好了。还有一个，好，抱歉，
不要紧张，你不要紧张。
介绍的时候，
等一下他不会杀你的，好不好？
介绍的时候呢，气场一定要足，好不好？各位先掌声鼓励一下。接下来要欢迎我们队员著名的解说，也是前世界亚军主力中单外哟 ，yes， 呀，来，
好不好？
你们2个干嘛装好像不熟？
听到这个尖叫声就代表赢定了，是不是？很有信心吧？
有信心，我跟周董的配合已经天衣无缝。
有听到了。
我们一起打的时候，我都突然觉得我变强了的感觉。你知道，有一个团队，大家能够指引，这就会不一样。
对，人生不是一个人的游戏，
对，
好不好？然后我们有这么强劲的，那是不是该
你们对面的？
对啊，你们这边不是来一个前世界亚军嘛？我们就来一个前世界冠军，来杀杀威风。
哎呦，哇！
前
冠军你也请
WE 的中单，也是世界冠军，中路杀神若风。校长呢，其实和若风也是好朋友，大家一起呢加入校长队，有什么样的心情也可以跟大家一起抒发一下。
我觉得蛮激动的，今天第一能够跟校长还有跟星一起在台上，然后的话对决还是我从小的偶像杰伦大哥，非常开心。所以今天我希望能表演的好一点。
但是记得千万不要手下留情啊。
对。那其实呢，因为若风来啊，他虽然说一开始的时候还说杰伦从小到大的偶像，
从小到大，
也是我从小到大，
听起来有点奇怪。从小到大，感觉我现在好像还蛮
我也是从小到大就跟他认识的。
我希望呢，如果你把我当偶像，等一下就先别杀我啊。
待会儿下手会比较重吗？
我觉得那个野区就不去了吧，那就只能针对少怒真哥或者说校长了。
来，那我们这边要请出杰伦，你们队伍当中的第4位。
你这样看来，我们的这个战力，你觉得有没有机会赢过他？
我们基本上我觉得输不了。
说不了，你通常不都有讲说什么5-5开什么之类的？
今天不是5开，今天10-0开。
哎呦，为什么敢这么说？因为我们接下来欢迎的就是今年第一个代表中国区 LPL 进入世界总决赛的队伍，让我们来欢迎 LGD 我们的 第4个，尾神呀！
哦，是不是？
知道了吧？知道了吧？不要逼我们，好不好？
真的，他感觉尾神跑过来是一座移动的炮台过来了一样，地板都在震啊。
尾神要不要跟大家先跟大家问好一下？
大家好，我是 LG 的中单尾神。
哦，尾神刚出来的声音啊，我感觉好像比我出来声音还大。他们在这个境界里面，应该已经走到了一个算是不容易的地步了，对不对？我们今天应该也有胜算吧？
绝对有。
看到没有？看到没有？看到没有？
我们一点都不害怕，因为什么？因为我们今天尾神来了嘛。
对，
老干爹的嘛。
对，
我们请到的是跟他朝夕相处、睡在他枕边的兄弟，叫知己知彼才能百战百胜。
哎呦，
对，
是老干妈吗？
老干妈来了，对，那就让我们欢迎老干妈PLA。哇呀！真的，就我们的老干爹战队的职业辅助。
哎呦，
同样打游戏，你看我们这边多苗条，你看。
好了，
就这个就不多提了。
也算是兄弟自相残杀一下了。但是我跟你讲，比赛归比赛，千万不能留情，知道了吧？好不好？今天我想呢，你们出来这4个，我们最后要请出来这个，一定也不是一个简单的人物。
哟，
因为看到我们这几个阳刚气就知道特别的重。接下来我们要来到一个，不仅是美貌跟实力都兼具的，让我们来欢迎小苍妖。耶！小苍，要不要跟大家问好一下
？Hello， 4周年，各位朋友们好。
我感觉好像有个名模跟我们一起在打英雄联盟，还可以吧？这个队长，我们这样的队员阵容
可以，因为我刚刚看到这个主持人，其实他的表情有点尴尬，
看得出来了。
没有啊，因为什么？因为你们
主持人，你要不要把汗稍微擦一下？是不是有点害怕了？
我背心都有点湿了。
4年的经历可能会被我4个礼拜的打败。Yes。
其实我们不担心，因为你有女神，我们这边有9亿女生为即将出场的那位撑腰。
真的假的？
真的，她的网名就叫9亿少女的梦。
是谁这么脸皮这么厚啊？
那到底他是谁？其实大家都知道了，其实也又是校长的好朋友，对不对？大家今天也都特别希望看到你们2个人在舞台上的合体，那我们就一起来看一下。要欢迎的就是14个林更新。对，你就在校长边上哦，我们大家都有打到招呼啊。哎呦，一上来就杠上了，这是。哎，更新来了。我们商量好的套路呢，太客气了，一上来是回旋踢啊。
回旋踢啊！
你怎么握手啊？这是。
这个腿脚还没有压啊。今天第一次来到这个周年庆之前呢，错过了，因为工作前几年都错过了。今天很荣幸来到这里啊，也见识到了人山人海啊。那我也是一个非常忠实的一个，对吧？撸友。
哎，所以
今天终于来了。
介绍一下打了多少年了？告诉大家。
打了3年了吧？
打了3年了。
就是朱桢带我玩的。
对，我带了很多朋友。
但是至今实力依然停留在白银水平。
非常忠实的一个，对吧？撸友。
哎，所以
今天终于来了。
介绍一下打了多少年了？告诉大家。那我们接下来要不就准备怎么样？摩拳擦掌上战场子。
对，你们有没有要说什么话的？
啊，
要不要？队长要不要讲几句？
我在这边爆个料，其实我们为你准备了一套大招，一套特别好玩的阵容。因为我觉得，今天既然是表演赛，我们要表演一下嘛。
要不就准备怎么样？摩拳擦掌上战场子。
对，你们有没有要说什么话的？
啊，
要不要？队长要不要讲几句？
我在这边爆个料，其实组合，但是
队长要不要讲几句话？
我在这边爆个料，其实我们
现在改变不知道来不来得及了，不过没关系。好了，他们讲完这个话之后，身为队长的杰伦，我知道你一向是寡言沉默居多，但因为最近中国好声音发现你的个性有点转变了，可不可以也说一些话让大家？
什么叫个性有点转变？
就是私底下的
比较多话一点，是不是？
表现在台面上。
OK。其实大家看到这个阵容啊，我相信你们应该会赢的。没有开玩笑，因为老实讲啊，有跟红在啊，其实我真的很紧张，因为他有时候鞋子还买2双鞋子。其实大家看到这个阵容啊，我相信。跟红，你大招，赶快放大招。结果啊，你死了才放也没有用了。对，然后永远都是呈现黑白画面。所以我觉得，其实老实说，必须我们这几个要 carry 你一下，好不好？
是，我相信我有这样的一个团队，虽然我现在很弱，但是我的人生可以从黑白变成彩色的。给我们一个最大的掌声，好吗？呀！
哎，
好了，
好哎。
来吧，
黑白变彩色了是吧？
是。
那我们就送你一起进入彩虹的天堂，好吧？这是你的歌嘛？哎，那我们接下来呢，就将会进入到战场，一起来看一下这场明星赛，为我们的队伍，我们这样啊，为我们的队伍加油！
欢呼一下好不好 ？Come on，
跟红到你了，你也要为我们杰伦。
你看，我帮你们喊一下，好不好？各位也为我们的战队欢呼一下好吗好了，气势看得出来，我们要打一场胜仗了。好了，大家加油了吧？
加油！
好不好？
好，
让我们的比赛，
谢谢大家，
正式开始喽！Woo！
And welcome back, guys. This should be a lot of fun before we line up our last best of 5 and see which of our teams between IG and QG will be going to Worlds. But before we get to that, Rusty, we have some fun to have here. A show match, a very massive show match in China that we're very excited to bring to you. From what we can tell, it's going to be a best of 1, 5v5 for a whole lot of fun on Summoner's Rift. Jay Chou, the international Chinese superstar celebrity, actor, singer, you might know him. He's been in movies like The Green Hornet, stuff like that. Very famous locally in China, of course, as well. Versus the owner of Invictus Gaming, which should be a lot of fun. He's the son of the richest man in China and obviously owns a pretty good League of Legends team. They're both pretty big enthusiasts, and they kind of got a mishmash of celebrities, TV stars, and just some LPL players and some old retired LPL players as well. So I'm excited, Rusty.
Yeah, so if you're watching that intro, they introduced the players one at a time, and the order that it went was themselves. So they brought out Jay Chou, his opponent, the owner of Invictus Gaming. They introduced retired pros. So now they've got Whites taking on Messiah, the TF God, so Season 3 pros basically.
Versus the Fizz Lord from Season 3 World Championships.
The number 4 person that they brought out for their teams was a celebrity or an esports personality, so 2 very famous people in China have been brought out for the 4th member on their team. The 5th member is an LPL caster.
Yeah, so a couple of casters as well. And of course, PWL and Godvi, I think also playing of LGD, who already made it to the World Championships, didn't have to play in this regional qualifier. So should be a lot of fun. From what we understand, Jay Chou is a Master Yi jungle main. And that's about it, apart from the LPL players we know about. So I'm excited for potential Master Yi shenanigans.
There's going to be a lot of wildcard champions, a lot of wildcard players in this, so no idea what they're going to bring out, besides the fact that Godvi and PYL are going to have to put everyone in those backpacks and hope that they're big enough.
And it's kind of a cool thing as well, because PYL and Godvi obviously very good together. PYL does a lot of shot calling, a lot of the macro play and the warding for LGD. And Godvi is, in an interesting way, sort of the secondary asset that really helps what PYL wants to do around the map. He's very central, obviously, as a mid laner. He moves around a lot. He wards quite a lot for a mid laner. And he's always moving with his jungler or moving with his support. And they're roaming around making plays together.
Yeah, and I guess the question stems from that as to what is Godvi going to play? Because PYL is a big shot caller. He's going to be able to control his team with the macro movements. But Godby could just play an assassin.
Yeah, might
he
have
could
just to go carry mode.
dumpster and carry.
I wonder if he play AD carry again. He actually played AD carry in the Demacia Cup. I think Varus and one other champion that was almost a mid laner with Godby's champions when Imp was actually sick. And he had to play AD carry. Because I think we have two like very famous old school mid laners in China, in Masara and White. So I can't imagine that Godby is going to get to play mid lane this time.
You want them to play against each other, the old school personalities. Just have this like clash of the old school titans, take each other on. So I would imagine Godby's not going to be in the mid role. You put him somewhere else. But then again, if White's is the Fizz god that we know and love, they might just put him top.
Yeah, it's funny actually as well. Because that was the old Royal Club strategy when they used to play with Whites. They would just take Fizz, they would pick it for mid, and then Uzi and Makako Tavis. So this is when Uzi really started coming out as a big international player. It was his first Worlds final for the for the Season 3 World Championships where SKT won. And they would just constantly put Whites in a solo lane on Fizz. And it would be great. You get farm, you get level. You just hard carry the game as AP Fizz.
There's a lot of danger behind these players. Of course, Messiah, the TF player himself, could get around the map very easily and pick on Whites as an example. Utilize the fact that he's got PYL to shot call for him. There's a lot that could happen in this, but there are so many wildcard players. We have no idea. We've got a Master Yi jungle player.
Presumably, who knows? Maybe Jay Chow's been training up some different picks.
We saw the highlight video.
That's true.
We saw the highlight video.
We did. I'm expecting the jungle there from Master Yi. And again, lots of LPL casts with some TV personalities, of course, that are very famous in China. Lots of fun. We kind of had this experience before, I feel like, with, was it the effectively All-Stars match? During, I think, the last regional. So China does like to put on a show. If you guys have tuned in earlier in the day, seen the big cosplay shows, stuff like that, you understand that it's not just about the games and the events. It's about, kind of a celebration, a festival of League, because they're celebrating, I think, the 4th anniversary of the game in China as well.
Yeah, so there's a lot of celebration going on, and it's more so they've already got the focus on the players and the teams. They had that when they had the finals. So the qualifying team, this big event, this big hype build-up behind it. This is a bit of a hybrid. So you've got the focus on the players, but there's this side aspect of you've got celebrities, you've got show matches, there's cosplay going on. There's a whole lot there. Jay Chow apparently made a song. We don't know if he's going to play it.
That's right. He has. I expected him to perform. He wrote a song he kind of endorses League in China. He's a big proponent of it. Says he likes to go home after a long days of work and just play, and does a bit of streaming as well. And it's just one of those things where he loves the game so much. He's obviously here to play a show match for his fans and for League of Legends fans as well. And he has written a song about League of Legends, effectively. So there could also be a sweet performance coming up as well.
Well, that's the big question, because everyone said it hasn't been released yet. So he might be saving it for this day. He may save it for another day. It might not actually be finished. We don't know.
You never know. It's like it'll be the world's theme for the Chinese teams. That'd be cool.
That'd be pretty cool.
There's a lot of cool stuff.
Their jerseys are cool as well.
Oh, man. Are they ever. If you guys didn't see the MSI jerseys, the EDG wore, they were pretty awesome, but the world's ones might be a cut above, which is pretty impressive.
Team China. It looks amazing.
That's actually, that part of it I really like.
It's like the Olympics style of thing.
Yeah, exactly. It's because it is the World Championships, right? It's more like the Olympics, even though obviously there's Korean players in China. There's, Europeans and Koreans playing in NA and EU and all that stuff. So clearly League is a truly global game, but there's still definitely regional representation. People love to cheer for their home country or home region. Yeah. And despite all the mixed rosters, which is great to see, if you go as an NALCS representative for Worlds, you go as a North American team.
Exactly. Like, you're representing the region that you're playing, and that's exactly how it should go. So it's not like the Olympics to the degree where you are born in a place, so you represent that team. It's mixed. As you said, it's very multicultural in that aspect. So it's cool to see them representing Team China, and the fact that China as a region embrace that. It doesn't matter what region they're from. You're Team China. So you get these jerseys. You get to step up on the big stage and represent the entire country.
Yeah, and I guess there's a quick thing there. Just to refresh you, we do have PWL, we do have Godby. LGD winning LPL Summer did qualify themselves for Worlds already as the #1 seed. They got the auto spot. EDG won yesterday in a 3-1 over Invictus Gaming, which was looking honestly like it could have gone either way, but EDG did manage to pull themselves together and win out in that series to qualify for the 2nd seed. And then, of course, after this, from what we understand as far as scheduling goes, we'll have this show match now. Jay Chow and Wang Xikong, I believe, the IG owner, will play off in what should be a lot of fun. And then we'll have, of course, our last best of 5, which is now Xiaogu after 3-0ing Snake. Poor Snake did not have the regionals they would have wanted. And then IG, of course, who are awaiting the winner from yesterday after losing to EDG.
Exactly right. And I wouldn't want to be going up against this Invictus Gaming side. If anything's to go by, we watched these two teams play yesterday. Didn't really go ideal for Xiaogu.
No.
And it feels like Invictus Gaming are this reinvigorated new side. And they're taking it to everyone they are up against. EDG, as you said, could have gone either way.
I completely agree. IG have they've gotten better and better, I feel like, as the whole season's dragged on. They finally put Zatai in the top lane. They got their permanent roster fixed so that they were able to build on that moving towards Worlds. It was a very important time for IG. And sort of the rest of it from there has just been them getting better and better. They started really rough. So Ty was clearly learning the top lane, still adjusting to the role. Found some success bringing out the likes of Fizz. I think Karthus got in there as well at some point. So kind of going back to mid lane roots. But so Ty's become a really strong, versatile top laner. And everyone on that team has risen up. And their playoff run was good. They finished third again for a second split in a row, beating EDG, though, to claim that spot. And then, of course, almost beating EDG yesterday, doing very well in the regionals. But remember the last time QG and IG played before this, I guess, last best of 5 they played in was a very close 5-game set where QG had just managed to able to win and get themselves to the final. So these two teams' recent histories in long sets have been very close.
Yeah, and it's super close to see who would actually come out ahead because a lot of the focus then comes from the jungle. We watched the last time they played. When it went to 5 games, and I was speaking about this with Spawn and Frostgurn, it was essentially 4 free games because there was 2 games for Nidalee on Xiaogu, 2 Nidalee games on Invictus, and then it just became a best of 1 with Nidalee banned. I was like, all right, we gave them 2 wins apiece. Let's just ban it and start with a best of 1 from scratch. That's essentially what happened. Invictus Gaming, they got there in the end. And then we have a look at what happened yesterday is Invictus Gaming. They stepped up big and just destroyed them.
They did. And I mean, I think QG are very good in small sets like best of 1s or best of 2s.
Yeah.
And I've actually gotten a lot better at best of 5s. But I think best of 3 is a weird format because you don't get to play that many games. You effectively get to make 1 mistake game. If you want to think about it that way, you can only lose 1. You get 1 chance. But it's a small, if you lose a game, all of a sudden you have to play 2 in a row. And it's not as long or exhausting as a best of 5 series. But both of our best of 3s were very decisive yesterday. And I think for a lot of the teams, for Snake and QG that played in those best of 3s, they just kind of looked caught off guard, to be honest. And they were very quick. We went to a long best of 5 after that. And I think QG have a lot more than that 1 best of 3 shows, especially given their recent history.
Yeah, I think it's a pressure thing in best of 5s. And we called Invictus Gaming the best of 5 team.
Yeah, they're really good at them.
Yeah, it gives them enough time to look at what actually happened, what went wrong, and say, all right, let's just get rid of that. Let's get rid of the problem or fix the problem. And they go from there and just go from strength to strength. Whereas Xiaogu, you said, they're like a best of 2 team. And that's because they can come out with something crazy. They've got one style, but they do it creatively. And then all Invictus Gaming needs to generally do is adapt to that creativity, come up with something themselves, and just come up trumps and just run their way through, which is what we have seen from them in the past. So the big question is, Xiaogu, a very adaptive team with one set style, can they actually bring out all the stops? We've seen a Jax.
Yeah, and again, look, the flexibility does come from a lot of their laners. Swift is very versatile as a player. Dornby is crazy versatile as a mid laner. And even V's starting to show a few more picks of that as well. Although, we have to keep it on hold. It seems like we might be getting involved in what should be, again, a very fun best-of-1 show match. Oh, my God. That is a sweet...
He's just full of style.
He is full of style,
JHL.
Mr. JHL. That shirt says it all. If you have a shirt with your name on it,
it's
you're
kind
doing
of a
well.
big deal.
Doing well.
It's really big.
You can see that, Mr. Sikong as well. IG's owner, obviously very happy with his team, winning 3-0 versus losing yesterday, but having a good showing at regionals. Going to be cheering for them after this match, you have to think, given that they will be playing QG more or less directly after it.
Yeah, warming up the stage for them.
Yep, that's true. I hope he's sitting on his team's side as well. That'd be quite awkward. Ends up sitting on QG's side. Is like, whoops. Leaves a notebook there. Oh, Messiah. Looking very fancy in his yellow shirt. Been sad to see Messiah leave the scene, to be honest. Is a legend of Chinese League of Legends for sure. And his Twist of Fate play, he's the man that has defined the Messiah, defined how to play that champion. You have to think with the fans, he's going to pull it out today.
Yeah, and it is going to be the host that we saw on stage as well, part of this game playing. So you would imagine a lot of banter was occurring when they were bringing out the rosters.
I think there may have been some choice words exchanged. Again, unfortunately, do not speak Chinese, but that would be my best guess, as I believe that is White's, I think. Which is crazy. He looks a lot different. He was very young, of course, a few years ago when he made the World Championships final. Retired as a player, but was, again, another well-known player on that original Royal Club roster that made it to Worlds first time around, which was Uzi's first Worlds final appearance.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, Uzi will not be making it for a third time.
No.
Oh, God, V. Probably feeling pretty good as well, of course, with his team qualifying. I don't know if anyone's gonna do something truly crazy, it feels like Godby, because I think PYL's just gonna play Bud if he's playing support.
You
and
would
just
think
have a lot of
yeah.
fun.
Unless he's not playing support.
Yeah,
in
and then I have no idea, which is great.
Yeah.
What role do you think would be most fun to watch PYL play if he wasn't playing support?
Mid.
Yeah.
I think it'd be great. He could just run teleport, and he could shot call from mid.
That's true. Maybe maybe not jungle. I don't know. I feel like there's not enough playmaking.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking mid.
Unless it's like smite teleport.
You could just switch to AD.
It's
it's a comfort zone, like in terms
That's
of
true.
the lane.
Yeah, no, he's got some play down there in the bottom lane. Seems like the teams are lining up. They love the production, keeping it nice and snappy, just like the productions we've had for
CS:GO
regionals.
player here at the front.
Yeah, Godby. Got the keyboard nice and tilted. By the way, it is a blind pick, which makes a lot of sense, of course. No need for bans in a fun exhibition match like this.
Amazing.
But we'll see them line up some of these picks.
Oh
and
my
Garen's
God,
already
the
locked
instant
in.
Garen.
Garen's ready.
Wow. And Master Yi should be expected. You would assume that is going to be Jay
I
Chow if
hope it
Master Yi
is.
ever gets locked in, and he is a jungle Master Yi player. So keep that one in mind.
You can see, I think a lot of the names are in Chinese, but some of the players have
Am
their
I
IDs.
looking at two PYLs?
Quite possibly. I think we'll have to figure out what side of the map he's on. You can see White there as well, though does have his tag. So that's his Fizz that he's hovering right now, which makes a lot of sense. Again, a very famous player. Oh, apparently Brenda's got
So,
me.
I'm like, correct me if I'm wrong, but Godby's name is PYL.
I think he's having some fun with his support. That's going to be my guess.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun.
Two PYLs?
That is apparently two PYLs.
I love it.
Oh, there is the Master Yi with the teleport smite. It's ready, Rusty.
Oh, this is going to be great. I'll see you all at 35 minutes when I have my 2 items and I can just 1v5. Then again, he's against a Mordekaiser.
Potentially. It's actually funny because we've been on 5.16 for all of the regionals, and we just haven't seen a Mordekaiser yet. So
we're about to.
We might.
No!
Yeah.
No, don't do
Where's
this!
like Callista in a show
What is
match?
this?
That is BM.
That's actually rude.
Is that, because if that is PYL as well, that's rude.
Oh my god. So we have...
I think Masai didn't pick Twisted Fate, but I think
So
he's Lulu.
We're looking at it from roles.
Yep.
So we are in order of roles. We're looking at a Brand Ezreal bot lane against the Leona Callista.
Yep.
And just to clarify, it is Godvy's Brand
versus PYL's
whose
Leona.
name is PYL
Yep.
against PYL's Leona. So this bot lane from PYL's going full serious.
Yeah. So it makes sense, right? That obviously if they're going to put 2 LGD pros, 2 qualified world champion teams, your LPL summer champions, probably put them in a lane together and I guess give them, it's hard to say low impact because obviously PYL is a very high impact support player, but I think if you're going to put them anyway, just let them duke it out in the bottom lane. It could be very bloodthirsty and I think some AD carries are going to get ignored because you know Godby and PYL really just want to kill each other in this show match.
Well, one is a Brand, and let's just say Brand is actually a really good support. I just want to disclaim everything that's about to happen in this game is he does ridiculous amounts of damage because he can build 1 item pastry time and win the game, and that is a Leandri's.
Yep, we do have a pause, unfortunately, to start things off, but yeah, I mean, you can see the spell is already up there for Godby, who's... I like it. I like that he's gone PYL all caps as his name. By the way, I think all the Jay Chow's team has got Mr. J as their team tag.
Yes.
Which is amazing.
Mr. J is the team name. It's so good.
White is going to be playing Fizz, by the way, which is pretty cool. So bringing back that champion. I'm very upset Masai didn't pick his Twisted Fate, though.
Yeah.
But I guess if he knows White's playing Fizz, he's like, I don't want to do this. This matchup's awful.
Hey, there has been success in that matchup. Be reasonable. It's not that great. It's not good.
It's not ideal.
by any means good, but you don't lane.
I know the Fizz is on that Master Yi side. I was like, maybe not expecting that much jungle pressure. Hard to say. I think Masai's on Lulu, though. As you can see, still streams a lot, I believe. So an active member of the community, still very well-known, very famous player. But we'll see how good he is. He's probably a bit rusty. Hasn't played for a couple of years in the scene. That was not intentional.
I know, but I had to.
You would.
Nice.
Well, we are in the game now. The team's going to line themselves up. Oh, chosen Master Yi. What a skin choice. Nice from Godby there as well, playing Brand with the tag PYL. Because why not?
Yeah, we've got PYL taking on PYL.
That's going to... It's actually PYL! Because he's in caps.
Enjoyed play-by-playing that, by the way. There is
PYL versus
action.
PYL?
Yeah.
Nice.
That's going to be really interesting. And the bot lane, you have to say, though.
This bot lane's great.
Yeah, the bot lane of this I guess it's Mr. Wang's team. I don't really know what to call them. They're called WS. We don't know their full team name.
I guess that's, yeah, Wang Sikong, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. IG, baby IG. IG2.
Yeah.
Who knows?
IG. IGG.
IGG. Maybe.
He's always grinning as well. He's
He
so
is,
happy.
having a smile. I would be too if I owned a team as good as Invictus Gaming, I think.
Yeah.
3 is a pretty good life. See, it looks like we have a pause, unfortunately. Should be okay. Shouldn't take too much longer to sort that out. And again, been a lot of fun. So you were talking about brand. I actually am going to go back to at least some analysis here because I think it's the point's interesting. First of all, if anyone is going to have the brand on lockdown, even from mid lane, it's going to be Godby. He's played this before.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Godby will be able to play the champion.
Yeah.
The question is, how is it going to go into PYL's Leona, who can very easily just use the Zenith Blade and destroy a brand. So it's a long-range champion with high amounts of damage, but it's really difficult to actually do so.
I feel like he's getting metagamed. Oh my god.
Everyone is getting metagamed.
Yeah, there's 5 people from the red
this
side.
This is PYL shot
in the
calling.
bottom lane. Yeah, this is. All right, guys, 5-man invade. Sentinel, this is. PYL is doing some
He's revealing the strategy. The Sentinel will spot them.
Oh, Godby, sorry. That's going to get annoying. He actually does get a couple gold, so the first CS will go to Brand. And here we come, 5-man invade. That Paul Master Yi jungle already under attack.
They aren't going to be able to find a kill, but it's pressure. And as you said, Master Yi under attack, and that's because his jungle is being threatened. And as a Master Yi, there is one thing that you want, and that is to last hit neutral creeps. And they're threatening his natural
teleport.
habitat.
Actually popping it early.
What? Oh my god! The strategy!
That is slick.
No one will see that.
Teleports to a ward and invades. That is actually genius.
Yeah, look, he's not going to gank anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
So what's the purpose of having a flash or a teleport off cooldown?
Yeah.
You may as well just jungle.
Well, does use it going to start that red buff. Very creative there from JChow. But red side's going to start on that blue buff. And if they wander over to the other side, they actually are going to miss that buff. Nice teleport, though, as a Nautilus top lane versus Garen. Garen with Ignite, by the way. So a very different lane there, 1v1.
Yeah, that's a kill lane Garen.
Versus
that's dangerous.
Good old Nautilus.
You know what I want to see? It's unfortunate he doesn't have teleport. But once he has a nemesis, he should just go lane against them.
Yeah.
Just
go
kill
fight
them.
the villain.
Yeah, fight the villain.
That would be very flavorful. I believe that's Whites and Messiah 1v1 in middle lane. Fizz on for Whites and Messiah on Lulu. So again, probably didn't want to pick Twisted Fate because of the matchup. But Lulu's going to be just fine here. In fact, this is probably a relatively common matchup.
It's a good matchup for Lulu. It's always dangerous at 3, but these guys...
Ooh, PYL. Trying to get aggressive, you can see though.
I mean, business.
They do. I mean, Godby's trying to keep them back, but well, you only engage in that Callista damage. If you get tagged by a Zenith Blade, you're going to go down very quickly. But level 2 does go to blue side first.
Yeah, and this is actually where Brand has a lot of pressure. The range of the Q and the W are very high, and you don't have to combo it for a stun if you're looking to damage. And Ezreal, super safe in that respect, should never really get hit by the Leona. It's actually a very strong lane because it's very poke-inducive. And it's important for PYL to try and just kill everyone. And if you can't get them...
Pantheon, though, coming to the top lane. Spear does land. We'll jump in with a stun there as well. Nautilus hooks a minion. Slightly unfortunate there. And Garen will get away safely.
My favorite part of that entire trade is Garen made sure the Q was blocked by a Pantheon shield for ages. But he still went out of his way to use the Q on him.
Do you get silenced still?
I think so, yeah.
That's pretty good. Well, bottom lane here. Ezreal slightly behind, actually, as Callista's doing nicely. And you can see White's now pressed up by Messiah. Lulu working out nicely here, but this man has got some sniper fishes. Wait for those fizz ults. It does take me back, Rusty.
Certainly should take you back, mate. An old school player on an old school champion. Walk down memory lane with us as we see if he can actually hit what he used to be able to.
As soon as I saw Messiah, I was really hoping Mojao would be playing, but unfortunately, only one member of that old World Elite roster playing today.
Of course, one's still good enough.
Oh, yeah.
We'll get that anyway. This is amazing.
I'm not greedy. One's fine. I'll take it.
Get what you can.
Certainly take it. As you can see, I guess probably the most competitive lane might be mid as well, as far as player skill goes. Like Godby and PYL probably just trying to keep their AD carries safe. Never mind, going in the bottom lane. PYL almost dead. He could be first blood. Ezreal's going to go for it. The Q is good, but PYL will flash away.
The brand damage was just overwhelming right there. Of course, the heal's still available for the Ezreal, so this bottom lane for Mr. J and friends, it's working out well.
Certainly is. PYL expected some aggression out of the brand support. Looking good there against the Leona. And like we've said, you can definitely get aggressive with Kalista Leona, but you eat all that brand damage and poke, and that all in's just not going to do what you want it to do.
No, not at all. And of course, very poke heavy on brand, so it's hard not to get poked, especially as a champion like Leona. It's all about the second they get back to lane. You're either all in or you concede your laning phase for the next 5 minutes. So itemization choices out of the Kalista as well, indicative of not having a great time. We'll be working towards that Blade of the Ruin King first, you would imagine.
Yep. Matrix sets are done already. Is a Tear of the Goddess actually completed for Ezreal there as well. So Manamune, likely the first item, probably Trinity Force next, but we'll see. Do have options there for the blue build if you'd like it. And Mobility Boots nice and early for Godv. I do love this.
Yeah, wow.
Look, he's already in mid lane. He's like, hello?
He's a mid laner at heart.
He is. Goes back to his natural habitat. In fact, I think he's starting to roam quite aggressively now. Might be trying to set up a kill. Garen actually doing nicely in this top lane.
Speaking of roaming aggressively.
PYL almost hits the stun.
There's more than one person here, though, Pastry
That's
Time.
true. PYL's
He's about
come
to
up
find
as well. Yeah, I'm going to set the trap.
Oh, no.
Good ward. He's going to spot them. But White's being pushed back against his tower. PYL's like, oh, mid lane. I like this place. Just starts taking
Did you want that minion? No, that one's mine.
There we go. Gives that one over.
You can have this one. The cannon, though, most importantly.
PYL just can't stop trying to poke
just
down
gonna
Messiah. I think Ezreal's fine. Use those Mystic shots. It'll be okay. Just missing that cannon creep, unfortunately. Will die to the minions. But, you know,
There
like
are
some CS.
Yeah, there are worse lanes to leave alone in a 1v2, even though it's against the Leona Kalista. Ezreal, very difficult to kill to get onto at all.
Oh, but he'll be in trouble now. Ezreal forced to Arcane shift away. They're going back for the dive. The stun does land, but the Zenith Blade follows. Heal as you teleports down. And Master Yi swoops in to save him as Kalista is forced to flash away.
Master Yi actually swooping in for those minions as he alpha strikes to get some last hits. It's all about stacking those items, getting your Devour first, so that you can be sated sooner rather than later. So a very effective use of teleport, I'll say here from Mr. J. Makes it work for him.
Certainly does. I mean, look, you know, teleport tax is a real thing. As the fish does land, Messiah in trouble. Bumps the Lagra. PYL still here. That's Godv though. As that's going to keep doing it to me. Good attempt to gank. Messiah will live though.
GodVYL in the mid lane again.
GodVYL.
Oh my god, Garen.
Trouble turn.
Get him.
Ultimate's not there. Good flash from Nautilus.
That was close.
Yeah, used it already. Close. Didn't quite get the kill. They could not finish it off there on Nautilus.
And of course, they're actually playing a really good strategy here from the Invictus Gaming owners side, Mr. Wang's team. If they don't die, or if they don't get kills, there's no nemesis.
Oh, trouble now. Ezreal actually cutting around. PYL gets first blooded. And now Kalista going to get aggressed on. Master Yi is here. Cleans up the kill.
The scale train. Oh, wow.
Oh. That's amazing.
The scale train begins here for Master Yi. He is just all about that last hitting. And wow, what?
And Garen is almost dead. I think he went for a tower dive. But Nautilus does come back. Now Garen has to run away.
Nautilus
does still have the flash.
Teleported.
Yeah, teleported back into the lane. I'm not sure.
Garen was tanking the tower?
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe we'll never know, Rusty.
But I want to.
Well, Master Yi is in the enemy jungle, I think, taking blue buff. So he's doing a nice job counter jungler. Again, like you mentioned, needs to get the Devourer online and start stacking it. He's going to steal that one right away, though. No vision up for the red side. And a kill into a steal for the blue buff. Oh, he leaves one there as well.
You are actually a very typical Master Yi player. I'll leave it at that. You can interpret that how you would like. But he is the quintessential Master Yi.
I like it. Style on and off the rift here. And Mr. J. Chow's PYL's going to roam around here into Ezreal. Good stun lands in. The Zenith Blade follows. Bates call for another alley-oop, but the Master Yi's still here. Actually might get it done. Huge off from the Ezreal. Does massive burst damage. And they're going to keep chasing it down as Master Yi gets the second kill. Mid lane as well. That's Godv still. GodYL and White's team up for Messiah.
It's almost like Godv never left mid. And he's actually just picking a
He's been
support
there
role.
for so long. He left at level 4. He is now level 6.
That health crystal better become a haunting, guys. That's all I'm saying. He doesn't need to go sidestone if he's just laning mid. And Leandre's brand, I'm telling you right now, and I will preach this till the end of my days, is silly.
Oh, Trouble Street does meditate up though. White's going to swoop in, make sure the camp gets finished. Good bit of teamwork there. Is he going to recall and purchase those next items? Devourer should be online now.
Yeah, certainly should be. 2-0.
PYL looks for the ult. He does tag him.
Oh.
White's here as well. Oh, Alpha Strike manages to dodge the stun, but it's not enough. Godby, though, now in on top. He's going to get the kill into Leona. Brando pounces back on the Pantheon off the Raptors.
Callista's here.
But here's Callista. Going to keep running in. Ezreal's up as well. Pantheon has to be careful. Sear's good. It's going to land for the stun. The W up as well as the pillar does get good chunkage down.
It's always a big question, you know. Godby, he didn't go mid lane. And that's perfectly acceptable given that he's in a, what we'll call a celebrity match, a show match. But he's still mid laning and he's still carrying. So really, what is he doing? PYL's playing his main role. Godby's winning in an alternate role.
Hey, man. Support brand, like you said, gets work done, especially if he's going to keep getting some kills. Ezreal, though, farming away. Buildwater Cutlass actually up for Callista. As looks like a Phage coming up for Ezreal. So should be that Trinity Force after Manamune. Might be getting the Manamune later, but does have the tier stacking up nice and early at least.
A self-sufficient build. Doesn't want to die. He's being left alone, wondering where his teammates have left him to. But it's working out for him.
Oh, again, Godby and White. Just hammering Paul Messiah. Didn't even get to use his ultimate that time.
That is a shame. He's
This
going
is
for Rod of
rude.
Ages as well here. Before Boots. Wants that health, wants to avoid all of the burst out of this Fizz, and evidently the brand as well.
Oh.
So.
Game squad coming up though.
Man.
Gonna look to gank Nautilus.
Here it is.
Comes Godby. Good Q off to the wall there. Looking for the stun. Does find it. Just throws it past the minion. Master Eno gonna dive in. Swoop in for the KS. And he does get it.
I'm not going to say this many more times, but he is such a Master Yi main.
It's beautiful.
It's a self-reliant type of farm. It's, you guys do all the work. I'll make sure I get the last hits and that I'm scaling because I carry late game anyway, so just trust me.
Look at Killer Instinct look in Jay Chow's eyes. He knows he's been here before. 3-1-1 Master Yi. Devour online. Rico Bow up as well. Probably Bleeded the Ruin Kings next. And he's getting those kills, getting the money. Tower's getting knocked down as the game's starting to open up.
Leona's mid.
Oh, PYL going in. Whites does bop out though. Fizz trick's still there.
Yeah, that was really well done from the Fizz. Using the cleanse and queuing through the opponent so he's to safety. No chance of a kill there for this red side. And Garen is just spinning to win all over this.
Spinning it up. Pantheon, they're going to come in for the stun. Nautilus has the ulti if he wants to use it. Does pop it in. Snare's good as well.
Get
Slow
those
will also
minions.
follow. And it's just so much CC.
He doesn't
He's
even
going to try
care.
and farm instead. Does go down to Pantheon.
That moment when you admit defeat.
Oh, Godby, huge damage. Does he have the ultimate? No, he used it already. PYL. He
Ezreal
will be
ult.
okay.
Oh!
Never mind. Ezreal snipes him.
Nailed it. This mid lane now, Ezreal. We're basically watching a one-team ARAM, the other side trying to roam. Struggling here, honestly, the red side.
Yeah, 8-3 up. They're chowing, friends. Looking good here in the early start of this game. Invictus Gaming Zone are looking a little sheepish right now. 3,500 gold up already for blue.
It's moments like this, you wish there was some kind of bet on the line.
They're very well. Oh, I guess they can't be.
It's pride.
It certainly is. They're betting on that pride. All in, I'm sure, as well. As the Phage Berserker Eves are done for Ezreal now as well. Callista close to the Blade of the Ruin King, but not quite there. So going to need a couple more, bit more gold, sorry, to get those items up. And the Rod of Age is still delayed from Messiah.
Yeah.
Going to get it, at a reasonable pace, but he's just getting picked on, unfortunately, in between that. And that's been the big problem, as PYL seems to be permanently around mid lane, knowing that that's where Godby wants to go.
I was going to say, the second you said PYL, I had to double check which one you meant. Yeah. There is more than one PYL on this map, but yes, the red side PYL looking vigilant, trying to spot the blue side PYL, also known as Godby.
Who is Godby? Godwyl. Yeah, that's a very Godby thing to do.
Yeah, and he's gone for the Haunting guys first.
Ooh, so it could be that Leandry's coming up soon.
The one brand strategy that I had.
The only brand strategy
all I've got.
you prepared for the day. Oh, invade on the red. Pantheon going to try and take it away, but the Master Yi, he doesn't get it, but he's going to follow in. Damage is good. The stun is there. He's popped his ult. He's going to keep running. Nautilus Q will miss. Master Yi's going to keep running in. He needs a Q. Does go in, gets the kill, needs to meditate. She's going to die, though. Nautilus cleans up the trade.
Couldn't get out of the tower range in time to use any form of meditate, but of course Nautilus is CC bot if the hooks connect and not onto walls. Will be able to stun him up, so Aggressive decisions here from Mr. J.
Certainly very aggressive from Jay Chow. But the Blade of the Ruin King is done, so that is not stopping.
No, he's scaling. So he's definitely scaling. That's a very scary Master Yi to say the least. Double the CS right now of his lane jungle opponent. Doing a lot of work for his team. And really, blue side don't have to do anything. They can just sit here and watch this game unfold. PYL on roam duty, making life miserable for everybody that isn't on his team. And the Ezreal, so 6 members having a rough time.
Yeah, just have to, I guess, make sure you keep snowballing the game and win the lanes that you've been winning, because the CC and the team fighting potential certainly there for the red side. We'll see PYL can rally his troops and lock down these very scary carries. We've got the Yi, Fizz, and even the Brandon Ezreal starting to get stronger.
Just loving this Garen build as well. One track mine needs to be a tank. Just trying his absolute hardest to be that tank for the team. Never really comparable to that of a Nautilus, of course. As blue side, Mr. J and friends, they've started up this dragon.
Yeah.
Master Yi's got that Devour. 5 stacks.
Yep, there we go. Stacks from the dragon. Very important to get those going. So decent control of the objective there. It's going to go back into the jungle, of course. Keep farming back up. And Rusty, you have a lot of experience with the Master Yi jungle, at least in solo queue. What's the next item? We've got the Devour. We're starting to stack it up. We got the Blade of the Ruin King. Do you go full damage? Do you go maybe Infinity Edge?
You'd like boots at some stage.
No,
they help.
No, not at all.
Okay, they're not essential.
Thank you.
But boots are nice. They're an added bonus, you know. Moving fast, pretty important as Master Yi.
Not
so
bad.
If he decides to go for that, he'll get some boots, and then I would say Ghostblade.
Oh, yeah.
And then Infinity Edge.
I like it. Very aggressive. I do expect full damage if the Master Yi play of Observed already is any indicator. Ulti in topside, though. Garen, he's in trouble. Nautilus going to try and lock him up. Too much there from the Naut. And Garen is going to go down.
I love this Garen. He just knows when he's going to die, so he stands still and takes it. It's wonderful.
Hey man, why waste time? Such options.
It's efficiency.
It is certainly efficient. As you can see.
I'm getting the vibe that the top laners right now with the LPL cast is duking it out amongst each other.
Yeah, like classic epic battle, Garen versus Nautilus. You can see, now I'm going to start pushing their red team. Godby's going to block off what he can. He's got Ezreal in reserve, and the rest of the team is coming in behind as well. Going to clear it out and maybe start a fight here. Tower only one apiece, actually, in the top and bottom lanes for red and blue side, respectively. Actually, blue and red. I can't see. It is blue and red, so.
Yes.
Sorry, guys. Was bad at geography in school.
It's okay. There's only 2 sides on this one. We'll get there.
Nailed it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty slow game. Of course, I feel like that favors the blue side a little bit more. But if you have a look at what red side's got to offer, it's that one team fight. They can pull a snake.
They can.
Wait till 35 minutes, get that one game-changing team fight that turns into Baron, and win. And this is amazing right now. Garen's villain is his lane opponent.
Oh.
Action. True damage. 1% of true damage for each tick. 1% of their max health.
As true damage.
As true damage each tick. So, not exactly ideal for Nautilus.
Oh, Master Yi, though, going to go in. That's a Frozen Heart Nautilus. He just doesn't care. Slapping him around. Going to go for the dive. No, does not pull the trigger.
Hard to dive at Nautilus.
Certainly, when his ulti's up as well.
Yeah.
Leona, though, caught one out. Q does hit. Solo player in as well. Xenoblade also going to come in on top. Fate's got popped. He missed the blade. I think he was trying to predict something. And here's Godby out of the Kalista. Ulti's going to pop. No, the Seer lands in. It'll bounce between with the hops. Good enough to make space.
Master
But
Yi.
here comes Jay Chow. Going to swoop in as Whites gets the first kill on Kalista. Fish will land from all the way down. And Fizz gets the double.
And that was an outplay from PYL. Outplayed himself. He tried to predict the Ezreal E, but it didn't actually come out until later on. Master Yi ganks the top lane, teleports to the bottom lane, and has an impact everywhere. The Alpha Strike was timed with the flash as well from Kalista. So following up there is Whites, who is having a very good time in this middle lane, is able to freely roam uncontested.
Yeah.
As PYL, or Godby, as he would otherwise be known, is now mid again.
I just like the idea of, you know, it's in caps.
Yeah. The aggressive PYL.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Well, certainly with the way he's playing this game. 2-0-5. Fairly aggressive. Looks like Rylai's, by the way. It might be the first purchase into the Leandrews, perhaps, for the maximum Wombo potential. But it does have a giant spot, at least for now. So a couple options there for Godby.
Yeah, boots of mobility to boot as well.
Love the boots of mobility.
Because, you know, first item.
Dude, he has to get to mid lane faster.
That's it.
He's not going to battle Fizz for the creeps if he gets there first.
Yeah, it's a case of, oh, you're going to miss that one.
Yeah,
every single CS.
Picking up XP where he goes. Kalista getting stronger. Blade up, though, with a recurve and that dagger. So moving into Runeans is the next item. Dragon back up in 155. Dragon control, maybe not something we need to look at all that much in this game, but, you know, again, POL, known for their big macro level play, and most importantly, Master Yi needs to get those Devour stacks.
He certainly does.
20?
He is already
yeah,
at 20, so keeping up with the clock on these Devour stacks. He got the Devour a little bit late, was focusing more on getting some farm and kills, so a very early play is White.
Good fish, going to dive back in. The call has been made, he's going to dive for it. Good ult there from PYL, but Jay Chow is going to pick up that first kill and just run all the way out. The Q does just miss. And Godby's there to make sure he gets out safely.
Yeah, they managed to get out with their lives. Very difficult to try and kill a Fizz with cleanse ever. So he gets out perfectly fine, only using that ultimate to try and lock him down. The target changes to Jay Chow, this Master Yi jungle. He just walks the other way.
He's having a good game. 5-2-2 on the Master Yi jungle. Teleports have been nice. Godby, sorry. Going to get caught up, stunned for days. Splashes the Nautilus ult, but it's going to run. And Baron kills
that was
PYL.
So
and
predictable.
By that I mean Godby. that was great.
Even could call that happening. The Nautilus follows him. He flashes over the wall. He's like, wait a second. It's going to follow me into the Baron pit. He makes it mad. And he dies to the Baron.
That was up there with Yasuo ults off the Baron knockups. Yeah. That was great. Godby wasting his flash as he gets himself over the edge to only die to the Nautilus ult and the Baron.
MVP right now, Neutral Monsters.
Oh man, they've been really good. Level 13 Fizz. White's very strong on his signature champion. Actually got Lichbane on the way. Got just about a bit of everything, but he is really far ahead.
Yeah, and with Dragon up in 8 seconds, the Master Yi special.
Oh, he's going to run for PYL.
3 levels ahead of PYL at the moment.
He's done so much farming. Scuttle Crab dies. That's 2 more Devourer stacks. White's going to get the tower in mid lane as well. So lots of space. And this Dragon, that's going to mean a fully sated Devourer, I believe.
Yeah,
once
he's
he gets
25.
it.
This will give him 30.
Boom. There we go.
He's online, boys.
And this is the Master Yi that
Who
everyone
wants to
that's
die?
ever played against it in solo queue does not want to be against. 22 minutes in, sated Devourer Master Yi.
And not just sated, of course, it combos really well with Blade of the Ruined King. That's what makes it exceptionally strong on every champion. If you can get sated and you can get a Blade of the Ruined King and you auto-attack as a champion, everyone within range of you dies.
Yeah, it's pretty, and you're right, that's a fairly specific set of conditions, but Master Yi is a champion that fulfills all of them relatively well. And you can see why now as the damage might start to come in. CC a little too much though. He's going to fall down, gets polymorphed. Messiah's going to clean it up now. Pantheon down. Godby looking for a big ult. Gets on the 4, but it's not quite enough as the Wild Growth going to keep PYL, the real PYL, alive. Lulu gets the double as White's not there in time.
The real PYL. Wait, oh. Right. Okay, so the Nautilus is the actual owner.
It's Mexico.
Yeah, okay. That's interesting.
That's great.
There's, look, he's been winning lane. We'll give him that. Been doing all right. There's some things happening.
Yeah, Fizz now in the mid though. Popping around. Good flash. Fate's Call's used though. QL does not go in aggressive. We're going to take the tower instead. Garen around the side for the flank. Ezreal trying to line something up. There's Garen straight into the back lines. Gets CC'd up, but he's going to spin all the way in. Godby back up now. Here's Whites as well. Needs to land the fish. Does not have it though. Stun lands on a Nautilus. They're going to keep going in. Oh my god, the Master Yi damage. They just need to keep him alive. He's going to tear people to shreds. Does get CC'd up though. The damage is good. And Messiah peels it up for the kill as they can't quite close the distance.
This team fighting comp on the red side is just starting to reign supreme. They can make those picks. Pantheon, a guaranteed stun. Nautilus, a guaranteed knock-up with the ultimate. Then they've got a Lulu and a Leona to follow that up perfectly. Kalista to combo with the Leona. And now all they need to do is catch people before any one of them dies.
Yeah, Polymorph, man, so brutal. And I actually really love the Merc Treads on Master Yi as a result because he knows he's going to be the big target. There's a lot of CC. What has Godby up to? Hasn't quite got another item just yet. We'll clear out 2 wards. So.
He doesn't know what it means to be a support. He's actually not going to kill that one. The problem of being a single person with a sweeping lens, if there's more than one ward, you get 5 hits at most. It's actually quite depressing.
Brand's attack speed,
close.
not that high
Yeah.
either. So, makes some sense. As God, we'll have to revisit for that one. Whites does have his Zonyas now, by the way, so expect maybe even more plays as they're getting pretty aggressive. Some blue pings down onto the bottom side. This Kalista, despite the 2 items, could be in some trouble. Godvi going to start things off. The port's down there for the red side. White's going to move in, does land the fish. They're going to keep getting aggressive. Might be enough. The Fates calls there. Good wild growth up as well as Ezreal going to poke his way in. Everybody's trying to go for it. Brand does get their kill. Nice Sonya's there from White. But to get Nautilus salted up. Pantheon's joined in as well. And Master Yi, he's dived straight behind the turret. He's going to go in for it. But Godvi is going to fall to Pantheon. Lulu in the backline is actually going to get the kill. But a trade there as it's 3 for 2.
An aggressive dive right there from Mr. J and friends. Garen's here. He's got the flag.
Oh, going for it. Use the flash. Goes in for Nautilus. Doesn't quite have the ulti lined up. Now going to start spinning. Needs to get the kill. It's Lulu that's a villain, and she's dead, unfortunately. Now Garen has to walk out. He's pretty high level. Pretty tanky. Does hold PYL, but Leona nice and tanky as well. Ezreal trying to land it up. PYL, they're going to get the stun. The hook will land as well. Need to keep going. Garen trying to get the damage done. Good flash from Ezreal, but PYL will follow with his and clean up that kill. And 1v3, no help coming. He's going to start spinning. Garen, can he do it? He flashes. He might be okay. And he will.
It's all about sending a message.
Garen.
He could have saved that ultimate. Imagine if he had it now. Look at Leona's health bar. But no.
That's not what it's about.
He has to use it earlier to send that message. He doesn't need the ultimate to kill you is what he's saying. But he's just wondering where his team has gone as he's sitting there and spinning to win.
Yeah,
they're all dead.
Almost didn't. As the Randu and Zerv and Garen took a long time to chunk down. Didn't have enough time there as Godby has completed that Rylai's. Starting to farm the bottom lane. Again, tendencies kicking back in as a solo laner. Just cleaning up some CS. It's alright, Ezreal. You weren't going to get there anyway.
He's staying ahead of PYL in farm. That's the ultimate goal here. You have to say that you beat your support opposition. So 28 CS, you have to match that. If not best it, because then you get more gold and you can carry better.
Certainly can. As Master Yi lost Whisper now, going to really start treading through these things. Pretty cost-efficient choice. Guess makes sense against the Frozen Heart Nautilus and the Randu and Zoman Pantheon.
Yeah, didn't go for the Ghost Blade for that added active for the move speed. Lulu.
Yeah, Messiah. Luden's up now. Good damage, actually.
Oh, a miss.
For 2.5 damage items.
What?
That ulti kind of floated through there with the Wild Growth. Going to knock it up. Huge damage from Kalista. Godby actually might have enough. He's going to ulti down onto Kalista, but he needs to flash out from Pantheon. Master Yi going nuts there in the backside. He's going to get CC'd up, but he's going to keep going through.
Oh!
Huge Alpha Strike through that Nautilus hook. He does get ulted up. He needs to try and keep himself safe. Is he going to run back around his 2 very tanky members? Goes on, Q's away! Might actually have enough! Wang Sikong, he's missed it! And he's going to keep running in. Rough around the side. PYL versus PYL. As they're going to move back in. The damage is done. And White's randomly in the top lane. What? He's broken the base with Garen.
That was mayhem.
That was mayhem.
Mr. J, he lived for way too long. They managed to almost get away with his troubles there. Leona, PYL comes in with the flank. But because it took so long for them to get anything at all, the top lane inhibitor is now theirs.
And yeah, I guess that's why you take the 2v4, 3v4.
Yeah.
Sorry, 2v5 that was happening. You're able to break the top side of the base. All of a sudden, blue side got a nice, big opportunity to make more plays. And the pressure continues mounting here. The gold lead not that big, only 3,000 up for blue. Mr. J and friends looking good, but game's certainly not out of reach.
Oh no, not out of reach at all. The team comp that is on this red side here for Mr. Sikong and friends is going to be very, very strong if they find a team fight. If Leona can engage, or if the Pantheon can engage with that ultimate, people will die. There is no two ways about that fact. And they've actually started up the dragon.
Ooh, Jungle doesn't like that. Gonna move in for it. Jay Chow. Got the clear instinct, but maybe tricky to contest here. Does throw the ulti in, but a little early. They're not going to steal it. Q's not bad, but Pantheon will actually just take that away. I mean, got the Devour stacks from the first 2 already, so not too bad, but good for the red side to get that first dragon in and just get some of those stats going.
White is aggressive with this.
Oh, yeah.
Super aggressive. He means business.
For any of you that have never seen White play Fizz before, you've been in for a treat this game. He's been playing like he almost never left the scene. As Garen's diving in. Ezreal actually grabbed up there. The AoE is not kind of there, but they're a little bit split up. Good fish though from White. The Fate's call though. Going to keep PYL safe, and he will die as Pantheon gets up, picks up Whites.
It's really difficult for this blue side to engage. They might have found Godby.
Oh, Godby, but they've set the trap. They're trying to go in for a huge play. Master Yi going nuts. Actually kills the Nautilus. Damage too good. Gets Callista. There's the double. Now going to keep running in. Finds the triple. And going to run down Messiah. Very risky indeed. Luden's Echo procs. Ezreal's going to chase. But Lulu is so fast.
You can't chase the Lulu, but Karen's going to try.
They are going to try. Oh, Lance misses. Perhaps an opportunity. Q powers up.
There's no opportunity, but he's running so far away from his own base. He's juked. Has he?
Oh.
He's juked.
He's done it.
Where is he?
Very nice.
Oh. Garen.
Nope, not going to spot the Messiah. Nice little play.
They're freaking out.
They are a little bit.
Where has he gone?
Back to base is the answer there. And oh my god. One well-timed Q away from a quadra kill there. Master Yi, 12, 7, and 2. Jay Chow showing up in his show match.
Yeah, and he's got a dagger. There's a few things that a dagger could build into. I'm just really curious as to which one it is right now. Because he's got his blade and he's got his defense.
I like the Banshees as well.
Why not? Don't know the damage there.
Well, maybe...
Azil? Is he going Phantom Dancer?
Maybe. I mean, I guess you have a lot of Wuju style damage. Yeah, I mean, the crit's good, but I feel like a lot of Master Yi's are quite focused on the attack speed portion of their E passive.
I'm no Master Yi player.
I'm certainly not either.
They're a very subset culture, you know. Like
you know who is? Jay Chow.
Jay Chow certainly is.
One hell of a Master Yi player right now, looking good. Take down the bottom tower. Gold's starting to creep back up for blue. And the items are out there. The Landry's Rylai's combo has been assembled by Godby. Oh, that's a dangerous spot. He teleports away. He's going top lane. Gonna look for the kill. That's just no one hits again. He's gonna dive straight in for Pantheon. He does so much damage, but now might get caught out. Needs to keep running. Q's not quite there. The Zenith is though. Needs to go back on Callista. Gonna get shredded. No, it's not enough.
That was a phenomenal E there from PYL. The PYL battle. It's starting.
It is.
Get him.
No ultimate though.
Get him.
Can't close the distance. Ezreal dive in the tower past those minions as Blue side going to push up mid lane. Lulu there to defend. Has the Ludens for wave clear, but they are going to get the tower. Ezreal Trinity Force. Actually quite a lot of damage there as well.
Yeah, it definitely does a lot of damage. Need to respect that Ezreal. Need to respect every single member of this blue side right now, except maybe the Garen, because his damage isn't that high, unless you are his villain. In which case,
run away.
Everyone has to respect that.
And Messiah's still the villain, which actually I think works out pretty well for the red team.
Yeah.
Because if it was one of the carries, it would be
He's been a villain for a very long time.
He has.
Evil man, Messiah.
7, 5, and 1.
Villain is crucial.
The big winner for Wangsikong's side. Rylai's up now for Lulu as well. Wants even more control in the control mage. And Whimsy forward. I can't believe how much farm God he has though.
That's Azil.
Oh, there we go.
He's going
maybe
crit.
Shiv?
I would hope Shiv. It's good. It's a really good item, but yeah, it's just...
It's not Infinity Edge.
It's not Infinity Edge.
Wanted to see the big deeps.
And it's neither good nor bad that he's going for. I just want an Infinity Edge. Just don't want a crit, you know?
Well,
crits are good.
Certainly are.
Better players crit more.
That's true. We've observed that phenomenon many, many times.
But we can't gauge how good he is now without the crit.
There's a little bit of crit.
Yeah.
I know.
Fun fact for you.
Yep.
Upgrading trinkets is overrated.
Yeah, that's what I was going to point out. They've actually 16 up Messiah. They've killed him wide. Able to pick that one up. And Master Yi going to go ballistic now in the backline. So much CC, but the damage might have been done. Fizz got the double. Brad's going to pick one up. And this is going to be an ace. Wangsikong, the last one to fall. And look at that swagger.
He's got so much damage. The Zeal is the OP factor of this item build. They've got 20 seconds remaining, and they could end the game if they want to. But
they're going to ping.
Why would you end the game when you can win the game slowly, methodically, and with a hint of the end?
Well, we're going to take a somewhat safer option here. I don't think it's any hints. Let's get some serious dance moves.
There's some flavor.
From Jay Chow after those kills. Love to see that. As after the Nautilus kill as well, which is obviously the point, because that's who he's playing up against, which is just excellent. I'm going to steal away some junglers. Oh, blue leave. Oh, he does.
Oh, this guy.
This guy.
He needs to calm down a bit, I think. It's getting outrageous. You can't deny the Gromp, though. Yeah.
There we go. Just takes it away
Yeah.
instead. Thankfully, it's worth a pretty absorbent amount of gold.
Yeah, it is. That is absurd.
If Wang Sikong could invest in Gromps, he would. That would be a good payoff.
Honestly, yeah. Doesn't need to. They're worth a fortune.
Certainly does.
That's the Phantom Dancer. Here we go. Master Yi. He's scaled.
He has scaled. That's full build at 35 minutes. That is scary.
Ugh. The Garen has nothing.
Hey.
Just notice that.
Gotta be tanky, man.
Oh, he's tanky. There is no doubt in my mind that he is tanky. He doesn't need damage. You look at the rest of his team. The Void Star finished for God VYL.
Yeah, actually, 3 items isn't bad at 35 minutes for support
He
brand.
doesn't even need to hit the dragon. He's watching. He actually just observed that. I think it was
Old
timing.
Master Yi right there. Yeah. You can see they're going to move back. There's only one in here left. Clears out that ward as well with the Raptor vision, I believe. I think he's trying to set a trap, hoping someone walks past. His teammate's going to push up for him. But the red side might just have to wait and defend the last in him. In fact, Wang Sikong has gone on a pretty bold adventure.
He doesn't afraid of anything phase return.
Well, maybe he should be.
Nothing.
There's a fed Master Yi just waiting.
Really is patient. He can't Alpha Strike over the wall, so he's going to have to look for a flank.
Yep, that's what he's doing. PYL's popped the ulti.
Pantheon's got the ult.
Gonna go back in, fish out there from White. PYL gonna take so much damage.
Here
Here comes Master Yi, Janitor Duty online. Pantheon, sorry, as White's dive straight in. Huge damage and a good trickster there as well after the Zhonya's. And there's the first kill. Godby picks it up. They're going to dive back in. So much damage here. And he is just going in. He actually gets killed, unfortunately. And it's Carnage under this tier 2 tower. But they've cleaned up another race.
Master Yi. Keep in mind this is Jay Chow against
Wang Sikong.
Wang Sikong. The Gogwang, he's just decided that even though he's a Nautilus, and I'm a Master Yi.
And we're under a tower.
And we're under your turret.
I'm going in.
I'm killing you. There's one man that's going to die, and it's going to be you. And then he kills him, and then he hits the turret until the turret kills him.
Hey man, you got to send the message
There is
about the show match.
No man has that much style.
Jay Chow
Besides
does.
Jay Chow.
Jay Chow certainly does. Garen's going to work on that inhib.
You can't spit on the inhibitor. What are you doing?
Sending more messages, man. Well and truly received on the red side. They've got a full transmissions tower set up right now. They've gotten so many inbounds, I don't know what to do. Godby's going in for PYL. PYL versus PYL. Oh, PYL.
Well, one
Good
does
work.
damage. One
certainly
does
does.
damage. The other one absorbs damage, so there's actually a needlessly large rod right now for Mr. JPYL.
Level 1.
That was a very unfortunate ward there from Mr. J. You were trying to Alpha Strike over to the blue buff, but hey, these things happen.
Scuttle Crab instead. Baron might be on the cards as well. I think top inhib also could be respawning, so plenty of options. White's though going to take away his blue buff. Level 18 now with a Rylai's Fizz. This Fizz is so fed. He's full build as well.
That Fizz is massively scary. My question
This is great.
here is, what does Master Yi do with his items? Because he's got money. No doubt he could spend money, but he's full build.
I mean, maybe you sell the Banshees?
If we don't count trinkets, he's full build. No tears.
We're going to keep pushing up. Master Yi's, I think he's waiting for this inhib to spawn. That mid spawning as soon as well, so he's just chilling.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 trinkets.
There's 2 upgraded trinkets, I think.
No, there's an upgraded yellow one.
And an upgraded red one on the other side.
Yeah,
That's it.
Changing the sweepers is next level.
Oh, I see. I see. Got to go past the recommended trinkets.
It's really hard to remember sometimes, honestly.
Yeah, it's like black market brawlers.
Yeah,
He
never bought a brawler.
He forgets to play a brawler.
What are those things?
30 minutes in, I have 50 coins. Garen going to dive in. He's soaking good damage. Ulti actually on. He just goes
my
on to
God.
PYL. Damage is good, but a massive wild growth might keep them up. Nautilus though.
Get him,
He's
Yi.
the threat. Jay Chow takes him out, and they're going to start cleaning house. Killsgar coming out. He's going to dive in onto Lulu.
The
He's
Nexus is
going
going.
straight in for it. Oh, the Banshees is not enough to protect him. Messiah baits him into the fountain.
Baits him? I feel like of his own free will, he decided to dive. Oh my God, Lulu.
Oh, Messiah
You're
damage is
dead.
good. Not enough. But he's the only one left to defend this. Whites might just finish things off now. Messiah has to defend. White's going to dive in for him. He's going to take him out. Ezreal swoops in for, but he doesn't get it. And the ace is there. 20 seconds left.
The ultimate BM would be to let the minions end.
Oh, he's leaving. Oh, teaming up for the minions.
Clear the minions.
We got one more in hit to take as well if they want it, but no. Ezreal. Oh,
it's
hits
got
it.
minions again.
Here they
Slag.
come. Just let it happen. Couple of autos here and there. Oh, here come the minions. And they do end the game. JChow, huge 4-10-9 Master Yi performance. Looking very stylish on and off the Rift. And that was a lot of fun, Rust.
That was a great game, I'm not going to lie. Interesting choices of items and play, but it was all to get that end result. And the end result wasn't even a victory. It was to kill the person you're up against.
It was to send a message.
And that was Master Yi taking down Nautilus.
Which is not usually something we'd say.
No, and you don't go into a team fight and say, I'm going for Nautilus first. But,
well,
show matches, they bring out the best in people.
They do. The PYL battle. Godv's brand.
If it's worth anything, PYL still won.
Maybe PYL gets the name changed to PYL now. Can you imagine they swap names? They're like, okay,
what?
You've earned the right to be. Maybe Godv changes to PYL or Caps now.
Oh, right. Sorry, because you just said.
I did.
Yeah.
Because PYL.
I know.
Yep.
Jeez,
PYLception. And White's playing Fizz again.
Yeah.
I have to say, very impressed. Really carrying through that mid lane. You can see the teams shaking hands. Fans very excited to see JChow and the rest of the people playing that show match. Lots of fun, like we said.
I like the call for blind pick as well. Let
Oh,
JChow get his Master Yi. Put everyone on their best champions. Come on, man. Come on. If it's a celebrity show match and he only plays one champion.
Oh, yeah. You give it to him. Look at Messiah. He's like, I played Lulu. Nothing worked out. It was not fun at all.
He did it to himself.
You should just pick Twisted Fate, man. Come on.
Yeah.
Just get in there.
That's the pocket pick. You never reveal your Twisted Fate.
I guess if he loses on Twisted Fate in the blind pick match.
That's it.
It's bad news for Messiah.
But now we can say he went up against Whites on his best champion, the Fizz God himself, and didn't lose his Twisted Fate.
That's true.
Because that would have been a very big show match in and of itself.
I think brand support was adequate for what I wanted to see out of Godv.
Brand support as a champion.
It's pretty great.
Is adequate.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
It does its job.
You can see them exchanging a couple words. I hope there's more choice words being exchanged. It's always fun.
Certainly hope so.
Well, don't forget, after the festivities there in the show match, I don't know quite how long we'll be, but schedule does indicate that we'll have the best of 5 for regionals finishing up after this as well. So if you thought that was fun, just you wait for IG versus Xiaogu for one last best of 5.
Yeah, hold on, everybody, because this was a show match. The real games, they're yet to come.
Certainly are. It's just so much fun. You can see applause there. Winnie's very happy. Again, lots of fun to see teams go head-to-head. Everyone's going to shake hands. JChow's like, yeah, what's up? Crushed you. Take it. Now you can see he's officially beaten Messiah in a broadcasted game. The Messiah will never live that down.
He's also beaten PYL.
He has. Basically a World Championship qualifier at this point.
Yeah, your spot's on the line now, PYL. Be careful.
Maybe he'll get out of acting.
JChow for Worlds.
Yeah, man. Get right in there.
Look,
Stop playing League full time. Probably not.
The Garen beat Messiah as well. That guy did a lot of work.
Garen.
He was flavorful.
I feel like a lot of what we saw from the play of these players, and it was again so much fun, was very indicative of like how you'd expect someone that plays that champion to play. Like it was a very Master Yi sort of game. It was a very Garen sort of game, right? You're kind of like having fun, going along, spinning around, not really caring because you're Garen. Nothing's really going to hurt you.
An insult to injury. He danced on the grave.
That was amazing.
Twice.
Yeah.
The first blood and one of the last ones could have sealed the game, but they chose not to. Why would you end the game when you can take down another team fight, get some more kills, and another just ridiculous amount of fun?
We've said it many times. It is always about sending a message in these fun matches especially. So I do like that. That teleport, by the way, after the invade, that was actually genius. That was really smart.
That was the best. That was actually so good. No one does that. Teleport jungle, they invade you, just teleport to theirs. They'll never expect it. They don't have wards there.
I didn't expect it. Are you kidding me?
I thought he was recalling, to be honest. And then a second later, hang on.
Wait.
Hang on, what is he doing? That was the best.
That was.
Jade Xiao impressed me.
Really did. Master Yi. Pretty aggressive, have to say. Yeah, really aggressive, actually. Couple of deaths there in the column. I think it hit double digits for almost every number. The double-double, sadly, I think just missing the triple-double by 1 in the assist column. But a lot of fun. PWL and Godvi. Gonna have to brush, maybe got some secret stuff prepared for Worlds.
Yeah, I certainly hope they do. Bring out that brand support. Yeah. Or brand mid. It was Godvi after all.
Certainly was. We'll have to see what happens. We're going to go to a 5-minute break, though. And when we return, fingers crossed, we're going to have our last Regionals best of 5 of the day. And welcome back, everybody, as we've had a lot of fun today here in the LPL Regionals. My name is Julian Pastry Time Carr. Joining me on the desk is Dominic Sadaroma and Zach Rusty Pie. And slowly but surely, after the Jay Chow and Friends domination of Wang Xikong, IG's owner, that was a lot of fun. We'll see what happens in a moment, but we have a last best of 5 to play here. IG taking on Xiaogu for the last Chinese slot at Worlds.
Yeah, this is an exciting match we've got coming up. Invictus Gaming have been playing out of their minds these past few games, and the fact that they've been playing so well really speaks to how this team has grown over the past few weeks of the LPL, and especially in playoffs now.
Yeah, no, they've definitely found their identity as a team. It feels much more so than anything else, and the fact that we're on a new patch as well, I think, aids Invictus Gaming far more. Hopefully that last game's not an indication of what's actually to come from here. Of course, Invictus Gaming's owner going down to Jay Chow and Friends. We'll see if that is an indication. But again, on this new patch, the fact that they can adapt a lot easier to new champions, Zatai in particular in that top lane, could work wonders in their draft. And we've seen some glimpses of greatness from Xiaogu, but it's mostly the top laner. And it hasn't been what we've seen from Invictus.
I agree, and I think it's just weird to compare these two teams again, because we look at IG, still don't really know their style, but I think the easiest thing to say is that they're very versatile. Good solo laners in Rookie and Zatai, solid bot lane. I think it's funny how they've been playing recently, because their bot lane is basically utility bay that they just sort of farm up in the bottom lane and then just unleash. I've been playing so much Ash Braum, Ash Leona, and just again, kind of supporting the three, are they carries almost of IG?
Yeah, Kid has definitely been stepping up. Same thing with Kitties. I mean, Kitties all across the map. He just drops so much vision for his team. That just allows Kakao to move across so intelligently in the Kakao fashion we've come to expect.
Yeah, and I like that you move on to Kakao as well, because the bot lane, as you mentioned, facilitators for the rest of the team, and that's always been the Rookie and Kakao show. They're always the two big heavy hitters. Zatai, of late, has seriously stepped up to the plate, and he's become that big third feature. And that's something that I really like about Invictus Gaming now, is they've not only got the two-threat comp that they started as and might have been a big feature as to why they were struggling. Now they've got 3 threats. They can pick whatever they want in the top lane. They can hard carry with Zatai on Fiora. And then they've got the 2 other options to add to that.
Yeah, and again, adds some flexibility. Even Kid, he's played Vayne in games before. He's played Kog'Maw recently in this qualifier as well. They've got just lots of different options. They can build almost any team composition. Just a matter of what do you actually want to play and what do you think suits best against Xiaogu's style. Because if you can say one thing on the other side about Xiaogu, that they always play the same way and it's very, very effective. The only thing Xiaogu are getting better at is getting to the team fighting stage, because that's all they want to do.
Yeah, but the fact that it is so effective, that they can continue playing the same style over and over again with results, is fantastic for Xiaogu. The only time we've seen them slip up, however, is against IG when they were 0-2'd yesterday. So we've got to start to wonder what they're going to bring.
And honestly, I feel like the biggest reason they were losing to Invictus Gaming every single time comes down to lane pressure. They're a team that do want a team fight. As you mentioned, they've got that one big style. They're a single flavor team with a lot of adversity to that. And it's great to see that V in particular, he started to outstretch his champion pool. He had 17 games as Maokai and Hecarim during the regular split. Then he comes into the playoffs, the regional. He's got Jax, he's got Gangplank. It's all starting to happen for him. And that is fantastic to see. But having this one style kind of limits you to wanting to win at 20 to 40 minutes and just get some big team fights. But Invictus Gaming, they pressure so hard that getting to 20 minutes, they're usually going to be behind. And though Xiaogu can play from behind, when Invictus are ahead, they're a whole new team.
Yeah, and we saw that, honestly, yesterday in those games that you mentioned there, Sato, because it was just a very solid, good game plan from IG. And for me, there was the same elements. You talk about Rookie and Kakao being the important members of their team. And what did they do? Stop Doinby and Swift from doing what they wanted to do, who are the other key members for QG.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Rookie has been playing out of his mind this entire set. I mean, even in the losses against EDG, he was trying so hard to pull the win through. Now he's not up against such an insurmountable force in Xiaogu comparatively, but he's still got a definite challenge ahead of him. And if we see Swift and Doinby put pressure on the mid lane, that could be a little trouble.
Yeah, and Swift has changed up his style a little bit. He's not going for the Runeglaive at least. He's going tanky junglers, but still playing very aggressively right now, making a lot of plays for his team. And I would almost say more than what he usually did, which is crazy to consider, to say the least. And Doinby, he seems to have stepped up recently as well. He's got all of those niche pocket picks. He's one of the few weird players of Xiaogu that can bring out a Nautilus mid. That's his pocket to Yasuo as an example. And in this particular matchup, hardly likely to see that. But Victor, right now, I think is the biggest thing between both of these teams. They have to take it away from Xiaogu because Doinby said if it's ever available, he's going to pick it.
And you can see why in the games that they played today. 3-0ing Snake, able to pick up victories there. And I think if we look at that, okay, we look at jungle, look at mid lane, and then we've talked a little bit about top lane, but maybe we'll go there later. Let's talk about bottom lane now for a second, because we look at Kid, we look at Kitties. They've certainly stepped up, but they're just very solid, very almost facilitators, like you said, Rusty. And TCT especially, but also TNT, been playing much more like themselves, much more aggressively, much more proactively, and just good, solid, strong carries for their team.
Yeah, it feels like the bot lane, as you said, facilitators, they get it done for Invictus Gaming, but they never overperform. They never outstretch their skills beyond some reason of a doubt. Xiaogu, they've got this bot lane that can be massive. The bot lane had the most kills during the regular split at one stage. I don't think they ended with it, but they had a lot of kills. They did so much work for Xiaogu, and they kind of just flew under the radar by the tiniest bit. And now, back into the regional playoffs one more time. TCT with an MVP performance in that last best of 5 as well. He went massive on Alistar, and most of the supports seem to be struggling with Alistar because he's got that slight change on the headbutt speed.
And to even expand on that a little bit more, TNT combined with TCT is such a wild combination because you see these team fights where TCT pulls off massive 4-man headbutts, 3-man pulverizes, and TNT keeps himself alive. He doesn't have people peeling for him. He's positioning properly in the back line. He says, oh no, someone's diving for me. I'm going to peel back and hope that my team can take care of it. And more often than not, Xiaogu can.
Yeah, and that's the TNT special. Just keep yourself alive, positioning well. Plays a lot like Nami and Deft used to in certain ways, but a bit more aggressively. Just always stands in the right spot. And if you look at the 4 teams that attended this qualifier, I honestly think that IG and QG are the most improved and the best-looking teams at this qualifier. Even though EDG won yesterday, I feel like they just honestly didn't look nearly as good as we know they can be, whereas IG and QG look their best.
Yeah, I think something to credit this even further is the fact that we're actually on 5-16. So these teams, both of them have rapidly improved, right? But that is because on this patch, it's not just the added top laners in the meta. It's how the drafting works and how there are so many priority picks that it's not just blue side wins every single time now. It's a mixture. It's actually almost favoring red now to a degree. But because there are so many different champions, Xiaogu don't have to change the style that they play with. They've still got the self-peel bot laner on TNT. You'll see him play Tristana all the time because he doesn't need his team. And because the top laners on this new patch are playing more carry-centric, they're easier to kill. So if the AD carry continues with the same consistency and performance that we have seen from them in the past, Kid included in this, then they start to step up to the plate. They carry a lot better. And that's just coming down to the patch, not even the players.
Yeah, it really seems to be working out for Xiaogu when it's all with this sort of meta-style patch that they've got prepared. And the fact that they're able to continue just setting up with these awesome team comps and fighting when they want to. I mean, that's how they basically beat Snake. They were able to take the fights over and over. They knew that they were stronger, and Snake ended up crumbling.
Yeah, both teams have looked very good recently, but the players are setting up. We are going to go to a quick 5-minute break, but don't go too far. QG versus IG is coming up soon. And welcome back, guys. Here's going to go back to our last match as we move towards our final best of 5 of the evening. Snake versus Xiaogu, where Xiaogu just was showing off all series long.
Yeah, they had so many fantastic kills. TNT, you can see, kiting around as best he can, and even Doinby on that Lulu. I'm surprised that managed to slip through.
This is one of the faster games, though, you'd have to say, out of these guys. It was a very slow, methodical style in the first two, but they just brought the heat in the third. It almost felt like they were toying with their food at one stage. Lulu using the ultimate on V as an example just sits in that back line and is literally an immovable rock. One crit. TNT takes them down.
Really nice spell weaving there from Jinx. And again, sort of going back to more of the old style of Xiaogu that we're used to seeing. Tank top lane, hyper carry as V just charges back in. But I agree, Doinby's Lulu, especially with that teleport, the impact is just amazing.
Yeah, he was all over the map. The layering of CC was just fantastic from Xiaogu, and that they were able to get so much AoE on top of each other, TNT and Doinby.
This was great.
Oh, man.
This is the second time in 2 days where someone has gotten greedy for a penta and died. See, TNT wants it too bad and does get taken out.
It's always the AD carries as
Could have just waited for his team to set it up.
Why would you do that? You have to earn
But
your
he's
penta.
Jinx. He's excited.
I guess.
He's following through.
Well played.
Yeah.
As you can see,
So, yeah, Xiaogu, they've got the momentum coming into this set. You know, they took the 3-0 over Snake. Here's the victory stats on your screen right now. 26-14.
Yeah, just such a one-sided game. 70,000 gold to 53. Snake just not showing up like we might have expected them to. And Xiaogu, especially in this game, like you mentioned, Rusty, all over it here. As the MVP, is it TNT? It is TNT on the Jinx.
17-3-7. I would have been surprised if he wasn't the
true.
MVP. I'm not sure how he manages it, but gets every single kill in this game. It's just so difficult for him to not get a kill, it feels like. He crits at all of the right times. You'll see it again in this. We saw the replay just before. He gets basically a double kill with a rocket auto and a zap at the same time. The rocket crits, and the zap cleans up the same. Like, I'm pretty sure it was the same time as a glitter lance, so the crit looked impactful. But he just gets every kill.
Yeah, and again, this penta that he tried to get after a nice dive there. V, huge tank there with the wild growth. There's not a whole lot Snake could do here. They tried everything. They tried Flandre just absolutely styling on V. They tried Fiora. They tried Dinah in this game. They tried...
Yeah.
Was it Gangplank in the first? No, Olaf in the first game versus V's Gangplank.
Yeah.
And just, they couldn't do it. You couldn't find plays on Assassins. Flandre couldn't make it happen. And Xiaogu, very calmly, very almost effortlessly by the looks of things, just able to take the team fight, set them up, and then just roll over them.
Yeah, time and again, Flandre tried to put Snake on his back, and time and again, they just would not get on his back. It just really seemed like Flandre was trying as best he can, but in the end, Xiaogu pulled through with the 3-0 win, and, you know, now we've got to start looking. They're going up against IG right next, and IG have not looked stronger this year. I mean, this team is a powerhouse.
I would not want to be against them.
Yeah.
I'll put it that way. These guys, they look really scary. And I said it after their games when they lost to EDG. I said, I would hate to verse these guys to try and get that third spot. It didn't matter if it was Xiaogu or Snake. They're going to be the underdogs because this Invictus Gaming side, they don't have momentum. And that's the one thing Xiaogu do have going for them. You mentioned that earlier. But they're so damn good right now that I would be worried as Xiaogu. The track record also favors Invictus now.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they'll take their rest, but their sets have been close, apart from yesterday, which was that 2-0 for IG. IG, honestly, going to want some revenge from playoffs. Didn't manage to get through the finals. I was, oh my God, this is the Jay Chow special. This was so much fun. The Master Yi styling. This is Jay Chow cam as well.
Yeah. We're watching Jay Chow made the jukes.
He actually made some really slick plays in this game, and this is just clean up city.
Well, I mean, making plays, right-clicking.
Got him. Got him. Hey, he had some sick alpha strikes, buddy.
Yeah.
Don't you dare
to
take
be fair,
that away
he
from
had
him.
some good clicks.
And
they were pretty
like
solid.
I said, his dance moves, second to none.
So
I think this is the style. I'm ready.
Oh, please zoom in.
I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah, there it goes.
This is his own camera.
It's player
so.
cam. Does he zoom in on his own dance? Does he zoom in?
Oh, no.
Oh, get him.
Look at the emote spam there. That is some APM working overtime there to get it all done. And again, a lot of fun. Lots and lots of fun there.
Yeah, but now we're moving into something a little bit more serious.
Damn it.
Again. The Xiaogu IG.
I think at least I hope it's going to be fun.
Yeah,
I imagine it's going to be. Worlds is on the line.
Yeah.
We've got 5 games to decide who's going to go to represent that last spot. Is it the new kids on the block or the old guard refreshed?
Well, Cacal's Worlds qualifying success rate is not very high, unfortunately, for the man. He has missed a couple of times. IG missed last year as well after attending in, I think actually we figured this out, the last time was Season 2. So they've missed 2 different World Championships in a row because mainly this upstart team called OMG started winning a lot in the region. They didn't make it either, so... You'd think all things should hold. EDG go to Worlds, good work. Yeah. But then, a new team in LGD and maybe another new team goes, or like you said, is it going to be the veterans? Kid would love to make it back after. It actually would have been 3 years since his last World Championships.
Yeah,
definitely.
Definitely wants to make it back. But again, you said the new kids on the block. They don't look like they're going to be a pushover, that's for sure. So a very scary side. They've adapted to the new patch quite well. Maybe not as quick as Invictus Gaming, but they're a force to be reckoned with. And I honestly feel like a lot of these games come down to the draft, which is super important right now. There are more bans than you could ever have imagined. Fiora, Olaf, Gangplank. It's just absurd.
This patch is great.
Yeah. I believe the other casters said it themselves. There aren't 6 bans right now. There are 12 picks. You ban out 6 of them, but then the other team gets to take which ones they want. Yeah. It's really going to be tough to try dealing with that.
And I guess we'll have to see how the teams want to apply draft because both these teams have drafted exceptionally well recently. In particular, IG. Their coaching staff are working overtime to put these team comps together. And again, it does go to flexibility. We've got Xiaogu are a fairly flexible side, but IG are just, we called them chameleons earlier on in the LPL, and they've still retained that identity.
Yeah, they are just so flexible as a team. The fact that Zetai can play so many different roles with just the, I'm going to split push and not do anything this entire game. And he's even got the, I'm going to get involved with the teleport Shen, teleport Maokai sort of role-playing tank style. Zetai has really stepped up for his team.
And he could even do that before this patch. So
exactly.
Keep that in mind. He had the Trundle pocket pick, and then coming into this patch, he's now just got the Fiora, which is like an improved version of Trundle. So in a very good position here, the top laner of Invictus Gaming. We mentioned this earlier. He's really stepped up to the plate, become that third threat. But you can never sleep on the bottom lane either, because we even mentioned it before, is that self-sufficient AD carries now in this bottom lane. We've seen Cogmores with no protection comp. We've seen a lot of ridiculous team comps that didn't feel like they would work, but they do, because all you need to do now as an AD carry is sit at max range and put down damage. Just make sure that you're okay, because there are too many threats in front of you. They're not actually going to go for you anymore. So never sleep on Kid and Kitties. This bottom lane's dangerous, but the same goes for Xiaogu.
I think it's funny that you mentioned the, just stay at max range and fire away style, because that actually is very suitable for both these players.
Yeah.
Kid is, again, very positioning based, very self-sufficient. I think it's a great way to describe Kid. And TNT is, I think, very similar, but has a bit more of the aggressive undertone to the way he plays. He's always standing in the right spot, but it's to do maximum damage. It's not to like aggressively, rather than kite back and do the most damage over a long period of team fight. TNT always wants to be maximizing current damage output. That's why he's a big Lucian player, big Tristana player, even not so much Callista, but even stuff like Twitch, you can kind of see the same style of play come through. And I think the bottom lane, with how QG's duo have been playing recently, Kid and Kitties need to make sure they keep the form that they've built for themselves in the regionals, because they have been a weakness of the team from time to time. And with the way TCT in particular is playing, the bottom lane for Xiaogu is now a very big threat once more.
Yeah, Kid and Kitties are going to have to perform in this laning phase if they want to keep up. We've talked about Kid in the past, about how he's kind of having some difficulty, trying to reclaim his former glory, but this is the chance for him to do it. He's been stepping up so far. He's got one best of 5 between him and Worlds.
Certainly it does, as we're going to see, I think the lineups here for these two teams. There we go. Start with Invictus Gaming. The losers, unfortunately, of the upper bracket match yesterday will start in the top. It is the tie. And look at those beautiful 5 champions. Fiora, Lissandra, Fiora, Gangplank. Welcome to 516.
Yeah, this is beautiful. Those Fioras are such a high priority pick. And then in the jungle, Cacao, he's been allowed to get his Nidalee. This patch is awesome.
Well, Cacao can just play anything. He's best one aggressive, but can do pretty much whatever he wants as rookie. Has also been sticking to, never mind actually, 5 unique champions. Echo, Orianna, Lulu, Victor, and Yasuo. A rookie can really play everything.
Ban commanding is
yes, absolutely.
So the fact he's had 5 different champions indicates they usually banned against him after each individual game.
Good point there as Kid. Actually, a lot of Ashe. It's been maybe one of the more surprising things. And a Leona there for Kiddies, but a lot of Braum there as well. He's been easily the top support for the last few patches. It's felt like Braum is a super important pick that we'll have to keep our eye on in these drafts.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to these support picks. The Braum-Alistar trade-off. How do you prioritize your team composition? Do you want the linebacker or do you want the protection for your carry?
Yeah, a lot of changes away from Janna as well, it feels like. They're just going the super tanks again because top lane is starting to be a little bit more carry-centric. We've seen Jax, we've seen Fiora. You never really know what you're going to get anymore. So safe picks in the support role has been the new trend. We've seen a lot less of Janna.
Yeah, I just feel like it's a liability, potentially. If you're a Janna and you accidentally face check a Jax, you're not living through that encounter. Whereas if it's maybe a Maokai, it could be a little bit better if there's no other teammates around. But IG have looked very solid. Zatai in particular, that man currently on your screen, has been playing amazingly. And Invictus Gaming, they've got 2 players that want to revisit Worlds. They've got 2 players that would love to make to their first Worlds, I believe, in Rookie and Kakao. I think Kitty's just along for the ride. Who would like to make his first Worlds as well, because he was not playing with the team when they qualified in Season 2, so he'd love to move through with Kit, that veteran, and really represent China. IG are an organization that have been around for a long time. There's a reason we just had his owner, the team's owner, play a show match against the Chinese celebrity.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't just pick any team owner. I mean, IG has had such a great history, and the fact that they've kind of been slipping down a little bit these past few years, and not even so much slipping, just coming up against all this new, young, fresh competition. It's so hard to keep pace, but finally it's the chance for them to do it again. And again, they're against the new, fresh competition in Xiaogu. This is such an important match for Invictus Gaming.
I was going to say, speaking of, Doinby was on your screens, and he is the youngest and freshest of talent that we've seen come out in the LPL this split. You have to say, arguably the smartest player.
I think so. I think we've dubbed him the genius. I think it's a really fitting title for the way that Doinby plays League and approaches mid lane. And how impressive would it be for Xiaogu, who made a finals in their first ever split of the LPL, to be the last team to qualify for Worlds? You know, both these teams have so much riding on this, and they would both make great representatives for the Chinese region at Worlds. But there can, in fact, only be one. We're going to jump into the draft here for game number 1. Xiaogu will start on blue, IG will start on red, and Fiora Azir, standard bans now, are the first 2.
It's hard to believe you're saying it out loud until it actually comes out of your mouth, but the Fiora is no surprise. Zatai really sort of revolutionizing that Essence Reaver style that just sustains so well. I'd be really, really surprised to see that and actually end up making it through in any of these games, considering how popular it is.
Yeah, so banned away as well. So pretty consistently banned away from Rookie. That's 2 mid lane champions banned out in the first 3. So pool's going to get reduced a bit. There's actually a Nidalee ban on the IG side. We remember this the last time these 2 teams played in the best of 5. Nidalee featured heavily.
Yes, we do. There is a couple of other champions that still remain. Skarner, Gangplank. All need to be considered here. Xiaogu, they've got the first pick, but doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to get all of the strong champions that they're looking for, just the one that they preference over everything else. Now, Xiaogu seem like they don't want to play much Kalista, so I'm surprised they don't ban that one away themselves, deny it from maybe Kid and Kitties. They need to respect that, because Kid isn't a huge carry, but when he gets Kalista, he is.
Yeah, certainly is. Kalista's just such a great champion. As Twisted Fate and the Kalista actually banned from IG, so respecting the power of the pick over on the red side, and Xiaogu, they're going to consider what do they want for first pick, and Lulu or Gangplank have to be the first 2 that jump to mind.
That's the tricky question. How do you take the Lulu when the Gangplank's available? Gangplank is so strong.
Because it's Invictus Gaming. If you give them Lulu, you're looking to lose the game. It's a really risky decision. Rookie has a lot of champions, so they don't need to early pick the Lulu themselves. But if Xiaogu, they go for a Gangplank, I wouldn't be surprised if they pick that one up.
Zatai can play it as well, I guess is the other thing. Kitties could if you wanted to, but it's probably not that good of a support. But there is plenty of flexibility on the IG side. Again, we talked about it as their big strength. And if Rookie's Lulu was the most impressive of this regional qualifier, I honestly think Doinby's has been the second most impressive. They've looked very close in skill on that champion. It seems like that's what Xiaogu are going to take, and they do.
Yeah, Doinby's Lulu is not to be scoffed at either. We saw him play it in the last set against Snake, and to great success when it was banned away in 2 games, and then picked in, I believe, the second rotation for that last one. So really, really powerful champion for him, and when he can't get Victor, he falls back to, you know, sort of that support style so we can help out Swift.
But that's the interesting thing, is that Victor's available.
Yep, and V has played Lulu.
V has played Lulu. So the question then comes to, what Xiaogu actually want to do as their team comp. Can Lulu deal with anything that is about to be brought out in the top lane?
Yeah.
Or will it just reign supreme? And that's a great pick from
Yep,
Invictus.
there's Brom. First pick for IG. Been pretty standard as a strong early pick for a lot of teams, even first picked on blue side every now and again. And about 10 seconds left for IG to make sure they lock in this last pick. They've thought about Elise. Swift and Kakao both played a lot of that champion in this particular qualifying. With Nidalee banned away, the options do dwindle slightly, but Kakao going to take Skarner for the first time.
Yeah, with his coach and analyst over his shoulder, he decides to lock in that Skarner. And we saw yesterday, this Skarner was one of the main reasons that IG ended up not taking that second world spot, learning from those past mistakes in this game as they look to lock it in for their second pick.
This leaves open the Elise, though, for Swift if he would like it. Has shown a lot of competency on that champion, and to great success has played that. Of course, the Skarner being picked, I guess Invictus Gaming, they've learnt from their losses. They've taken it into their stride, and now they've picked up the Skarner for themselves. But we'll see if Kakao can actually use it to great effect, or if it's just denying it from Swift.
Well, a quick note as well. This is hotfix 5.16. I think we made that mistake yesterday. So Skarner is good, but not nearly as good as he was on release in that patch. So still a strong champion, very unique. Feels a little bit like Warwick in some instances where he's got a powerful single target ult. He's very tanky, which is rare for a jungler. So it's cool to see him back. But Alistar Kog'Maw, Xiaogu going to stick to what they know.
Yeah, again, it's the self-sufficient AD carry on Kog'Maw. And you might think, wait, Kog'Maw self-sufficient? Well, the way TNT plays it is, you know, going for the Trinity Force, kiting around as best he can, and then just watch TCT in this next set. The fact that I just, in my head, I'm trying to imagine how many multi-man pulverize combos he's going to land, but I can't even fathom.
It was a lot.
Yeah.
You guys missed this game.
It's self-sufficient, and I don't mind the Kog'Maw, but this early in the rotation, picking Kog'Maw when Zatai has not picked his champion, is looking for an Olaf to just run at you.
Yeah.
And so they've got the Lulu, so they smartly do pick the Kog'Maw for the purpose of having that combo, and it makes a lot of sense that they have gone for that. I'm surprised Rookie didn't go for the Echo, honestly, and just try and assassinate people.
I think so too. He actually takes Victor now as the champion along with Ashe. So IG, again, sticking to a lot of what they've played recently. It's the tie that will get last pick by the looks of things. And I guess they're just afraid of what you mentioned earlier. Don't want to see that Lulu flex pick and have Doinby also get the Victor.
It's also about the deny, because you don't know where that Lulu is going. V could take it. Doinby still has an opportunity to get that Victor, but they let it slip through for another round. So Rookie denying the Victor for Doinby means likely we're going to see that Lulu in the mid lane, which leaves V to counterpick into what we can only assume is an Olaf. You know, Zatai has played it before.
Gragas and Gangplank should be...
Oh, Gangplank.
Oh, and Gangplank. Yeah, you're exactly right.
Be pretty good in this team comp. There is Gangplank.
Yep, there it is.
Was that Gragas too? There it is. Zone controller plenty now for Xiaogu as they complete a very strong-looking team comp here. And Swifty didn't go for the Elise. He did go for more of that team fighting, supplementing that team with the Gragas pick.
Yeah, to build on that a little bit further, we mentioned post-hotfix means Darius is actually a lot stronger than pre-hotfix, whereas Skarner's a little bit weaker. But if they lock this in, Zatai is just the manliest human being.
What a matchup.
Almost Amazing J levels.
Yeah, Amazing J did bust it out yesterday. Darius into Fiora was his matchup, and with a bit of help from Clearlove.
I think Olaf's the better option, though.
Was the thing. Yeah, we've seen a lot of success for Olaf. I mean, Flandre showed it up in the Gangplank matchup already. V's seen that one before. Didn't really like it
Yeah,
from
but
what we could tell.
that's the big concern with the Olaf. And I think you said it best, Rusty. If you miss that initial axe, you're not going to catch the person.
Oh, Zatai. He wants a counter pick. This was a classic one. He does lock it in. Zatai is playing Riven.
Time to go. Riven into the Gangplank. It's not ideal. It's actually a fairly good lane early laning phase. You start to worry from there on out. Level 7 and 13 are the levels where Gangplank's kegs duration go down a lot, to where it starts to get scary for a Riven. But if you can get a team out, you can get through. It's fine. Really risky, though, if you take a single keg.
Yeah, and I always jungle pressure.
They could do exactly this.
Or just swap them. That's awesome. I mean, they could... I don't know. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait to see what happens, because that flexibility is beyond almost anything we've seen from a team.
It's like Snake Diana levels.
Yeah, except more awesome?
Is that viable?
I don't know. But, I mean, Doinby had to have played Gangplank mid before.
Yeah.
He's Doinby. He plays just about everything.
Plays Nautilus, man.
Yeah, we'll see what they're going to be doing. Looks like they are going to be sticking with the Lulu top and Gangplank mid. We're preparing to get into game number 1 of this last best of 5 to determine who's going to play. And running through the roster in the top lane, it's V and Zatai on Gangplank. Wait, no, that's not.
Pretty sure he's playing Lulu.
He's Lulu, yeah.
Yeah, we'll wait till we get into the game to confirm. I'm pretty sure he's playing Lulu. But here's the jungle matchup. Gragas versus Skarner is going to be our expected matchup there. And Doinby on, again, either Lulu or Gangplank.
Yeah,
Not too sure just yet. Yeah, they have swapped them back up. And TNT on Kog'Maw versus Kids Ashe, with, I believe, Braum and Alistar joining in for Ashe and Kog'Maw respectively. So, again, bottom lane especially, we highlighted it already. Pretty standard stuff for those guys.
Yeah, it looks to be an exciting set. Worlds is on the line.
It certainly is his. This is a very creative draft from both sides here. And with that, let's get ourselves onto the rift for game number 1. And we load ourselves back onto the rift. And you can see Zatai's Riven. It's a nice counter pick. But the double flex pick has come out. And that is V on Lulu with Doinby on the teleport Gangplank. The Xiaogu huge zone control team to help this little Kog'Maw out. We've seen this a little bit from them before. It is a really potent team fighting team.
Yeah, certainly is. They've got the Gangplank to boot now as well. The zone control that can be brought out. EDG mentioned this about loving Lulu for the purpose that you can pick people off. Well, if you can glitter lance somebody, that is all the time in the world for a Gangplank to set up his kegs and crit your face off.
And we've seen a lot of faces being crit off in the regional qualifier for LPL. As they are going to line up into possibly standard lanes. V is hanging about on the top side. Zatai's actually snuck in already. There he is. Going to get aggressive on the V. Starts that shield. Slaps are going to come down, but Zatai going to eat some auto attacks back. And this matchup, I don't know exactly how good or bad it is, but it's much better for Lulu than it might have been for Gangplank, I think.
Yeah, very early. It's always level 3 for Riven where you start to find your strength. And Zatai's also started with Q, so you would imagine would start at a jungle camp. I would be very surprised if you didn't, because you don't start Doran's Blade and Q if you're looking to lane. I'll put it that way.
Well, he's leaving the lane and going in towards the jungle, so Rusty looks to be right.
There is a swap occurring right now. Kid and Kitties are on the top side of the map. They do want to unlock that Braum, hopefully. Zatai should be having a little bit of fun against the duo of TNT and TCT, while V looks to double jungle with Swift for just a bit, and Spooky Gangplank.
So spooky. As the Krugs are going to get started here, looks like they'll give experience over. TCT coming back and take up some of the hits now. And Zatai's just jungling. Oh, Swift does get it, but Kitties has gone quite aggressive. V, they're going to get in there as well. Just puts the auto attacks down, and Kitties is forced away. He's trying to be real annoying around that blue buff.
Forced away till further notice, we'll say. He's still going to be a pest. He's just going to hang around. Rookie doing really well in this middle lane right now. Keep in mind he's against the Flask of Doinby, so these repeated trades actually favor the Gangplank, especially if you get removed Scurvy level 2 or 3 to just add towards that trade bonus, as Flask gives mana as well as health.
Yeah, level 2 quickly picked up by Doinby. He's going to be trading it right back. The shield actually blocking that one nice and cleanly. And there's the removed Scurvy level 2.
Like Rusty said, plenty of sustain there. We've seen a lot of Flask from Doinby in this tournament. Actually seems to be something that he's liking a lot of, but you can kind of tell trading nice and aggressively here early on, but Rookie, he'll be just fine here. He's playing Victor. Doinby certainly knows the power of that champion. He's going to eat some harass here. Remember, Gangplank, for most intents and purposes, is still melee.
Yeah, well, for all intents and purposes, he is melee. He just has the gun that he shoots
stuff.
sometimes. But that's the interesting debate about Gangplank in lane, is do you use your Q to harass, or do you use your Q to get extra gold on last hits? It's always a big question mark as to what you want to do. It's similar to Veigar. If you've ever seen a Veigar play mid lane, they never know where their Q wants to go.
Can't go everywhere, sadly.
No, it has to be one of the two. That's the problem.
So we are seeing some vertical jungling happening right about now. Swift and V are going to start with the Scuttle Crab as IG's jungle and top laner look to do the same on Kakao and Zatai, and then we should see them go for a bit of a deep invade as the duo lanes get some alone time with the turrets. So all in all, it is a slow start to this early set.
Kid Kitty's been able to just do something you don't usually see from Ash Brawl, but that's pushed down relatively quickly. Swift gonna get some more Gromp as Doinby now finally has some kegs. Actually had 2 points in the parlay early on. Gonna keep these minion wave here, and again keep queuing the minions here. He tried the harass early on, had the flask against Rookie, but gonna sort of dial things back down here as Rookie is doing what Rookie does best, trying to keep the lane nice and aggressively forward.
Well, looks like we might be seeing a dive as Cacao looks to find Doinby. He flashes under the barrel. The stun locks him out, but it's not quite enough.
Ooh, that keg could have hit. I might have seen a flash. Well, he couldn't flash, unfortunately. Might have seen a kill though onto Zatai. He does throw him down. He didn't need to use the teleport, but very aggressive from Invictus Gaming.
Speaking of teleport, of course, Doinby has his own, so he's actually not going to lose a whole lot from this. He saved his remove Scurvy during that gank for the latest possible moment. It does work with missing health, and if the stun wasn't going to kill him, then it didn't really matter. But of course, he used his flash, got to safety, and now has no summoner spells available. So if Invictus Gaming wants to come back, it's a lot easier to kill him.
Yeah, really tricky situation. You can see the difference in the choices these two teams have made in that turret that was just taken. Xiaogu, clear out that bottom tier 1. Looks like Kid tries to answer on the far side. He's got half a minion wave. Yeah, he should be able to get this down.
Yep, turret is going to fall here. Bottom side does go down for IG though, as Xiaogu able to pick up some early gold there, but we'll just be trading back and forth pretty normal in your lane swap situation. It's just a matter of where do you go next. Are they going to keep those lanes now and move them back into standard, or are we going to keep trying to push down some turrets? Right now it seems like V back in the top lane, so really hanging out.
So Xiaogu, they've put their top laner in their top lane now, and this is because the Dragon is still available. It hasn't actually been taken this early in the game, so the duo lane of Xiaogu, they go back to that bottom lane again, so they've got strength in numbers, and it forces the bottom lane of Invictus Gaming to respond to that. It also forces standard lanes, and having a Sheen against an Avarice Blade, you would say favors the Kog'Maw quite heavily.
I certainly think so. There's been a lot of Avarice plays this tournament as well, mainly due to the Gangplank. As you can see, Doinby also has his completed up now as well. And Zatai finally gets a standard lane, but a couple levels here going to help out V a bit. See if we can keep safe here against Zatai. He's got double longsword, now level 4. Just the double Dorans there for V.
Yeah, but I think the important thing is that right now Zatai isn't snowballing, which is great, really good for Xiaogu considering last time he got the champion.
Very ahead in experience though, so the level 6 spike for Zatai on this ribbon will be beneficial to his laning phase. He'll actually probably have a lot of control of this lane, as Lulu hasn't been able to reset the minions under the turret. So doing well here, Zatai, of course, delayed in his power spike, which is very important. Lulu's always going to be relevant at level 6.
That was a huge amount of damage by Rookie, by the way. So a really smart trade. Has gone back. Has the early Hex Core upgrade. You can see Doinby going to put down some kegs. Try and get the trade down, but nice move there from Rookie, I think. Taking out that keg. Breaks that chain there.
Gangplank also queued it at 2 health.
Up, rip. Every time.
Every time I'm watching.
Well, I'm sure Doinby's going to be landing some more chains later on. The game is young, gentlemen.
It certainly is.
And who knows? We might even see the double IEGP.
I hope so. That's so sweet. It is good.
It is. It's absolutely terrifying when you use a single barrel to deal 4,000 damage.
Last time I had this discussion, nice attempt there on the blue. Cacao just going to wait it out though. But moves it just out of the ulti range as Rookie's going to get it. But I feel like everyone we've seen play Gangplank, and again, Gangplank has really only started picking up in 5.15 and I guess 5.16 as a result as well. And it just feels like everyone we see play Gangplank is not strictly learning the champion as they play, but they definitely seem to improve as they sort of warm up and get the kegs and the mechanics down, because Gangplank is just such a unique champion now in the way he works. Very flavorful, but very different.
Again, going to be missing the barrel combo in this set. Hopefully he'll get a chance to learn it a little bit more.
It's also awareness of what Gangplank does as a champion. Right? The people who verse Gangplank, look at the EDG game from Invictus Gaming. Nobody hit the keg that almost killed 3 of them in a single keg. It was there, ready to be hit, but no one touched it. So very aware now of what Gangplank does from both sides of the spectrum, and all learning together.
Yeah, you've got to learn quickly, but if you haven't learned by now, Regionals have certainly been a pretty literal trial by fire when it comes to learning GP. As Zatai getting aggressive still, Doinby putting some kegs defensively down. Good break there by Rookie, actually manages to take one out. Prevents that chain from clearing all the creeps. He's going to go for this one as well, maybe? No, just a big laser And Doinby, we've seen this a bit, Gangplank, he's pretty good at wave clear, but he can struggle a bit in the early lane.
But look at the trade-off that these two teams are making. You know, it's the duo of Xiaogu right now that are shoved super far forward. And IG and Answer, they've got Zetai shoving forward. He's got a 27 CS lead as he pushed it forward. Even Kakao was on that side if V overextended.
Just a bit of trouble there for V. We'll have to see if he catches up. Lulu pretty good as far as low econ stuff goes, but V, we've seen him a bit on Lulu. Just Lulu in a lane swap tends to fall behind, so we'll see if he can still get some stuff done early on with a lack of farm. Doinby forced back now by Rookie, who's again been playing the lane so aggressively, and nobody is ganking Rookie, I've noticed. They're just respecting his ability, I guess Kakao's pressure.
They can't gank him right now. Kakao has been postured around that middle lane. He hasn't directly ganked himself, and this is something we've seen from a lot of Skarners, is just presence. The fact that he can, when level 6, doesn't even need to use the ultimate, but he can use it if you get close to him, is indicative of a very strong jungle champion right now. Kakao using it for that exact purpose. And TNT now covering that middle lane as bottom has been effectively frozen by Invictus Gaming, not for a prolonged period of time. And that's also why Xiaogu's bot lane were pushed up so far inside the area of Invictus Gaming's map. It's just try and prevent a freeze. And the same thing goes for Zetai. Didn't work though.
Did not, at least as Kitties gonna take that crystal. Might be Dragon on the cards actually for IG. As they're going to move themselves around the area. First early items being completed, but nothing major just yet. We'll have a quick tally as Zetai Brutalizer. Cinder up there for Kakao. And then actually two Mark II Hex Core now for Rookie. And that's still that average played for Kid, who's been banking a lot of money. So you got to look across the teams. You see good scaling for both sides. Good team fight there as well. But they do need to get that gold in early. And it's been a very quiet first 11 minutes of this game.
It definitely has. Finally, Xiaogu are going to get a chance to get some gold back in this bottom lane. As you mentioned, Kid, still sitting on that Avarice Blade. If the fight were to break out right now, he wouldn't be contributing too much in terms of combat stats. Whereas TNT, on the other hand, has got some damage. Kakao going real aggressive over here. Just being a menace.
Yeah, just being a menace. He's just keeping pressure there. He's letting Swift know that he's got his number. Be able to stop him at any time that he tries to gank. So he's keeping tabs on where Xiaogu are at all times. Rookie's winning his lane. Zetai is winning his lane. So as long as they keep tabs on Swift, everything's going great for Invictus Gaming.
I think Xiaogu are probably pretty happy as well. I've seen them, you know, not get too aggressive unless Swift is going off on something like Middle East in the early game. Just going to again stick down. Nice little chain there. Does not hit Rookie though. Actually going to have to use the oranges. Does remove Scurvy.
He's being destroyed.
Nice gravity field.
It's so hard to lane against Rookie when he's shoving so aggressively. Doinby time and time again tries to set up the combo, but you just saw, even though he landed the combo with the 3 barrels, it activated just a bit too slowly, and Rookie, playing at the top of his game, easily sidesteps it.
Well, Kakao continuing to apply pressure. Kitties as well. Going to get some vision with that crystal, and they're going to move in for this dragon. They know they've effectively forced Doinby off in his lane. Xiaogu just don't have the tools to fight just yet here. Invictus Gaming going to take this first dragon, and pretty smart back there for Kid as well. Did make sure he went back in case they had to fight, but no contest going to be here for Xiaogu. And the first objective is going to go to Invictus.
Pick up the first dragon, of course. No way to contest. Doinby has been confined to his own turret. If he ever goes near Rookie and looks at him funny, he loses a trade. Unfortunately, as I say that, the laser doesn't connect and I look wrong. But you've seen the past 10 minutes prior, so having a rough time. There's Gangplank actually holds top lane.
Is he farming V's lane?
Yep.
Interesting. Effective. Is it? Depends on what your goals are. If you're wanting to farm, yes. If you don't want to annoy your teammates, maybe not. Swift though, going to steal that blue. Nice takeaway from Rookie.
Big. Very big. They take that from Rookie, who is going for his Hex Core upgrade before everything else. Doesn't have the mana pool to sustain, whereas Gangplank is a relatively low mana-intensive champion and will be able to stay in that lane with just the flask perfectly fine.
Doinby now stealing away the Raptor camp from Kakao, just trying to be as much a menace as possible. And Xiaogu, seems like they've come to life in these past 30 seconds with the double invades on both sides. Now 3 members in the mid lane. Rookie with low mana's got to be careful.
Seems like they're really sick of that freeze in the bottom lane as the dual lane moves back towards mid, but pretty short-lived. Victor will return. Can't really push against that guy. As Doinby's going to hit his barrel and run away. All these sieges, it's not a bad comp for QG to do it with, but just don't, again, quite have the items just yet. Invictus Gaming, more than happy to be patient.
Keep in mind that because they stole away the blue buff from Rookie, if they were to prolong that trade or prolong that siege, it would have actually favored them because of a forced recall from the Victor. In saying that, they don't continue the siege. They just reset back to, I'm not going to call it standard, they put their bot lane top to get the outer turret. There's no more dragon to take, so a very smart decision from Xiaogu. But back to farm.
Yeah, this is a really much needed opportunity for V to try catching up in CS. He's got a wave frozen now at the bottom, and Kitty's heading on down there with Zatai. Hopefully they'll be able to break that siege and sort of cement the advantage that Zatai has for now. But V, you can already see he's starting to catch up creep by creep, and oh, it does bounce back. Yeah, that's kind of bad.
Yeah. Zatai going to scoop up those creeps, and poor V is going to have to wander back towards the jungle and be safe under that turret. Working on a Rod of Age is going to be quite late at this point in that particular build, but the Trinity Forces are up for Xiaogu. Going to have a few more tools, at least for Gangplank and Kog'Maw, if they want to contest for that next dragon, as Rookie does a nice job stealing away the red buff.
Rookie does really well there, and you're right, the Trinity Forces are online. They're just missing the Rod of Ages for their top laner. But all things considered, if they want to fight something, they've got a lot of strength in 2 of their 3 lanes. Actually, the Rod's done
Yep,
now.
just finished then. So not missing anything at all. Just needs a bit more time to farm up. But you said it already. No objectives really to farm up. The teams are going to be patient here in IG. They have a lead, but it's very slim. That's 600 gold between the two sides. So we'll see where they go next. And they try and break down some more towers and grow that lead before the next dragon fight comes up.
Zatai continuing to shove in this bottom lane. As you mentioned, the Rod of Ages finally finished for V. Is going to start stacking some much-needed combat stats on that Lulu. And Doinby and Rookie doing the dance.
He manages to crit on the minion that he couldn't have killed.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good player.
Great player. Really strong play right there from Doinby. But yeah, the Gangplank is struggling in this middle lane. The bot lane right now is not ever going to get frozen. Zatai just wants to push it in constantly. And Xiaogu is spending more time playing the map at the moment, whereas Invictus Gaming are just playing the lanes. That's the biggest difference.
And this is honestly how we saw IG play against Xiaogu yesterday. As we do actually have a scuffle, never mind. Kakao coming up. TCT is about to get stunned. The ult's good there. Alsto's trying to get out, but Swift's coming up as well. Kitty's, he's going to pop the ulti out as the Ty's going to make it down. He'll pop the ulti, get a good stun in there as well. Huge wind slash out as Swift going to now tank Kakao's ulti after Kid's arrow, and first blood does go to Ash. Doinby about to eat the Brawl passive there, but he does get Skarner. Flashes forward, gets another onto Ash, but Zatai cleaning house now as TNT going to get taken out by Rookie. And that's 3 for 1 with TCT about to make it more. He'll die as well, and that's 4 for 2.
V honestly did not have much of an impact in that fight. He gets out with full health and basically full mana. All he was there for was to use that ultimate on Swift, on that Gragas, and watch him get pulled away from his team by Skarner. That was really unfortunate stuff for Xiaogu, and really well played again from Invictus. The teleport was huge for them. Zatai comes in, connects with the stun, and try as TCT might to get something going for them. He really did try. It just didn't work out that well.
He really did, but IG came through with the clean target selection. All right, Alistar's overextended, we'll punish him. Okay, he's backed away, switch to Gragas. Gragas is away, well now we'll switch over to the Gangplank who's in the middle of this fight. One by one, methodically, IG move from member to member and bring them down. Xiaogu, on the other hand, can't bring down a single person from IG.
Couldn't do it there as Dragon's up soon in about 35 seconds. IG, after that little exchange, got themselves first blood and about 2,000 gold up as far as gold leads go. It's not too bad. It's a slim lead, but 18 minutes in, you'll certainly take it at this point as Rookie goes back and actually finishes a Rilo as IG prepping to fight here. But again, those two Trinity Forces hanging out. About 20 seconds left. We'll have to see what IG decide to do.
Yeah, that was a fight in the top lane that in terms of their immediate items should have probably favored Xiaogu because they had the two Trinity Forces. The Rod of Ages was there. Gragas and Alistar don't need their items to be relevant. All they're missing is the Aegis, perhaps, to give some tankiness to the rest of the team. Doinby does get a double kill and a Ghost Blade right now for this second fight. He has straight away bought a mid-game efficient item because he's the one with 2 kills for his team. So another smart decision. We'll see if it actually has an impact, though. The Dragon's up, it's ready to be taken, and Invictus Gaming are the ones with the control.
Yeah, they're in the pit right now, shredding through the Dragon's health, and while Xiaogu are close, they're in no position to contest it. Kakao secures Dragon number 1 for Invictus Gaming.
Dragon number 2, actually.
Number 2, number 2.
Yeah, got 1 and 2.
Oh my gosh.
IG able to keep that snowball starting. Oh, good crit there. Gets onto Rookie with a bit of keg action. Kid, ulti out. Who's good looking for? It's TNT, but he's got pulled away by Kakao. TNT, though, about to get stunned. Good headbutt there by TCT to protect him, and TNT's actually going to kill Kitties. Now the ulti's out. Kakao's going to die as well. Kog'Maw, he's getting the double as Rookie, comes down on the Victor. Swift will get stunned, but well played, Xiaogu.
They managed to get 2 picks, which is massive. They should have fought for the Dragon, but they weren't there in time to contest it. So they lose that objective for nothing. And then out of nowhere, they make these 2 picks that should not have happened. And it was a bit of a mistake from Invictus Gaming in positioning. Ash doesn't connect with the arrow, but Skarner tries to make that effective pick. And they turn that back around. The numbers got there sooner for Xiaogu.
Yeah, this evens it right back up in gold. You can see barely 700 separating these 2 teams. 20 minutes into the game. This is a close match of League of Legends, and nobody wants to take any chances. Worlds is on the line. This is game 1. This will build or break your momentum.
Certainly will. IG have just been playing so well. A setback against EDG yesterday, but certainly have to commend them for their play. They've managed to find a lead in this game, but QG with a nice little exchange have brought it back to about 1,500 gold instead. So lead is shrinking back down. Xiaogu are getting stronger. Gangplank in particular is finding his stride, and TNT, fearing that Skarner, goes a very early QSS after that map setup.
That couldn't have been much earlier. That's a lot of respect right there. And honestly, I like it because Gangplank's not the ideal target. Lulu can use the ultimate if they survive. And I think the best part about the Lulu pick in particular is not only does it deny the synergy with Skarner, which is honestly the reason why they picked it, is they denied the Skarner from Xiaogu, but it denies that combo, and it also can be used to deny the person that is hooked in. If it's not a carry, they'll live through the Skarner ultimate duration and then get a Lulu wild growth and still be tanked.
Looks to be a scary combination from Xiaogu if they can't quite pull it off, but they're going to have to survive Rookie's Victor, Kid's Ash, and Zatai's Riven, who has now completed a Black Cleaver on top of that Brutalizer. That is a lot of damage IG are going to be dishing out. Xiaogu, they're going to have to find a way to survive it.
Yeah, Riven causing problems now. Zatai still with a pretty big CS lead in that lane as well, at about 25 up. V has done a good job bringing that back down, as it was getting a little bit out of hand in the earlier stages, but again, Xiaogu more than happy to fight. They'll wait things out. After 2 dragons, they probably have to contest for number 3 or risk that really snowballing out of control. But by the time that next dragon rolls around, or even the first Baron fight, you have to think Xiaogu are going to be well equipped to start fighting for it. Because again, they're building up their items, they're starting to get stronger. We might have a big 5v5 really open up this game, because that's been the thing. We've had a couple of tussles, but just no definitive lead yet.
Yeah, well, take a look at the vision right now. You're asking about definitive lead. Well, Invictus Gaming have vision over just about everything. 4 pink wards spread out all across the river. They will know exactly where Swift is when he shows up. They've got wards being dropped left, right, and center, whereas Xiaogu, they're all defensive wards for V, trying to keep himself safe. So it's a tricky situation that Xiaogu put themselves in playing without this much vision, especially when they're the ones playing the map, playing this macro style.
Yes and no. Okay. The vision is neutral, so it's not going to be an outright offensive spot that will spot Swift every single time.
Okay.
And because the vision of Xiaogu is defensive, they can control their own jungle. And without a turret still remaining for Invictus Gaming, the vision that Xiaogu have got is almost neutral. They'll spot Swift, but by the time they actually spot him, it'll be at a point where he's able to engage on you.
And I think all of that discussion about vision is great, but it really highlights to me, again, how IG managed to beat QG yesterday. Contain Doinby, contain Swift, and that's exactly what they've done. Rookie constantly pushing mid lane this game, just keeping Gangplank down. Not out, like he's not getting hammered in lane, he's not having a fun time, but he's at least keeping up in CS, but Rookie's making sure he stays there. If anyone gets to move first, it's him that gets to go. And the same with Kakao. He hasn't been aggressive for the gank. He's just weaved in and out of the lane, adding presence, kind of checking things out. And all that shallow neutral vision plays into ID's game plan of, we think we can beat you as long as we slow you down.
Well, the big concern is there's a Kog'Maw, a Gangplank, and a Lulu. That's going to keep those 2 alive. if you let it get late enough, Kog'Maw is going to kill anyone, regardless of how tanky they are. Xiaogu is a team that excel at late game team fights. They somehow miraculously make comebacks time and time again. And IG, by waiting like this, create a dangerous situation for themselves.
That must be the Dragon fight. Then we'll have to look for 40 seconds until that's going to be back up. And like I said, QG, you're going to have to start thinking about contesting this time. Can't really let them get 3 in a row as Swift gets stunned up by a nice Victor. Gravity Field's going to eat a laser for his trouble there as well. You see they've gone back, made a few other purchases, but Zatai's going to go back now, get himself a pickaxe to add in for what's a possible last Whisper. And the kegs are being set up. The damage isn't bad from Doinby.
Wow, that's a lot of damage being done. Kitty's chunked out by 1 crit and a Kog'Maw ultimate. Has to back away for now, and he's actually recalled.
I feel like IG have seen this before.
Yeah. Damn.
Gangplank, man.
That
Gangplank's
was
great.
a lot of damage. And from one barrel alone, Kitties has to recall. The control of the Dragon Pit is gone.
And that's great. That's exactly what QG need, although IG might be setting themselves up to fight here.
They are.
Not just yet. Going to clear out Vision first instead. Better safe than sorry. Zatai very intelligently kills that keg there as well. And looks like Lulu has gone back, and Morello Nomicon finished up for V, so he is fight ready. His kid's also chugging down those minion waves with his 2 items prepared. But QG, they already know they are going to have to fight here.
V's recall timing there was questionable. He went back, he got a full, like a big item for him. He's got Morello's now, which is massive for Lulu. But he could have been pressuring that top lane with his teleport. Instead, he stays. He walks down, doesn't use the teleport, which means they're committing to a fight here.
Yeah, this Dragon has been started by IG, already down to below half health. Kakao is in position. There is the Gangplank ult used. Barrel separates the team, but IG are still keeping themselves together. There's the flash knockup. Rookie is tossed in. He's forced to flash out of it. The Dragon has been completely forgotten as they pick up 1 kill. TCT goes down. The AoE is huge as Rookie obliterates another 2. That's Doinby and Swift gone. TNT running for his life. Self-sustain is not enough. He goes down to IG.
That engage from Xiaogu was not what they were looking for. Swift goes in and knocks Kakao, of all people, into the Gangplank ultimate. That is not the way that combo is meant to go between these 2 champions. And that is a big factor. It starts the fight off. TCT super low, and now they're just going to go straight onto this Baron instead.
Yeah, IG are going to cream this Baron as well. So much damage in this team comp here, and it dies pretty much before anyone can get close to the area. Invictus Gaming, all of a sudden, we talked about definitive leads. Well, now they have one.
Yeah, this is huge for Invictus Gaming. 5,500 gold, Baron buff, and 2 dragons. With Empowered Recall, they're going to finish off a couple more additional items and start heading to take that dragon number 3. Xiaogu, they're going to need to get comfortable because they're going to find themselves defending their base pretty soon.
I understand the need to fight for the dragon. It was very early to get that 3rd dragon if they got it at that fight point. But really, they don't need to. If they can control the map, they've got a double teleport comp. Why do they have to fight for an objective? I understand Gangplank is strong. Lulu's really good at zone control. Gangplank and Alistar can be an overbearing frontline for your team. Speaking of...
Catch on to TNT. Perhaps no, it's Giddies that's caught out. TCT is low. He will die there. And Zatai going to clean up Kog'Maw. Goodbye.
Oh, man, that poor Kog'Maw did not stand a chance. And looks like Xiaogu were caught a bit unawares in this bottom lane. Kitties did get overzealous and die for it, but 1 tier 1 goes down. There's no one in position to defend this tier 2. It's going to be crushed by the onslaught of IG.
Can I just point out why we might have a quick break, although IG are continuing to push in. Might have to save it for a second. The kegs are going to clean some things up, but IG, they are not done. They're going to cream down another turret. This Baron buff yields a lot of value with Zatai. He wants in. His ult's almost back off cooldown, but IG are going to break the bottom side.
Yeah, they just took down 3 turrets and the inhibitor, barely pausing for a breath. Xiaogu, they might get this tier 1.
Yeah, they'll get it.
Yeah.
He's going to bubble it.
I'm helping.
I mean, he didn't have teleport, so he could not join the bottom lane.
There was just nothing they could do, right? They're still waiting for that last Infinity Edge, which is completed for Doinby as of right now. They're still waiting on that Blade of the Ruined King because the QSS was rushed from TNT. So these items that they got spikes from with the Trinity Force. They lost the fight at the Trinity Force spike, and then they waited a very long time. They put themselves in a trough because of their itemization past that point.
And that was sort of the thing I wanted to mention. Sorry, the thing I wanted to mention before, as IG certainly are playing very well now with a massive gold lead. Oh, good Gromp take there is by Swift. Is actually this man here, Zatai. We've seen them hover Riven time and time again. We talked about the swap up being really clever as far as matchups go, but Zatai's had a fantastic game, and his Riven mechanics are so crisp.
Yeah, some really clean play from Zatai, single-handedly splitting to look for another tier 2. Pulls a response from Xiaogu, which is going to buy them time now to push down this mid lane for the next inhibitor. I believe that tier 2. And Zatai, that Riven cannot be allowed to go through. How does this man play Fiora, Riven, and Shen all to such perfection?
Oh, I'll tell you how. V actually the one in trouble. Great combo. Absolutely sick. I love Zatai's Riven. This is amazing.
It's just destroyed. Absolutely.
So smooth.
Oh, every time V has been really struggling in laning phase lately. He has not found any strength, and he's up against these people. And keep in mind, V's inclined to tanks.
Yep.
He's always performed better on tanks, but now he's against kill lanes, against Fiora's, Riven's, Gangplanks. He's had to change his champion pool to suit, and he's starting to really struggle in comparison.
It's also a Lulu that got lane swapped on
Yeah.
versus the Riven. Just not the same jungle presence in the early stages. So it's certainly tough. Xiaogu, for me, are a team that I think act a lot better in standard lanes than IG. Exploiting that with the early lane swap and jump ahead to a huge lead at this point. 8,000 gold ahead now.
This is going to be hard for Xiaogu to come back from. You can see they've got TNT farming up as best he can, but he has been caught out of position. Rookie, that's the kill.
Kickout didn't even ulti. Didn't need to,
QSS,
exactly.
like, no point using that ultimate on someone with a QSS when you've got a Victor to instantly... Wow, that was a crit.
Damage, Kid needs to flash crit, almost. Gets the kill. Kiddy's now going to get knocked back in as the ulti does come out. Flash out Sam behind me is enough to save him. And now Rookie around the backside, but he gets ulti back into Zatai. Now going to make his jump forward. Decent ult there through a couple members there as Zatai gets polymorphed and exhausted. They're still cutting around. Doinby will get the first kill there, and he's going to look for a couple more. Cacao, very tanky Rookie, a little too deep. Going to go down to Swift and QG fighting in amongst the chaos as Zatai is still running in. He's got the first kill onto Doinby, got the double. Now going to try and find the triple as he dives forward, is forcing the flash away from TCT.
Fights like this is what wins Xiaogu games, and they have no right to win fights at this point. But time and again, they just find it out of nowhere. Thin air presents itself, and they take it. And they win a fight. They're missing their bottom lane inhibitor. They're missing TNT. And it's over-aggression from Invictus Gaming more than anything else. Their confidence shone through. It bite them in the bum. Bit them in the bum.
But that's Xiaogu. They wait for these situations to happen, and they always happen.
Well, unfortunately couldn't quite get the clean team fight there. So still going to fall further and further behind in gold. They are 9,000 gold behind now. And Dragon 4 is going to be up in 55 seconds for IG. So running out of things to give away on the map here. IG at this point looking to take the major buffs back down and then push in for maybe one last blow. TCT caught out IG with Ashes. Plenty of slow. Swift going to try and make the difference as the rest of the team are now joining in. Doinby going to pop the ulti down. Rookie, though, already takes out Swift. The arrow's down. Doinby gets the kill, but Zatai is right in the middle of him. Actually already dead as the kill did come out for Gangplank. Now Kickout's going to drop down as well, but the damage is already done. IG's carries just too much DPS.
Way too many damages.
Yep.
So many damages. Xiaogu, they're just left running away right now. TNT.
He's dead. Goodbye, TNT.
You're on a lonely journey.
Oh, Flash is going to buy him some time for the rest of his team to respawn. Eventually, he's going to be caught, but he's bought enough time for his team to survive for now. Just think, that could have been an inhibitor that IG took.
That's true.
Definitely could be. It was a lot of time that was wasted. It's in time for the 4th Dragon, though. So Invictus Gaming, no shortage of win conditions.
Yes.
Keep that well and truly in mind, as their Riven, who has shown he's not invincible.
No. Actually pretty squishy.
Yeah.
Very, very human.
And even Kickow with his relatively good set of tank items got pretty quickly there. Doinby, we've seen this every time from the Gangplank. Do not sleep on the amount of damage that Gangplank will do once he has 2+ items.
I can tell you right now that he just wants crit.
Yeah, he's going back in. Ooh, Phantom Dancer coming.
Yeah. Baron now looks to be the setup for IG. They're grouped around the pit with vision and complete control, grouped as 5. Xiaogu try to find a way in, trying even to steal the shrine away from Kakao. Their inhibitor has respawned in the bottom lane, so shoot. Xiaogu, I've got some time. The arrow comes across. DCT tanks it. TNT is kiting on the side, trying to get through the tank line. Kakao takes so much. TNT gets the cleanse. Doinby dropping the AoE. It's such a tight choke, but they can't quite finish anyone off. TACT finally falls. That's the tank gone from Xiaogu, and IG start up the Baron.
And yet again, Invictus Gaming, they've just got strength in numbers. They're all so strong. The Baron's getting low.
Yeah, they are going to try and take it out here. Zatai does have his teleport, but he hasn't used it quite yet. The Baron does fall to Ash as Kid's able to take it away, and now he's going to pop the TP. Home guard his way forward. Who's he going to look for? It will be V. Just missing that knockup. The slow was good from TNT's Voidoos, and Doinby still firing away. He does do damage. He's got a keg, but they take it out. Kakao swipes the next one as well, and Rookie lasers him right through the face. GP will die. Rookie going to flash forward onto TNT, and good luck living through the Rylas. He picks up the double. Kakao's going to look for the last one. Kitty's, or V, sorry, might have looked to get away, but IG is hunting them down.
Zatai's got a flank from the looks of it, but he's so fast.
Whimsy.
Yeah, one by one, like dominoes. Xiaogu fall. They're not able to find the cohesive team fight. Swift and TCT trying as best they can, but Zatai getting a bit cheeky here. He finds Swift in the face. Stun is going to knock him in, and Swift will go down.
That was a really good attempt at a cancel. Oh my god, the arrow hits V as TCT is now under fire, but he pops his ulti and he'll be okay. Very almost stops Zatai's ulti by trying to, like, Gragas ult him away in a random direction, hoping he would use it.
It's almost like a say thank you, Zatai. Swift has knocked you next to him. So unlucky stuff there, but as you said, getting picked off one at a time. Xiaogu don't have an answer right now to anything that Invictus Gaming can offer. 12-1-6 is this victor.
And they're not stopping. Doinby actually going to try and find a catch here. Huge keg. Going to take out Kitties, and Kakao, he's going to get slowed down and killed as well. Good picks there from Xiaogu.
Again, Xiaogu pulled these picks out of mid-air. They were just losing. They lost 4 dragons. They've lost 2 barons. Their inhibitor is bare. IG take a single moment to catch their breath, and Xiaogu strike back.
And this is what we've seen from Xiaogu time and time again as Rookie tries to make a big play. He's going to get kegged. Huge damage from the Gangplank. Oh my god. Bigger damage from Victor as now Zatai's going to chase him down. Flash into the Wild Growth, denies that ribbon. And Swift going to slow them down. They need to keep running though. The damage is there. Kid doesn't quite have his ulti back up yet. He might have it now. The Wind Slash is used. Arrows out. It misses. They're going to go back in. Zatai is dead. Xiaogu fighting again.
Again, they're fighting back. They're dodging forward now. Kid is caught. He's taking so much damage and is destroyed. And member by member of IG are flooding in. But it is not enough. They lost Doinby, but Xiaogu win the fight.
If Rookie was dead, that could have been the game turned around, but Rookie is well and truly alive. He instantly killed Doinby and almost took out the other 2 as like a side effect of the initial target that he was searching for. Invictus Gaming with a lot of hiccups, mistakes that should not be happening on their part, but Xiaogu, as per usual, capitalize on that perfectly. They find the needle in a haystack time and again.
They always do it, and I guess my question has to be, especially if they lose this game, if you're so good at late game team fighting and thriving in the chaos, why not just get to the chaos in a little bit more of an even game?
Because they're losing lane. That is the honest answer. They are just losing to the point where the chaos doesn't come out until 30-odd minutes when Invictus Gaming have 4 dragons, the next one up in a minute. They're so far ahead it doesn't matter.
Oh, the Doinby kegs. This is a very similar looking setup. Was it even, I think it was for the 5th dragon as well, where Pawn hit that huge kegger onto IG. They know what it's like to face check a Gangplank's kegs.
Yeah, 1 minute until that dragon number 5 spawns. Xiaogu, well aware of it, are already grouped up in front of the pit, fighting for vision, fighting for control of the area, while Zatai splits on the opposite side of the map. IG do they respond?
He is so fast. Cacau's got his dead man's plate on Skarner as well, so the fastest scuttle crab to ever exist.
It's actually a really smart bit of map awareness as well.
Oh, they just gave up a tier 2.
Yeah, that's bad, but they swooped in to steal out the kegs. And IG, realistically, we're actually just pushing down mid lane.
Ash Arrow stopped the recall. Cacau's there.
Xiaogu are split right now. They're turning now onto TCT. He's forced to use the ultimate sacrificial Ox, I believe. Yeah, he's going to be caught out, but Rookie takes a cask. He flashes away. This could be a tricky situation. He's CC, but finally turns around with so much AoE. Doinby flashes out of the wind slash. The tie gets out with his life. Kitties is caught in the face of TNT and gets shredded down. The support never stood a chance, but now TNT is caught. The Rylai slows him down. The laser is not enough. He survives to the wolves and gets out with his life, but Kid in the meanwhile getting a massive 2 kills with Cacao. Doinby and TNT again, the sole survivors.
Just casually in the base now as we move back in. QG still holding on, but IG is starting to break down more structures. TNT actually gets caught by the mending wave. They know he's not going to be back anytime soon. And as the dust settles in, a huge amount of chaos, and IG finally come out on top.
If you put that much emphasis on a dragon, you're going to just bleed objectives. And that is exactly what Xiaogu did right there. All of their vision, all of their control was around denying the 5th dragon. Well, that 5th dragon is now available, and you've lost 2 inhibitors for your attempt to deny it in the first place.
Oh, it's being chunked out so fast. Let's see if the keg can take it. It does not indeed. Doinby uses the cannon barrage to buy his team some time, but he takes so much damage. Rookie, what are you doing?
Full build Victor is what he's doing. Doinby should know how this works because he has played a lot of Victor in his lifetime. Luden's Echo, Rylai's, Rabadon's Void Staff, perfect hex score is not a joke.
Oh no. 13-1-8. This Victor is a monster.
Gross.
I think we said it already at the top of this particular set, but Rookie is pretty good at League of Legends.
Yeah.
And he's been playing pretty well as well.
It's good to see him on a control mage that is genuinely carrying, because in the games they were losing, he just wasn't getting the kills. Well, he's getting the kills right now, and if you actually look at the kill spread on Invictus Gaming, it's near perfect.
Pretty gorgeous. 8 kills for Riven, 6 kills for Ash, and the casual 13 for the mid laner in Rookie, with a huge amount of assists for the Braum, Skarner, and the Ash, who's effectively more of a support in this game anyway. IG have a monumental lead, and Xiaogu can have to throw everything they have to try and defend this game. It's Cacao's just hunting them.
Man. 5 dragons, 17,000 gold, 2 inhibitors. Invictus Gaming are shoving into Xiaogu's face. There's 1 inhibitor standing, but not for long with IG trying to burn down through them. Looks like V might have been caught as Cacao zones him away. That inhibitor is about to go down as well. Yeah, 3 inhibitors down now.
Just another bait there, Rookie. Too juicy of a target. And Xiaogu try and take him out 5v1. Or 5v2 with Cacao there as well. And ZIG again take the objective. Xiaogu have 2 turrets left to defend and 1 Nexus.
If they had a needle in a haystack teamfight before, it's now a needle in like a hay farm or something. I don't even know.
A ocean?
Yeah.
Oh, Arrow threads the needle onto TNT, but he dodges around to the side. It's not the engage IG we're looking for, but they've still got 5 dragons. They've got some time.
So hit his QSS there, I think. So checks off that one, but he's going to eat the next engage if he does get tagged. Kitties though with no ulti, and IG just don't care. They're happy to siege at this point because Xiaogu are forced to fight them now.
Much damage. Nexus turret number 1 goes down. Doinby cannot find an avenue of entry. TCT's even getting chunked out with his elixir of iron. And IG, they are so hungry for this win. They are so hungry for entry to Worlds.
Victor with a Dragon 5.
That's disgusting.
And full build is obnoxious to watch. And I mean, we're comparing this to a gangplank on the enemy team. It is obnoxious to watch.
I mean, Doinby's trying to do what he can with the clearance, but he can't quite get that TCT. 1 more play. Rookie gets exhausted. He will go down. They do get the key kill, but Riven's already taken out 1. Doinby's going to fall there as well. There are plenty of carries left on the back lines. And Invictus Gaming take 4 for 1, and they'll take the Nexus in game number 1.
Victus Gaming. They don't look like slowing down after a game like that. 33 kills in a single game and a 20k gold lead. That's a game 1 in a best of 5 series.
That was
a
bloodthirsty IG.
This was amazing. You know, at that last team fight, they finally got Rookie, the 4-man pulverized. They knocked him back in. You can see him smiling despite that final death at the end. He's probably looking at the damage dealt to champions.
Oh, yeah.
But that was the story of the game. It was just too little, too late for Xiaogu. They finally found the team fights that they were looking for, but it was too late. They lost objectives. They finally found Rookie in that team fight, but it was too late. They lost their Nexus. They need to be more proactive in this next game.
I think it comes back to losing lane. A lot of the issues that they're currently being presented with right now are from not winning laning phase. The last time we saw Invictus Gaming take on Xiaogu, Rookie was the one that went massive. He was the one that delivered. And the exact same thing happened again. So they need to fix that before they can even be proactive, because if you're stuck under your turret, it's not easy to win.
But that comes back to the drafting phase. We talked about it early on. Drafting is so important, and IG have had excellent drafts this past weekend during playoffs. They've been playing so smartly and so intelligently. It's going to be tough for Xiaogu.
I don't even think their comp was bad, honestly, but Rusty mentioned it in that game. That second Dragon fight, Dragon 3, where they went into contest trying to stop the snowball and just got destroyed. That was the big turning point, because that was only 1,000 gold up for IG at that point. And like Rusty said, with the comp that they had, they actually didn't have to fight.
No, they didn't. They had no reason to fight for it. And it
Not
works.
like that, anyway.
Like, the fight can work. Again, they've got a gangplank. They can set up for set areas, but they're trying to stop a snowball by letting it snowball, opposed to being proactive in that position.
Yep, certainly a bit awkward there on IG with a very strong game number one. To get a little bit more in that first game, let's pop out to the war room.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time. And Invictus Gaming, incredibly convincing first victory. Doinby realizing that, yes, Victor is a very, very strong champion, even in somebody else's hands.
Yeah, Rookie, obviously a big Victor player alongside Doinby, so he should have recognized that power. But the guy that I want to talk about is Zatai. And we said this all day yesterday. This is a career-defining moment for Zatai as a top laner.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, of course, he got rolling quite early on in this game. And it wasn't necessarily dominate your lane opponent. It was the fact that he was able to participate in the first early skirmishes so effectively. We do have a replay that we can bring up on our screen right now, and this will sort of indicate just how well IG were playing as a team, as well as Zatai just being a beast.
Yeah, and there's a couple of big things here. So first thing that you're going to see is Zatai's teleport that comes in. He's going to start out this team fight, and like you said, it's not the 1v1 out duel that's the power of this Riven, it's how well he's using it in a team fight. So we can go ahead and start rolling it. You're going to see Zatai come in here on this beautiful Riven, and he's going to CC lock 2 people. So here comes the teleport. Da-da-da-da. There we go. CC locks 2 people right there. You've got a lot of the damage. The other big thing is Rookie right now is coming up through the river. So you have great CC lock from the Riven, then the arrow comes through, then you have the Skarner ultimate, but bam, Rookie's here, and he just gets this incredible, gorgeous flank and layers so much damage off of the Chaos Storm as well as the lasers. So just a great juggle and target-focused priority coming out of Invictus Gaming right there, especially against such a strong 5v5 team like Xiaogu.
Yeah, it's true. And Xiaogu, they played it well. I mean, they all managed to get there. Of course, Rookie was actually a little bit late to that fight, but this is at a point where Xiaogu, they just not a team that can fight as well together. Gangplank, he hadn't got rolling yet. You saw, he just exploded. He was sort of there for a second, managed to get, I think, 1 barrel down, got himself a kill, and was like, yes, let's continue this on, and died. I think that was about what happened. And this is about Xiaogu not necessarily understanding that they're not quite as strong at that point in the game.
Yeah, which is pretty uncharacteristic of Xiaogu, just because one of their defining characteristics is they're so prepared at recognizing when they can and cannot fight and how to execute those fights flawlessly.
Yeah, and it was from this point onward that IG just kept pressuring their advantages. I mean, Zatai then continued to keep up about a 20 to 30 CS advantage throughout the game, and we have our next replay here, and we'll just bring up how they were able to execute this over and over again. And this is after grabbing themselves another dragon.
The really cool thing here is the arrow and kind of how it splits up the team fight. So Rookie again gets another thing, but here's the thing. TCT goes in, but the arrow was sent and it hits the backline. And yes, it only stuns 1 target, but applies a slow across the majority of Xiaogu's members, and they're not able to follow up against a gorgeous initiation from TCT, which lets Invictus Gaming run over the back half of this fight. So great job on Kid, another fantastic flank from Rookie.
Yeah, and this is another example of the Gangplank not quite having the same amount of effect as he otherwise would, because he just got impaled and destroyed. I mean, he wasn't able to get everything going on, but we do have The spotlights, ladies and gentlemen, going through exactly what happened in that game. And honestly, it's an IG highlight reel.
It's
this fight. What the heck, Rookie?
Look at that damage. And this is the thing that we talked about with Victor. You know, you have burst assassins like LeBlanc, and LeBlanc could do that much damage, but to one target. And, you know, she can hit multiple targets with her distortion, but it's pretty much single target elimination. Victor is taking the place because he's a control mage. He has great wave clear, and he has massive AoE burst damage, pretty much doing what a LeBlanc could, but across multiple members.
Yeah, exactly. It's just honestly stunning. And you saw just there, Kakao, in fact, had 3 targets he could have impaled, decided to go for Swift, the most tanky member. But it didn't matter at that stage. IG so far ahead, and you can see 33 kills to 16. You're going to have a pretty good time. And let's have a look at who got the MVP. It is going to be Rookie. Makes a bit of sense. 13, 2, and 12. Mathematics in my head say about a 13 KDA for that game. Just ridiculous.
Well deserved for Rookie right there. Just the impact that he was able to have on this Victor is now we have the Rookie highlight reel.
Oh, yeah.
But again, this isn't a game where Zatai is running around on River on like 10, 2, and 10. Something ridiculous. So multiple members of Invictus Gaming going off, but this Victor damage, that's absurd.
Yeah, and he was chasing people down as if he was able to do the consistent damage of an AD carry, just running through, getting his spells off, keeping on running, has the 40% CDR, can get even more Qs across. Right here, you see, he just chases after the Kog'Maw. There's a lot of consistent damage to deal with against that guy, but didn't matter. Rookie didn't care, and this is stupid.
The fact that he missed the laser, but then lands this one right here into the choke point on a nice gravitational field, and just, they explode. They explode into shrapnel.
Yeah. Just absolutely absurd, and we'll see whether Rookie is going to get his hands on another one of these type champions that can really blow people up, or whether we're going to see him move on to something else. I personally want to see the Yasuo, but we have a final replay, ladies and gentlemen. Bring that on your screen, and let's just watch Rookie destroy people.
Yep, we can go ahead and roll this one. This is, we just grabbed this one for the highlight on Rookie. So Rookie's immediately cast back in. He resets his positioning with the flash. Kitty's actually does a really nice job. Look at that laser. Look at that damage. That was absurd, tapping Doinby and B, forcing Lulu to use her ultimate defensively. Now Xiaogu, they do fight back. They get a couple of extra kills, but this is, again, just the Rookie show. He's run all the way back around to get involved on the back half of this fight. The Wolves almost kill TNT. He manages to get out, but this laser, that damage.
My favorite part was the fact that, you know, it was a pretty decent showing there from TNT, and he had to QSS the Rylai's slow in order to get out of that one. And when you have to when you have to QSS a Rylai's slow, you know something's going wrong in your experience on Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, but it speaks to the strength of Rookie. So like you said, you know, do they ban out the Victor? Because he can pick up any sort of assassin and do just the same thing.
Yeah, it's exactly right, and I'm incredibly excited to find out. So we are going to throw it back to our casters to take us into Game 2.
Thank you very much, Frosco and Atlas, and we are back ready for game number 2, and IG looking to have another dominant series here against Xiaogu. That first game, they just look so in control.
Yeah, a fantastic performance from Invictus Gaming. They were in control, like we talked about, from the moment they won that team fight at the third Dragon, just about to the end. They did show us a few lapses in judgment that Xiaogu tried to exploit, but in the end, IG had the set.
Yeah, lapses in judgment, also power points that Xiaogu managed to find out of absolutely nothing. And just to quickly touch on what was mentioned by Atlas and what should be banned, I don't think the Victor should be a ban. They're on red side this time. They should take away the Gangplank, they should take away the Fiora, and they should take away the Yasuo, or do they get rid of Riven? Because that's the big question right now. They're up against what is now Snake's top laner, apparently.
Yep.
The man who commands every single ban ever. And what I want to talk about in this fact is they can't ban Victor. Because if they do, they're giving over either Gangplank, or Yasuo, or Fiora,
or
Riven, or everything.
Yeah, or Lulu. That's the other one to consider.
There are just so many That's what we said earlier. You know, it's not that there are 6 bans that you can deal with. There are 12 picks, and you can ban out half of them, but you get to deal with the other half.
Look, Riven is not on that list, okay? So the fact that Zatai is just so strong and so diverse as a player, really, and it's such a carry threat as well. Like, he can play tanks if he has to, and he will. But Zatai's clearly much more comfortable on carry champions, so I agree. The scope of the solo laners in Invictus Gaming, the amount of threat and versatility they have is just immense. Like, you got V and Doinby had a big champion pool. Try comparing bloody Rookie and Zatai in the top
Yeah.
lane because they just have so many picks that they can play.
I mean, you can compare them against each other.
Yeah, and then they'll be pretty close as it turns out.
Xiaogu showed their hand, though, in terms of, like, the one thing that I think Xiaogu can do is not ban Yasuo. But they've already shown that they'll usually pick the Nautilus into it, and Rookie won that lane. So it's a very difficult predicament to find yourself in here, Xiaogu. And Invictus Gaming can honestly just target ban whatever they want.
Yep, and then Azira's more of a standard ban. Fiora out for Xiaogu, but Fizz much more of a targeted ban against V, actually, whose Fizz was relatively impressive yesterday on the first day of qualifiers. I guess the other thing to remember as well is that, in general, jungle pressure's certainly been there for Kakao. Swift is a very strong jungler, but when he doesn't get a grip on the enemy jungle or some point of the map, it just feels like IG's kind of more refined and more rounded style of play. It's just good against that, and there's the GP ban.
Yeah, and it talks about Xiaogu's style. You know, in these past few weeks, the pack half of the LPL this split, Doinb has been the lifeblood, and whenever that's not the chance, when Doinb can't be the heartbeat of Xiaogu, it falls to Swift. And with that Nidalee banned away, and of course those 2 target bans for Doinb, you can see IG have got that prepared.
Like, if they don't ban Kalista, it'll be picked. But if they don't ban Riven, then they're risking Zatai. This is just the most horrendous position to be in for Xiaogu.
It's like you're working out one of those impossible math problems, like, but it can't be 7 because of the derivative.
Well, it's not 7, it's Twisted Fate. Actually, another ban. That's twice now Rookie said that champion taken away from him.
It's the one ban I don't like.
So the only question is, what do IG want as first pick? Because they only get one of these 10 champions that they could possibly take away.
I wouldn't be surprised if they just go for Elise.
Yeah.
So they've banned Nidalee themselves, and this is what they were looking at doing. Skarner or Elise, both very good options for them, and takes...
Lulu is open for Rookie.
Yeah.
Oh, and the Kalista.
There's literally too many champions open. There is Kalista first pick.
Well, but now this is Xiaogu's time to strike back, you know. We talked about the Victor, we talked about the Lulu.
And now Alistar.
Rusty's shaking his head. He can't figure this out.
I mean, QG's drafting has been solid, but not nearly on the levels of... I think IG have had the best drafting in this regional qualifier. So you have to think they've got a good plan here, picking that Kalista up, and Xiaogu have to decide, what do we really value here? I mean, again, so much open, but it just feels like QG are much more limited than IG.
Why would you ban Twisted Fate when there is a Kalista that they can be freely picked? There is one thing that I said at the start of this series, is Kid is impactful, but he's not scary. When he gets Kalista, he's the scariest man on the map.
Well, he now has Kalista.
Yeah. Well,
unless Rookie's Mink Kalista is coming out again.
But you've also got the Victor open. You've also got the Riven open.
I'm not taking either of them.
If you put Rookie back on Victor and Zatai back on Riven, I think Xiaogu are trying to build the Nightmare team comp for their enemy team.
Well, maybe. They've got Alistar
They don't have a
Gragas
choice.
as their first 2 picks. They certainly do have choices, but right now they're going to stick to very basic stuff here, making sure they take the support and jungler early. Again, Swift, a fine jungler, perfectly good Gragas player, but Elise is open, Skarner's open. I wouldn't have minded to see a bit more of a high-impact jungler.
So
and that's Gragas I'm talking about.
The good thing about this draft that's happening right now is Xiaogu, they didn't go for the champion like Victor, because if they can force Rookie onto Victor, they're taking him off Yasuo, right? And that wasn't a ban because they physically could not ban that many champions. So to get him on a control mage is actually safer than it otherwise would be on an Echo or a Yasuo.
Because
especially
he's not diving your back line.
Mostly because Doin being laning phase actually really struggles against when Rookie plays Assassins.
Well, there's Skarner and Victor once again. They're going to deny that away from Doinb and take the strong jungler here in for Kakao. What does Xiaogu respond with? They picked very broadly, I feel like, in the first 2 picks. It opened up a lot of options for themselves here. They've seen now a bit more of what IG are bringing to the table. Doinb. Just flash in the Yasuo.
Does he play it?
I don't know.
That would actually be fantastic if he could show that he could play this, and this now becomes a counter pick option. Xiaogu could change things up a little bit as they look for their mid lane and AD carry right now.
The best way to deal with a Kalista is just go Graves Annie.
Yeah.
Just destroy them. It's the best.
Well, they got Lucian. They got Alistar already, so I don't think they can take
no.
Annie. But still, I like the aggressive AD carry idea. And there's Kog'Maw. There's Xiaogu.
And then there's Kog'Maw.
Playing with us a little bit. There's Kog'Maw, actually. And they're going to get off the Yasuo. I think Doinb is just playing a couple mind games, but they'll pick up the Lulu. Again, it is a flex pick. We'll see what QG want to do with it. His kid's going to have some fun as well.
V didn't have a lot of fun with that last game.
Certainly
I would
not.
be astonished if he were to take it once again into the top lane.
Yeah.
I love kids just mucking around. I think IG are having some fun. Playing mind games with their hovers here. 40 seconds left. We'll see what they actually want to take away.
I guess like Riven's perfectly fine. It's going to be a blind pick though, which is the big concern for Zatai right now. He doesn't know what he's going to be up against. V's shown that he can play Fizz. It's actually banned away. He's shown that he can play a lot of champions. And blind picking Riven maybe not going to work too well for him.
Well, pocket Darius.
After last game, I'd be confidently blind picking anything I wanted if I was Zatai.
Well, he does like to play carries recently. 10 seconds now for Invictus Gaming to make these choices.
Ooh, I like the Gnar.
Well, 5 seconds left. We'll see if that's what they actually want to go for. They've got Nautilus support being hovered right now as well. They're going to go back to an old kind of team comp here with Skarner, I guess, as the new hotness. And there it is. Nautilus is their final 2 picks.
Yeah, an aggressive bot lane, of course. Nautilus, uncleansable amounts of CC. It locks down a target 100% of the time, and that allows the rest of the team. It allows Zatai on that Gnar to follow it up, use that Mega Gnar ultimate. Rookie to put down all of his damage, just drop the pain. And Lulu and Kog'Maw, whichever one is selected, generally going to have a bad time. So this is why it's a great comp.
And even a step further than that, Gnar is still a lane bully. Zatai can still be aggressive with this pick. And yes, V could have the counter pick right here. I mean, he could potentially take the Lulu into it, but this is now V's opportunity to say, all right, we've got to deal with the Gnar. We've got to deal with the Victor. We've got to deal with the Kalista.
I love that Nautilus is also like a denial pick from Shaka.
Yeah.
Just a roundabout way.
Yeah. No Nautilus
It's
today,
absurd.
Doinby. Just in case he was thinking about it. What's the last pick going to be? Is it honestly V's Maokai?
It should be.
It is.
Really
It's-
should be.
Could be tricky into the Gnar, but a solid pick. It's so funny to see Fioras and Dariuses and Rivens all weekend long. And Maokai and Gnar are actually going to come in for out to play for game 2.
Yeah, but this is Xiaogu going back to the team comp that has been tried and true for them. You've got Doinby on the support style mid laner, TNT on the late game hyper carry, AD carry. Xiaogu are playing for the 45-minute team fight.
And I think after last game, I can't blame them. IG's early pressure clearly outfoxing there with Kakal's strong jungling. So, you know, play it safe, keep the lead thin, preferably even, or a little bit better if you can find some picks here and there, and then just win those mid to late game fights. I think Xiaogu, we talked about it, they often have one plan, and they're going to execute it the good old-fashioned way this time.
I actually feel like they've got the comp to execute it to perfection. Of course, Maokai, the pick into Kalista generally to lock her down, ensure the rest of your team can follow that one up. They've got a... It's kind of like a protect the Kog'Maw style of comp. They've just got a lot of overbearingly large tanks opposed to a lot of protection and the Lulu to boot. So Xiaogu, they've got the makings of a very strong team. Their team fighting is going to be fantastic. It's about if they can get there or if they get picked before it.
Well, here are our matchups. It's going to run through them. IG, Zatai in the top lane with Gnar versus V's Maokai, not Hecarim. Almost said Hecarim, given how much he's played it. And then Kakao, Skarner once again, and Swift. Again, also on Gragas once more.
Yeah, back to the mid lane. Rookie once again on Victor. MVP worthy in game number 1. This time he's taking it into Doinby's Lulu, who should have a bit of an easier time. But there it is, the purple-haired guy that needs to get this win for Xiaogu. It's going to be TNT.
There's Kids Kalista, so it could be a hard ask there. And Kitties, I like the lockdown. Nautilus almost again is another denial. So Kalista's a bit safer, but TCT on the big playmaking Alistar, he's shown up big on the champion during the regional qualifiers, but QG need to win this one, get the playing field a bit more back to even.
Certainly do. It's a big ask, but I think this team comp's pretty good for
Well,
them.
we'll see if Xiaogu can start things off right. We're going to get onto the riff for game number 2. And here we are, TNT, TCT, and all their friends move down. See if they can get some early vision going on. And it's classic Xiaogu now. In fact, both teams are regressing a bit back into earlier in the summer season. Tanks are back in the top lane somehow. I'm pretty sure we're still playing on 5.16, but we'll have to see how things develop. As teams just going to spread out and get those neutral early wards down.
Yeah, a lot of standard starting here, and we'll see if it indicates any type of lane swap. The Kog'Maw generally wants to go into a 1v0 lane. The Alistar loves to be unlocked, but from what we're looking at so far, they're posturing for a standard start.
They certainly are. I think the big concern, though, is we talked about Xiaogu as a team. If they want to go into Worlds, they're going to need to show that they can adapt, that they have more than one style. They're already in game number 2 in this crutch match for them. They're going back to what they know works. We've got to be able to see them grow and adapt if they want to compete on the world stage. So if they manage to take this win, I'm looking forward to see how they'll continue to move it forward if in game number 3. But if they lose this in game number 2, then I'm definitely concerned.
Well, a lot to be concerned about if you're a Xiaogu fan after game 1, but still plenty of games left to play here. Best of 5, don't forget.
This
only 1 up for IG. And I do like that QG are going back just because play safe. As it turns out, world stage certainly one thing, but you got to get there first. And doing that requires you to beat IG in a best of 5. So at least keep it simple for the first game here. We do have pretty standard starts. The top lane is going to help out. Zatai's actually level 2 already. And V actually going to get to lane early. Zatai's helping Kakao out a little bit more, but we will have standard lanes for the first time in the series.
Yeah, with knowledge of standard lanes, so they actually intentionally give the level 2 to Zatai so that he can go up there and be that extra lane bully that he otherwise would have been. Having the range advantage in a matchup like this, very favorable for the Nah. We'll see if he can get it done or if V can keep his way through.
Well, this was to be expected, that Zatai would be a bully. And, you know, V now, he does have the opportunity to catch up in experience because he is pushing the wave just a little bit. So we'll see how Zatai continues to put pressure on this lane, or as you said, if V can keep pace with this Gnar.
Certainly looking for Swift in particular to perhaps have a more early game impact. Rookie and Doinby going to match up once more, but the Victor lasers always a problem, as that was a very slick clear lance dodge from Rookie.
Slick dodge or a mistake.
Maybe a mistake from Doinby, but worked out for Rookie, who's just hammering Doinby again.
Yeah, Doinby's using his shield for the most part in offensive manner. That was the first time we've seen him use it defensively, so looking to consistently trade. He has the teleport advantage again. Keep that in mind. If he wants to recall, get a second Goran's ring and try and win his lane, very assassin-esque in that respect, then he's entirely able to do so, whereas Rookie has the cleanse. Cannot get back to lane as simple.
But take a look at Kitties and Kakao. They're going to notice that Doinby's shoving forward. He retreats and plays defensively, and the 3-man dive doesn't quite happen as Kakao and Kitties clear out Sky.
Actually get some extra gold. Kakao pretty fast through the jungle. I think one thing to note about Kakao as a player is just watch how quickly he clears, especially on fast junglers, because he will often just power farm through the jungle and get an edge that way. He can be an aggressive ganker. I think Swift arguably has the edge there as far as levels of aggression go. But Kakao will always try and find an advantage, and sometimes it's just through power farming, which Skarner can do quite well.
Definitely can. This is an aggressive decision right now from Xiaogu. V's already low, but Swift is here. And he's almost Mega now.
Oh,
there's the teleport.
Yeah, Doinby going to come in as well. The Zatai going to get knocked back. That's a very clean dive. The Q is good, and Doinby gets himself first blood.
That was genuinely played well. I forgot about the middle lane teleport. They make their way in and get exactly what they were looking for. The level 4 Lulu Glitter Lance was enough to secure the kill, and only barely, but they get it done.
Yeah, TNT going to take a few tags from Kitties as Kid looks to put some aggression on, and this is IG playing the lanes that they're used to. Kid and Kitties taking those aggressive bottom lanes into the squishy Kog'Maw and Alistar.
Well,
a minor advantage for now, and he actually is forcing them to back up just a bit.
Yeah, actually pretty far back. I think taking the Grump right now, so going to have to do a bit of jungling as Kid and Kitties are able to play nice and aggressively. Checking in with the mid lane real quick. Doinby with that first kill gets a quick blasting wand, which might help him out there in the lane, but X score Mark 1 is already done for Rookie, so he's going to have the Death Ray upgraded.
Lulu's one of those awesome champions where ability power is also a defensive stat. So plays very heavily into Doinby's hands. Has the second Doran's ring as well for a bit of extra sustain in terms of mana pool. Should be quite content in that lane. Instead, it's actually looking threatening towards the top side again with Swift. Just dives Zatai. It's the answer to not letting him carry, apparently.
Oh, but Zatai puts down a timely trinket into the Tribe Rush. He'll spot out Doinby. Don't know if he'll be able to escape in time as the wave breaks under the turret, but with 2 members there, they decide
They
to
know.
let Zatai live for now.
Yeah, they can't see him directly, but they know he's missing. So
They saw a ward where
they did?
Doinby's walking now, spotted them walking up the river.
Oh, yeah,
And
can
that
see it
was
just
why
there.
Zatai warded in that bush. So they just played back.
Well, good work there from Zatai. Good strong map awareness there from IG as again I continue just to lane out nicely, and it's 24 to 13 CS in the jungle right now as the Rookie, as soon as Doinby returns, you can tell why he wanted to leave in gank, because the Rookie now level 6, able to play nice and forward.
Yeah, very standard laning it seems from Rookie and Doinby is that Rookie just innately finds advantages, but Doinby wants nothing to do with it, almost throwing back to the earlier weeks of Xiaogu in the LPL where he would just push the wave, or at least attempt to, and then roam. And it's working for him so far. He's got himself a kill, but Rookie's starting to get carried away.
Yeah, he definitely is. You can see he's starting to ramp up on that Victor. I think that the big storyline again is that in the last game, Xiaogu lost lanes and then couldn't control the map anywhere near enough. So when they started getting to those late game team fights, they were just too far behind. But this time around, they're proactive. They've got their lanes balancing out nice and evenly, and they're keeping pace with IG.
They are, but the response is really strong from IG, because again, Kakao, it's so interesting to watch him play, especially recently. He's just not nearly as aggressive as he used to be because he doesn't need to be. He just moves around. It's part of the reason Rek'Sai was such a good champion for him. He's honestly, a lot of the time, and I say this in the nicest possible way, the world's best surveillance system. He will just make sure he knows where everyone else is, so his strong laners, Rookie and Zatai, can just comfortably play their 1v1.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. He's a CCTV bot.
Yeah, he is. He's like really good at what he does, but in the early game, Kakao just farms and that's about it. He gets knowledge.
That's also a stylistic thing, right? Is that he doesn't need to do it in this game in particular because Swift is the big carry. And it's similar to the way he plays against EDG, which is why you're seeing this stylistic change in Rookie. Kakao, sorry, is that he is adapting to who he's against. If he needs to carry, he'll go that big Nidalee champion, will keep the jungler locked down. He doesn't gank the lanes. And that's exactly what he's doing right now. He's hard farming. He's keeping vision of Swift, not letting Swift gank. And that is indirectly winning the game because his laners are winning.
Well, gold's even right now, but just strong play from IG all weekend long. It's nice to see them, I'm not going to say find a true identity, but just to note how impressive and how flexible their play has been. As Zatai, quick null magic mantle does hit Meganar, probably going to go for that quick Hex Drinker.
Keep an eye on that build path for now as we're 9 minutes in. Slow pace outside of that dive on the top side and lots of deep vision from that surveillance system. Kakao getting 2 forward wards on the red side and a forward pink on the blue side of Xiaogu's jungle.
The other thing to note is this bottom lane. Rusty said it already, but Kid and Kitty's actually having a very nice time in this lane. Cogmore can be tricky to navigate, but Kid right now just having fun, and that does allow, again, more of that vision to open up. IG have been very strong around the Dragon in particular in the LPL Regional Qualifiers, so expect them to look for that maybe, honestly, the next minute or two, very quickly around the 10-minute mark.
Definitely a point worth considering. Will they go for it? A lot of their vision, as was mentioned, is very deep. So they'll usually be able to spot Swift if he is anywhere that isn't on the Dragon side in particular. Could be very easy for them to pull the trigger. But Xiaogu, they're holding their own in this bottom lane, so the fact that they are holding their own means that they're pushed into IG's turret, and going for the Dragon is a very obvious feature of what is happening right now. Swift has been there, I'm going to say, for about a minute and a half. He walked away for a second, he just came straight back.
Does like to camp brushes from time to time as Kakao just power farming, still 10 CS ahead of Swift as far as jungle matchup goes. Has an early stat turn as well, really reinforcing the fact that this game, IG are more than happy just to play more of that scaling. And yes, the Xiaogu comp is scary in the late game, but IG going to fall towards a nice, strong mid game.
Well, they also have a very scary team comp as well, because Rookie's Victor, absolutely horrifying. Late game, Zatai Gnar, an absolute monster. And
they're going.
Looks like there's the action. TNT takes the depth charge. He gets flash, pulled back in, but knocked onto the opposite side. It's complete chaos. TNT goes down. Doinby is able to get in there. They're trying to turn this around. Xiaogu net one, but Rookie obliterates poor Doinby. And that means that Xiaogu are going to back away.
They just got demolished. There is nothing that Xiaogu can do at all. The teleports, 2 of them, came in at pretty much the exact same time. V gets in, uses his spells. Doinby tries to flash after him and just gets incinerated. He no longer existed. He is removed from the map. And this is because he's teleporting, but Rookie's already there.
And it's just, again, a testament to IG and how crisp and refined their players become around the qualifiers. No dragon for either team, so just a couple kills here and there. Going to give IG a relatively slim gold lead of about 500 gold. But we'll move back, we'll spend some money, start pushing, and maybe, again, look for those objectives. And Xiaogu have to think, 2 teleports down, that fight was theirs to win, but Rookie undid all that hard work.
Yeah, he definitely did. He's going to be scaling up pretty terrifying now. Join B, you can see he's got the insurance policy with his Rod of Ages, but Join B with the first recall, upgrades his Hex Core another time, and now adds Boots of Lucidity. Even more damage on a shorter cooldown.
I think insurance policy is the best way to look at it. That is what Doinbe's teleport is right now for him. The Rookie is winning lane, the Rookie is walking elsewhere. His insurance policy is to have a teleport to at least match it. And that is a sign that he's not going to win lane. And he's forfeiting it.
He might even be getting scarnered as Kakao has almost got his ulti back up. Doesn't quite go for it yet. It's nice to see Kakao getting a bit more aggressive as well. Trying to realize that he can pick on these lanes, that Rookie is quite strong. And Kakao will almost always play to his top side of the map, especially that mid lane. And look, it's a tie. Keeping up there with V, or I mean, probably V keeping up with him more accurately. But again, IG are happy to farm things out. They know they're only getting stronger. Kalista's moving towards that blade. Rookie having another great lane here against Dornby with a CS and a level lead. And it's just been harder and harder for QG, even in standard lanes this time, not the lane swap, to really find traction in the early game against Invictus.
It's just not prioritizing the right champions for Xiaogu as well, is they give over the Kalista as the first pick, and that has to happen because it's first pick. But their response was neither Skarner nor Victor. And now Invictus Gaming are rocking all 3 of those champions, and they're looking fabulous.
Yeah, the draft, again, not quite looking too great, but this is Dragon being started by IG, the first of the game this time around. Going to shred through it so quickly with the damage that Kalista and Skarner do. There goes the Ren Smite. Dragon 1 secure.
Yeah. And Kakao actually saves his smite. Might go looking for a buff, but no one to get there as Kid's going to dodge out from that living artillery. Has to be careful. Gets Bilgewater Cutlass, but he'll be okay as the cavalry is arriving in the form of a purple scorpion. TNT will get tagged by the fracture, and they'll back away slowly as Rookie is still hammering Doinby in mid lane.
Yep, dangerous place to be.
This is so
to say the least.
30 CS down already. Rookie is such a good laner. It's so hard to keep pace with that Victor now that the tides have turned and he's able to bully out a Lulu. I can't believe I just said that. Rookie is just a titan. And, I mean, maybe his ward placement is but...
That's twice. We've seen that twice in 3 games.
But his skill shots are awesome.
Certainly are. Swift is actually stealing his blue buff, which is not as awesome for Rookie. He will get it, though.
I'm surprised he doesn't contest that. Swift,
he doesn't know.
Oh, he's going for the other one. Well, there he goes. Oh, yeah.
If he'd hit the ward, would have been all good. Instead, they'll just trade blue buff. Rookie will actually take away Xiaogu's blue. So just a trade there, but...
Well, the trade favors Invictus Gaming because Doinby doesn't have one. Yep, plain and simple. And he's already losing his lane right now. He's 20-odd CS down. Not in a favorable position. Is at the very least scaling with the Rod of Ages. But you have to raise the question of what can Doinby do at all compared to Rookie, who has shown his prowess on this champion.
I mean, I think it has to be teleport, right? That's the one difference that Doinby actually has. But the last one did not work out. In fact, he basically teleported to his doom because Rookie was already there in the bottom lane.
But this is the build path that he's going now. The needlessly large rod for pure AP. He's not going to be killing you with a Lichbane Sheen proc. He's going to be enabling TNT. Xiaogu are putting all of their eggs in one basket. And that prehistoric little Kog'Maw is going to have one heck of a tough time staying alive.
Just to keep scaling, though. He's checking once again with the lane. CS pretty even, but both of the AD carries working towards that Blade of the Ruin King nice and early on. Tank's getting tankier as a Righteous Glory is completed in the top lane for V as well. And Rookie probably has quite a bit of gold to spend, actually. In fact, goes back, need to see Large Rod amped. So might be looking for a quick Zhonya's, but could be just about anything at this point.
Could be illusions.
Could be
illusions. We know, but Doinby can 100% split push here. The one thing they have besides protecting TNT is a 1-3-1. The 3 members that would be here for Xiaogu don't die anytime soon. They've got an Alistar, a Gragas, and then the Kog'Maw is a very long range, can deal with poke quite well. The only big thing lacking might be wave clear, but Kog'Maw's okay at that also. So Xiaogu, they can look to 1-3-1. It's something that they could have done last game as well, but definitely didn't do. So we'll see if they actually change up their strategy a little bit more now.
Quick note as well, they did take the mid lane tower. In fact, it's the only one that's gone down this game. And that was basically Rookie's solo effort. He's now deep warding the red side jungle for Xiaogu here as well. So again, it's been really quiet, honestly, in the first 16.5 minutes of this game. But you just feel like Invictus Gaming have control.
They certainly do. It's just a patient pace that IG are setting. You know, they know that they've got a very scary late game team composition. Ignore the fact that they're playing against a Juggernaut. They can deal with it. They've done worse.
I think it's just dragons as well. IG have shown such proficient dragon control. They are more than happy to wait because it's safer to just wait between dragon spawns and take them. And as I say that, talking about safe play, Kakao goes for the drive-by.
He certainly drove by. He waved as he lost half of his health bar.
More of a scenic rune.
He was at full health.
He was. And Blade of the Ruined King Kog'Maw did quite a bit of work there. Dragon back 155, so team's going to start to get a bit more active now and try and get themselves vision and presence around that objective. But TNT moving Kakao out of that bottom lane after a pretty interesting looking gank attempt. Going to get good damage under that tower, but Kid now returns with his blade and a recurve bow to boot.
This next dragon fight, it's almost like Invictus Gaming learned from their losses.
Yeah.
That they lose to EDG, who were very much so focusing the Dragon and Baron control, and that's exactly what they're doing themselves. Kakao playing a control style of jungle, just watching where Swift is, and then working for the objective and taking it immediately. He's got winning lanes. I mean, look at mid lane again. It's really difficult for Lulu to do anything, and Rookie's got complete control.
Yeah, and with those winning lanes, IG put pressure in all 3. Kid and Kitties, keeping TCT and TNT occupied, while Rookie tries to do the same with Doinb and Zatai on the opposite side. With his teleport ready, is just itching to pull the trigger and try to find that target. TNT, be careful, that ward's pretty far forward. There's the depth charge. They're going to flash away from it. Here comes Zatai as he teleports in. Actually, that's going to be Doinb and V joining the fight as well. Xiaogu get there first. They're going to try shredding through the front lines. IG are backing away. V is low. Takes a few turret hits. Kitties goes down, but that still leaves Kid and Rookie, who's finally caught up with the rest of his team. The knockup finds Rookie. If they can kill him, this would be huge, but they have to back away. This is such a tricky situation. Doinb gets pulled to the side. Zatai goes huge with the Gnar Slam. Knock on a Chaos Storm. They're going to take down 3 members, 4 members, 5 members, and a turret. IG, turn up the heat.
That was ridiculous right there. Xiaogu, they have the teleport advantage. They come in first, and it was a lot better for them in this situation. But Rookie arrives. Zatai turns up with that Mega Gnar, and it all just goes downhill from there. Knocked into a wall, and taking the Victor ultimate in one fell swoop, they just get destroyed. 5 members, the Dragon and a turret for their troubles, and Xiaogu, we're gonna see it again. So an interaction with Kitties and Swift, that was really weird, but Swift engages, flashes with the ultimate. V's got low mana now, so it's a really big struggle. And TCT here is desperation, keeping away Zatai on this Mega Gnar, but it's not going to be enough. As Kakao stuns, they try and help him the slightest bit here, and just bam, they lose everything. The tower on the way through as well. The seamless shot calling of Invictus Gaming looks exactly that. It's flawless.
Rookie waited as well. He didn't use his ultimate too early. Knew that Zatai was going to hit Mega Gnar and set it up. And once again, QG teleporting with both of their mid and top laners, only to get wiped effectively by IG. The first time, I think there was a bit of a skirmish at IG1. That time was a full-on ace and a dragon for Invictus Gaming. And just a well-played team fight. And all of a sudden, again, another battle, this time around a dragon rather than for it. And IG shoot up in gold. 4,500 gold up already. And I guess I don't have to complain about Zatai also playing tanks, because he's looking pretty good on the Gnar as well.
Yeah, Zatai is playing so excellently. He only had a Hex Drinker and Tier 1 boots before that recall. He's now got a finished Banshee's Veil and Merc Treads. This guy will not take any damage from Doinb V or Swift. The only person he has to worry about is TNT, who went for a Blade of the Ruined King first. So Zatai is totally fine tanking these next few fights. Oh man, this is fantastic. And you know, Xiaogu, they did clean up their laning phase.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
They cleaned it up a bit, but they also put themselves in a hole with drafting at the moment.
Yeah.
So that drafting is coming back to bite them, is that they gave Kalista over. Kid is now the carry. They can put Zatai on that tank, and they can 100% afford to do so, because that combo that we just saw is ridiculous. If they can execute on that, then they are executing on the exact right footing. Kakao's got a pick potential as well in this Skarner. He's just controlling the battlefield to the point where the rest of IG can just walk around and do as they would please. And God forbid someone gets caught, Kid can save them.
Yep.
The only one who can get caught is going to be Kiddy.
I mean, if you thought that last combo was impressive, it's TCT about to get himself killed by Rookie. Uses the ulti. Now he's going to get bumped back in. Really nice ult by Swift. And Rookie is going to die.
That was ridiculous. Swift predicted the flash?
Yeah, I think so.
And then, wow.
Well, every time Swift has tossed out a barrel, the Rookie has immediately flashed out of it.
No, that's just ridiculous.
So he's had a good 60 minutes worth of gameplay to practice.
Swift is a god.
Swift is a god, but this is the thing. He needs to be on playmaking. He needs to be on strong junglers and make plays. He is, for a lot of intents and purposes, the team's primary carry, which is really weird for a jungler, but that's just how Swift plays. It's the same when Clearlove isn't able to make plays from the jungle. Swift needs to be able to do the same, and those are the types of cracker spells you need to be hitting.
Yeah, so with that, we're going to get 2 turrets traded over in addition to those 2 kills, so this is still relatively even. Just the barrel placement is so pristine.
I don't think we need to talk for this one, Seta. Just watch this happen.
Get wrecked.
That
was so
and
sick.
It's into the Alistar knockup. Like, there is some things that just happen, and that is just gorgeous. Everything about that just...
That's like one of those things where you take a pen or a pencil and you bounce it off of the eraser, and then it bounces up and sticks to the ceiling. Just that beautiful, pristine moment.
What?
You've never done that?
No.
Where you like take a pencil with a little pencil with a little rubber eraser and you bounce it.
No. That must be an American. I don't know.
You do it when you're boarding class. And then this pencil sticks to stuff.
I think I played Digimon when I was in boarding class.
You could play games in class?
No.
You can bounce a pencil into a roof?
That's what makes it beautiful, because it has to bounce perfectly.
Okay, well, speaking of, that's exactly what Swift apparently did with that explosive pencil rubber cast. And, yeah, look, that's okay.
Look, there's a very specific subset of people, namely those who have gone to a high school.
We'll call
get
that. We'll call that one the 2B. That ulti.
The 2B.
No 2 H's.
No, it's got to be B, mate. It's TNT. He's going to clear out the farm.
Oh, is that what you guys call
Callisto
pencils
is
here?
looking in. It's a type of blood pencil, I think. From memory. Yeah. Anyway.
Okay, back to League of Legends.
Let's get back.
On this dragon.
Oh my
IG
God.
still holding a nice cold lead, and the items have just started to come out flush for actually both sides. Let's have a check in. Banshee's Veil, Randuin's, that's not Randuin's, Warden's Veil, Merc Treads, Hex Drinker, so very tanky as Doinb steals away the Raptor there. Locket, though, done for Kakao with Merc Treads and that Cinderhawk, and the Rylai's back once more for Rookie, as he's also got the Hex Core. And to round out the IG side of items at least, a Righteous Glory for Kiddies, which is nice, but the QSS, the Runins, and the Blade of the Ruined King done for Kid.
Yeah, Kid is so accelerated with this build. He does so much damage, and you know what? He doesn't even care about the Scuttle Crab.
He's going to give it to Kakao.
Yeah. He's accelerated
Respects
to the
his
point
jungler.
where he can get a QSS when he really doesn't need one that desperately. But he can afford to do so because there is not even a second item completed here for TNT in response. An efficient item build, granted, Kalista has, and this is what's given him more than just the second item advantage. Once the Trinity Force is completed, though, for TNT, then it kind of comes back to even for those two. Mid lane, still fairly even, of course, if you look at Doinb on this Lulu's. Got his 2 big items done, working towards that third one. So about the same, to be honest, as Rookie. I mean, really, this is a good thing because the rest of the members are tanks. And even if they don't have items, they're still tanks because you look at them, Gragas with W, Maokai with R, and Alistar with us.
Dragon now being picked up by Invictus Gaming. Zatai might have found himself out of position as the two tanky members of Xiaogu are trying to lock him down. Meganar is going to pop in time, but here comes the Lulu as well. 3-man stun buys him time, but he's got nowhere to go. He's got his leap and his flash. He doesn't quite make it over the wall just yet and goes down to V.
Just buying time for his team there, who in the bottom lane really shoving out these minions. That was a 3-man commit from Xiaogu for 1 Gnar kill.
That's the epitome of a wet noodle fight, basically. A lot of effort. They don't get the bottom turret, though. The teleports reign supreme in terms of map movements for this instance for Xiaogu, but they do lose that dragon.
And again, IG scaling up for those dragons. Dragon 3 goes cleanly over to Invictus Gaming this time, and if their dragon control in the first game was anything to look at, it only gets better when you have a Kalista. And you guys sort of hinted at it before, but this is a very, honestly, EDG way to play the game. And I think it's funny to mention that, hey, IG kind of learned from their losses, because this does look a little bit like baby EDG.
Really does, and I mean that's a good thing because EDG right now are performing exceptionally. They beat Invictus Gaming in that regard. So the objective control, the adaptation to the new patch, is all starting to favor Invictus Gaming here, and I think it stems a lot from the drafting phase and how very exceptional they are at getting the draft that they want.
Yeah, support stuff working overtime for IG, that's for sure, as Xiaogu try and keep control over the Baron, but I think they're getting flanked right now. Zatai is going to get the slow Kakao, looking for a pick there as well. GG going to hang out in that brush as Kid's going to meander over as well. But IG more than happy to fight. They've got an item and a gold lead. It's not massive, but they're more than happy to take a full-on fight if that's what Xiaogu really want.
Yeah, it's really only a 4,000, even 3.5 if you want to get into the semantics, difference between these two teams, though. Xiaogu, you know, you've got the Trinity Force now finished. The Rabadon's Death Cap is done on Doinby. The 2 tank items finished now on V. Xiaogu are ready as well. They're just a little bit behind, but this is Xiaogu. This is the team fighting team.
Certainly closer than the last time we were at this point for Dragon 3. But QG just, they can't sit on their hands forever, I think is the thing here.
They've been sitting on their hands for the Trinity Force, the TNT, because they've got, remember, the one big threshold. They have a Lulu who does a lot of damage, an underrated amount of damage almost, but they need TNT to be doing the brunt of it. The Zeke's is completed, and the fact that they've got the Lulu with the Death Cap is all for TNT, and now that TNT himself has that Trinity Force, that's what they were looking for to actually fight and make that fight work for them. All they're really missing now is a QSS on it.
Interesting to see how everyone's fighting over that Skarner Shrine. Nobody wants to let Kakao have those bonus stats for free, as the vision from IG will control the pit for now, while V and Zatai split on the far side of the map, and everyone backs away for a bit of recall, some fresh stocked items to keep themselves nice and fresh.
Yeah, seems like Baron actually is the next consideration, because again, can't play around the Dragon, not up yet, so IG gonna just have another threat. Like, just playing between the majors, honestly, Dragon and Baron are all IG have been concerned about all series long, and Xiaogu, knowing this, might be able to orchestrate something to try and find a fight that favors them.
It'll have to be. It's going to be more pick-centric. Honestly, Xiaogu should 1-3-1.
Yep.
They just should, because it's a way for them to work around the map. Zatai is okay at side wave management, but it's not going to be to the extent that a 1-3-1 can actually accomplish. I just hope that they look towards doing that and actually open up the map for themselves to make these picks, to put down deeper vision perhaps, or to just force Invictus Gaming to move around.
Well, I think they are afraid of the 1-3-1 right now by putting Lulu away from Kog'Maw. Even though he's got teleport, you open up your Kog'Maw to being destroyed by the dive of the depth charge, of the Skarner, of the rookie laser.
Well, thankfully QSS up now. So some of those things aren't as bad. Some of them are still. Certainly Nautilus is very good against QSS.
Yeah, that's the big thing of this draft, is they picked Nautilus so that it's very easy to lock down a single person. It was in response to the Lulu being there as well. So smart decisions here from Invictus Gaming, but again, I do think the 1-3-1's their best option here, Xiaogu. A direct 5 versus 5 team fight would have to be executed to absolute perfection.
Which we've seen them can do is Kakao looking for a pick. He actually gets a stun onto TCT. Might just ult him, but he's going to wait out the Alistar ult first. Does not use that important cooldown, but good poke there onto the support.
It's all about the threat we've seen most Skarners not actually use it, but they have just straight started this Baron, no hesitation.
Whip is over the walls. Zetai's
They
trying
know.
to buy some time. He's got Meganar now. Will he be able to land the stun onto Swift? He's buying even more time. Here comes the teleporters. V's getting in there. Baron has been secured. They could try to turn this as Rookie drops the Chaos Storm onto TNT. Zetai lands a stun onto TNT. They're trying to kite it around, but they just can't quite find it. Kid uses the Fate's Call. He tosses them right back in. Swift looks to go low. He's still alive. Finally going to get dropped. TCT's over the wall. Kid has been knocked onto Doinby, but that's not the right way to go. Doinby and TNT are going to run for their lives as TCT does the same.
Got knocked away from TCT.
I saw
Doinby.
I saw that happening slowly, and I was like, TCT.
It's not
you don't
about
want that.
you, man.
You don't
It's
want
not
that.
about you.
Because it's funny. That'd normally be the right thing, right? Okay,
Yeah.
back into my team. Not
Action
that
in the
time.
mid lane.
Goodbye.
They're trying to net the kill. Rookie is going to finally kill TCT, and that looks like Kid is running for his life as the rest of them are chasing him down. Whimsy giving so much speed, but Kid healing it right back as he jukes around.
He's so fast.
He's buying time. Gosh, TNT is get him. Is he going to catch up? Oh, he just might not.
Still hopping. Might be okay.
Oh, Kid's
Kid
gonna
might
try turning.
Nope.
Teleport.
Down. No, actually, is the tie. They're trying to make something happen. He cancels it. Kid eats a Voidoo's, and Doinby's up to the side very low. Cacao going to try and hunt him down now. Doinby's going to meet it. Fracture's going to miss, but Cacao can still run in. Doinby's forced to pop the wild growth, and he will be okay. But Kid's going to steal the blue buff after all that.
I mean, convenient minion
Oh,
waves.
Dragon's up.
Kind of a big deal. Convenient Gromps as well, actually getting Kid to safety. He hops fast.
Yasuo mode.
Went full Yasuo mode. So very well played there from Kid. A nice teleport as well from Zetai to ensure he was safe and forced the retreat. And I'm honestly surprised Doinby had enough mana to use the Q and the ultimate in one go.
What's Zetai going to push now? It does have the Baron buff, don't forget. Got about a third of its duration left here for Invictus Gaming. They haven't yet breached the walls of Xiaogu's base just yet, but 4 Dragons and a Baron right now. They're going to have plenty to play around, and that gold lead pretty quietly has snuck up here. 8,500 gold. Now the lead for Invictus Gaming. Big bank to spend for Zetai and Cacao now as well. And some of these gold differences are pretty sick, especially about 1,000 to 2,000 up for the solo laners.
Yeah, the big difference is that Zetai and V difference. It's about 2,000 between the 80 carries as well, but Zetai, you know, he's got that double tank item now with the Banshee's Veil and the Randuin's Omen. Now he's got a Phage on top of it. So while he's soaking all of your team's damage during the team fight, he's going to be dishing out some of his own.
I feel like this might be the danger zone, though, for IG.
It is.
They don't want to overstay it, because they kind of did that a little bit in the last game, and this is where Xiaogu really starts to shine.
It's the danger zone because they haven't broken the base. And until the base is broken, the game is not completely unlocked, and Xiaogu are never out of it. It's very important to watch how they perform from here, because it's difficult for Invictus Gaming to take free base objectives without trading.
Tier 2's getting knocked down everywhere. 5-2 right now up in turrets as IG continue growing that gold lead. Zetai not going to go in for it, but the rest of the team is coming. Actually, they're going to go straight in for it, but a huge knock up there from TCT. Kid caught out of position, pops the Fate's Call, and there's Nautilus with nobody there to throw himself out to safety. Now QG are going to chase. Chaos Storm is out. They're going to try and disengage. Rookie needs to keep moving. The Rylai's is good. The gravity field's great. Stops the belly bop in midair, and IG only lose one.
Cannot believe they only lost one member right there. Kog'Maw did not have the W available, and that's the biggest factor. There was no kills that he could possibly get. A lot of burst and a lot of peel, essentially self-peel from Rookie, having that Rylai's available. You can use the Chaos Storm and just set it in an area. They're all super slow if they try and get to you. So well played from Xiaogu to make picks. We said it was the danger zone. We can see why.
Yeah, a great pick from Xiaogu. Kid way too far out of position. The wave was shoved up in the mid lane, but we're starting to get to that point for Xiaogu. Yes, they managed to take a pick. They managed to find that, but IG control all the objectives. Every single wave was pushed up. Xiaogu cannot take anything with this, and while that was a nice 300 gold passed back over to Xiaogu, the gold is still even.
And that's the thing. IG know they're just waiting between major buff spawns right now. Dragonfire's going to be up in a couple minutes, and that should be all they really need to either force QG to come to them for a fight or enough power to really break this base and finish this game. IG playing very carefully, very methodically, knowing that everything's on the line here. They have to make sure they play things out, because these last 2 games, They've gotten very strong leads. They just don't want to make any big mistakes.
TNT is bottom right now farming, so this top tower is going to go 100%. Not sure what he's doing down there. You would assume waiting for that item, but he didn't even get his last whisper.
6-2 now up in turrets. QG, I think, now have to defend all the turrets that are left because you can give away the tier 2s, but the inhibitors not so much. The tie maybe caught, but he'd probably be okay. He's Nara after all.
They're still going.
Such a tanky champion. Looks like they're turning now onto Kakao, but he wiggles his way to safety. Baron's going to be up in 2 minutes, and Xiaogu will control the area temporarily, but this is just IG taking a breath and saying, all right, we've knocked down all of your inner turrets. Let us get some items, and then we'll come back for the inhibitor.
And items, they do have 4 up for the AD carry and mid laner of IG. And a Black Cleaver now added in because the tires on top of those tank items. Ulti used out. We're going to look in for a Kakao drag. Doinby back in. Massive ult there from Victor, and the gravity field's going to snag too. Doinby somehow lives in and amongst it all. But V, he's going to go down to Kakao. They'll dive forward to Ty. Going to get Alistar there as well. The hook lands onto Swift. They're going to keep looking for catches. V and Doinby are bleeding red, and IG get 2 kills and actually make it 3 as Kakao chases down V.
I mean, eventually you would assume he will go down. We'll see.
There we go. Stun. Fracture should be enough. Gonna slap him. TNT gets taken up. He's actually still alive impressively. But Rookie's getting kills on the backside. They're just denying the back at this point.
Oh, what is this?
But IG are on the inhibitor. The inhibitor turret is going down. The inhibitor itself has now dropped.
He's gaining health.
Oh, stun him! Kakao! He doesn't. He can't do it. He knows. He's back in. But it doesn't matter. IG are going to look to end the game. Doinby is dead. B did not make it back, never mind. But TCT is back alive, but IG have absolutely destroyed QG's base. They're still going!
Gaining health!
He is gaining health.
I have no idea what B is doing right now. He's keeping Kakao completely occupied. Here come the rest
B's about to run out of mana, so he can no longer keep up, I don't think.
No, but Kakao keeps funding him spells.
Oh, that's true.
As long as Kakao keeps feeding him, he can just regenerate
okay, here
it back.
comes the tie. This is cheating. The tie's going to clean this one up.
Don't you ruin this moment.
He's ruined it. I'm sorry, Rusty. Goodbye, sweet prince.
Rest in peace, Maokai. 37 to
IG
37.
breathe
45.
a sigh of relief as they finally drop V after blindsiding Xiaogu in the mid lane. Completely caught by surprise as again Zitai lands a huge Gnar ultimate. Kakao found Doinby, pulled him out of the fight. TNT was forced to run for his life as Zitai bounced back. Xiaogu were not prepared for the team fight that IG were going to bring. They saw this coming.
They have just started the desperation Baron themselves. Invictus Gaming, they know there was a pink ward there. So smartly Xiaogu back off, but it's going to be a free objective for them sooner or later. And honestly, the fact that there is a Skarner at all, they have complete control because the itemization that is forced out of everybody yet again delays power spikes, gives extra spikes to Invictus Gaming because they're strong when there's defensive items being forced.
Yeah, and Callista going to do that dragon. Pretty easy solo for Kid at this point, given that he has pretty much full build. And Dragon's going to die. Callista will be able to take that out. I love that positioning with the hop reset as well. But they're going to stop. Oh, QG actually going to stop Baron. They're going to try for it.
They're putting themselves in a terrible position. The fight breaks out. TNT gets caught by Zitai once again. The barrier keeps himself alive for now, but eventually he's going to go down. Swift falls. Dragon number 5 is just too strong. Kid finally joins up with the rest of his team, and Xiaogu are in complete shambles after that fight.
If it's worth anything, V is super tanky, but they've just teleported in. That's the game.
Yeah, they surrender. Zitai was going to finish it off anyway, so Xiaogu giving them the good news early. Invictus Gaming go up 2-0 and are 1 game away from the World Championships.
Couldn't ask for a better game 2 here from Invictus Gaming. They look so well-rounded. Everything that they do has a plan. They work on the dragon. They control the map. Even the side waves are favoring them over Xiaogu right now. It just doesn't feel like it starts in the draft. It just doesn't feel like there is a direct answer from Xiaogu at all.
I think to put it plainly, it doesn't feel like Xiaogu are playing Xiaogu-style League of Legends.
Yeah.
Swift's not getting leads. Doinby's not doing crazy teleports or moves or even just taking people out in lane. TNT's not able to be that aggressive. V's not having the same impact on teleports. Across the board, IG are just playing and executing better, and that starts from the draft, but it ends at that Nexus
Yeah,
kill.
it really goes back to Xiaogu's, I feel like their mentality coming into this set. The fact that they're resigned to waiting for the 45-minute Kog'Maw Juggernaut composition, and then they didn't even perform that composition. They tried to split it up. They ended up falling apart after grouping in the mid lane.
I think the best way to describe it is like levels of Snake.
Yeah.
So like when Xiaogu versus Snake, Snake is Snake. But when Xiaogu versus IG, Xiaogu is Snake. They just struggle. They look for late game. They look for one team fight. But they can't get there because they're losing lanes.
And again, execution's there. Rookie's Victor's been stupid, honestly, in how well he's played in the last 2 games. There are just so many problems. And QG, they tried to go back to basics, I feel like, in that game. But Swift, just pick Lee Sin or something.
Yeah.
Go really aggressive and just put Kakao in the ground. Because the games you have won traditionally against this team are when you outplay Kakao.
Yeah, they definitely are. And we're actually going to talk a little bit more about that in a minute.
Yeah, let's actually pop out to the war room because that game there's a whole lot of good stuff to cover.
Thank you very much, Pacer Time. You are indeed correct. That game was completely ridiculous. I'm Atlas. This is Frosker, and we are going to go through exactly what happened. And man, Invictus Gaming had their breakfast this morning, most definitely.
I think the KT Arrows got their Wheaties especially because Kakao and Rookie again showing up massive. We talked about the kill participations over the course of the LPL playoffs. Shot up from what was an average of 65% to 80%. So Kakao and Rookie are on fire.
They most certainly are. Speaking of which, let's have a look at our first replay here. It all happens in the bottom lane. And look, at 10 minutes into the game, bottom lane, duo lane, just having fun. You don't expect 5 people to be there, but it is going to happen. So let's play it out.
And sometimes we make the statement, here we go actually. So Kog'Maw burns his flash. He's then immediately easy picking for Kakao to jump onto the back of him and start pulling him in. Since the flash is already burned, Skarner was able to time up. They're able to crush him. But look at this. This is all 10 members in the bottom lane right here. But Rookie's damage. And this is only 10 minutes into the game, a level 9 Victor. We do have some Victor changes on the 5.16 patch, but this is just the power of that champion. The fact that not only is he fantastic in lane early game, that he's going to have a fantastic mid game due to his flexibility and his itemization, especially if he chooses to complete his hex core earlier. And then his late game is just as absurd. There's never a weak moment for Victor.
Yeah, and the fact that IG managed to orchestrate this fight as well, the fact that Rookie, he doesn't have teleport. He's not going to be able to get down there on a whim. And Doinby, he was, able to get a little bit of extra farm in the mid lane before coming down, but he was nowhere near as impactful. And Rookie able to really control the state of these games. And one thing I want to draw a question mark on, Froskerin, is the fact that IG didn't need to change anything. They could have picked Riven if they wanted to.
Yeah, they pretty much had exactly the same style of composition, but I'm glad that they picked Gnar because it perfectly illustrates what happens in our next replay.
Yeah, let's bring up our next replay. And this is exactly what happened. As soon as the Gnar was locked in, I was like, oh, I can scoop him into a wall, and then they can just do the laser over the top. And then it happened, and I was so excited.
Yeah, it was. We screamed in the other room. So the big key thing that I want to point out before we play the replay is when Kog'Maw burns his flash, because it's incredibly important that there's this scuffle before the main Gnar ultimate that comes through that TNT doesn't have his escape. So we can go ahead and roll the replay. So what's going to happen is the Nautilus ultimate goes off. There's the Kog'Maw flash. You will then have Kitties pulled out by Kid's Fate's Call. But here comes everyone funneling in now. Teleport goes through. The Fate's Call pushes Kitties back in with a nice knockup, but there's no one to follow it up. A good cast isolates Kitties, and suddenly he's down. But you look at Zatai, here comes the rage. He gets slowed down here, especially because this polymorph is incredibly important, but it's not enough because Kakao is able to flash forward, find the stun, and there it is. This Gnar ultimate on multiple members of Xiaogu while the laser comes across and just annihilates
Yeah, I just want to point out this feeling right now is when Rookie got far too excited about everything going on in the world. When people are just lining up like that, stunned against the wall, it's good times.
And look at where V is. Maokai needs to be on those carries to negate a lot of this damage, but entirely out of position. So just great target management coming out from Invictus Gaming and good CC lock. A lot of this actually was orchestrated. The thing is Zatai and Rookie, they hit their abilities, but a lot of that was orchestrated on Kakao, making sure that he could catch up and proc his stun to give them time to set that up.
Yeah, most definitely. And you have to shout out to TCT. Making sure that he was in there trying to stop the Mega Narf from coming in. They were very aware over the side of QG exactly what IG were trying to do in that particular fight. But in the end, they just couldn't stop it. And you're exactly right, illustrating the flashes, the fact that IG, they knew what they could achieve. They knew what was in the arsenal of QG, what they could possibly do in reaction. And in the end, there was just nothing that QG could do.
And it speaks to the evolution of Invictus Gaming and how their team fighting has matured and evolved over the course of the LPL split, the playoffs, and now the regional qualifiers. This is a tough team to out 5v5, and IG look great doing it.
Yeah, they most certainly do. And a huge compliment to Zatai as well. We were talking about this just before going live. It's the fact that Zatai has stepped up so incredibly far. This guy, you have to remember, began as a mid laner that played weird stuff. And he's now a top laner playing these top-tier picks that have just come into the meta now, like the Fioras, the Riven we saw in the last game. The fact that he can seamlessly return back to a Gnar, play that mega tanky CC bot role. This guy seems so flexible, and it's come back from sort of this lineage of what we sort of thought was just like a weird player. Like, what is he doing? And now he's refined it to this fantastic point.
And I'm glad that you underlined this idea of flexibility, because Zatai almost had a gimmick where he could only play weird things to put people on the back foot. But you are correct. Now having this ability to play pretty consistent in standard champions makes him that much stronger.
Yeah, that's right. We are going to go through the spotlights here, though, as you can see. We are going to illustrate this bottom lane one more time. Kakal's just crystalline exoskeleton right in here. That was an interesting interaction with the Impale, I have to admit. Did manage to get the work done, but this is what we saw just before, and it's just Rookie. He just got there faster, despite the lack of teleport.
The level 9 Victor, especially when he has points into his Hex Core, which augment his ability power per level, is just massive damage. But here we go. Here's the scoop, the legendary one.
Oh, let's just feel it again. It's beautiful.
Oh, I'm feeling it. This isolation as well, putting Kitty's right in the middle, and he just deletes. But seeing ZZ Tai, wow, I haven't done that in a while. Zatai get his Gnar ultimate available to him. But Kakao right there, making sure that he locks up Doinby and Xiaogu. They just second guess for a second to come back and to assist their mid laner before it all goes terribly wrong.
Yeah, and they seamlessly transition that into taking down the turret and then taking down the tree as well. Interesting flash, completely unnecessary, but you can see this was also a fantastic fight. The fact that the Fate Skull starts it all off, and Rookie, you can see, he's very low on health, but completely out of danger.
And look at how long these team fights are lasting. Again, this is kind of the most standard game that we've had so far in 5.16 in terms of the type of top laners that we have running around. The fact that it's a Maokai and a Gnar as opposed to a Fiora and a Gangplank. And it's not this instantaneous burst, although Victor there doing massive amounts of damage. They're more elongated fights, empowering the likes of this Kog'Maw and this Kalista positioning.
Yeah, and that's another thing to highlight as well. Kid getting on the Kalista, and this is one of his scary champions. I really liked how Rusty highlighted it, the fact that, you know, when Kid's on any other champion, it's like, okay, well, this is going to be a standard lane. When he's on Kalista, that's when you have to get frightened. That's where you have to feel throughout any stage of the game that he's going to be a threat, and he demonstrated that one more time. You just can't let him have Kalista.
Same thing for Vayne as well, which sounds weird when you think about Kid, particularly because he's more of a Trinity Force user, but really stepping it up on these hyper carry champions. But we will have our MVP, and it looks like it's going to be Rookie.
Back-to-back Victor Rookie MVPs. And Rookie, like, I just feel like this is him getting his own back from last night, where we honestly wanted to give him MVP in games that he'd lost. This man has been playing so incredibly well over the last few days, irrespective of win or loss.
No, I completely agree, but you have to, you know, look at Xiaogu and kind of question, how is Rookie able to get back-to-back Victor games when Doinby is a fantastic Victor player in his own right?
Yeah, and they know exactly what they need to... Oh my goodness, the slow motion. I'm sorry, I've forgotten exactly what I was talking about.
That deserves to be on the Penta. That's a top 5 play.
That is a top 1 play. It's just beautiful to watch. It's in the same league of satisfaction as watching a Diana kill a whole like caster creep backline attacking a turret with 1 Q. You know, it's one of those sort of moments. It's beautiful.
Yeah, except Xiaogu are the caster creeps.
Yeah, they kind of are the caster creeps at that particular moment. And look, it illustrates both Zatai, how he's playing incredibly well, making sure he gets in the right positioning, and the fact that Rookie is just ridiculous.
Yeah, can't argue with that at all. The KT Arrows showed up strong for the regional qualifiers, and now Invictus Gaming are 1 game away from their trip to the world stage since Season 2.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see whether they are going to be able to make it back. Of course, Xiaogu are going to have to do their very best IG impersonation if they want to get there. And we have the final replay, ladies and gentlemen, and this will demonstrate exactly how IG are going to hopefully make their way towards Worlds in their next game, and what QG want to avoid whilst they get on their road to redemption.
So the big thing here is the Victor damage. So the explosion goes through, and the fact that the Lulu ultimate has to use defensively on herself, as you see Doinby off to the side, running for dear life in a protect the AD carry composition. At this point,
was silly.
I mean, there's a 10k gold deficit, so obviously the gold lead is really just speaking for itself for Invictus Gaming here, but just to illustrate, the execution of the team fight was poor. The fact that Rookie's been so on point with hitting these really critical lasers.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to throw it back to our casters for Game 3.
Thank you very much. And it is Game 3 in what could be a final game of the LPL Regional Qualifiers. Crazy to think that IG are up 2-0 in such dominant fashion, but Kakao starting to have a smile on his face, and I don't really blame him, given how well him and his team have been playing.
Yeah, IG are in complete control of this set right now. They have a total of 3 games to decide whether or not they'll go to Worlds. They just need to win one of them.
And sometimes that is a lot easier said than done. IG probably know that better than anyone else in the LPL playoff runs recently. You know, they're still going to remain focused. You have to think IG are a team now that have gone through a lot this particular year and this particular season. So with all those trials and tribulations, they have to know one game at a time, but for them, only one game left till Worlds.
That last game just showed so much. It revealed all of the weaknesses of Xiaogu. It revealed all of the strengths of Invictus Gaming. 73% jungle control rate in a matchup where jungle is arguably the most important matchup. It says so much, but most importantly, please deal with Victor.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because that was Doinby's thing. Victor was clearly good, and they had to take that away in the last series for Snake, and now it's Rookie that's taking it away from him and overperforming on the champion, you have to say. But we're into what could be our final draft. Xiaogu on the left, they'll be blue side. IG here on the red. Azir banned by them to start things off. Fiora and Gangplank also taken away, so sticking to those standard 5/16 picks as Nidalee gets banned once more away from Swift.
Yeah, no surprise to see that taken away. You know, we kept on talking about it. Swift, when he's on those carry-style champions, he will actually put his team on his back and carry, but we haven't really seen him do that quite yet in this set. He was in the Gragas in the previous game, and in the one before, he was able to take the Gragas again, so it'll be a tough saying.
This is almost like a Riven ban right now. It's just so hard for them because last pick is on Invictus Gaming, so they need to ban something that can be counter-picked from them. So Yasuo, Riven, both very important bans for them. Leaves open Kalista, leaves open Lulu. They ban one. You should get the other here, Xiaogu.
Yep.
But there's always going to be the Victor.
There's the Victor, though. And Doinby even said, if Victor's open, I will pick it. But he's passed by it twice so far, and twice that Victor has gotten MVP against him. But instead,
might be a high-impact jungler. It is Swift. Going to take Skarner away from Kakao. I like the change away from Gragas, but the instant Braum lock in there, IG again have stuck to such solid drafting, and Victor's there again for Rookie.
Yeah, no surprise to see that Victor locked in. If you need any reference, just watch the previous 2 games. Rookie is playing at 100% efficiency right now, and the fact that he's allowed to stay on the same champion, he doesn't have to change up his playstyle at all.
It's just such a big, like, Xiaogu, they're stuck in the last patch. Their top laner, their jungler very much so have adapted. They've tried Gangplank mid, but it doesn't work. They've tried Gangplank top. He died 4 times in laning phase. They are struggling to adapt to the new champion. Swift is the only one that has successfully done so with that Skarner in the jungle. And because of this, they're picking these different champions. They're giving away all of these really ridiculously strong champions. Braum is a big point of contention between TCT and Kiddies, but they've given it to Kiddies every single time.
They have, and QG paid for it as well. They might regress even further back into the patches. That's Sivajana for Xiaogu, keeping it very safe in the bottom lane.
Yeah, this is like, exactly as you said, a flashback to 5-7, 5-8. We're going back into the early weeks of the LPL when Xiaogu really took off. Kid even giving us a nod with that Draven hover, finish off his Worlds run in style if he decides to pick that up. But yeah, I expect him to go for something a little bit more standard.
Well, there's Gragas for Kakao, so that's a pretty strong pick for him. Into the Skarner, we'll see how Kakao performs on the other side of that matchup. And Kid actually going to take the Ashe here. They hovered Olaf. So that's definitely an option here for V if he plays it, but Kid going to take a bit of a gamble there with, again, another big utility duo lane.
Just letting them know.
Yep.
Olaf exists.
Why would you tell them?
It's a threat. It's a threat. Be careful what you pick.
If you take this Olaf, then...
What if QG
they've
pick
gone,
Olaf?
They've gone for Sivajana Skana. They're looking for a hyper carry mid lane and a tank top lane generally.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
I like this from Xiaogu. I was harping on it last game. Going back to, we've got to protect the carry. We've got to play this one style. They haven't been playing this style for pretty much this entire tournament. But now they have a go button. Now they have a way in.
Back to basics there for Xiaogu. I like the semi-counter pick, I guess, of Cassidy for Doinby. I at least like that he's picked into Rookie, rather than the other way around, because it feels like he was pigeonholed into some pretty standard picks and then got punished by Victor because Victor's just such a great champion. Not going to be an easy lane, but manageable, and certainly something that Doinby will be relatively familiar with. Is all IG have to do is pick one Moss champion, and we're done for this champ select. It's been very quick.
Yeah, we're looking at the Maokai right now for Zatai. We saw V take it in the last game to pretty great success. I mean, he was keeping alive for a long time. And yeah, he's going to commit to it. Maokai locked in for IG.
It's Maokai. Just kind of does his job. Protects your carries, provides solid initiation. Great against Cassidy in particular. And we've seen what happens with the Skana interaction. That's pretty funny as well.
Yeah. Look, it's pretty good. Zatai has decided to play a tank, and that's the one thing that confuses me the most right now. You look at Invictus Gaming's draft, and they might be missing damage. Kid is always that questionable carry when he's not playing Kalista. Their lane's strong, but they've got a tank top, tank jungle, and it's all on Rookie again.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I feel like IG are relying on someone who they know is performing well. Rookie, he's got an MVP 2 times in a row on this Victor. I think they expect a similar performance in this game. I've got to admit, I'm in the same boat. Xiaogu, though, look to put a damper on things with this all-in team comp.
They have no games left to lose to Xiaogu, so they're going to put everything they know into this last game. And we talked about going back to basics for the team. They're going all the way back for this particular game. But if they're going to make a comeback, it does start here where they're comfortable. So we'll go through the matchups now. We'll start in the top lane. V back on Hecarim as Zatai's taking up Maokai.
Yeah, in the jungle, it's going to be Swift on Skarner versus that Cacao Gragas.
Very interesting matchup, of course. Cacao regressing back to his Gragas up against Skarner, the control jungler. Will be very difficult for Cacao.
Well, Doinby on Cassidy. Going to be a fun one there as Rookie gets Victor for the 3rd game in a row. And TNT back to Siva with Kid on the Ashe again, going into more of the utility lane. And then the Frosty bottom lane, Kiddy's going to be playing Braum and TCT on that Janna.
Yeah, so this is going to be an exciting set. IG look to close out their run for Worlds in style. And Xiaogu look to put a heavy halt on it.
Well, we'll see if they can do it here. It's one last game potentially left for IG. Let's get onto the Rift. And we're here now for game number 3 as Xiaogu have to fight with backs against the wall for the next 3 games if they want to be the last Chinese team to represent the LPL at Worlds. And Invictus Gaming, they've been playing so well up until this point, and they are 1 game away from finally realizing something they have not done in 2 to 3 years' time, and that's a visit back to the World Championships.
I do like the adaptation here, though, I have to admit, from Doinby, going for that Cassidy into the Victor. It's a 50-50 matchup in terms of win rates for both champions into each other. So it could go either way, but the fact that you can max the Q as Cassidy and you can stop a lot of the damage that Rookie outputs, it helps with your laning pressure by a lot.
Yeah, and Doinby has been having a lot of trouble against Rookie's Victor. Looks like we are seeing a bit of a lane swap, however, as both of the AD carries are on that top side of the map.
Australian lanes.
Yep. Whip them upside down, boys. Kid and Kitties are in the top lane.
I come from a lane down under. I'm so sad I said that.
That's beautiful. That's going on Reddit.
I hate myself.
Zatai.
Welcome to the land of play-by-play.
Teaming up under this blue. Zatai might be taking the Sentinels here for a bit of extra experience, but like Rusty said, we are going to swap the lanes upside down. And we're going to have a bit of help there from Zatai. Going to help with the blue just a bit more. that will break out into effectively standard lanes once this settles.
Seems to be some safer stuff. We're seeing Kid and Kitties now get in nice and safe. The volley should keep Kid pretty even in pace with the wave clear from TNT's Boomerang. And as you mentioned, of course, the Kassadin into the Victor hopes to keep Doinby afloat under the pressure that we're expecting to see. Interestingly enough, we are seeing a bit of a divergence as that's level 2 now picked up for Zatai as he heads into lane V was still only level 1 when he headed down.
So the standard lanes, to an extent, favors Xiaogu because they're also maintaining what should be the 1 versus 1 in that middle lane. And that's exactly what Doinby actually wants to have, as he's currently struggling to get last hits and levels, but for the most part, should be okay in this laning phase. Top lane.
Very aggressive tag there actually as TNT's 1 order away, does get stunned up by Kid. TCT now going to get stunned. The Ash Braum lane coming up good, the Q is there, Kid firing away into them.
Dangerous, dangerous. TCT walks back to cop the stun for no particular reason. TNT tries to make a trade to put down some damage in response, but again, everyone really struggling here from Xiaogu to last hit minions in their own respective lanes.
This is what we expected, however. IG are very strong in lanes, and in the past 2 games, IG have been setting a really strong pace. Swift for a bit of action on this top side.
You'll notice Swift does this a lot, and I don't know if he's aware that he's on a ward most of the time that he does this, but he stands in that exact bush. And he stands, and nothing ever happens. But that's the one thing Swift does that I dislike about his jungling. He is exceptional at everything else.
And it's so weird as well because Swift's ganks on particular junglers are excellent. Yeah. He has some of the best mind games I've ever seen of a jungler. And his pathing's usually very creative. But for whatever reason, in this game, this particular jungle matchup, he's just not found the same level of success that he has on other junglers. I don't know if it's a meta thing or a matchup thing or a mindset thing or what specifically it is. But Swift jungling has been so much worse, specifically against Kakao, than almost anybody else in the LPL.
Definitely has been. Kakao just has this unique pressure that he can place down on you. He seems to know where you are at all times. And all of the laners of Invictus Gaming, which could be another feature of it, their wards are very aptly placed. There is minimal amounts of them, but they're all in the right spots.
Oh, Doinby in trouble. Good flash body slam. Doinby is dead as the Igniter is down, and Rookie will claim first blood.
Honestly, did not need to flash there to Kassadin. And the second Gragas used that body slam, he should have known he was going to go down. Rookie is running Ignite, which is the one big change in this lane right now. He's looking to kill more. Doesn't have the cleanse that we have seen from him in the past 2 games.
Really tricky situation for Xiaogu as they find themselves down first blood onto Rookie's Victor in this set. TNT drops the spell shield, doesn't quite soak too much. TCT is able to body block. And IG are already 800 gold ahead, 5 minutes in.
I just love the change from IG as TNT again going to get himself stunned here. The Braum passive already on. Kid pops his Q. Dodges that Boomerang Blade, and TCT's going to start eating arrows now as well. But I just love the change in momentum here for the team. 2 different lanes, mid and top, or bottom lane, I guess, depending on how you want to think about it, are starting to get aggressive in this game. You can tell IG want to press forward and close this game out quickly.
Worlds is on the line.
Exactly.
For Invictus Gaming. And as you said, this is going to be the first time in, I believe, 2 years that they'll have an opportunity to pull this off.
And I think the first time for Kakao, and the first time for Rookie.
Yeah.
And the first time for Kitties as well, if I'm remembering the Season 2 lineup. But just think about Kakao and Rookie as players, how well they have played in the LPL, how well known they are in Korea, their OGN success. To be a team that was pretty much let down and didn't make it, basically to be the IG in Korea of World's qualification spots because of OMG, at least in China, to miss out was a massive thing for them. As Zatai's kind of in trouble here. B getting aggressive, but no ulti means he'll be okay.
Forcibly making him recall. Does have the teleport available, Zatai, so he can very easily come back. I think what I like the most about that is it could force the teleport to actually happen so that there's less control around the map. IG can't just put their bottom lane down in the bottom lane and actually control the dragon. It maintains the laning phase that they're in right now.
Yeah, there is the teleport from Zatai as he heads bottom. V instantly recalls once he sees that. Doesn't quite have home guard just yet. With completed merc credits, he should be safe in the laning phase, while Swift
holding his hand at the moment.
Yeah.
Bit of babysitting.
He just said, you know what, Doinby, I believe in you. And he walked up, gave him a pat on the shoulder.
His claw.
Walked out.
Kitties is back at it again, by the way. I like that they're playing into the Sivadana lane, because again, very non-interactive usually. As Swift has found Kakao, he's going to get the stun off Fracture. Kakao has to get out of the way. Swift trying to body block the body slam, but Kakao jukes him to the right and gets out safely.
Also juking towards Rookie, so a point of power sitting on that other side of the wall. And if they continue to try and block it, you were asking to take most of your health bar and the body slam just wouldn't have been used.
So we'll reset things a bit now, and IG, 1,000 gold up after that one kill. They're farming nicely up along this rift as well. Rookie looking good. He's got the Mark 1 Hex Court up already. Catalyst there from Maokai. Sidestone already for Kakao. Again, just very efficient, very strong play from these sides. And Swift and Kakao both back in the top lane. Swift is trying to get TNT going, but...
He's so greedy for that gank in the top lane, but he is not finding it. Kid and Kitties have got such excellent control over this wave, and now that TNT is shoving it forward, it's just impossible for Swift to find a way in. Not to mention Kakao, as we expected, being the best CCTV available.
Speaking of impossible, though, Rookie in this middle lane is making Doinby's life impossible. He has really been struggling to do anything. He's zoned away for the most part from his own turret, and the minions are just consistently being pushed there. Swift, he can't make anything happen. We saw a period of babysitting even, just to try and make something happen positively for Doinby, but it's really not working out. There is a lot of positives behind Xiaogu right now, is that the Sivir exists and is doing perfectly fine. V is farming, which is a big deal. He may be slightly behind, but he's still farming. He's still ramping up in power. But this middle lane is getting desperately behind.
And on mid lane, I have seen Rookie do this constantly in the LPL Regional Qualifiers. So I'm actually going to give respect not just to Rookie for being such a strong laner, but to Kakao. Because if you push this aggressively into every single matchup and don't get punished, that means the enemy team is afraid of your jungler.
100%. It does mean that Kakao is keeping a hold of where Swift is at all times, or forcing people to positions where there is just no way to legitimately gank this middle lane at all. It allows Rookie to be unlocked, and the best part about that is that when Rookie... Oh my god.
Oh, good flash. TNT dodges the arrow as again Kid and Kitties go aggressive in the top lane. And the reason that they knew that was because they saw Swift in the bottom lane. The deep pink ward from Kakao spotted him as he headed toward the Krug camp.
They've got Doinby.
Could be in trouble now. Kakao does get his ulti flash, but he'll get a summoner spell out of it for his troubles. And again, Invictus Gaming just on top of the map. Every time QG want to do anything, IG feel like they're already there.
It's this single pink ward sitting in Xiaogu's jungle. It spots out Swift. The top lane fights. The mid lane fights. Kakao finds Doinby in doing so, and it's all from one piece of information. So Invictus Gaming, they're playing very smart right now. It's assertive, but it's also calculated in what they are doing. And this is very, very scary for Xiaogu.
Yeah, and look at the advantages and how that's opened up. Not only is that first blood for IG, but they're also 1,500 gold ahead. Rookie is keeping Doinby occupied, but Doinby goes aggressive onto Rookie. He even dropped the Ignite right there, trying to reclaim control of this lane.
Sending a message.
Yeah, you can see the theory of the Kassadin lane there as well. Like Rusty said, pretty good against magic damage, especially if you pump a few extra levels into the queue. But Rookie, Karma Collected throws down the gravity field as Xiaogu, one of the first proactive moves of the series, as a look to take Dragon #1. In fact, with a good pink ward placement and some nice timing, they'll get it.
I mean, there's even lanes and there's good lanes, and then there's lanes where you play with no regard for enemy players. And that is exactly what Rookie is doing right now. So even if this lane was a losing lane for him, he's playing like he's winning. And that's exactly how this comes to fruition.
With the swap initiated, TNT and TCT head down to the bottom lane. Kid and Kitties, however, are still staying in the top. Ultimate is actually used as they flash forward looking for V. He already used his onslaught of shadows. He's got nowhere to go. Another kill for IG.
Okay, Cal, you didn't need to use your ultimate, man. Just calm down. Just calm down. They still got the kill, and that was solo for Invictus Gaming's top lane with an added bonus of an explosive cast to like knock around the dead body of V, I guess.
They'll get the turret now as well as a result. And Zatai back in the bottom side with his teleport if he needs to, able to fend off Sivir and Janna for now. So it could be a turret up now for IG. They'll take the top lane turret. If Zatai can protect the bottom lane turret and let Kid and Kitties get there first, then IG are going to go up even more gold now. As in fact, after that tower, they pop up about 3k.
And he will be able to defend this turret quite handily, you would imagine. The only reason he couldn't is if there was jungle pressure. But look at the ward placement again from Invictus Gaming. They know exactly where Skarner is.
Yeah,
so this turret is getting low.
They're going for it. They actually will get it, but Zatai going to start something off here. Can anybody else join in? TCT is going to get locked up. The heal's forced out. Zatai, fairly tanky. Good damage there as well. Forces the exhaust on the Maokai. TCT flashes, and they use so much just for one turret.
Exactly, and this is why they can't go for that turret. They end up losing a lot of their health and a lot of damage from Zatai just to get it down. So someone is used for the turret. It's great because they still managed to trade the turret, but because they're even and still down 2,000 gold, not ideal, but it's what has to be done.
Yeah, and now they're going to have to lane against Kid and Kitties, who have returned to this bottom lane with a turret-breaking build. So not only is that hurting them in the long run with those summoner spells being done, but it just might hurt them immediately as they're about to lose tier 1.
They're actually matching builds at the moment as well, so they're both looking to just take down objectives and control the map. Unfortunately, one team seems to be a little bit more superior in their map control, and that's coming from the jungle. It's all stemming from this jungle control that Kakao is putting into place. It lets mid lane be aggressive. It lets the bottom duo just be overly aggressive with the use of arrows, and Braum, with that Unbreakable just standing in front of them, knows where Swift is. It's just starting to unravel a little bit here for Xiaogu.
Certainly is, as Rookie a level up and 30 CS ahead there in that particular matchup. I guess the one good news for Xiaogu is that they did get Dragon #1. IG are not going to be able to snowball that nearly as aggressively as they have, but they're starting to get ahead in lanes. They're moving around very well together as a unit, trying to take down some more turrets. And this mid tower, again, Rookie, so much pressure that he's basically soloed down this turret.
Kid joins him. Swift
oh my God,
flashes forward and eats an arrow. He can't quite find it. Rookie backs out as the stun wears off. He's still alive despite TCT's reset. They turn onto Doinby. He goes down, and IG pick up 2 kills. Zatai's not even done yet. He's found B on the side, but decides to let him go.
That arrow from Kid was
so
just
sick.
That's unbelievable. He blocked a point-blank Skarner flash ultimate and denied that engage from Xiaogu. Just like that, they turn a fight completely on its head. IG.
And they'll steal the blue buff as well. Rookie counters back with a gravity field and a whole boatload of damage. And again, we've seen what happens when Rookie's Victor gets going. Now 50 CS ahead and 2-0-1. But you saw Kid there for a second. Those were some pretty outrageous reflexes.
That was disgusting. So we complimented Swift's Gragas ultimate before. That was close to that level. It just doesn't make sense when it works, you know?
But it certainly did. And IG getting further and further ahead now. 4,500 gold up.
Things not looking good for Xiaogu. This is their last chance. They have to win here if they want to keep themselves in this set. But 15 minutes in, they're down
This
quite
is absurd.
a bit.
Look at the amount of wards on Swift's red buff. There is 3 wards watching him do this. They'll know where he leaves to. They basically know his address. Like,
yeah, they'll know what he had for lunch.
Yeah.
Look at his social security
got his
number.
social. Yeah.
They know it all. And that's honestly a testament to how Kakao plays the game. Very controlling, great vision, and that's been what we've seen in this set. Swift has been smothered by Kakao's jungle pressure.
Yeah, honestly, that is exactly what it's been.
I was really thought that Kid was going to arrow him.
Kitty's had the flank. Wow, he stayed.
Yeah, still got the flank. Just wasting some of Doinby's time for now as Doinby's trying to recall. IG, however, are reclaiming control of the map. 5,000 gold ahead. They've got control over top and bottom lane. Last question mark for them is that mid lane, but then again, there is Rookie's Victor sitting nice and comfortable with fresh blue buff in it.
Yeah.
I think it'll be fine.
Think so too. 3-1 up in turrets for IG. 4-0 up in kills. And just missing that dragon, really, which will be back up in 25 seconds if IG want to try and claim their first. Kid goes back. Gets himself an Infinity Edge now as well. So righteous glory there for Maokai. Aegis up for Kakao already. And a decent amount of damage onto Rookie. IG are more than ready to fight Xiaogu if that's what they really want.
Xiaogu, they just have to look towards TNT. He doesn't have a big item yet, but honestly, this Civ is the one that has to step up in these fights. He's got to be that big carry. Cassidy and Hecarim are going to be preoccupied with the backline of Invictus Gaming. So look to this Sivir to really step up.
Dragon has just spawned, and with Zetai's recall, he's going to complete his Righteous Glory. This could be a tough situation. V looks to catch a wave on the other side with teleport home guard of his own. But Xiaogu are ready, and IG already grouped by the tip.
This Dragon should not be contested. I'll preface that with that. There's an Infinity Edge completed, an Aegis completed. The Righteous Glory is done. Their items are spiking right now. And if Xiaogu consider contesting this, they're going to have to pull a rabbit out of a hat.
Well, Dragon is going to be finished now. IG are able to claim it, and they might just look for the fight. V trying to line up an ulti. He's ported in. Swift going to get himself out. As soon as V goes in, the ulti up from Brom. Doinby trying to chase him down. Rookie is the target. He's been exhausted. He's still not dead, though. Finally, no! Still alive. The power transfer going to keep him up. And IG somehow win an absolutely absurd team fight, and nobody is dead. TCT going to be the last kill, though. Chase down for the ace. Zetai's going to be able to claim that one as well. Kitty's leaned forward, they'll clean it out, and that was absurd.
I said one thing before that fight started. One thing, and that was they cannot fight right now. Look at Xiaogu's items and their lack of completed ones, saying the least. The fact that they go in this deep, the engage was great from V. He did a lot of work in that fight. They just couldn't follow it up with enough appropriate damage. And Rookie just barely living. Ash just barely living. The arrow slows down Swift. He's not there in time to really have an impact. Doinby goes really ham, but B's dead. Doinby's now stunned. Braum is the MVP in this fight just from his passive alone. There is no answer. Xiaogu, they have the engage, they don't have the follow-up. And this all, again, comes back to Braum.
Yeah, I think collectively, Rookie and Kid had about 80 health between the two of them. Rookie on the lower side at 10. And the fact that they were able to survive. Kakao, Zetai, and Kitties all peeling back to protect those carries. Rookie playing out of his mind this series. But now they've also got Kid who's doing the same. This is IG at their best.
Nobody has died from Invictus Gaming.
Yep.
That was a fight where Xiaogu should have at least made a trade. But because they lost laning phase, they're behind by just enough. But that was the difference between two members dying and potentially swaying that fight.
Yeah.
Just Rookie. I can't stop being impressed by Rookie this tournament. Good spell shield. Blocks it off there. But even the fact that Kid and Kitties are willing to do that and get that aggressive.
Yep.
If the arguably weakest players on your team are playing that aggressively, that is a great sign for your team.
So before the Dragon fight even started, it was just the Infinity Edge. And that engage in the top lane right there, the IE wasn't done for Sivir, still the components of it. And Ash had more than just that. So very easy for them to make that decision with confidence. Nice spell shield though from Sivir.
Yeah, great reaction from TNT. We'll have to see if he can keep those reactions tense in this game as slowly but surely IG are treading further and further forward. Xiaogu are trying their best to keep in this set, but it's becoming more and more difficult as even Joinby's forced to jump away from Rookie. IG control the mid lane.
Doinby is still 50 CS down as well. Rookie's landing phase once more. He's been so oppressive. I think it's 3 games in a row that he's gotten Victor, he's gotten a CS lead, and he's gotten the mid lane turret, mostly by himself. And that amount of pressure that exerts just from one lane, Rookie's play this whole tournament has been absolutely amazing. But this set in particular looks positively flawless.
Looks like Victor.
Certainly does. And Doinby should know that.
Oh, Doinby knows that. He said he'll first pick it if it's ever available, but the drafting is the biggest issue from Xiaogu. They feel like they're a patch behind, and even now they feel like they're 2 patches behind. Look at their draft. This is like the beginning of this split of LPL.
Yeah, we're going way back with Xiaogu. And they're trying to pull the win as best they can, but with 9 deaths and not a single kill to their name, 8,000 gold behind IG right now. It's becoming so very difficult. Baron's on the board, but I don't think that anybody really wants to put themselves in that tricky a situation. IG definitely don't want to take any chances and throw it.
I don't know if IG mind too much right now, given that they do have a massive lead. I didn't even notice that until you pointed it out. Dragon will be back in about a minute 50 as well. Invictus Gaming, they have just carved out such a massive lead. And this has happened 3 games in a row, but this one was even more about the early stages of the lanes. They just played them well. They won the fights that they brought to them. Doinby just can't do anything right now. He's running away. The arrow predicted the ulti, but he's going to die anyway.
Rookie.
Rookie.
The arrow actually just missed V as well. That was really close. That's just absurd. Rookie is too far ahead right now that even with the Abyssal Scepter...
Time for Baron.
Yeah, I was completely wrong. That Baron is being started by IG. Rookie does
They
so
know.
much. Here comes the rest of Xiaogu. Teleport from Zitai. V's got to hoof it. He's trying to make his way across the map down to 2,000 health, down
Swift!
to 1,500. Doesn't get it. It's going to be secured by IG. They destroy Swift. And with the empowered of the Baron, they shove forward.
That was Swift's moment. It was all set for him. The scene was set, but he couldn't execute on the smite. Very well done from IG, and in particular Kakao to ensure they get the Baron buff. And now this lead has just exponentially grown to a point where Xiaogu are just going to be all desperation all the time.
This would require a titanic misplay or 2 from IG to throw their spot at Worlds at this point. They are so far ahead at 23 minutes into this game. More than 10,000 gold up. They've got the Baron buff. The Dragon's coming back up, but they honestly just don't need it. They have all the tools now to push themselves through one last game and into the World Championships with a sweep. And Xiaogu, cross your fingers and start praying, because you need something here. IG have been on a mission since this tournament started, and they are about to dispatch you for one last time. As Kakao will get grabbed. Arrow out as well. V going to try and salvage a team fight in the backline as the ulti does come out. The gravity field doesn't block enough there, but V, he's going to get too low. Rookie will get the first kill. TCT looks for the reset, but it's not enough. TCT's going to fall. 3-1 already as Kakao is dead. Swift will get stunned. Zatai's going to catch TNT. Good spell shield. Keeps off the twisted advance, but Rookie gets a triple kill. He's launching himself forward for this last kill. He'll laser TNT, they'll get the ace, and this may just be game.
That right there is Invictus Gaming in their prime. They get a lead. They have a 10-0-4 victor right now, and they are well and truly on track to Worlds. Xiaogu, they break the 0-kill curse at the very least. They take out Kakao, but they used everything that they have in their arsenal to ensure one member dies and they lose their inhibitor.
Yeah, you just saw Rookie grinning from ear to ear. Worlds is 3 buildings away. 2 Nexus turrets and the Nexus itself for IG. It is within their grasp. And they are willing and ready to claim it. Xiaogu trying to defend as best they can. They put up a valiant effort in that team fight. They caught Rookie, they exhausted Rookie, they caught Kid, but they just couldn't do any damage. And when TCT went to reset the fight, both Kid and Rookie were on the far side of the monsoon and got reset to safety.
And again, it's all desperation all the time from that point. The second the Baron was secured by Invictus Gaming, Xiaogu, they did what they had to do.
Yeah.
They engaged, and it was onto Kakao because he's the only one that they could hit. And from that, they almost got another team fight. This is like the Dragon all over again. It was so close, but Invictus Gaming, one more time, they come out on top.
And reactive play from Xiaogu has honestly been their biggest burden in this entire set, I feel like. They're constantly playing from behind against Invictus Gaming, and they're a team possessed in this tournament. They are playing so well.
They're possessed by the World Cup. These guys
Certainly
want to go to Worlds. They're going to take down this tier 2 with Super Minions shoving down the mid lane and Zatai on the opposite side of the map. IG have got everything going for them. They've got time, they've got experience, they've got gold. The only thing left is to pull the trigger and execute.
Yep, just got to take that Nexus out. As V is looking to get dove here. Zatai going to start things off. He tanks the tower. Going to go for the reset. He's 2 levels ahead as Kakao. Going to ult him back in. Mini stuns him into the wall. The lasers out onto Doinby. Actually a grab there onto Zatai as the Scanner Roll gets used, but the gravity field going to try and keep them away as Doinby's poking out. And again, Xiaogu look for something, but IG give them nothing.
You know a game's getting desperate when a Skarner ults a Maokai. That is a very dire predicament. Invictus Gaming, they're pushing down on the inhibitor.
B goes into the back line. He doesn't quite find Kid, who gets knocked up. Rookie dishes out so much AoE. TCT's in the front. Swift goes down. Doinby's forced to jump away, but he's going to end up getting caught. Finally, it looks like he will be able to escape over the wall. But IG, they don't care about the cat. Well, maybe they do. They end up getting the final kill. The Nexus is in front of them. IG are looking for that spot at Worlds, and they just might have found it.
They're going to dive back in. V will die. The towers will fall, and Invictus Gaming are going to deliver the killing blow. They honestly could have won against EDG yesterday, but they'll bounce back after that 3-1 loss. They'll take out the turrets. They'll pick up their last few kills, and Invictus Gaming sweep Xiaogu to take the last LPL spot at the 2015 World Championships.
What a performance as well from these guys. They just did not slow down. From the very beginning of the first game, the last second of their third, it looked like Xiaogu had no response. This Invictus Gaming team, that is a scary sight to send to Worlds.
And look, Rookie and Kakao, if you've never been to Worlds before, sure as hell earned it in this tournament. Rookie looking like one of the best mid laners in the world with the way he's played this tournament. Completely deserved their spot. Invictus Gaming, what a story for a bastion of Chinese League of Legends to grow so much and be around for so long. It's crazy to think that this team is now only going to get their second visit to the League of Legends World Championships. But it's a new roster, it's a new time for this team, and they sure as hell earned it.
Yeah, IG are back. They will be standing on the world stage soon. And they have got to be so proud, finally taking that win. Zitai saying, you know, it's not that hard. We can actually make it. We can do this. And showing that yes, they can do this indeed. And not just by any small feat, not by this enormous, drawn-out Game 5 slaughter. They made it look easy.
They certainly did. And EDG, even then, getting the run for their money in that best of 5 they lost yesterday. Xiaogu were looking strong. They had so much pulled into the playoffs and pulled into this tournament. Even Snake, who had a disappointing regional qualifier for them, I think it's safe to say, still looking strong. The 4 teams in this tournament, any 2 of them would have been a very strong representation for China at Worlds. But I think at the end of the day, EDG are going, IG are going. They'll both join LGD. And the Chinese presence at Worlds is something to behold.
Oh, yeah. Xiaogu. They were so close.
They were.
The rookies almost made it to Worlds, but Invictus Gaming, and again, you just said it. I don't think China could have sent any better teams. They've got LGD, EDG, and now Invictus Gaming.
All the G's.
All the G's. We'll see if that actually comes to fruition.
And you can see, Regional Qualifier has been a lot of fun. We've had cosplay. We've had Jay Chow styling on people with Master Yi. We've had the ups and downs of Snake and Xiaogu, the
We've
EDG.
had Rivens, we've had Fioras,
We've had
Gangplank,
Darius.
Skarner. This has been amazing.
It certainly has. But 2 teams emerged victorious. There could only be 2. It is EDG, and after that last performance, Invictus Gaming smashed their way, honestly, into the 3rd spot. And it's crazy to think that they're the 3rd seed, sending in from China.
Yeah.
With a performance like that today, looking to have a very promising run at the World Championships.
Yeah, China as a region as a whole is looking to have a very strong run. You've got LGD, who demolished EDG. You've got EDG themselves, who, yes, while they have been demolished, have been in control of the LPL for an entire split, and IG turning up the heat. These guys have totally gone Super Saiyan. I cannot wait to see what they bring to the world stage. China is going to be kicking in some doors.
Just that last game was just...
Rookie.
No, you know what? It was Kakao throwing the explosive cask when they were already dead. That's what said to me that game
That's the analogy of that game.
Yeah.
Stop it.
That was
He's
the nail
already
in the
dead.
coffin already.
Yeah.
And that was like really early in the game. Invictus Gaming, they are something else.
They certainly are. This is awesome.
I have no idea what's going on, but I'm so excited. I know what that
These
is.
are the players that are going to Worlds.
Got POL almost trips over there as well. But you're right. These are your Worlds representatives from the LPL region. I had to run back and quickly jack it up. Team China right before you.
Yeah, in the center, LGD, winner of the playoffs themselves. PYL leading the charge over there. On the left, you can take a look at EDG. Ending up qualifying yesterday, and on the right side, our newly qualified Chinese team in Invictus Gaming.
Just quickly off the top of my head, 4-time LPL champion, 5 LPL championships, 2 world champions, and some guys named Kikau and Rookie going to the world championships.
This is a star-studded lineup that we're sending.
If only they could send all 15 players on one team. All stars, baby.
I think my brain would explode.
Well, only 3 teams could earn it. They certainly did. And it's been a lot of fun doing the regional qualifiers. It's been a long 2 days, certainly for the players as well. There were some grueling back and forth series. Yeah. You can see the fan support is out in full force. That is a packed arena. And I think it's not just Jay Chow. The reasons all these fans are here. Probably had a part in it. But LGD, EDG, and IG.
The 3 teams, the 3 titans, the 3 representatives representing the hopes of the Chinese region. This, I don't think we've ever had a stronger showing.
I don't think we've ever had a stronger world.
This looks to be an exciting set.
Get him, Akron.
That's a great sign.
The Akron fan.
Hey, Akron. Well, with that, it's been a hell of a run here, but we only could send 3 teams. Thank you very much for all for watching. We'll leave you with this. I have to congratulate Team China, EDG, LGD, and IG.
相信在这3支战队，他们的背后是无数与他们并肩作战的中国玩家，而无数的英雄也将会和他们一起去超越。出征仪式的现场，我们将会为他们颁发通行证。让我们欢迎英雄联盟产品部助理总经理杨明先生为晋级战队颁证。这一刻，是无数关心着这3支战队未来战局的无数玩家心动的时刻。这一刻，也将会是开启新的征程和篇章的时刻。接过了这通行证，代表他们要向更高的巅峰发起冲击。他们中，究竟会有谁能够代表中国所有玩家的心愿和实力与水平？ 登上世界最高的荣耀巅峰，我们将拭目以待。在这里，我们要再一次感谢在现场和所有直播端关注我们这一次赛事的所有玩家和召唤师。
造英雄，是真英雄，必创历史。战友们，让我们不负青春，不忘使命。 就在现在，踏上征程路，英雄之际，2015传奇由我们开启。
在现场的朋友们，你们持续的最热情的欢呼再一次响起。 这一刻将会成为2015年关心英雄联盟的所有召唤师最值得记忆的一刻。英雄联盟2015 4周年庆狂欢盛典的大幕也将会在这一刻即将要圆满的落下。我们在这里要再一次感谢雷蛇品牌，始于玩家，赋予玩家。要感谢红牛，你的能量超乎你想象。2大品牌与英雄联盟战略合手。 为我们这一次的盛典提供了这么样精彩难忘的画面与片段，珍藏在每一位玩家心中。我们再一次感谢来到现场和观看直播的所有朋友。英雄联盟4周年庆狂欢盛典到此结束，相约明年，再见。 谢谢今天来到现场深圳的朋友，用你们的热情向全国所有的召唤师证明了今天是一个难忘的夜晚。而这张珍贵的大合影，相信一定会在你的手机里面成为在未来翻看时候留下的一段美好回忆。那我们在这里感谢大家，大家请有序退场，注意安全。那也希望在直播端通过 LOL 电视台，通过掌上英雄联盟观看比赛的所有的朋友们，继续的拿起你的装备，英雄一起去超越。再见，谢谢大家，谢谢，再见。